The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 1888 to Chapter 1941. In the Xiao Ta, Xian stood silently as the spacetime overlapped in front of him. Spacetime overlapped. Soon, he overlapped the first to the fourth spacetime. However, he didn't stop there. He continued to overlap, and the sixth spacetime, it was very difficult, because the sixth spacetime was as dense as the previous few spacetimes combined. Now, he wanted to overlap the sixth spacetime with the previous spacetimes. The difficulty was obvious. Most importantly, he didn't use the green profound sword this time, because the green profound sword was breaking through. He was relying on his own strength. Time passed bit by bit. In front of Xian, the sixth layer of spacetime began to overlap with the spacetime in front of him. Xian's face gradually turned pale because the spacetime in front of him began to become unstable. Gradually, cold sweat appeared on Xian's forehead. After an unknown period of time, Xian suddenly pressed his right hand down. Bang! The spacetime overlapped in front of him. In an instant, an invisible spacetime pressure swept out from the spacetime in front of him, and the Xiao Ta trembled violently. At this moment, the Xiao Ta hurriedly said, "Young master, don't do anything rash." Xian waved his right hand lightly, and the spacetime in front of him returned to normal. Xian took a deep breath. Although he was only at the 10th stage, with this move, he wouldn't feel any pressure even if he fought a 15th stage powerhouse. Even without the green profound sword, he didn't completely rely on the green profound sword. The green profound sword was equivalent to a medium for him to communicate with the spacetime. Without the green profound sword, he wouldn't be able to escape into the spacetime. Now, he could enter the sixth spacetime even without the green profound sword. Of course, without the green profound sword, he wouldn't be able to ignore the spacetime pressure and the spacetime abyss. At this moment, he actually understood why Qing'er forged the green profound sword for him, to increase his combat strength. That was definitely one of the reasons. Qing'er's real purpose was to let him learn from the green profound sword. The green profound sword was his best teacher. A smile appeared on the corners of Xian's mouth when he thought of this, and his heart felt warm. The younger sister was definitely the biological younger sister, but the father might not necessarily be the biological father. After a while, Xian left Xiao Ta. He did not attempt to fold and fuse the seventh spacetime because the seventh spacetime was too terrifying. It wasn't something he could control right now. As soon as he left Xiao Ta, Huanming appeared in front of him. Glancing at Xian, Huanming said with a smile, "Young Master Yi has become stronger." Xian smiled. "Senior Phantom, let's go to the illusory tribe." Huanming hesitated for a moment, then told him about the exalted celestial world. After listening to Huanming, Xian fell silent. After a while, he looked at Huanming and said, "I'm sorry." Huanming shook his head, "Young Master Yi, please don't say that. If it wasn't for Senior Suqiong, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to break through in this lifetime. To me, I owe her a new lease on life." Xian spoke in a low voice, "What do you plan to do now, Senior?" Huanming hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, your older sister gave me some advice." Xian frowned slightly, "My older sister?" Huanming nodded, "Your older sister." Xian spoke in a low voice, "Senior, please describe her appearance." Huanming opened his palm, and the space above his palm suddenly warped. It didn't take long for the image of a woman to appear above his palm. Xian was stunned when he saw the woman. Sister Nian is actually here," Xian hurriedly asked. "Senior, where is she now?" Please continue to the next page. Huanming smiled bitterly, "I don't know." Xian shook his head and smiled. Sister Nian is really something. Since she's here, why didn't she see me? And too, he naturally hadn't forgotten this younger sister of his. However, he hadn't heard any news about them in a very, very long time. However, he believed that the two of them definitely wouldn't be doing too badly. What a joke. One of them was Sister Nian, who even Qing'er had taken a liking to, and the other was the clone of the first Qing'er. How could they possibly be doing badly? Huanming told Xian about Nian's plan. Xian was speechless when he heard that. Why is Sister Nian still so devious? She's asking the ancient exalted clan and the desolate antiquity sect to search for Qing'er, Dad, and Big Brother. That's too devious. Huanming suddenly asked, "Young Master Yi, will Senior Suqiong and the others get angry if I do that?" Xian smiled, "They won't." Huan Ming instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Xian gazed at Huan Ming. Senior, have they really gone to search for them? Huan Ming nodded. According to my people, they've started searching with all their might for Senior Su Qiong and the others. I just don't know if they've found them yet. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. This isn't good. If they can't find them, then they'll definitely come looking for me. Huan Ming's expression changed slightly as well. That seems to be the case. Yi Xian was about to speak when an expert from the illusion race suddenly appeared in front of him. The expert bowed slightly and said, Patriarch, young Master Yi, the Patriarch of the ancient exalted clan and the Master of the desolate antiquity sect are rushing over here. Yi Xian's face fell when he had heard that. Huan Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. They're rushing over here. The expert nodded, yes. Huan Ming turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you're probably their target. We'll escort you away, you. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Where to? Huan Ming fell silent. Where to? There was nowhere else to go. Huan Ming spoke solemnly. Young Master Yi, you leave first. We'll stop them. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Can your illusion race fight too on their own? Huan Ming was about to speak when Yi Xian smiled. I'm their target. They'll definitely not let you go if I leave. He looked up into the sky as he spoke. I'll wait for them. Huan Ming frowned slightly. Wait for them. Yi Xian smiled. I'll wait for them. Huan Ming was slightly puzzled. Young Master Yi, you. Suddenly, the starry sky in the distance warped, and then a terrifying aura swept over. They're here. A cold light flashed through Huan Ming's eyes. Men. Countless experts of the illusion race appeared behind him as soon as he spoke. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Senior Huan Ming, tell your clansmen not to attack. Huan Ming glanced at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. If a fight really broke out, he definitely wouldn't sit back and watch. In any case, he was determined to cling to Yi Xian. No one could stop him. At this moment, the space above their heads suddenly split open, and then two people walked out. It was the sect master of the ancient desolation sect, Huang Guxing, and the patriarch of the ancient exalted clan, Daluo Tian. Daluo Tian's gaze immediately fell on Yi Xian. You must be young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Daluo Tian stared at Yi Xian. You're waiting for us? This chapter is not over. Please continue. Yi Xian nodded. Daluo Tian looked at Yi Xian, a trace of wariness rising in his heart. This human might be from a level 7 civilization. He had never seen a level 7 civilization, but he knew that someone from such a civilization was definitely not simple. At this moment, Huang Guxing suddenly smiled. Young Master Yi, you know the purpose of our trip, right? Yi Xian nodded. I know. You want to find those 3 people through me, right? Huang Guxing looked at Yi Xian. Will young Master Yi help us? Yi Xian looked at Huang Guxing and smiled. If I don't help, what will you do? Huang Guxing smiled. What do you think we will do, young Master Yi? Yi Xian fell silent. Daluo Tian suddenly said, Young Master Yi, we don't want to use force, but we hope that young Master Yi will cooperate with us. As long as young Master Yi is willing to cooperate, we won't hurt young Master Yi. Yi Xian said solemnly, Forgive me for being blunt, but you might not be a match for those 3. He paused for a moment before he continued, even though they're heavily injured and their strength has been suppressed, they're still not people that ordinary people can deal with. Heavily injured, their strength has been suppressed. Daluo Tian and Huang Guxing exchanged glances, and a wisp of excitement flashed through their eyes. Meanwhile, Daluo Tian said, Young Master Yi, you said they're heavily injured. Can you tell me in detail? Yi Xian said solemnly, They're like me. They escaped, and they were heavily injured by an extraordinary force from above because they stole some divine artifacts from that extraordinary force. Huang Guxing suddenly asked. What divine artifacts? Yi Xian glanced at Huang Guxing, and then he said, I don't know anything else, but I do know that the man in the green robe has a super divine item in his possession. That divine item can directly wipe out the 8th layer of spacetime. Not only that, it can also change the nature of life. Daluo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The essence of life? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Life is above spacetime. As he spoke, he glanced at Daluo Tian and said, I presume that you've come into contact with the life Tao as well. However, you probably don't know much about it. Dalluo Tian nodded. I really don't. Yi Xian said, that man has some extraordinary divine artifacts in his possession. For example, he has a saint door. If one enters it, then one can reconstruct one's saint physique. Once one attains the saint physique, then one can surpass the space-time Tao and disregard all spatial pressure, abysses, and black holes. The expressions of the experts from Dalluo Tian became solemn when they heard this. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian said again, that azure-robed man is badly injured. Dalluo Tian gazed at Yi Xian. How severe are his injuries? Yi Xian fell silent for a short moment before he said, his current strength isn't even 30% of his peak strength. Those divine artifacts in his possession can't be utilized at all. Huang Guangxing said abruptly, how can we believe you? Yi Xian glanced at Huang Guxing, and then he opened his palm. The green profound sword flew over to Dalluo Tian and said, take a look at this sword. Dalluo Tian glanced at the sword, and then his expression instantly became solemn. This? Yi Xian gazed at Dalluo Tian and said, that green-clothed man was struck down when he fled, and then I took advantage of him. The divine artifacts in his possession are only of the lowest quality. He has at least 100 extraordinary divine artifacts in his possession. Any one of them can completely change one's fate. He's extremely weak right now, so it's the best time to kill him. Once he recovers. All of you understand. He didn't continue speaking at this point. End of this chapter. Heavily injured, Dalluo and Huang Guxing glanced at each other when they heard Yi Xian, and then they didn't hesitate to make their decision. It was an extremely rare opportunity. It was worth it. Right at this moment, the ancestor of the spirit beasts, Ye Yao, suddenly said, I think there's something fishy about this. Dalluo and Huang Guxing looked at Ye Yao, and the latter looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, why do I feel like you're setting a trap for us? You're asking us to look for that man in green clothes on purpose? Dalluo and Huang Guxing looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled. To tell you the truth, I want to work together with all of you because I want to obtain the divine treasures in that man's possession. However, I'm very clearly aware that my strength alone isn't enough, so I'm willing to work together with all of you. Ye Yao stared fixedly at Yi Xian. There are 3 suspicious points. Firstly, according to my knowledge, the human race was created by the God Clan, and the God Clan is only a level 3 civilization. However, you said that those 3 people are from a level 7 civilization. This doesn't make sense. Secondly, you said that the strength of those 3 people was suppressed when they came to this universe. I'd like to ask how they were suppressed? How were they suppressed? Thirdly, young Master Yi from a level 7 civilization, why are you so weak? You're only at level 10? Is that reasonable? The All-Heaven Domain and Primordial Xing frowned when they heard Ye Yao. At this moment, their minds were much clearer. All the experts here looked at Yi Xian and waited for Yi Xian's explanation. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. How laughable. How truly laughable. An ant actually used her knowledge to judge a level 7 civilization. Don't you think it's laughable? As he spoke, he issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword in Dalluo's hand flew over to Ye Yao. Come, take a look at this sword, and then please explain the space-time Tao contained within it. Ye Yao glanced at the green profound sword in front of him, and his expression gradually became heavy without him realizing it. With another thought, Yi Xian sent the green profound sword directly into the 7th layer of space-time. Not only that, but he himself also followed the green profound sword into the 7th layer of space-time. All the experts in the surroundings revealed solemn expressions when they witnessed this scene. A 10th phase expert entering the 7th layer of space-time? What kind of joke was this? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took the initiative to enter the space-time abyss of the 7th space-time. After entering the space-time abyss, nothing happened to Yi Xian. The expressions of the members of the ancient Desolate Clan and ancient Exalted Clan became slightly unsightly when they saw this. This fellow could ignore the abyss of space and time. Ye Yao's expression turned extremely solemn, because the current him couldn't even enter the 7th layer of space-time, let alone the space-time abyss within it. At this moment, Yi Xian returned. He looked at Ye Yao and smiled. Sir, can you explain why I'm immune to the space-time abyss? Ye Yao's expression was slightly ugly. Meanwhile, the All-Heaven expert said abruptly, Young Master Yi is willing to work together with us? Yi Xian gazed at the all-heaven expert. I have a condition. The all-heaven expert gazed at Yi Xian. What is it? Yi Xian smiled. That green-clothed man has a white little fellow with him. I want that little fellow. Xiao Ta was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the desolate clan Xing suddenly asked, what's that? A spirit pet? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, sort of. The desolate clan Xing gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Meanwhile, the all-heaven expert spoke abruptly, I agree. Yi Xian gazed at the all-heaven expert, you have to swear. Not only did the all-heaven expert not get angry, he smiled instead. Because the more Yi Xian acted like this, the more it proved that he wanted to help them find the green-clothed man. The all-heaven Tendo said, I swear that if I kill that green-clothed man, then the spirit pet in his possession will belong to you. Yi Xian nodded, it's a pleasure working with you. The all-heaven expert gazed at Yi Xian, it's a pleasure working with you. Meanwhile, the desolate clan Xing said, take us to him. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly, Xiao Ta, it's time for you to show off. Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice, young master, are you really going to lead them to kill master? You have to think it through. It's probably quite difficult for us to kill master with our current strength. Unless we call him Big Sister Tianming. Yi Xian's face darkened, Xiao Ta, who exactly gave you the courage to act so arrogantly? Xiao Ta grunted coldly, young master, don't look down on me. I was modified by Big Sister Tianming. Yi Xian was speechless, damn it, so it was Qing who gave you the courage. Yi Xian shook his head, Xiao Ta, can you sense where I am? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, I can't contact master. Yi Xian frowned. At this time, Xiao Ta said, but I have a way to find master. Yi Xian quickly asked, what way? Xiao Ta said, Xiao. She can contact Little White. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. I'm so stupid, I actually forgot about Xiao. Xiao was in Xiao Ta. Yi Xian quickly contacted Xiao. At this time, Xiao was planting spiritual fruits in Xiao Ta. She loved to do this every day. Yi Xian looked at the all-heaven expert, wait a moment. With that, he entered Xiao Ta. Meanwhile, the all-heaven expert frowned when he saw Yi Xian vanish on the spot. Meanwhile, Huang Guxing spoke via voice transmission, you can't trust everything he says. The all-heaven expert nodded, of course. So long as he helps us find that green-cloaked man, then. When he spoke up to hear, a cold glow flashed through his eyes. Huang Guxing understood and nodded right away. Once they found that green-clothed man and the others, then Yi Xian would naturally lose his value. Right at this moment, Yi Xian appeared here, and he gazed at Huang Guxing and the all-heaven expert, come with me. He paused for a moment and continued, just in case, please bring all the experts of your clans with you. The all-heaven expert nodded, of course. Yi Xian nodded, and then he turned around to look at Huan Ming and smiled, Patriarch Huan Ming, we can't continue working together. Huan Ming feigned an unsightly expression. Yi Xian gazed at the all-heaven expert and Huang Guxing, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up on his sword and vanished into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. The all-heaven expert fell silent for a moment before he said, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the experts of the ancient exalted clan into the starry sky, and Huang Guxing hurriedly led the experts of the ancient exalted clan into the starry sky as well. On the other hand, Yao's brows were knit together tightly. He was comparatively calm, and his intuition told him that there was something fishy about this. However, he had no way to stop Exalted Heaven and Huang Guxing because he knew that they wouldn't give up on this opportunity. After all, it was a level 7 civilization. Up until now, they still hadn't laid eyes on a level 7 civilization, and becoming a level 7 civilization was their lifelong goal. Now that they had such an opportunity, they naturally had to seize it. Suddenly, Huan Ming said, why aren't you going with them and are pondering here instead? Yao's expression instantly changed drastically, and he gazed at Huan Ming. He was just about to speak when a wisp of a ferocious smile arose on the corners of Huan Ming's mouth. The enmity of annihilation is absolutely irreconcilable? Who do you think you are? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his palm down. Bang! Yao didn't even have the chance to react before he was blasted into the spatial abyss. Yao descended madly from within the spatial abyss, and his eyes were filled with terror. He wasn't like Yixian, so he couldn't disregard the spatial abyss. But now, the experts of the ancient exalted sect had left, so no one paid any attention to him. Despair. Ye Yao fell into despair within the spatial abyss. Huan Ming glanced coldly at Ye Yao. Who the hell do you think you are? You can't even compare to half of young Master Ye's intelligence, yet you dare to speak about taking revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he led his clansmen away. It didn't take long for Ye Yao to be completely annihilated. Yixian was flying through the boundless starry sky while Huang Guxing and Huang Guxing weren't too far away from him. Meanwhile, Huang Guxing suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, can you tell us about that green-cloaked man and those two others? We want to get to know them." Yixian thought for a moment and said, "That green-cloaked man's skin is extremely thick, shameless, and wretched. You must be careful if you encounter him because he's truly shameless." Xiao Ta was at a loss for words. Huang Guxing gazed at Yixian. "What we want to know is his strength." Yixian said, "Actually, his strength isn't particularly terrifying. The most terrifying thing about him is his shamelessness. He acts extremely shamelessly, so you must be careful if you encounter him." Huang Guxing glanced at Yixian. "Is he very shameless?" Yixian spoke seriously, "Extremely." Huang Guxing laughed. "Now I'm quite curious." Yixian was about to speak when Huang Guxing suddenly asked, "Where's that green-cloaked man now?" Yixian gazed towards the end of the starry sky and spoke softly, "I don't know the specifics, but I can find him." Huang Guxing glanced at Yixian and didn't say anything else. Yixian suddenly sped up. About a day later, Yixian and the others arrived at an unknown starfield, a starfield very far from the exalted ancient world. Huang Guxing's eyes flashed with wariness. "Young Master Yi, where are we?" Yixian shook his head. "I don't know." Huang Guxing looked at Yixian. "You don't know?" Yixian gazed into the distance, whispering, "We're almost there." "Almost there." All Heaven Celestial was just about to speak when Desolate Xing's voice suddenly resounded within his mind, "Be careful." Huang Guxing nodded. At this time, Yixian disappeared into the distance on his sword. Huang Guxing glanced at Yixian in the distance. "Let's go." About 2 hours later, Yixian suddenly said excitedly, "Everyone, I can already sense his aura." Saying so, his speed suddenly exploded. Behind him, Huang Guxing narrowed his eyes. "Everyone, get ready." With that, he led the exalted ancient clan in pursuit. Huang Guxing also hurriedly led the experts of his sect and followed closely behind. 4 hours later, Yixian suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance and said excitedly, "Found it." At the edge of the starry sky, there were two swordsmen. One of them was a swordsman dressed in a green robe while the other was dressed in a white robe. At this moment, the corners of grand overarching heaven's mouth curled into a smile, and he waved his hand. "Stop those two swordsmen." With that, the exalted clan experts behind him charged forward, quickly surrounding the two swordsmen. They were stunned, regardless of whether it was the swordsman or the green-cloaked man, both of them were slightly stunned. "How did we get surrounded?" Meanwhile, the green-cloaked man turned around to gaze at Yixian, and his face instantly fell when he saw Yixian, that unfilial son. Yixian was speechless. The swordsman glanced at Yixian and grinned. He had a good impression of Yixian, and the little fellow was to his liking. Meanwhile, Huang Gu and Xing from exalted heaven appeared in front of the green-cloaked man, and they stared fixedly at the green-cloaked man. "Show yourself." As soon as the voice resounded, 2 old men appeared behind the green-cloaked man and swordsman. Both of them were actually at the 17th rank, and their gazes had descended onto the green-cloaked man. Their divine sense had locked onto the green-cloaked man, and they would attack immediately if the green-cloaked man moved in the slightest. Huang Gu's eyes were filled with surprise when he witnessed this scene. Both of them were supreme elders of the ancient exalted clan, and they'd been in closed-door cultivation for a few hundreds of thousands of years. He hadn't expected that exalted heaven would actually summon them. They're really going all out. Meanwhile, exalted heaven suddenly said, "Attack." "Attack right away. The first to strike gains the upper hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. This fist shot straight towards the green-cloaked man's head. The formidable force contained within his fist caused the starry sky and the surroundings to seethe. The green-cloaked man frowned slightly. "What's wrong with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his thumb lightly. Hiss, a ray of light flashed. and then the others didn't even have the chance to react before it stabbed into the center of the Exalted Heaven's forehead. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. An instant kill. The Exalted Heaven is a 17th rank expert. He was instantly killed just like that. All the experts here were flabbergasted. On the other hand, Exalted Heaven's eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. Who am I? What's wrong with me? At this moment, the minds of the Exalted Heaven had gone blank. On the other side, Huanggu recovered from his shock, and then he gazed at Xian and shouted furiously, "Human! How dare you deceive us? He's not seriously injured at all." Xian blinked. "I apologize to you. Sorry, I lied." Huanggu Xing's lungs almost exploded with rage when he heard this. He glared fixedly at Xian, and then he looked at the green-cloaked man and bowed slightly. "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. This is a huge misunderstanding." As he spoke, he pointed angrily at Xian. "It's all because of this person. This person said that you were heavily injured, so he asked us to join forces to kill you." "You," the azure-clothed man suddenly said, "he's my son." Huang Guang's expression froze. Xian looked at Huanggu Xing. "Are you trying to sow discord between us?" Huanggu Xing turned around and ran. Father and son, he knew that they had been tricked. At this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Huanggu Xing's body froze, and then his body and soul disappeared bit by bit. At this time, the surrounding experts also came to their senses and fled. The green-robed man suddenly drew his sword and swept. Hiss! 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 In an instant, tens of thousands of heads flew into the air while blood sprayed through the starry sky like fountains. It was an extremely bloody scene. Amongst them included the two 17th phase super experts. A single strike, the ancient exalted clan had been annihilated, the ancient desolate sect had been annihilated. Exalted celestial and desolate Xing, who were still alive, were completely dumbfounded by the scene before them. "We'd come all the way here to give our lives away," as if he'd thought of something. Exalted Heaven suddenly gazed at Xian and spoke resentfully, "Human! I curse you! I curse you to die a horrible death." Meanwhile, the green-cloaked man spoke abruptly, "Are you treating me like I don't exist?" Exalted Heaven gazed at the green-cloaked man and was about to speak when the green-cloaked man casually swung his sword. Hiss! Exalted Heaven was instantly annihilated. The green-cloaked man remained expressionless. "You're cursing my son? What nonsense!" As he spoke, he swung his sword once more. Hiss! Huang Guang was instantly annihilated. Xian chuckled and hurriedly tried to flatter the green-cloaked man. "Father is invincible." The green-cloaked man turned to gaze at Xian, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, "For the first time, I feel that you're truly formidable. You actually brought your enemies here. Of course, I admire your enemies even more. They actually followed you to find me. Why are your enemies so stupid? Can you explain it to me?" Xian was at a loss for words. The green-cloaked man sighed softly. "If you continue playing like this, then when will you be able to surpass the three of us? Tell me, do you have a chance to surpass us?" Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "I should be able to if I work hard." The green-cloaked man glared angrily at Xian. "Are you talking about shamelessness? If it's shamelessness, then there's no need for you to work hard. You've already surpassed it." Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Master, Xiao Ta, can't bear to watch any longer. Didn't young master inherit his shamelessness from you?" Xian was at a loss for words. The green-cloaked man opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. He looked at Xiao Ta and nodded slightly. "Impressive. Impressive. After Xiao Ta followed you, it's like he's changed towers." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a whip and lashed out. "Awoo!" Xiao Ta howled in pain. The green-cloaked man glanced at Xiao Ta, and then lashed out with his whip again. "Ah!" With a shrill cry, Xiao Ta was sent flying to the end of the starry sky. The green-cloaked man looked at Xian, and Xian's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Father, I really didn't want to bring them here to find you, they forced me to bring them here to find you." The green-cloaked man just looked at Xian, and didn't say anything. Xian was a little flustered from being stared at like that. Intuition told him that the situation was not good. At this moment, the green-cloaked man suddenly said, "I feel that you've been living too comfortably." Xian's expression changed drastically. and he hurriedly said, "Father, I promise I won't come looking for you anymore. I'll take Xiaota away now." After saying that, he was about to slip away. At this moment, a sword intent directly locked him in place. Xian smiled bitterly, and hurriedly looked at Swordsman beside him. "Big brother." Swordsman hesitated, and then said, "It's not my place to interfere in the matters between you and your father." Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xiaota, who was at the end of the starry sky, suddenly said, "Young master, call Sister Tianming." Xian's face was full of black lines. "Damn, Xiaota, can't you be more observant? I'm going to die because of you." As expected, the green-cloaked man's expression instantly turned cold when he heard Xiaota's words, and he directly lashed out with his whip. At the end of the starry sky, Xiaota let out another shrill cry, and the cry grew further and further away. Xian shook his head repeatedly when he saw this. "Xiaota, oh, Xiaota, you should be a little more careful." The green-cloaked man looked at Xian, and Xian hurriedly said, "Father, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. From today onwards, I'll rely on myself, I'll never." "Shut up." The green-cloaked man suddenly said, "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" Xian was speechless. The green-cloaked man sized up Xian, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, "I'll send you to a place." A trace of uneasiness arose in Xian's heart. "Where?" The green-cloaked man said indifferently, "You'll know when you get there. Go there and properly train your sword Dao. Of course, to prevent you from being flashy again, I'll have to seal your sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword fell into his hand. At this moment, the green profound sword had not completely broken through. The green-cloaked man's right hand exerted force slightly. Buzz, the green profound sword let out a sword cry, and a powerful aura surged out from the sword. In an instant, the surrounding space became illusory. Even the 8th layer of space became illusory. "I've broken through." Xian was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the green-cloaked man suddenly flipped his palm, and the green profound sword directly sank into the space between Xian's brows. Boom! Xian's body shook violently, and he was slightly stunned. But soon, his expression changed. He could not sense Xiao Hun. The green profound sword had been sealed. The green-cloaked man suddenly said, "If your sword Dao can break through, the seal on this sword will automatically be removed." Xian spoke in a low voice, "Father, where are you sending me?" The green-cloaked man turned around to glance at Qianxi, and this glance was able to see through all the territories in the world. After a short moment, he withdrew his gaze. "A place that's extremely dangerous for you." Xian hurriedly said, "Can you give me a few days? I need to deal with some personal matters." The green-cloaked man replied, "There's no need." As he spoke, he opened his right hand, and Xiaota appeared within it. He suddenly clenched his right hand, causing Xiaota to tremble violently, and then the strange space within Xiaota's world was instantly sealed by him. In other words, Xiaota wasn't a paradise for cultivation any longer. Because it couldn't stay like it was 10 years in the outside world any longer. The green-cloaked man gazed at Xiaota in his hand. "If you're still so arrogant the next time I see you, then I'll break your legs." As he spoke, he placed Xiaota in front of Xian. "Both of you better think about it." As he finished speaking, without waiting for Xian to speak, he gently waved his right hand, and a sword ray tore through the starry sky. The next moment, Xian and Xiaota were directly sent away by the sword ray. After Xian and Xiaota were sent away, the green-clothed man sighed softly. Beside him, Swordsman smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" The green-clothed man said softly, "Heaven's will has opened up too many shortcuts for this little guy, and this isn't a good thing." Swordsman was silent. The green-clothed man sighed softly. This little guy was getting more and more fancy. Most importantly, when he encountered difficulties, this little guy didn't think of using strength to solve them, but instead used some crooked ideas. He really didn't expect that Xian would bring the enemy right in front of him. This kind of operation left him dumbfounded. At this moment, Swordsman suddenly asked, "Where did you send him?" The green-cloaked man thought about it and said, "A place far away from heaven's will. Not only that, I've also completely concealed his aura and sealed his sword. Now, Tianming shouldn't be able to sense him." As soon as he finished speaking, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped in a mysterious galaxy. She turned her head and glanced at him before turning to leave. When Yixian woke up, his head felt like it was filled with lead, it was extremely heavy. Yixian shook his head with all his might. After his head cleared up a little, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around. At that moment, he was in the middle of a battlefield. There were corpses and blood everywhere. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of blood and the smell of rotting corpses. "Where is this?" Yixian frowned. "Where did Pop send me to?" As if he thought of something, Yixian closed his eyes. After a while, his face turned ugly. He couldn't contact Little Hun, the green profound sword was really sealed. At that moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded in front of Yixian, "Young master." It was Xiao Ta's voice. Yixian looked at his chest. Xiao Ta was lying on his chest. At that moment, Xiao Ta was in a miserable state. His whole body was cracked. It could be said that he was covered with cuts and bruises. Yixian shook his head and sighed. "Xiao Ta, I don't think I'm fit to be your young master." Actually, he was also speechless. This Xiao Ta was too arrogant. He actually dared to talk back to Pops. Was he crazy? Who was Pops? Based on the current situation, Pops was also an invincible existence. At that moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said in a deep voice, "There's still a gap between me and master." Yixian shook his head. This Xiao Ta was already hopeless. A gap. He was so thick-skinned that even he was about to concede defeat. At that moment, Xiao Ta said again, "Young master, what should we do now?" "What should we do?" Yixian looked around helplessly. "What else can we do? From now on, I'll be a low-key person and you'll be a low-key pagoda." Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "I think, under the 3 swords, young master and I are still invincible." Yixian immediately fainted. This Xiao Ta was hopeless. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind him. Yixian was startled and turned around. Not far away, a woman was slowly walking over. Not human, although she wasn't human, her appearance wasn't much different from a human's. However, the woman's ears were a little like a fox's, and they were furry. His hair was not black, but blue. Behind the woman, there were a few burly men. Yixian was secretly on his guard. His father would definitely not send him to a world with an extremely low level of civilization. This place was at least a level 7 civilization. As for the woman in front of him, he could not see through her at all. The woman sized up Yixian and spoke. However, Yixian had no idea what she was talking about. Yixian hesitated for a moment. "Miss, can you speak human language?" Hearing Yixian's words, the woman frowned. A moment later, a voice sounded in Yixian's mind, "What kind of creature are you? Why are you here?" Divine sense communication. Yixian's expression became even more solemn. She was actually able to enter his divine sense without a sound. When she saw that Yixian didn't reply, the woman frowned slightly. "Why aren't you replying?" When he saw that the woman's expression was hostile, Yixian hurriedly said, "Human." "Human?" The woman sized up Yixian again and said, "I've never heard of you." Yixian glanced at the woman. "How should I address you, miss?" The woman looked at Yixian and didn't speak. Yixian was in a difficult position. This woman wouldn't have taken a liking to me, right? At this moment, the woman suddenly said, "You humans are too ugly." Yixian was speechless. The woman continued, "Not only are you ugly, but you're also so weak." At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, how can we tolerate this? Hit her." Yixian directly disregarded Xiao Ta. He cupped his fists and said, "Miss, where are we?" The woman gazed at Yixian, "You don't know where we are?" Yixian nodded. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then why have you appeared here?" Yixian was about to speak when the sky in the distance suddenly seethed. Yixian turned around and looked over. A powerful wave of pressure swept over from afar, and then a man walked out from within space. The man wore golden armor and held a spear in his hand. Moreover, a pair of wings grew on his back, and as they flapped, the space around him rippled like water. The woman's expression instantly turned cold when she saw this man, and the expressions of the 2 experts behind her became solemn. The armored man's gaze descended onto the woman, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Miss Aroshing, what a coincidence." The woman called Aroshing chuckled lightly. "Yen Emperor, looks like your Yen clan is interested in this restricted area as well." Yen Huang laughed. "Likewise." Aroshing smiled faintly. "Shall we cooperate?" Yan Huang glanced at Eroshing and said with a smile, sure. Eroshing turned to Yixian. You're new here, and I believe you have nowhere to go. Why don't you follow me? What do you think? Yixian quickly shook his head, and was about to refuse when Eroshing spoke again. This place is called 10 Directions Impasse. Do you see the corpses around you? They were all 18 stages when they were alive. 18 stages, Yixian's expression changed. Damn it, what kind of damned place did my dad send me to? 18 stages are like ants. This is my real dad. Yixian was speechless. Eroshing asked again, what do you think? Yixian looked at Eroshing. I'll follow you. Eroshing smiled and looked at Yan Huang. Let's go. Yan Huang looked at Yixian and nodded. The group started walking away. They had only taken a few steps when the ground on their right suddenly trembled. The next moment, a rotten corpse suddenly broke through the ground and headed straight for Eroshing and the others. Wherever this rotten corpse passed, the 7th layer of spacetime was directly shattered and annihilated. Seeing this, Yixian's expression changed. What the hell is this? How could it be so terrifying? Yan Huang suddenly stabbed out with his spear. Boom, the zombie was erased by the spear. Instant kill. Yixian took a deep look at the Yan Emperor and Aluosheng, who were leading the group. The strength of these two people might have reached level 20. What kind of place is this? Yixian frowned. He was a little worried about his own survival at the moment. He was only at 10th stage now, and the green profound sword was sealed by his dad. Right now, he was too weak, way too weak. That rotten corpse just now could have killed him in an instant. My dear dad, Yixian sighed. His dad only knew to send him to a dangerous place. He definitely didn't think about how dangerous this place was or his current strength. At this moment, the Yan Emperor and Eroshing, who were in the lead, suddenly stopped. Yixian looked around and frowned. His instincts told him that there was danger. As soon as this thought came to mind, the space around them suddenly trembled. Then, the space around them started to corrode bit by bit. Danger, Yixian's expression became serious. What kind of place is this? At this moment, the Yan Emperor suddenly stomped his right foot lightly. Boom, the wings on the Yan Emperor's back suddenly flapped, and in an instant, the space he was in was directly enveloped by a mysterious airflow. At the same time, Arlasheng suddenly pressed down with her right hand, and in an instant, the space she and the two old men behind her were in was enveloped by a layer of golden light. As if thinking of something, Eroshing looked at Yixian. Right now, the space around Yixian was completely corroded. In a few breaths, he would disappear from this world. Yixian's expression was calm, but he was panicking inside. What should I do? He wanted to summon the green profound sword, but he couldn't sense little soul. At this moment, Eroshing, who was next to him, suddenly pressed down lightly with her right hand, and Yixian was instantly enveloped by a golden light. Yixian relaxed. He looked at Eroshing and smiled. Thank you. Eroshing smiled. You're welcome. Yan Huang glanced at Yixian but didn't say anything. Hee hee. Right at this moment, a cold and strange laughter suddenly sounded from the side. Yixian turned his head to look. Not far away, the ground there suddenly split open. Then, a skeleton slowly floated out. The skeleton held a bone blade in its hand. Seeing the skeleton, Eroshing frowned. Undead Emperor. The skeleton looked at Eroshing. You know of me? Eroshing looked at the undead emperor. 1,000,000 years ago, I was invincible in the realm of Seamless. Haha. The undead emperor laughed. I didn't think that after 1,000,000 years, someone would still know of me. Not bad, not bad. Aluosheng said in a deep voice, why are you here? The undead emperor smiled. I want to obtain the 10 Directions God Emperor's inheritance. Arosa's gaze fell upon the undead emperor's feet. There was a blood-red chain around the undead emperor's feet. Seeing this, Eroshing's expression darkened. Retreat. Retreat. Just as she was about to leave with the two elders behind her, the space around them suddenly turned blood-red. Then, countless blood-red chains suddenly flew out from the space around them. The Yan Emperor in the lead narrowed his eyes. He suddenly leaped up and slashed down with the spear in his hand. However, this attack was completely useless. A blood-red chain pierced through the center of his brows and forcefully locked him on the spot. On the other side, Eroshing was about to leave with the two elders behind her, but she was too slow. 3 blood-red chains locked the 3 of them in place. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was more sensible. When the blood-red chains appeared, he stretched out his hands and obediently let the blood-red chains lock him up. No resistance, surrender. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out from the side. Everyone turned around to look, and they saw a little girl walking over slowly from nearby. The little girl wasn't wearing shoes, and she wore a red dress. Upon closer inspection, the dress was formed from blood. On the right side of the little girl's face, there was a deep scar that made the little girl look somewhat ferocious. In the little girl's right hand, there was a dagger made of blood. Seeing the little girl, the undead emperor immediately knelt on the ground and trembled. The little girl walked in front of the fire emperor. She looked up at him and opened her palm. 10 billion soul crystals. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn, is this a female bandit? But what the hell is a soul crystal? The fire emperor looked at the little girl. None. The little girl suddenly waved her right hand. In an instant, the fire emperor was directly dismembered into tens of thousands of pieces. Even his soul was dismembered. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. That's it? Such a powerful super expert was killed just like that? The little girl walked in front of Eroshing. She looked at Eroshing and opened her right hand. 10 billion. Eroshing was silent for a moment. I don't have it on me. Can I have someone send it over? The little girl nodded. Sure. As she said this, she looked at the 2 elders behind Eroshing. The 2 elders hurriedly looked at Eroshing. Eroshing remained silent. 1 million soul crystals. This number was simply too large. What were soul crystals? They were soul essences condensed from souls. Most importantly, not all souls could be condensed into soul essences. Only those who had reached at least the 15th phase could condense soul crystals. 1 million soul crystals. This meant that at least 1 million 15th phase and above experts had to be killed. Seeing that Eroshing didn't say anything, the 2 elders' faces turned ashen. At this time, the little girl waved her right hand and the 2 elders were dismembered into tens of thousands of pieces. The little girl walked in front of Yi Xian. When she saw Yi Xian, she frowned. So weak? Yi Xian, the little girl stretched out her right hand. 1 million soul crystals. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't have it. The little girl looked at Yi Xian. Have someone send it over. Yi Xian didn't say anything. The little girl was about to move. At this time, Yi Xian hurriedly said, I'll have someone send it over. As he said this, he slowly closed his eyes. Xiao tell Xiao Bai to contact Dad and tell him that I've been kidnapped. Have him pay 2 million soul crystals to redeem me. A moment later, in an unknown galaxy, a man in a green robe suddenly stopped. Beside him, the swordsman asked, What's wrong? The green-robed man was expressionless. He's been kidnapped. Let me pay him back. The swordsman. He was kidnapped. Swordsman's expression was a little strange. The green-robed man sighed softly. This guy, Swordsman smiled. He must have encountered some kind of trouble. Should we go and take a look? The green-robed man hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Let him solve it himself. Swordsman said. He probably can't solve it, that's why he came to you. The green-robed man shook his head and sighed. Brother Xiao, we don't have much time. He must grow up. If Tianming and I still help him like this, he will never grow up. Swordsman thought for a moment, then nodded. That's true. The green-robed man said. Let's go. Swordsman hesitated for a moment, then said. Let's wait and see. Swordsman shook his head and smiled. Clearly, the green-robed man was still worried. 10th extremity. The little girl in the red dress sat on a rock, her 2 little feet swaying gently. In her hand, there was a half-eaten spirit fruit. In front of the little girl, the undead emperor was dancing. That's right, a skeleton was dancing, and it was quite a good dance. It had to be said that the scene was very strange. Meanwhile, Eroshing's expression was extremely solemn. Who was this undead emperor? A million years ago, he was already invincible in the seamless realm, and now, such an invincible powerhouse was actually dancing here. Who was this little girl in the red dress? Was she the 10th God Emperor? Eroshing's heart was full of doubts, but she didn't dare to ask for fear of angering the little girl. Not long after, an old man came to the 10th extremity. The old man walked in front of Eroshing and respectfully handed over a storage ring. Inside the ring, there were 10 billion soul crystals. Eroshing handed the storage ring to the little girl. The little girl glanced at it, then put it away and said, "Let's go." Eroshing nodded slightly, then turned and left. When passing by Yixian, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yixian. "Where's your family?" Hearing this, Yixian suddenly felt sad. Because his father didn't reply, Eroshing gently patted Yixian's shoulder. "Take care." With that, she quickly disappeared into the distance without looking back. At this moment, the little girl looked at Yixian and did not say anything. Yixian didn't say anything. At this time, the little girl got up and walked in front of Yixian. The spirit fruit in her hand had turned into a dagger. It was this dagger that had dismembered the Yan Emperor into tens of thousands of pieces. The little girl looked at Yixian. "Popper." As she spoke, she was about to attack. However, Yixian suddenly said, "Wait." The little girl stared at Yixian without saying anything, but Yixian could already feel a terrifying killing intent. Yixian opened his palm, and Xiaota appeared in his hand. "Take a look and see if this is worth 10 billion soul crystals." Xiaota immediately jumped up. "Young master, you're too much. You actually sold it to me." Yixian, in front of Yixian, the little girl glanced at Xiaota and frowned. After a while, she shook her head. "It's not worth it." Hearing this, Xiaota was furious. "You actually said that I'm not worth it? I'm the #1 pagoda in the universe." Yixian hurriedly nodded. "The #1 pagoda in the universe, I can testify." The little girl sized up Xiaota and shook her head again. "It's useless." Yixian, Xiaota still wanted to say something, but the little girl suddenly slashed down with her dagger. Boom, Xiaota trembled violently and was directly sent flying. However, he was not damaged. The little girl frowned slightly when she witnessed this scene. She opened her palm, and the tiny pagoda appeared in her hand. She sized up the tiny pagoda, and in the next moment, she entered the tiny pagoda's world. In Xiaota's world, the little girl looked around. Very quickly, she seemed to have discovered something, and her brows furrowed again. After a while, the little girl's eyes narrowed. She discovered a seal, the seal left behind by the green-robed man. Suddenly, the little girl slashed down with her dagger. Boom, the surrounding space suddenly shook violently, but that seal did not have any reaction. After a moment of silence, the little girl left Xiaota. She just looked at Yixian, not saying anything. Yixian's scalp went numb from her stare. This woman had no way of breaking the seal left behind by his father, but she was definitely not someone he could fight against at the moment. The little girl suddenly turned around and left. Yixian frowned, a little confused. At the side, the undead emperor took a deep look at Yixian, and then hurriedly followed after the little girl. Yixian was a little confused. Why did the little girl suddenly stop? He had actually already felt this little girl's killing intent. She wanted to kill him, but for some reason, she stopped. Without thinking too much, Yixian decided to escape. He had just taken a few steps when a voice suddenly spoke up from the side. "If I were you, I would stay here." Yixian turned around and saw that the undead emperor had returned. Yixian asked in a low voice, "Why?" The undead emperor said calmly, "There are undead everywhere outside. If you go out, you will be instantly dismembered." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Senior, who is that little girl?" The undead emperor shook her head. "I don't know." Yixian frowned. "You don't know?" The undead emperor nodded. "I have been here for 800,000 years, but I know nothing about her. 800,000 years. Upon hearing this, Yixian's eyelids twitched. This girl had been imprisoned here for 800,000 years. The undead emperor glanced at Yixian. "I don't know why she hasn't killed you, but remember, don't make her angry. Don't ever make her angry. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." After saying this, the undead emperor turned around and left. Yi Xian raised his head and saw a black cloud floating above his head. Apart from that, there was nothing else. A moment later, Yi Xian walked off into the distance. After passing through a narrow cave, Yi Xian's expression drastically changed. Not too far away from him was a boundless sea of blood. He couldn't even see the end of it, and the little girl was sitting right next to the sea of blood. The undead emperor followed her from afar. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before walking over to the little girl's side. Seeing this, the undead emperor's mouth twitched. Was this guy trying to get himself killed? In the distance, the little girl turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly took out a stick of candied hawthorn and handed it to the little girl. The little girl furrowed her eyebrows. What is it? Yi Xian said in a serious tone, candied hawthorn. The little girl glanced at Yi Xian, but didn't say anything. Yi Xian hurriedly said, it's delicious. After a moment of silence, the little girl accepted the candied hawthorn and licked it. Her eyes instantly widened, and the next moment, she hurriedly licked it again. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, this candied hawthorn was truly a divine artifact. Fortunately, he had prepared several bundles of candied hawthorn. It could save his life at a critical moment. Yi Xian looked at the little girl. Does it taste good? The little girl nodded. Sure. Yi Xian took out another candied hawthorn and handed it to the little girl. Eat this candied hawthorn, and we'll be good friends from now on. This caused the undead emperor to widen her eyes in shock. Had this guy gone crazy? Become friends with this little girl? At this moment, the little girl took the candied hawthorn from Yi Xian's hands. Friends? Yi Xian nodded. Do you have any friends? The little girl shook her head. No. Yi Xian hurriedly said, then I'll be your friend from now on. The little girl glanced at Yi Xian. Okay. The undead emperor almost fainted upon hearing this. Friends? Damn, this guy used a candied hawthorn to become friends with this little girl. The undead emperor felt like his brain wasn't enough to process this. Yi Xian sat down next to the little girl and smiled. My name is Yi Xian. What's your name? The little girl said, Blood Eye. Blood Eye, Yi Xian smiled and then asked, can you leave? Blood Eye shook his head. No. Yi Xian said in a low voice, there's a barrier? Blood Eye nodded. Yes. Yi Xian frowned. You're so powerful, but you can't break it? Blood Eye said softly, I'm injured. Injured? Yi Xian sized up Blood Eye and then said, how long will it take for you to recover? Blood Eye shook his head. I won't recover. Yi Xian didn't quite understand. Why? Blood Eye turned to glance at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. Yi Xian was about to speak when Blood Eye suddenly said, friends? Yi Xian looked at Blood Eye, and Blood Eye stared back at Yi Xian. You and I are friends? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Blood Eye nodded slightly. Friends should help each other, right? Yi Xian was just about to nod when he suddenly realized that something was off. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't reply, Blood Eye narrowed his eyes. You don't treat me as a friend? In an instant, the nearby sea of blood started to seethe, and boundless killing intent filled the entire sky. Off to the side, the undead emperor immediately crawled down and trembled in fear. Yi Xian hurriedly said, friend. We're good friends. Blood Eye nodded slightly, and the sea of blood instantly calmed down. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This little girl's strength is truly terrifying. At this moment, Blood Eye suddenly said, I want to ask you for a favor. Yi Xian's expression froze. His intuition told him that he'd been tricked. Blood Eye turned to look at Yi Xian. A small favor. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm a little weak. Blood Eye looked directly at Yi Xian. Are you going to help me or not? Yi Xian felt quite helpless. Tell me. Blood Eye looked at Yi Xian. Who left the seal within Xiao Ta's body? Yi Xian's expression became solemn when he heard this. At this moment, he understood why the little girl hadn't killed him, so it was because of his father. Blood Eye asked again. Who? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, I know what you mean, but I can't contact him. Even if I could, he wouldn't come. Blood Eye frowned slightly. Who is he to you? Yi Xian felt quite helpless. My father. Blood Eye stared at Yi Xian. biological father? Yi Xian nodded. Blood Eye fell silent for a moment before he said, put on a show. Just say that I want to kill you and ask him to save you. What do you think? Yi Xian said helplessly, I tried just now. He didn't even pay attention to me. Blood Eye frowned slightly. Are you sure he's your biological father? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I'm not very sure. Shui Tong fell silent for a moment before he said, I suggest you change your father. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Please vote. Any ticket is fine. Change father? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could he change his father whenever he wanted? At this moment, Small Tower suddenly snorted coldly and said, Master is just not kind. He always says that you rely too much on big sister Tian Ming and him, but he never thinks about one problem, and that is young Master, your enemy. Master didn't have so many powerful enemies back then, but young Master, your enemies have always been abnormal. Look, young Master, you're only at the 10th phase now, but the enemies you're facing are all at the 20th phase. How are you going to play? Yi Xian smiled, actually, I can understand father. Xiao Ta was puzzled, understand? He treats you like this, and you still understand him? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, I can't deny that I rely too much on Qing. Look at me now, without the profound azure sword, I'm like a lamb, waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Ta was silent. Yi Xian said softly, I need to change myself. In some unknown part of the starry sky, the man in green suddenly withdrew his gaze and laughed, Brother Xiao, let's go. After saying that, he laughed and disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Beside the blood sea, Shui Tong didn't speak anymore. She sat on a rock and licked her candied haws, then looked at the distant blood sea. Yi Xian walked to the side, opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, and gradually, he fused with the 6th layer of time and space. Without the profound azure sword, he could still fuse with the 6th layer of time and space. However, he didn't dare to be as unscrupulous as before, because the current him not only couldn't ignore the space-time abyss, but he also couldn't ignore the space-time pressure of the 6th layer of time and space. When seeing Yi Xian enter the 6th layer of time and space, the undead emperor frowned, You're only at the 10th phase, how can you enter the 6th layer of time and space? And fuse with it? Yi Xian was puzzled, Senior can't enter the 6th layer of time and space at the 10th phase? The undead emperor looked at Yi Xian, no. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why not? The undead emperor growled, What I want to know is how you are able to do this. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I just gave it a try, and then I fused with it. The undead emperor, Yi Xian asked, Senior, what realm is the seamless realm that Miss Eroshing mentioned? The undead emperor glanced at Yi Xian, then said, After the 20th phase, if you continue to improve your power, you'll be at the seamless level. There was no space, and there was no time. In other words, the 8th layer of space. The 8th layer of spacetime is also called the seamless space. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, when I entered the 8th spacetime, I saw someone who looked exactly like me. That was, the undead emperor suddenly interrupted Yi Xian. You've entered the 8th heaven? Yi Xian nodded. Yeah. The undead emperor stared at Yi Xian. Are you joking? Yi Xian shook his head. No. The undead emperor said in a deep voice, You've really been there before? Yi Xian nodded. I've been there before. The undead emperor looked deeply at Yi Xian. You're very abnormal. He believed Yi Xian's words, because if Yi Xian hadn't entered the 8th layer of spacetime, he wouldn't know what it was like in the 8th layer of spacetime. But what he didn't understand was, how did this guy get in there? Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, what is seamless? The undead emperor fell silent for a moment, then said, I don't know how to explain it to you. The current your realm is a bit low. Also, your aura is a bit weak and unstable. It's obvious that you've taken a shortcut. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This was a real boss, the undead emperor asked again, You're a swordsman? Yi Xian nodded. A swordsman? The undead emperor laughed. I once knew a swordsman and had a few exchanges with him. He had some insights into the way of the sword. Come, show me a sword technique, and I'll give you some pointers. Yi Xian nodded, then suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to decide life and death. 2,800 stacked sword draws to decide life and death. This sword strike tore the space around them apart. Xue Tong suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Xian and frowned. When the undead emperor saw Yi Xian's sword strike, his expression instantly became serious. You. Who taught you this sword technique? Yi Xian said seriously, I created it myself. Created it himself? The undead emperor paused for a moment, then said, You created this sword technique yourself? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. The undead emperor looked deeply at Yi Xian. Impressive. Yi Xian said, I also have another sword technique. After saying that, he directly used sword draw to decide life and death. When the undead emperor saw this sword strike, his expression became even more serious. You created this as well? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. I spent 10 days to create it. The undead emperor was speechless. Actually, Yi Xian wasn't trying to show off. He had only used these two sword techniques to protect himself. The more extraordinary his performance was, the greater his chances of survival. At this moment, the undead emperor said in a low voice, Little brother, your background isn't simple at all. Yi Xian said seriously, Please teach me, senior. After a moment of silence, the undead emperor said, I don't have the qualifications to teach you this sword technique, but I do have some personal insights. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully. Please teach me, senior. The undead emperor said in a low voice, Your realm is on the low side. If you reach the 20th stage, with that sword technique of yours, you can be said to be almost invincible within the 20th stage. You can even fight against seamless realm powerhouses. So, you must first break through your own realm and raise yourself to the 20th stage. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The undead emperor hesitated for a moment, then said, But if you want to reach the 20th stage, you must have soul crystals. You need at least 500,000 soul crystals. Yi Xian was a little confused. What are soul crystals? The undead emperor was a little confused. You don't know what soul crystals are? Yi Xian nodded. I don't know. The undead emperor had a rather strange expression on his face. Moments later, he said, A soul crystal refers to a soul essence condensed from one's soul. This soul essence's energy is incredibly terrifying, far more powerful than some crystals. From a certain standpoint, a single soul crystal is equivalent to a person's life's work. The more powerful one's soul is, the more powerful the soul essence will be. If you want to reach the 20th stage, you need at least 500,000 soul crystals. 500,000 soul crystals. Yi Xian looked at the undead emperor, who stretched out his hands. Don't even think about it. I don't even have a single strand of hair. Yi Xian sized up the undead emperor. Indeed, he did not have a single strand of hair, only bones. The undead emperor glanced at Crimson Eye, but did not say anything. Yi Xian naturally understood what he meant. He looked at Crimson Eye. This girl must have a lot of soul crystals. Crimson Eye glanced at Yi Xian. A stick of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. A stick of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals? At this moment, Crimson Eye asked again, Do you want to trade? Yi Xian thought for a moment before saying, 2 sticks of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals. Crimson Eye looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian said seriously, Because we're friends. If 1 stick of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals, my conscience would ache. The reason why my life has been full of ups and downs is because I'm too honest. Sigh. Beside him, the undead emperor's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to hit someone. Perhaps Crimson Eye did not recognize candied hawthorn, but how could he not recognize it? 2 sticks of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals. Damn it, this guy was crazy. At this moment, he felt quite sullen. Damn it, if he had known that this boss Crimson Eye liked eating candied hawthorn, he would not have ended up like this. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel sorrow. Hundreds of thousands of years, he had relied on dancing to please this boss Crimson Eye for the past hundreds of thousands of years, but this human had used candied hawthorn to befriend this boss Crimson Eye. Candied hawthorn, damn it, why hadn't he brought some candied hawthorn? Not far away, Crimson Eye looked at Yi Xian. After a moment of silence, she said, "You're not bad." As she spoke, she waved her right hand, and 100,000 soul crystals appeared in front of Yixian. Yixian hurriedly took out 5 sticks of candied hawthorn and gave them to Crimson Eye. He thought for a moment before taking out an extra stick and giving it to Crimson Eye. "I'll give you one more." Crimson Eye glanced at Yixian. She accepted the candied hawthorn and said, "Thank you." Yixian hurriedly said, "You're welcome, you're welcome." As he spoke, he walked over to the undead emperor. "Senior, I'm going to break through to the 20th phase." The undead emperor, in the following period of time, Yixian began to break through to the 20th phase, even though he was only at the 10th phase, he could already enter the 6th layer of spacetime and fuse with it. What he needed now was some experience in the way of spacetime. And this undead emperor's guidance could make up for that. The undead emperor was actually quite shocked. This was because Yixian's cultivation speed was quite fast. This guy was only at the 10th phase, but he could already enter the 6th layer of spacetime and fuse with it. This was simply too abnormal. The undead emperor was becoming more and more curious about Yixian's origins. The reason why he had expressed goodwill to Yixian before was because he felt that Yixian was not a simple person. Perhaps this human could change his current predicament. Time passed bit by bit. Yixian's progress was godly, and he reached the 12th phase in less than a month. Not only that, but under the undead emperor's guidance, he became more and more familiar with the way of spacetime and understood it better. While Yixian was cultivating, Crimson Eye would sit by the blood sea every day without saying a word. Another month passed, and Yixian had reached the 13th phase. Even though he was only at the 13th phase, with his current strength, he could easily kill someone at the 17th phase even without using the profound green sword. It had to be said that cultivation consumed a lot of soul crystals. He had spent at least 1,000,000 soul crystals to reach the 13th phase. Fortunately, he had enough candied hawthorn. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate so quickly. 1 month later, Yixian had reached the 14th phase. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, the blood sea in the distance suddenly began to boil. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure swept out from the depths of the blood sea. This sudden turn of events caused Yixian to frown. Just as he was about to ask the undead emperor what had happened, he was astonished to find that the undead emperor was lying flat on the ground, her bones trembling. Yixian's expression changed when he saw this. At this moment, the undead emperor suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Little fellow, kneel." Her voice was filled with terror. "Kneel?" Yixian shook his head. A person could die, but their backbone could not be broken. Actually, the main thing was that kneeling like this was too embarrassing. It was better to hold on for a while. Next to the sea of blood, Blood Eye slowly licked her candied haws with a calm expression. Yixian hesitated for a moment before walking over to Blood Eye. Blood Eye turned to glance at Yixian before continuing to lick her candied haws. Yixian was about to speak when the sea of blood in the distance suddenly parted. Immediately afterwards, a bloodied person slowly walked over. When the undead emperor saw this bloody person, she buried her head in the ground and couldn't stop trembling. She was terrified to the extreme. Blood Eye looked at the bloodied person with a calm expression. At this moment, the bloodied person walked over to Blood Eye and bowed slightly. "Second miss, the patriarch has fallen." Blood Eye stopped licking her candied haws. She looked at the bloodied person and said, "Good." The bloodied person said in a low voice, "Second miss, before the patriarch fell, he said that you might become a threat to the family in the future. So, as soon as he died, he had to get rid of you." Hearing this, Yixian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, did this mean that the father was going to kill his daughter? At this moment, he suddenly felt that his father was not bad. There had to be a comparison. Blood Eye glanced at the bloodied person. "You?" As she spoke, she suddenly flipped her right hand. In an instant, a white light appeared above the blood-covered man's head. The blood-covered man was greatly shocked. "Seamless Tao, you've always been hiding your strength." Boom. Before the bloodied person could finish speaking, he was directly wiped out. Shui Tong took out a stick of Tonghulu and continued licking it. "If I didn't hide my strength, would that old fart have let me live until now?" Yixian could not help but glance at Shui Tong. He had always felt that he had taken advantage of Shui Tong. 2 candied haws for 100,000 soul crystals, that was a huge profit, But at this moment, he suddenly realized that this little girl was not stupid at all. While he was tricking others, he might also be tricked by others. Right at this moment, Xue Tong suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "I'll take you with me." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Where to?" Xue Tong licked his candied fruit, and then he said, "Nine Heavens City." Yi Xian frowned. "Where?" "Blood," I said, "my former home." Yi Xian's expression immediately changed. "You want to kill your way back?" Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian. "My father is dead. Shouldn't I go back and have a look?" Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "You should go back and have a look, but it has nothing to do with me, right?" Xue Tong frowned slightly. "Aren't we friends?" Yi Xian's expression froze. Xue Tong continued, "Since we're friends, then isn't my father your father as well?" "Of course, your father will be my father as well." "I'm very fair." Yi Xian was dumbfounded. "Is that even possible?" Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian. "You don't treat me as a friend?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Of course we're friends. But why are you taking me with you?" Xue Tong said, "Digging graves." "Oh, no, I mean going back to observe mourning." Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat. This fellow wants to go back and dig graves. Damn it, she's leading me into a pit of fire. Xue Tong suddenly said, "Let's go." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Is it alright if I don't go?" Xue Tong stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "Can you contact your father now?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xue Tong said, "If you can't, then let's go." She turned around and walked towards the sea of blood. A threat. A blatant threat. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he turned to look at the undead emperor. "Senior, do you want to go with me?" The undead emperor hurriedly shook her head. "No, no. Little brother, you go. Take care." Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, Yi Xian and Xue Tong disappeared into the sea of blood. The undead emperor let out a heavy sigh of relief. She was finally free. In the distance, Yi Xian and Xue Tong walked on the sea of blood. Xue Tong walked very slowly as he licked his candied fruit. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xue Tong, why are you taking me to that city of the 9 heavens?" Xue Tong said, "We're friends. You said that friends should share blessings and misfortunes together. Is there a problem?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xue Tong said, "Don't be afraid. It's no big deal." Yi Xian was speechless. "Of course you're not afraid. I'm so weak. I won't even know how I died if I went to dig up a grave with you." He wanted to run, but he knew that he couldn't escape at all. Xue Tong's strength wasn't something he could fight against right now. At this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly trembled. Yi Xian looked at the sky and saw that it had suddenly split open. Immediately, a figure floated out. It was a woman. The woman wore a long white dress and had a long tail. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Xue Tong's. Xue Tong glanced at the woman before continuing to lick his candied fruit. The woman in the white dress looked at Xue Tong. "What are you doing?" Xue Tong said, "Observing filial piety." The woman in the white dress stared at Xue Tong. "He's already dead. This matter ends here, alright?" "Ends?" Xue Tong grinned. "It's just begun." As she spoke, she turned around and pointed at Yi Xian. "Let me introduce a friend I just met. His name is Yi Xian." Yi Xian was speechless. "Why are you introducing me?" The woman in the white dress glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Such a weak friend." Yi Xian was speechless. Xue Tong licked his candied fruit. "Is there anything else?" The woman in the white dress looked at Xue Tong. "Don't seek death." With that, she disappeared. Xue Tong continued forward. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Aren't you going to reconsider?" Xue Tong took out a candied fruit and passed it to Yi Xian. "Don't be afraid. At worst, I'll just die." Yi Xian was speechless. Not long after, Xue Tong brought Yi Xian to a stone step. At the end of the stone step was a huge stone door. The stone door was 300 m tall and extremely grand. Xue Tong said softly, "We're here." Yi Xian glanced at the stone door. There were 4 large words in the center of the stone door, 9 Heavens City. Xuetong suddenly walked up. At this moment, a man in black armor suddenly appeared not far away from Xuetong. He was about to speak when Xuetong suddenly pressed his right hand down. Boom, the man in black armor was directly obliterated, instant kill. Xuetong looked up and smiled. It's time to destroy the 9 Heavens clan. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stomped her right foot. Boom, the stone gate collapsed with a loud rumble. At this moment, countless powerful auras suddenly appeared in the surroundings. At the same time, a woman in a white dress appeared not far away from Xuetong. It was the woman in the white dress that Xian had seen earlier. The woman in the white dress looked at Xuetong. I gave you a chance. Xuetong said disdainfully, gave me a chance. Big sister, who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of giving me a chance? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly flipped her right hand. Boom, the expanse of space where the woman stood started to seethe. At the same time, an expanse of white light appeared above her. The expressions of the experts here changed drastically at the sight of this. Seamless Tao, the woman's expression changed drastically as well. The Seamless Tao. You've actually surpassed the Seamless Tao and attained the Seamless Tao. Xuetong chuckled. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? As she spoke, she suddenly pressed down with her right hand. Boom, the white-robed woman's body instantly turned illusory. She was about to be sent into the seamless void. The white-robed woman was horrified. She opened her palm and a small golden bell appeared in her hand. In the next instant, the small golden bell transformed into a golden light that enveloped her. Under the envelopment of the golden light, the white-robed woman was protected. Xuetong licked his candied fruit, and then he smiled, so it's the divine bell. Congratulations on becoming the patriarch of the 9 Heavens clan. The woman in the white dress stared fixedly at Xuetong. What exactly do you want? Xuetong smiled, to collect a debt. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly tapped forward with her finger, and a ray of blood-red light instantly smashed against the divine bell. Bang, the divine bell shattered, and then Xuetong pressed down lightly with her right hand. A powerful force enveloped the woman in the white dress and was about to strike her into the Seamless Tao. However, a powerful aura suddenly appeared here. Bang, Crimson Eye retreated 10,000 feet away without a sound. Xian gazed towards the distance and noticed that an old man had suddenly appeared behind the woman in the white dress. All the experts of the 9 Heavens clan bowed when they saw the old man, Patriarch. The Patriarch, Xian's face fell when he heard this. So she's still alive, that little girl, Xuetong, was tricked. The Patriarch of the 9 Heavens clan gazed at Xuetong while a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. You've actually attained the Seamless Tao. Xuetong put the candied fruit away and said, Old fellow, you're still alive. The Patriarch of the 9 Heavens clan had a complicated expression on his face. I'd intended to let you live, but unfortunately, you refused to change. Since it's like that, then I have no choice but to end you with my own 2 hands. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, the expressions of the experts of the 9 Heavens clan changed drastically. Bloodline pressure. The Patriarch of the 9 Heavens clan intends to crush Xuetong with his bloodline. Xuetong's figure suddenly started trembling violently. The powerful bloodline pressure was on the verge of crushing her, and she couldn't resist it at all. Because it came from her bloodline pressure, and she couldn't do anything unless she emptied her blood. But that was clearly impossible. Meanwhile, she suddenly appeared by Xian's side, and she gazed at Xian. Are you a friend? Xian was about to speak when Xuetong suddenly said, Lend me some blood. As she spoke, she patted Xian lightly with her right hand. Boom, in an instant, blood spurted out of Xian's mouth like a fountain, and under Xuetong's control, Xian's blood began to boil. In an instant, an extremely terrifying bloodline pressure swept through the 9 Heavens realm. In an instant, the surrounding spacetime was shattered, and even the 8th layer of spacetime was annihilated at this moment. At the same time, the experts of the 9 Heavens clan felt their blood boil. Then, all the experts of the 9 Heavens clan knelt on the ground and trembled. Bloodline submission. This was the submission of one bloodline to another bloodline. Xian was petrified at the sight of this. Is my bloodline so terrifying? His face darkened as if he had thought of something. Damn it, his bloodline has definitely been suppressed or sealed by his father, this bastard. Bloodline pressure. As soon as Yi Xian's bloodline pressure appeared, even the patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan's bloodline pressure was instantly suppressed. The patriarch's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he spoke with a trembling voice. What bloodline is that? Xue Tong turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, and he grinned. That old bastard is asking you what bloodline it is. Yi Xian fell silent. He knew why Xue Tong hadn't killed him and had even brought him here. His bloodline. Xue Tong wanted to use the energy of his bloodline. Meanwhile, Xue Tong chuckled. You seem to be unaware of how terrifying your bloodline is. Yi Xian nodded. Xue Tong gazed at Yi Xian. Then you should thank me. Because I can unseal a portion of the power of your bloodline. As she spoke, she turned around to gaze at the patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan. If it wasn't for that trace of ancestral blood within you, then killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly waved her right hand. Bang! The space where the patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan resided fell into the void, and he was just about to attack when Xue Tong pressed her right hand down once more. Rumble! The patriarch's body collapsed into pieces, and only his soul remained. The expressions of the experts of the Nine Heaven clan changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. They wanted to attack, but they were completely suppressed by Yi Xian's bloodline, and they didn't even have the ability to resist. The reason the patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan hadn't been able to fight back was mostly because of the energy of his bloodline. Yi Xian's bloodline had suppressed the trace of ancestral blood within him, and he couldn't bring forth his full strength without it. The patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan, who only had his soul left, stared fixedly at Xue Tong, unfilial. Bastard! Are you trying to kill your father? Xue Tong licked her lips and said, I'll send you off in advance. As soon as she spoke, she suddenly swung her fist. Bang! The patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan was blasted into nothingness. The faces of the experts from the Nine Heavens race instantly turned pale. The patriarch was gone. Meanwhile, Xue Tong turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. The feeling of patricide isn't bad. You can give it a try as well. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, If my father is as strong as your father, perhaps I can try. Xue Tong smiled, then turned to look at the woman in the white dress. The woman in the white dress stared at Xue Tong without saying a word. Xue Tong waved his right hand. Boom! The woman in the white dress was directly erased. Blood Eye smiled and said, Follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked off into the distance. The space around her started to turn illusory as the experts from the Nine Heavens clan started to disappear. Under the suppression of Yi Xian's bloodline power, the experts of the Nine Heavens tribe had no way of resisting. Of course, this was because Crimson Eye was strong enough to unleash the power of Yi Xian's bloodline. If Yi Xian used it himself, it definitely wouldn't be so terrifying. Meanwhile, Xue Tong spoke abruptly, You don't seem to know how formidable your bloodline is, right? Yi Xian nodded. Xue Tong glanced at Yi Xian. Do you know how terrifying your bloodline power is? Yi Xian shook his head. Xue Tong smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian asked, How terrifying is it? Xue Tong said softly, When I activated your bloodline power just now, it wasn't even 10% of its true power. Less than 10%, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Not even 10% was enough to suppress the bloodline of the Nine Heavens clan. Did I underestimate my father's strength a little? Xue Tong said again, Your father is very powerful. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Xue Tong, the reason you didn't kill me was because of my bloodline power, right? Xue Tong nodded, You're not an ordinary person. If I kill you, I'll be in big trouble. Yi Xian nodded, So, you chose to be friends with me? Xue Tong glanced at Yi Xian, Otherwise, do you really think I would be stupid enough to spend 100,000 soul crystals to buy 2 of your candied fruits? Yi Xian was speechless. Xue Tong suddenly stopped in her tracks. At this moment, she and Yi Xian were already in front of a large hall, and she looked at Yi Xian, Do you know what this place is? Yi Xian shook his head. Xue Tong said, This is the Nine Heavens clan's treasure vault, and there are many divine items inside. Hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Let's go in and take a look. Even though he said that, he didn't go in. Instead, he waited for Xue Tong to go in first. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't go in first, Xue Tong licked the candied fruits and said, You're very smart. As she spoke, she walked towards the hall. As soon as she stepped in, a white light suddenly surged over. Shuetong flicked her sleeve. Boom, the white light was instantly obliterated. Shuetong looked at Yixian. If you had charged in just now, even if you didn't die, your body would have been destroyed. As she spoke, she walked in. Yixian fell silent for a moment before he followed her in. As soon as he entered the hall, Yixian was stunned. The entire hall was filled with all sorts of divine items, and it was obvious that they weren't ordinary at a glance. Meanwhile, Shuetong suddenly said, "Every single divine item here is worth at least 1,000,000 soul crystals. There are at least 1,000 of them here, and all of them belong to the Nine Heavens clan. Now, I'll give them all to you." Yixian frowned slightly. "You're giving them all to me?" Shuetong licked the candied fruits. "Yes." Yixian glanced at Shuetong. "Why?" Shuetong blinked. "We're friends." Yixian shook his head, as if I'd believe you. Shuetong smiled. "Do you want them or not?" Yixian immediately said, "Of course." As he spoke, he put away the divine items. Actually, he wasn't too tempted. This was because he had a super divine item in his body, the Xianxia sword. Of course, these divine items would be of great help to him now. Shuetong continued to walk inside, and soon, she arrived in front of a stone door. The stone door trembled violently, and then a golden seal suddenly flew out from the stone door. Shuetong punched out. Boom, the stone door was smashed into pieces. Yixian looked at the stone door curiously. There must be some kind of treasure inside. However, when he saw the scene inside the stone door, he was stunned. There was no treasure behind the stone door. There was only a woman inside. Her 4 limbs were tightly bound by chains. Not only that, she was no longer breathing. At this moment, Shuetong walked in front of the woman and looked at her without saying a word. Yixian glanced at Shuetong, then slowly retreated from the stone door. After a while, Shuetong walked out of the stone door. She walked to Yixian's side and said softly, "The one inside is my mother. She was imprisoned when I was 6 years old until she died." Yixian asked in a low voice, "Why?" Shuetong said, "My mother didn't like my father. She liked someone else. Although she married my father, she didn't have my father in her heart." Yixian asked, "So, your father imprisoned her?" Shuetong nodded, "Yes." At this point, she looked at Yixian. "Men are all bad, don't you think so?" Yixian nodded, "Except me." Shuetong looked at Yixian without saying a word. Yixian blinked, "You don't think I'm good?" Shuetong licked the candied fruit and asked, "How many women do you have?" Yixian said nothing. Shuetong raised 2 fingers, "More than 2?" Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I'm actually a very loyal man, but because I'm too outstanding, many women can't help but fall in love with me. I'm actually very troubled." Sigh. Shuetong looked at Yixian without saying a word, and just looked at him. Yixian felt a little uncomfortable being looked at. "Shuetong, what do you plan to do next?" Shuetong said, "I want to go somewhere, do you want to come with me?" Yixian immediately shook his head, No, I have other things to do." He didn't want to go with this little girl. He just wanted to find a place to cultivate, reach the 20th phase, and then find a way to unseal the green profound sword. Shuetong suddenly said, "I can guide you." Yixian glanced at Shuetong. "Do you have any conditions?" Shuetong nodded, "Come with me." Yixian was puzzled, "What for?" Shuetong said, "To play." Yixian didn't say anything. Shuetong licked a sugar-coated ha, and then said, "If I guide you, you can reach the 20th phase in less than half a year, and reach the seamless realm in 3 years. Yixian said in a low voice, "Shuetong, are the seamless realm and the seamless path different?" Shuetong nodded, "They're worlds apart." Yixian asked, "What's the difference?" Shuetong thought for a moment, and then said, "The undead are the seamless realm, and I am the seamless path. Do you understand?" Yixian fell silent. The undead emperors were the seamless realm, and Shuetong was the seamless path. A single look from Shuetong could make an undead emperor kneel and tremble in fear. Shuetong said, "Not only that, I can also help you completely awaken your bloodline." Yixian smiled bitterly, "Miss Shuetong, can you tell me where you're going? Why are you bringing me along?" Shuetong blinked, you'll know when we get there. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Shuetong continued, are you going or not? If you don't, I won't force you. Yi Xian still didn't say anything. Shuetong continued, if you cultivate normally, you'll need at least a few hundred years to reach the 20th phase. Not only that, but you'll also need a large number of soul crystals before long. But if you follow me, not only will you receive my guidance, but you won't have to worry about cultivation resources. She glanced at Yi Xian as she spoke, having someone to guide you is completely different from not having anyone to guide you. Do you understand? Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Shuetong, I'll follow you from now on. Shuetong nodded, let's go. With that, she turned to leave, but stopped after taking a few steps. You have to do me a favor first. Yi Xian asked, what favor? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him, she probably wants you to help her deal with me. Yi Xian turned around, and an old man had appeared not far away. The old man sized up Yi Xian, is it your bloodline that suppressed my Nine Heavens clan's bloodline? Yi Xian said in a low voice, you are? The old man said, an ancestor of the Nine Heavens clan. Yi Xian was speechless. Shuetong walked over to Yi Xian, glanced at the old man, and then said, descend with your main body. Yi Xian said in a low voice, can you defeat him? Shuetong thought for a moment, and then said, even if I can't defeat him, I can still escape. What are you going to do? Yi Xian looked at Shuetong with a shocked expression, you're not going to take me with you? Shuetong blinked, I can take you with me, but you have to give me some benefits. Yi Xian. Benefits, Yi Xian's expression was quite unsightly because she was actually trying to extort him. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly smiled, don't panic. She needs your help. Yi Xian gazed at the old man, and the old man smiled, her cultivation is the same as mine, but her bloodline is restrained by me. So, she'll suffer a loss if she doesn't have your help. Yi Xian gazed at Shuetong. Shuetong licked his candied fruit and remained silent. The old man suddenly said, young brother, can you take a look at your bloodline? Yi Xian nodded. He opened his palm, and a drop of blood essence floated out slowly. The old man's expression instantly became solemn when he laid eyes on it. Shuetong glanced at the old man and remained silent. A short while later, the old man spoke in a low voice, may I know who your ancestor is? Yi Xian smiled, Senior, you definitely don't know him. The old man nodded slightly, and then he glanced at Shuetong and said, young brother, you have to be careful. Yi Xian smiled, are you worried about Miss Shuetong? The old man said, it isn't just her. There are many unknown enemies as well. Yi Xian frowned slightly, unknown enemies? Senior, I've just arrived here and haven't made any enemies, so how could there be unknown enemies? The old man gazed at Yi Xian, there are some mysterious and formidable special powers in the boundless universe. The methods of cultivation of these powers are unlike ordinary people. They mainly cultivate their bloodlines, and they frequently devour bloodlines. Young brother, your bloodline is so special, so you're exactly their target. Yi Xian's face fell, since my bloodline is so terrifying, why would they dare to look for trouble with me? The old man smiled, do they know that your ancestor is still alive? Yi Xian fell silent. Indeed. No one else knows that my father is still alive. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian gazed at Shuetong, you didn't kill me because you knew my father was still alive. Shuetong was just about to speak when the old man smiled, of course. Otherwise, she would have devoured your bloodline a long time ago. If she devoured your bloodline, her strength would increase by at least 10 times. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice, Shuetong, I treat you as a friend. Blood I licked the candied haws, 2 candied haws for 100,000 soul crystals. You're such a good friend. Yi Xian was speechless. Crimson Eye looked at the elder in the distance. He's trying to sow discord between us. Also, he wants to devour your bloodline. However, he's very smart. Firstly, with me here, he knows he can't do it. Secondly, he's also afraid of the person behind you. I can sense the desire in his eyes. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. He wants to devour you too. Yi Xian smiled and said, I finally understand. All of you want to devour my bloodline. The old man smiled and said, you've misunderstood. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Shui Tong before turning around and leaving. Yi Xian looked at the old man in the distance and did not say anything. Shui Tong licked the candied haws and said, "It won't be long before news of your special bloodline will spread throughout the universe." Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Shui Tong looked at Yi Xian. What do you think he's here for? To avenge the Nine Heavens clan? No, his true goal is you. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Just because of my bloodline? Shui Tong nodded. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, "Can I devour other people's bloodlines?" Hearing this, Shui Tong frowned slightly. After a moment, she looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Can't I?" The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If others could devour him, then he could also devour others, who was afraid of bloodlines. At this moment, Shui Tong suddenly said, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian followed. On the way, Yi Xian was a little curious. "Miss Shui Tong, after the 20th stage is the Seamless Realm, and after the Seamless Realm is the Seamless Tao?" Shui Tong nodded. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "There is only a difference of one stage between the Seamless Tao, but the difference in power is so great." Shui Tong said, "The difference between the two is like heaven and earth." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, "What about above the Seamless Tao?" Shui Tong was silent for a moment. "Deities." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Deities?" Shui Tong nodded. "An existence that surpasses the Tao of spacetime. However, it is only a legend." Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then, he asked, "Miss Shui Tong, what universe is this?" Shui Tong glanced at Yi Xian. "The Seamless Universe, a level 7 civilization." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Have you seen a level 8 civilization before?" Shui Tong said, "I have." Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he said in shock, "You have?" Shui Tong nodded. "You will see it soon." Yi Xian didn't understand. Just as he was about to ask, Shui Tong suddenly said, "Please be quiet." Yi Xian was speechless. After a moment, Shui Tong suddenly said, "Someone is following us." Yi Xian looked around. He didn't find anything. Shui Tong opened his palm and pressed it down. Boom, thousands of meters away, the space there suddenly exploded apart, and then an old man retreated explosively. He retreated for an entire 30 kilometers before he finally stopped. Shui Tong looked at the old man. "Ling clan." The old man said in a low voice, "Sir, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you." Shui Tong nodded. "I know. Your Ling clan's target is the little guy beside me." The old man stared at Shui Tong without saying anything. Shui Tong turned to look at Yi Xian. "Look, the matter of your bloodline has already spread." Yi Xian smiled. "It was your ancestor who did it. He wanted to use others to test me, right?" Shui Tong nodded. "How smart." Yi Xian was about to speak when the old man suddenly disappeared. Shui Tong said, "The Ling clan is comparable in strength to the Nine Heavens clan. It is also a special clan with a very powerful bloodline. Of course, the Ling clan isn't scary. The ones you really need to be careful of are the Jiaxin clan. This clan's bloodline is extremely powerful, and they like to devour bloodlines. If I'm not wrong, they should be investigating you by now." Yi Xian looked at Shui Tong. "Why didn't you devour my bloodline?" Shui Tong glanced at Yi Xian. "First, I didn't rely on my bloodline. Second, when I entered your Xiao Ta, I discovered some secrets. However, others don't know these secrets, understand?" Yi Xian was speechless. Shui Tong said, "Don't think too much about it for now. I can protect you for a period of time. Let's go." 2 hours later, Shui Tong brought Yi Xian to a star field. There were many buildings floating in this star field, and it was very messy. Yi Xian looked around. "This is?" Shui Tong pointed at the ruins in the distance. "A former level 8 civilization." Yi Xian looked at the ruins in the distance. Among the ruins, a dilapidated hall could be vaguely seen. Other than that, there were dozens of stone pillars that were tens of thousands of meters tall standing around it. Although these stone pillars were tens of thousands of meters tall, They seemed rather small in the endless starry sky. Shuetong suddenly said, "Do you see that hall? No one has been able to approach it until now." Yixian looked at Shuetong. "You don't want me to go, do you?" Shuetong nodded. Yixian's face darkened. "What makes you think I can go in?" Shuetong thought for a moment and said, "Let's give it a try." Yixian was speechless. Shuetong said, "Let's go." As she spoke, she started walking towards the distance. Yixian glanced at Shuetong before following her. When they were 3 kilometers away from the hall, a shadow suddenly walked out from within it. The shadow walked slowly towards Yixian and Shuetong while holding a sword in its hand. The shadow looked at Shuetong and Yixian. "Stop." Shuetong glanced at the shadow, and then he looked at Yixian. "You go talk to him." Yixian's face darkened. "Why should I go talk to him?" Shuetong said, "I can't." The corners of Yixian's mouth twitched. "Do you think I can?" Shuetong licked his candied fruit and said, "You can give it a try." Yixian spoke in a low voice, "You can't defeat him?" Shuetong shook his head. "I can't." Yixian gazed at the shadow. Meanwhile, the shadow said, "Leave." Shuetong gazed at Yixian. Yixian gazed at the shadow and was about to speak. However, the shadow suddenly swung its sword. Bang! Yixian didn't even have time to react before Shuetong was slashed over 30 kilometers away. After that, the shadow gazed at Yixian. The shadow gazed at Yixian for a short while before it said, "Please." As he spoke, he moved to the side and made a gesture of invitation. Yixian fell silent. Could I really be the legendary child of destiny? If that's true, then doesn't it mean that I can really beat my dad up in the future? The shadow continued, "Please." Yixian glanced at the shadow, and then he walked towards the hall in the distance. On the other side, Shuetong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to lick the candied fruit. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, the ancestor of the 9 Heavens clan appeared not far from Shuetong. In addition, there was a middle-aged man with 3 tails. This person was the patriarch of the Nashan clan, Naga Qing. Shuetong glanced at Naga Qing but didn't speak. Naga Qing smiled. "So Miss Shuetong didn't devour that little guy's bloodline because you wanted him to enter the Divine Spirit Palace." Shuetong continued to lick the candied fruit and didn't speak. Naga Qing looked at the Divine Spirit Palace in the distance. After a while, he looked at the shadow guarding there and said softly, "Miss Shuetong, can you tell me why he can enter the Divine Spirit Palace?" The patriarch of the 9 Heavens clan also looked at Shuetong. This was also what he was most curious about. After a moment of silence, Shuetong said, "If you devour his bloodline, your strength will increase by at least 10 times. You can even break through the seamless Tao and reach the Divine Spirit realm." Naga Qing looked at Shuetong and said with a smile, "This person is not simple. If we touch him, we might bring disaster upon ourselves." Shuetong said, "Will you give up?" After a moment of silence, Naga Qing said, "Is there anyone behind him?" Shuetong shook his head. "No." Naga Qing stared at Shuetong. "Are you sure?" Shuetong glanced at Shuetong. "It's up to you whether you want to touch him or not." After a moment of silence, Naga Qing said with a smile, "Miss Shuetong, why don't you touch him?" "Let me guess. You must have discovered something. Otherwise, that young man wouldn't have survived until now." As he said this, he looked at the Divine Spirit Palace in the distance. That young man can enter the Divine Spirit Palace. This means that his identity is definitely not ordinary. As Miss Shuetong said, if I devour his bloodline, I might reach the Divine Spirit realm, but I might also be doomed. After saying this, he smiled slightly. It's better not to touch this kind of second generation. This kind of young man usually has an old man behind him, or even a group of old men. We can't afford to offend him. P.S. I've just returned home recently. There are too many things to do, so I can't update properly. I go home once a year. When I get home, people ask me what I do, how much money I make. I'm a little embarrassed. I make 4,000 or 5,000 a month, but I'm embarrassed to say. Sigh, I'll work harder next year and try to buy a 4-wheeled one. Shuetong glanced at Naga Qing and did not speak. The Nine Heavens clan leader smiled. Clan leader Qing is still so cautious. Naga Qing smiled. The lives of tens of thousands of clansmen depend on me. I have to be careful. He looked at the Divine Spirit Palace in the distance. This young man is not simple to be invited by the Divine Spirit Palace. The Nine Heavens clan leader was silent. The reason why he informed Naga Qing was to let Nashan clan test Yixian's strength. Unfortunately, Nashan clan did not fall for it. What a pity, the Nine Heavens clan leader sighed. Naga Qing glanced at the Nine Heavens clan leader and sneered. Shui Tong licked his candied fruit and did not speak. No one knew what he was thinking. In the distance, Yixian came to the front of the palace. He looked up at the top of the palace. There were 3 words, Divine Spirit Palace. Divine Spirit Palace, Yixian frowned. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from inside the palace. Come in. After a moment of silence, Yixian walked into the palace. There was a woman sitting cross-legged in the palace. The woman wore a white dress and had shoulder-length hair. Her facial features were exquisite. Beautiful, this was Yixian's first impression. In front of the woman, there was a chessboard. The woman looked at Yixian. Fellow Taoist, please sit. Fellow Taoist, Yixian's expression was a little strange. This woman called him fellow Taoist, whatever, a fellow Taoist is a fellow Taoist. Yixian sat in front of the woman. The woman looked at Yixian. Please. Obviously, she wanted Yixian to play chess. Yixian thought for a while. Then he picked up a chess piece and put it down. The woman put down a chess piece. Fellow Taoist, you have 9 stages in your life chart. It's really rare. Yixian frowned. Life chart? 9 stages? The woman smiled. You don't know? Yixian shook his head. The woman smiled faintly. After the Divine Spirit Realm is the Fate Realm, which is also the realm of life cultivation. Life cultivation is divided into 10 stages. The higher the rank, the harder the fate, and the stronger the strength. Yixian said in a low voice, I'm only 15 stages. He hasn't even reached the Fate Realm yet. The woman smiled and said, there are 2 kinds of fate. The first is cultivated, and the second is innate fate. Some people are born with a hard fate, and you should belong to the latter. Yixian asked, what's the use? The woman raised a chess piece and placed it down. How did you manage to survive until now? It's because my life is tough. Yixian was silent. The woman suddenly said, please excuse me. As she spoke, she gently moved her jade-like finger. In an instant, the blood in Yixian's body began to boil. Bloodline power activated. The woman's expression gradually became solemn when she saw Yixian's bloodline power. A moment later, she withdrew her hand and said, I've never seen such a bloodline before. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian and said, no wonder your fate is so tough. Yixian shook his head and smiled. He knew that the reason why his fate was tough was because of his father and Qing. Was he really a second-generation heir? The woman said again, you have to be careful. Yixian was puzzled. Why do you say that? The woman said, firstly, your bloodline is extremely special. After some powerful people devour your bloodline, they will obtain great benefits. This benefit is enough to change their fate. Secondly, your birth providence is a connate birth providence. In other words, your birth providence can be taken and transferred to someone else. Yixian frowned. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. He frowned. Fate can be transferred? The woman nodded. Yes. Yixian said in a low voice, according to Senior, my fate is 9 stages. Isn't that very tough? Since it's so tough, how can it be taken away? The woman said, your fate is tough, but your strength is very weak. Yixian, the woman said again, moreover, some people's fate may be tougher than yours. There are also strong and weak people with 9 stages. Apart from that, there are many powerhouses with 9 stages, and there are 10 above 9 stages. Yixian was silent. His entire body was a treasure. The woman said again, of course, your bloodline is so special and your fate is so tough. Ordinary people don't dare to touch you. However, those who dare to touch you are either super powerhouses or super forces. Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, I think your fate is more than 9 stages. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. Why? Xiao Ta said, your fate is linked to Sister Tianming. How can it be a mere 9 stages? Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said, my fate is definitely more than 9 stages. Because I am linked to young master, being with young master is equivalent to being with Sister Tianming. So, I am invincible. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Xiao Ta, I want to change my name. Yi Xian frowned, change your name? What name? Xiao Ta said, Destiny's Tower. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Destiny's Tower, this Xiao Ta was preparing to hug Qing Er's thigh to the end. Xiao Ta said excitedly, yes, I will be called Destiny's Tower from now on. Yi Xian, at this time, the woman in front of Yi Xian suddenly said, Mister, I have a favor to ask. Yi Xian looked at the woman, what is it? The woman opened her palm, and a storage ring appeared in her hand. This is called the God Ring. It is the token of our divine sect leader. Seeing this ring is like seeing the sect leader. Saying that, she put the God Ring in front of Yi Xian, help me bring it to divine sect. Yi Xian was silent. The woman smiled slightly, of course, I won't ask for your help for free. There are benefits. Yi Xian asked subconsciously, what benefits? The woman smiled, do you remember the sword wielder you saw before you came in? Yi Xian nodded. The woman looked at Yi Xian, he is my sword slave, and his strength is at the divine spirit realm. If you are willing to help, he will listen to your commands in the future. Not only that, there are also 3 sword slaves in this storage ring, and they are all at the divine spirit realm. In addition, I will also give you an inheritance that will allow you to easily reach the seamless path. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, there is something I don't understand. That is, why don't you bring it to divine sect yourself? Why do you want me to do it? The woman smiled, I have already fallen. If I leave this place, I will immediately die. Yi Xian hesitated, then asked, as far as I know, Senior is from a level 8 civilization? The woman nodded, yes. Yi Xian continued to ask, then why did Senior die? The woman didn't speak. Yi Xian just looked at the woman, not saying anything. Great benefits often meant great danger at the same time. At this time, the woman smiled, can I not say? Yi Xian nodded, yes. But Senior, I might not be able to help you. After all, my strength is low, and if I help Senior, I might be overestimating myself. After a moment of silence, the woman said, he was killed. Killed, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched, damn, you were killed even though you were so strong, and you want me to help you? I can't do this. At this time, the woman said, don't worry, he has also fallen. Yi Xian blinked his eyes, die together? The woman nodded, die together. So, you can rest assured. Yi Xian didn't speak. The woman said, you need to become stronger, right? Yi Xian nodded. The woman smiled, it's just a ring. As long as you don't cause trouble, nothing will happen. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian stood up and smiled, okay. The woman pointed at the ring, where this ring? This ring has the route to divine sect. Apart from that, you will also receive an inheritance. Not only that, there are billions of soul crystals for you to use. Yi Xian looked at the woman, Senior won't trick me, right? The woman smiled, I will. Yi Xian laughed, thank you for your honesty, Senior. With that, he turned and left. After Yi Xian disappeared in the distance, the woman slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, her body gradually became illusory. After a while, a mosquito-like voice suddenly rang out, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Not long after Yi Xian left the Sacred Spirit Palace, the Sacred Spirit Palace behind him disappeared bit by bit. He knew that the woman was completely gone. Yi Xian looked at the ring on his finger. The 4 sword slaves were in the ring. Apart from that, there were billions of soul crystals in the ring. It could be said that he didn't need to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Most importantly, there was an inheritance in the ring. At this time, Xue Tong and the other 2 suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian, you're out? Yi Xian smiled, yes. Naga Ching suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, I am Naga Ching, the patriarch of Nashan clan." Yi Xian looked at Naga Ching and smiled, "Senior, don't tell me you want to devour my bloodline?" Naga Ching laughed, "Young Master Yi, you really know how to joke." Yi Xian blinked, "You really don't want to devour?" Naga Ching shook his head, "Young Master Yi, don't joke." Yi Xian smiled and looked at Xue Tong, "I'm leaving." Xue Tong continued to lick the candied fruit, not saying a word. Yi Xian said, "If you want to devour my bloodline, this is your last chance." Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Last chance." Xue Tong was silent. Yi Xian laughed and turned to leave. The moment Yi Xian turned around, the smiles on the faces of the Nine Heavens clan leader and Naga Ching gradually disappeared. At this time, Naga Ching suddenly shook his head, "I can't afford to offend you." After saying that, he turned around and left. At this moment, he really gave up. Xue Tong also turned around and left. At this time, the Nine Heavens clan leader suddenly laughed, "The two of you, please wait." Naga Ching and Xue Tong stopped and looked at the Nine Heavens clan leader. The Nine Heavens clan leader looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, please wait." Yi Xian turned to look at the Nine Heavens clan leader and said with a smile, "All right." The Nine Heavens clan leader looked at Yi Xian, "I know that the person behind Young Master Yi is not simple, but Young Master Yi's bloodline is too special. Moreover, Young Master Yi obtained something from the Divine Spirit Palace, so my friend and I want to make a bet. Come out and meet Young Master Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying auras suddenly appeared. End of this chapter. Along with the appearance of those terrifying auras, 16 super experts appeared. Among them, there were 3 seamless Dao experts, and the rest were all seamless realm experts. Naga Ching looked at the old man in the lead and frowned, "Ancient clan." Ancient clan, this was also a super force, and its strength was no weaker than the Na Celestial clan. Xue Tong glanced at the Nine Heavens clan patriarch and continued to lick her candied fruit. The Nine Heavens clan patriarch looked at Yi Xian and smiled, "Young Master Yi, the temptation of your bloodline is too great. Old man, you've lived for so many years, and you've lived long enough. If you can't break through and reach the Divine Spirit realm, there's no point in continuing to live. So, I want to give it a try." Yi Xian nodded, "Understood." The Nine Heavens clan patriarch laughed, and then looked at Naga Ching, "Patriarch Ching, your Na Celestial clan's bloodline has reached a bottleneck, and breaking through is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This human before you is an opportunity for your Na Celestial clan. So long as you devour his bloodline, your Na Celestial clan will definitely rise to a higher level and achieve glory." Naga Ching glanced at Yi Xian, and then he smiled, "No, no. Nine Heavens clan patriarch, I, Naga Ching, have no ambition. I just want to lead my clan and live well. Please." The Nine Heavens clan patriarch smiled, "I won't force you." As he spoke, he looked at Xue Tong, "What about you?" Xue Tong didn't speak. The Nine Heavens clan patriarch wanted to say something, but the ancient clan patriarch suddenly smiled, "Say no more. The two of them want this human's bloodline and the divine items in the Divine Spirit Palace, but they are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. Why should we cooperate with them?" As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian, "Young Master Yi, you have no enmity with the ancient clan, but the power of your bloodline is too tempting, so I'm sorry for offending you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the experts beside him also rushed out. Yi Xian stood on the spot, and when the ancient clan patriarch arrived in front of Yi Xian, a sword ray suddenly appeared. Boom! Before anyone could react, the Gu clan patriarch was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away, and as soon as he stopped, his body instantly shattered. As for the ancient race experts that had rushed towards Yi Xian, other than 2 seamless experts, the rest were all killed. Everyone was dumbfounded. Naga Ching took a deep look at the sword slave in front of Yi Xian, and his eyes flashed with fear and shock. He never thought that the guard of the Divine Spirit Temple would actually follow Yi Xian. How did this guy do it? Blood-Eye glanced at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. On the other side, the patriarch of the Nine Heavens clan had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Why are the guards of the Divine Spirit Palace following Yi Xian? In the distance, the ancient race leader looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. You Why is the Sacred Spirit Palace guard following you? Yixian thought for a moment and said, personal charm. The ancient race leader raged, bullshit. You. At this moment, the sword slave suddenly disappeared on the spot. Hiss, before the Gu clan's patriarch could react, a sword had pierced through his forehead. Although the gap between the seamless Tao and the half-step Divine Spirit realm wasn't as huge as the Divine Spirit realm, it was still like heaven and earth. When they saw this, the remaining two seamless Tao experts turned around and ran, but they were just about to run when two rays of sword light slashed their bodies. Boom! Two powerhouses of the seamless Tao were directly killed. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Looking at this scene, Yixian could not help but look at Xue Tong, who was at the side. Back then, Xue Tong had taken a blow from the sword slave head-on. However, Xue Tong did not die, and his physical body did not even shatter. It seemed that although Blood Eye was, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Although he was also a seamless Tao expert, his strength was much stronger. No, this guy was hiding his strength. Yixian couldn't help but look at Blood Eye, and Blood Eye grinned. At this moment, the Nine Heavens clan's patriarch suddenly said, young friend, I am willing to follow you and serve you. Yixian suddenly smiled and said, are you worthy? As soon as he finished speaking, the sword slave disappeared on the spot. Hiss, a sword pierced through the Nine Heavens clan's patriarch's forehead. Just as the sword slave was about to destroy the Nine Heavens clan's patriarch, Blood Eye suddenly said, you can devour his bloodline. Yixian hesitated for a moment, then appeared in front of the Nine Heavens clan's patriarch and slapped his shoulder. Bang! The Nine Heavens clan's patriarch's body shattered, and blood gushed out. Yixian opened his right hand, and the blood flowed into his palm. Soon, he absorbed all the blood. A moment later, Yixian frowned and looked at Blood Eye. There's no reaction. Blood Eye glanced at Yixian and didn't say anything. Yixian was puzzled and wanted to ask more questions. At this moment, Naga Qing suddenly smiled and said, young Master Yi, the reason you didn't react is because his bloodline is too weak. No, it's because your bloodline is too strong. His bloodline has no effect on yours. Too strong, Yixian smiled and said, you too, I have to take my leave. Blood Eye suddenly said, what did you get? Naga Qing looked at Yixian. He was also curious about what Yixian had encountered in the Divine Spirit Palace. Yixian blinked. I'm not telling you. After saying that, he turned and left. Blood Eye suddenly said, I'll go with you. Yixian turned and looked at Blood Eye. Go with me? Blood Eye nodded. Yixian was silent for a moment, then said, all right. He decided to take Blood Eye with him because he needed his help now. Although he had the inheritance of divine sect, his realm was too low. If there was someone to guide him, he could improve even faster. At this moment, Naga Qing suddenly said, young Master Yi, if you have time in the future, please come to the Nashan clan as a guest. Yixian smiled. All right. Naga Qing cupped his fists. See you later. Yixian nodded, then turned and left with Blood Eye. After Yixian and Blood Eye left, Naga Qing heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he had thought of killing Yixian just now. However, after seeing how calm Yixian was, that thought disappeared without a trace. What did it mean to be so calm in front of so many powerhouses? It meant that he had nothing to fear, and his guess was correct. After a moment, the corner of Naga Qing's mouth raised slightly. Ancient clan. Nine Heavens clan. Now this divine universe belongs to the Nashan clan. After saying that, he turned and left. To some extent, the Nashan clan was the biggest winner. On the other side, in the starry sky, Yixian was flying on his sword with Blood Eye by his side. About half an hour later, Yixian looked around. This place was a dead star field, very quiet, suitable for cultivation. Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the storage ring on his finger. The next moment, a white light entered his brow. Boom, in an instant, countless information poured into his mind. Inheritance, divine sect inheritance. On the side, Blood Eye glanced at Yixian, then turned to look at the end of the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Yixian's body suddenly surged out. This chapter is not finished, please continue. A powerful aura appeared, causing the surrounding starry sky to tremble. Blood-Eye looked at Xian. Xian suddenly took out countless soul crystals and began to absorb them like crazy. About 10 days later, Xian's aura suddenly soared. Boom, as the starry sky around him fluctuated, Xian reached the 16th phase. Xian was about to rush to the next phase when Blood-Eye suddenly said, "If you continue like this, your realm will be unstable and there will be many hidden dangers." Xian looked at Blood-Eye. "Then what should I do?" Blood-Eye said, "Whether your realm is stable or not depends on your use of the Tao of spacetime. You have reached the 16th phase, but your mastery of the Tao of spacetime is still on the low side. You should familiarize yourself with each layer of spacetime and master them." Xian said solemnly, "Please advise me, Miss Blood-Eye." Blood-Eye nodded. She opened her palm and lightly swept it. In an instant, she and Xian directly entered the 7th layer of spacetime. Blood-Eye said, "You can perfectly fuse with the 6th layer of spacetime. There is no need to familiarize yourself with the 6th layer of spacetime and below. We will start from the 7th layer of spacetime. Now feel the spacetime pressure around you." Xian looked around with an incomparably solemn expression. He didn't dare to move at all. If not for Blood-Eye, he might have been crushed as soon as he entered the 7th layer of spacetime. The spacetime pressure of the 7th layer of spacetime was at least 100 times stronger than the 6th layer. Blood-Eye looked at Xian. "It's very simple. Fuse with the 7th layer of spacetime, then overlap the 1st to 7th layers of spacetime and use it in your sword skills. This way, the power of your sword skills will increase countless times." Xian frowned slightly. "1st to 7th layers of spacetime?" Blood-Eye nodded. Xian said solemnly, "I can only overlap the 1st to 5th layers of spacetime." Blood-Eye said, "If you can't overlap multiple spacetime, even if you reach the 20th layer, you are still an ant." Xian looked at Blood-Eye. "The Gu Clan Patriarch is also a seamless path cultivator, and so are you. However, the gap between you and him is very big. Is this the reason?" Blood-Eye nodded. Xian fell silent. The reason he could fuse with the 6th layer of spacetime was because of the green profound sword. But now, he didn't have the green profound sword. Thinking of this, Xian's expression changed greatly. He suddenly realized that he was actually relying on the green profound sword to such an extent. Without the green profound sword, what should he do? Thinking of this, Xian suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He finally knew why his father had sealed the green profound sword. If he did not seal the Xianxia sword, he would never be able to leave the Xianxia sword. And that was the strength of the Xianxia sword, not his own strength. Thinking of this, Xian felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, his father had sealed the green profound sword. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be enslaved by the sword in the future. Having a strong sword and a weak person was not a good thing. Beside him, Blood-Eye suddenly said, "You have to try to fuse with the 7th layer of spacetime and then grasp it. As for the realm, it's actually not particularly important. The so-called realm is just a kind of restraint." Xian nodded. "Understood." Saying that, he slowly closed his eyes and began to feel the 7th layer of spacetime. Without the Xianxia sword, would he be unable to cultivate normally? He didn't believe it. When this thought arose, a powerful sword intent suddenly appeared on Xian's body. Ever since he obtained the green profound sword, his swordsmanship had not improved for a long time. But Xian didn't notice that in his sea of consciousness, the green profound sword was also trembling slightly. Xian didn't know that the green profound sword's strength did not rely on absorbing souls, but on absorbing his sword intent. The sword was strong because of the person. End of this chapter. The sword grew stronger because of its owner. In the past, Xian had always been relying on the green profound sword, and his strength had dropped by at least 80% without it. That was why the green-clothed man had sealed the green profound sword. When he understood this, the sword intent around Xian grew stronger and stronger, and it caused the deathly silent starry sky and the surroundings to seethe. Shui Tong's brows knit together slightly when he witnessed the scene. This fellow seems to have attained sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment. It was rare for one to attain sudden enlightenment in one's life, but once one did, then it might change one's life. Right at this moment, Xian's sword intent entered the 7th level of space, and the spatial pressure there wasn't able to crush his sword intent. Conversely, his sword intent had actually fused into one with the 7th level of space under his control. Shui Tong frowned when he witnessed this scene. What's going on? The seventh level of space doesn't reject sword intent. When she thought up to here, she opened her palm and suddenly clenched it. In an instant, a strand of fist intent entered the seventh level of space. However, it vanished without a trace as soon as it entered the seventh level of space. Xue Tong couldn't help but gaze at Yi Xian when he witnessed this scene, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. However, he didn't disturb Yi Xian at this moment. Because it was an extremely critical moment for Yi Xian. Just like that, around 3 days later, Yi Xian's sword intent had fused completely with the seventh level of space. Now, he'd started to try to utilize his sword intent to fuse with it, but he noticed that it was very difficult. Fortunately, he still had the sword domain. A wisp of a smile arose on his face when he utilized the sword domain. Because he noticed that he could utilize the sword domain to fuse with the seventh level of space, in the following period of time, Yi Xian started to slowly control the seventh level of space under Xue Tong's guidance. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed. On this day, Yi Xian stood in the starry sky while holding a sword in his hand. It wasn't the green profound sword, it was an extremely ordinary green profound sword. After a long moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down. Hiss! The space in front of Yi Xian was suddenly torn apart, along with the seventh layer of spacetime. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. No, as soon as he took a step forward, the sword domain appeared. In the next moment, the seventh layer of space was instantly torn into pieces by countless rays of light. Core sword domain. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the sword in his hand suddenly vanished. The space 3 kilometers away was suddenly torn apart by a strand of sword light. Space folding. The space folding of the seventh layer. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Now, he had finally folded the seventh layer of spacetime. Meanwhile, Xue Tong suddenly said, "Spatial folding?" Yi Xian looked at Xue Tong and nodded. "Yes." Xue Tong nodded but didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Do you have any suggestions?" Xue Tong said, "You've only folded spacetime. Do you know that spacetime can be folded again after being folded?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Time and space are folded again and again? Xue Tong nodded. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Is that possible?" Xue Tong glanced at Yi Xian, "What do you think?" Yi Xian fell silent. Time and space are folded again and again. Xue Tong said, "Do you know why that guard sword was so fast?" Yi Xian said, "Time and space are folded?" Xue Tong nodded. He's folded the 8th layer at least 4 times, and that's why his sword was able to instantly kill a seamless Dao expert. Because after time and space are folded 4 times, his speed isn't something that the seamless Dao can resist. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "How many times can time and space be folded?" Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian, "Theoretically speaking, countless times. However, the difficulty increases by a few dozen times with every fold. Moreover, the further it goes, the more difficult it becomes." When she spoke up to this point, she licked her candied fruit and said, "The spacetime Dao, this chapter isn't finished. Please continue. It's not as simple as you think." Yi Xian nodded, "I've learned something new." Xue Tong said, "If you can fold time and space a second time, then with your current strength, killing a stage 20 expert is a piece of cake. Even a seamless realm expert isn't impossible." Yi Xian asked, "What if I can fold time and space 3 times?" Xue Tong said indifferently, "I can easily kill a seamless Dao expert." Yi Xian asked again, "What if I can fold time and space 4 times?" Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian, "I can easily kill a seamless Dao expert. Just like that guard in the Divine Spirit Palace." Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." Xue Tong continued, "Folding time and space can't completely measure a person's strength. Besides folding time and space, there's also spacetime distortion, spacetime pressure, spacetime overlap, spacetime detonation, spacetime black hole, spacetime jump, etc. In short, the spacetime Dao is boundlessly profound and mysterious." Yi Xian looked at Xue Tong, "What are you good at?" Xue Tong said indifferently, "A bit of everything." Yi Xian asked, "Are you good at it?" Xue Tong said, "I'm good at it." Yi Xian was speechless. Xue Tong said, "Take it slow." Yi Xian nodded slightly, "Take it slow." As he said this, he sighed. Ever since Xiao Ta's ability was sealed by his father, his cultivation speed had slowed to a crawl. but there was nothing he could do. For now, besides Qing and Big Brother, there was probably no one who could undo his father's seal. Shui Tong suddenly asked, "Where are you going?" Yi Xian smiled, "I'm going to Divine Sect to deliver something." Shui Tong looked at Yi Xian, but didn't say anything. Yi Xian said, "Let's go." He was now at stage 16. If he continued to rush, it wouldn't be hard to reach stage 20. Not only did he have Divine Sect's inheritance, but he also had Shui Tong's guidance, but he didn't want to be that fast. He wanted to slow down. Sword Dao. After his epiphany, his sword intent was improved, and he used it to fuse with the seventh space. To put it simply, he wanted to improve his sword Dao. In fact, Crimson Eye was shocked at the moment. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian should not have been able to enter the seventh space in time. However, not only could this guy enter the seventh space in time, but he could also communicate with the seventh space in time. Most importantly, this guy's sword skills were terrifying. Those sword skills could be said to have increased Yi Xian's battle strength by several times. What a mysterious guy. After a while, the two continued forward. 3 days later, the two arrived in front of a black hole. Yi Xian was about to enter when Shui Tong suddenly said, "You want to go in?" Yi Xian nodded. Shui Tong was silent. Yi Xian asked, "Dangerous?" Shui Tong looked at Yi Xian, "Can't you feel it?" Yi Xian shook his head. Shui Tong looked at Yi Xian, "How did you survive until now?" "By luck?" Yi Xian was speechless. Shui Tong looked at the black hole. The legendary level 8 civilization should be within it. With our current strength, entering it is equivalent to entering a pack of wolves. Understand? Yi Xian was slightly helpless. "Then what should we do?" "I promised someone to help deliver something." Shui Tong thought for a moment and said, "Let's just keep a low profile." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked into the black hole. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her in. A few minutes later, Yi Xian and Shui Tong appeared in an unknown starfield. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he led Shui Tong towards the right. 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived before a mountain range. Meanwhile, Shui Tong frowned, "There's the smell of blood." Yi Xian smelled blood as well, and he looked towards the distance. Right at this moment, a palm that was over 100 kilometers long suddenly descended from the sky above the mountain range. If this chapter isn't finished, please keep going. In an instant, the entire mountain range shook. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. Suddenly, an enormous golden barrier of light arose from the mountain range. Bang! The palm instantly shattered upon colliding with the barrier of light, and then it transformed into nothingness. A powerful wave of energy swept towards the surroundings, and in an instant, space was obliterated. Yi Xian's face sank when he witnessed this scene. "What happened?" Shui Tong gazed at Yi Xian. "It doesn't seem simple." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Let's come back another day." Shui Tong nodded, "Good idea." As soon as he finished speaking, they intended to flee. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Shui Tong. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly gazed at the ring on Yi Xian's finger, and his expression instantly changed drastically. "A divine ring." Yi Xian blinked. "You're from the Divine Sect?" The old man hurriedly bowed respectfully. "The Divine Sect's Limuki greets the Sect Master." "Sect Master?" Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "You've misunderstood. I'm just here to deliver the ring. I'm not your Sect Master." As he spoke, he was about to take off the ring. However, he noticed to his astonishment that he couldn't take it off at all. "What's going on?" Yi Xian was quite stunned. Limuki hurriedly bowed respectfully again. "Sect Master, please return to the sect with me." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "I'm really not your Sect Master. I was just entrusted by your Sect Master to deliver the ring back to you. You absolutely must not misunderstand." Limuki gazed at Yi Xian. "You're wearing the Sect Master's ring. You're the Sect Master." Yi Xian was speechless. He still wanted to say something, but at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped him. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He raised his head to look at the sky, only to see the sky suddenly split open. Then, a shadow floated out, and that shadow looked down at him. Meanwhile, Limuki's expression changed drastically. "Sect Master, quickly return to the sect with me. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Shui Tong spoke abruptly, listen to him and enter the protective barrier. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards the protective barrier. Li Muqi hurriedly brought Yi Xian along and vanished on the spot. As soon as they vanished, the area where Yi Xian stood earlier was instantly wiped out by a mysterious force. When he noticed this scene, Yi Xian's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Soon, the three of them appeared on top of a mountain peak. Li Muqi glanced at the sky, then looked at Yi Xian, Sect Master, the 10 ultimate shrine besieged divine sect, this time for our divine sect's divine ring. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I'm not your sect master. As he spoke, he was about to take off the ring, but he couldn't take it off at all. At that moment, Li Muqi said, the divine ring has recognized you as its master. As he spoke, he slowly knelt down, please protect my divine sect, sect master. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it, was that woman from the Divine Spirit Palace crazy, asking me to be divine sect's sect master? Does she want me to save divine sect, but how am I supposed to save them? At that moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, you're too stupid. That woman doesn't want you to save divine sect, she definitely wants Sister Tianming to save divine sect. Your divine sect's sect master, what does that mean? It means that divine sect has Sister Tianming behind them. As for you, if it wasn't for Sister Tianming, she probably wouldn't even have let you through the door. You need to know what's going on. Yi Xian said indifferently, the next time I see Qing I'll say that you're bad-mouthing her. Xiao Ta was instantly enraged, don't slander me. Sister Tianming is my faith. Yi Xian said, do you think Qing believes you or me? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, young master, I apologize for my words just now. I'm sorry. I, Xiao Ta, will be more careful with my words in the future. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Yi Xian was speechless. End of this chapter. Yi Xian was about to speak again when a group of divine sect powerhouses showed up at this moment. Yi Xian was shocked when he saw them. Wow, there were actually 9 seamless path powerhouses, and 2 of them were divine spirit realm powerhouses. This lineup was a little fierce. Li Muqi hurriedly signaled to the divine sect experts. Everyone understood and saluted respectfully, greetings, sect master. Sect master, Yi Xian was speechless. Just as he was about to refuse, Shui Tong suddenly transmitted his voice, don't refuse. Yi Xian looked at Shui Tong and asked, why? Shui Tong said indifferently, think about it yourself. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and sighed inwardly. Divine sect was currently besieged by powerful enemies. Since he had the divine sect divine ring, the forces outside would naturally think that he was divine sect's sect master. No matter how he explained, the forces outside wouldn't let him go. Moreover, the enemy's target was divine sect's divine ring, and it was in his hands. Most importantly, he couldn't take it off, cut off his fingers. He had thought about it, but he found that the divine ring had fused with him. Even if he cut off his fingers, it would be useless unless he used the profound science sword to destroy it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed softly. When he asked the divine spirit palace woman if she would trick him, she said yes. Obviously, she was referring to this. He didn't complain because he also benefited, wanting to benefit but not doing anything. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Moreover, he needed divine sect. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Li Muqi in front of him. Are you really willing to recognize me as sect master? Li Muqi hurriedly said, of course. The rest of the divine sect experts also hurriedly said, we are willing. Yi Xian smiled, I am only at the 16th phase. 16th phase. Hearing this, the expressions of the divine sect experts in front of Yi Xian became a little strange, indeed a little weak. At this time, Li Muqi said, our divine sect is willing to recognize you as sect master. Yi Xian looked at Li Muqi. Why? Li Muqi replied in a solemn voice, because you were personally chosen by sect master Shuixing. The expressions of the experts from the divine sect changed when they heard Li Muqi. Water sect master. In other words, he was the previous sect master of divine sect. Yi Xian said, because I was chosen by her, so you acknowledge me? Li Muqi nodded. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Because in my opinion, she has already perished, and all of you can elect a new sect master. Li Muqi said solemnly, only with the divine ring can one become the sect master, because my divine sect's treasure, the divine seal, is within the divine ring. Xian hurriedly said, I can return the divine ring to divine sect. Li Muqi shook his head. The fact that sect master Shueishan gave the divine ring to you means that she feels that you can lead my divine sect out of this predicament. As he spoke, he and the divine sect experts respectfully bowed. We are willing to pledge our lives to sect master. Xian was slightly speechless. This is like forcing a duck onto a perch. At that moment, an old man at the side suddenly said, back then, sect master Shueishan and the temple master of 10 Ultimate Shrine fought. In the end, we don't know where the two of them went, but we know that they have perished. All these years, my divine sect and 10 Ultimate Shrine have always been taking revenge on each other. In the beginning, neither of us could do anything to the other, but for some reason, Divine King Valley suddenly helped 10 Ultimate Shrine. Since then, my divine sect could only defend passively. Xuetong suddenly said, so, Divine King Valley is the key, right? The old man shook his head. Now, even without Divine King Valley, my divine sect's overall strength is inferior to 10 Ultimate Shrine. Xuetong looked. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. He glanced at the screen of light above him. How much longer can this formation last? The old man said, a month. A month, Xuetong nodded slightly and looked at Xian. You only have a month. Xian thought for a moment and said, tell me about the strength of my divine sect and 10 Ultimate Shrine. The old man said, my divine sect still has 2 Divine Spirit Realm experts, 12 Seamless Realm experts, 53 Seamless Realm experts, and 390 Level 20 experts. As for the 10 Ultimate Shrine, they still have 5 Divine Spirit experts, 37 Seamless Dao experts, more than 70 Seamless Realm experts, and more than 500 Phase 20 experts. Xian's face sank when he heard that. The difference in strength is so huge, it's a terrible mess. Meanwhile, Xuetong suddenly said, their main objective is the divine ring? The old man nodded. Because there is a divine artifact and a technique within the divine ring. The divine artifact is called the divine ruler, and it has the ability to measure time and space. Besides that, there is also a supreme technique, the divine radiating scripture. Xian frowned slightly. The divine radiating scripture? The old man nodded slightly. Only by cultivating this technique can one attain the fate chart realm. Xian gazed at the divine ring in his hand. With a command in his heart, a thick golden ancient book suddenly appeared in front of Xian. The divine radiating scripture. All the experts of the divine sect became excited when they saw the divine radiating scripture. Xian glanced at the divine radiating scripture in his hand, and then he opened it. As soon as he did, a ray of golden light shot into the center of his brows. Bang! Xian's body trembled violently as a huge amount of information surged into his mind. A short moment later, Xian opened his eyes, and Xuetong asked, how is it? Xian gazed at Xuetong, what do you mean? Xuetong said, how is the technique? Xian thought for a moment and said, it seems to be just that. The expressions of all the experts of the divine sect instantly became strange. Just that, is that something a human would say? Xuetong said, can I have a look? Xian passed the divine radiating scripture to Xuetong. The expressions of all the experts of the divine sect changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and Li Muqi hurriedly said, Sect Master, you mustn't. The divine radiating scripture is the supreme technique of our divine sect. Besides the sect master, no one else is allowed to see it. Xian suddenly said, all of you can see it as well. All the experts of the divine sect were stunned when they heard this. Xian gazed at Li Muqi, all of you can see it as well. Li Muqi gulped, and then he said, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xian smiled, there's nothing inappropriate about it. All of you can see it. Of course, I won't force you if you're unwilling. Li Muqi hurriedly said, I'm willing. I'm willing. The other experts of the divine sect hurriedly said as well, we're willing. We're willing. Xuetong suddenly said, hurry up and thank the sect master. All the experts of the divine sect hurriedly bowed respectfully, thank you, sect master. Xian smiled, and then he passed the divine radiating scripture to Xuetong, give it to them after you've seen it. Xuetong nodded and took the scripture. Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Li Muqi and asked, "Can the divine sect summon an ancestor?" Li Muqi nodded, "Yes. However, it can only be done once." Yi Xian smiled, "I can finally summon an ancestor." Li Muqi was speechless. A short while later, all the experts of the divine sect had read the scripture, and it caused them to be extremely excited. After all, only the sect master could read such a supreme technique, yet now, Yi Xian had actually allowed them to read it for free. This chapter isn't over. Please continue to the next page. What's going on? On the other side, Yi Xian took out the divine ruler. At this moment, he was studying it. After studying it for a while, he shook his head. This divine ruler was indeed not bad. It could measure time and space, and it could even manipulate time and space. However, compared to the Xianxia sword, the gap was really huge. Right at this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly pressed down from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a man appear outside the screen of light. Li Muqi, who was beside Yi Xian, said in a low voice, "He's the current temple master of 10 Ultimate Shrine, Mu Qiu." Mu Qiu looked down at Yi Xian from the sky. "You're the current sect master of divine sect?" Yi Xian nodded. Mu Qiu smiled, "How interesting. They actually let a rank 16 ant be the sect master. Is there really no one else in the divine sect?" The expressions of the experts of the divine sect became slightly unsightly when they heard that. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Ancestor summon." Ancestor summon? The experts of the divine sect were slightly stunned. Yi Xian looked at Li Muqi, "Ancestor summon." Li Muqi hesitated for a moment and said, "Sect master, that's ancestor summon?" Yi Xian nodded, "Do you have a problem with that?" Li Muqi smiled bitterly, "Sect master, that's our final trump card." Yi Xian smiled, "Looks like all of you don't take me to be the sect master at all. Since that's the case, then I'll return the position of sect master to all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he left with Xue Tong. The expressions of Li Muqi and the others instantly changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and one of the old men hurriedly said, "Ancestor summon." Quickly. Li Muqi hurriedly nodded, "Ancestor summon." As soon as he finished speaking, bang, a powerful aura suddenly shot into the sky from below the divine sect. Mu Qiu's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. Is there something wrong with this new sect master? He summons ancestor summon at the slightest disagreement. Actually, it wasn't just Mu Qiu, even the experts of the divine sect found it hard to understand. Ancestor summon was the final trump card of the divine sect, and it had been used just like that. In the future, no other power would fear the divine sect. In the sky above the divine sect, an old man appeared before everyone, the divine sect's ancestor. The experts of the divine sect all knelt down, "Greetings, ancestor." The divine sect's ancestor swept the surroundings with his gaze. In the next moment, his gaze descended onto Yi Xian. When he saw the spatial ring on Yi Xian's finger, he frowned, "You're the current divine sect master?" Yi Xian nodded, "That's right." The old man frowned slightly, "Why are you so weak?" Yi Xian smiled, "You haven't matured yet." Everyone, at this moment, a trace of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. "You," a moment later, he grinned, "Natural fate, interesting. Little fellow, you're very interesting." Yi Xian bowed slightly, then pointed at Mu Qiu, "Senior, can you kill him?" The old man turned to look at Mu Qiu, and Mu Qiu's expression instantly changed. This old man was a true Fate realm expert. He didn't even think before turning to run. Mu Qiu raised his hand slightly, then pressed down lightly. Boom! The distant horizon suddenly exploded. Following a miserable scream, countless amounts of blood splattered. Mu Qiu's body was directly destroyed, but his soul had already escaped. The old man didn't chase after him. Instead, he appeared in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian, "What's your name?" Yi Xian said, "Little fellow, Yi Xian." The old man pulled Yi Xian to the side and whispered, "How many big shots are behind you?" Yi Xian, end of this chapter, a few big shots. Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. Wasn't that a little too straightforward? The divine sect ancestor smiled, "Little friend, you were born with a 9-phase fate. If you didn't have a big shot behind you, you wouldn't have lived until now." Yi Xian smiled, "Senior's eyes are like torches." The divine sect ancestor looked at Yi Xian, "May I know what realm the big shot behind you is at?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I really don't know. The divine sect ancestor was silent. Yi Xian said again, Senior, it was a coincidence that I could become the divine sect master. I hope that Senior can choose a new sect master. The old man quickly said, you are my divine sect master. Yi Xian, the old man said again, little guy, I can still stay for a few days. Let me guide you for a few days, I hope it will be of help to you. Yi Xian said solemnly, thank you very much. In the following time, Yi Xian began to cultivate with the old man. Under the old man's guidance, his cultivation and spatial attainments could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. 10 Ultimate Shrine. On this day, a woman came to 10 Ultimate Shrine. The woman wore a purple dress and had shoulder-length hair. She held a sheath longsword in her hand. The sheath was completely black and flickered with light. At this moment, 10 Ultimate Shrine Master Mu Qiu appeared in the shrine. At this moment, his body had recovered, but his face was still extremely pale. Mu Qiu glanced at the woman and then cupped his fists, Miss Mao Shi. Mao Shi, this was the most monstrous genius of Divine King Valley's current generation, born with a three-face fate. Mao Shi nodded slightly, Master Mu Qiu, I heard that Divine Sect has a new sect master. Mu Qiu nodded, yes. However, that person is only at phase 16, nothing to worry about. Mao Shi looked at Mu Qiu, Master Mu Qiu, do you think that Divine Sect will let a person at phase 16 be the sect master? Mu Qiu frowned. He had forgotten to think about this. Mao Shi continued, according to what I know, this person has a god ring, which means that he has obtained the approval of the previous sect master of the divine sect, Shui Xing. Shui Xing is a peak fate matrix expert, so how could someone who has obtained her approval be ordinary? Mu Qiu said solemnly, but that young man is really only at rank 16. Mao Shi shook his head. Most of the time, realms don't mean anything. Mu Qiu asked, then what does Miss Mao Shi think? Mao Shi said, first, get someone to investigate this person and find out his background. The second point is that the divine sect has already summoned its ancestors. They have now lost their final trump card. My master's meaning is that the divine sect should disappear. However, we need to investigate the new sect master's background first. Mu Qiu nodded. I've already sent someone to investigate. Mao Shi nodded slightly. Temple Master Mu Qiu, Master has instructed us that after we destroy the divine sect, we only want the divine ring. Everything else will belong to the 10 Ultimate Shrine. Mu Qiu replied, of course. Mao Shi nodded and turned to leave. In the hall, Mu Qiu was silent for a long time before he sighed softly. In the past, the 10 Ultimate Shrine was even stronger than the Divine King Valley. However, following the fall of the previous Temple Master, the 10 Ultimate Shrine no longer had a life matrix powerhouse. Now, the 10 Ultimate Shrine was the same as the Divine Sect, they had to obey the Divine King Valley. This was because the Divine King Valley had a life matrix powerhouse. After a while, Mu Qiu looked outside the hall and frowned slightly. Divine Ring. Why only one Divine Ring? Divine Sect. At that moment, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged on the ground, attempting to reach rank 17. In front of Yi Xian was the Divine Sect Ancestor. The Divine Sect Ancestor sized up Yi Xian, his expression becoming more and more solemn. After interacting with Yi Xian, he realized that not only did Yi Xian have an innate life matrix, but his bloodline was also extremely powerful. He had never seen such a powerful bloodline before. He was extremely curious about Yi Xian's background. Just then, where did this second generation come from? At that moment, the Divine Sect Ancestor suddenly turned around and walked to the entrance of the hall. He looked into the distance and saw a powerful aura surging out from a nearby hall. That was the hall where Xue Tong was. The Divine Sect Ancestor said in a deep voice, Divine Spirit. This girl actually reached the Divine Spirit realm in less than a day. Amazing. At that moment, the hall's door suddenly opened and Xue Tong walked out. Xue Tong greedily took a deep breath, then slowly walked to the Divine Sect Ancestor. Above the Divine Spirit is Life Matrix, right? The old man nodded. Xue Tong asked, what is Life Matrix? The old man said in a deep voice, Life Matrix is equivalent to one's own fate. How many living beings can control their own fate? Countless living beings can't escape birth, old age, sickness, and death, or natural disasters. After reaching the life matrix realm, one can slowly control their own fate. Of course, whether they can truly control their own fate is unknown. Shuetong looked into the hall. What will happen if he reaches the life matrix realm? The old man smiled. Right now, he has a natural life matrix, and he has reached phase 9. If he reaches the life matrix realm, his cultivation speed will be at least 10 times that of a normal person. Simply put, once he reaches the life matrix realm, he will be invincible among his peers. This is because normal people need to cultivate, but if he doesn't, he will directly reach phase 9. Shuetong frowned. That's not fair. The old man nodded. It is indeed not fair, but there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Look at this girl's bloodline. The old man has seen the world, but this kind of bloodline is something the old man has never seen before. This girl's father is definitely not a normal person. At this point, he sighed and said, "Look, he was born with a good father." "Aren't you angry?" Shuetong took out a candied fruit and licked it, then said, "I'm not angry." The old man was puzzled. "Why?" Shuetong said, "I told him. His father is my father." The old man's face froze. Shuetong glanced at the old man, and then he said, "Old man, don't panic when you don't have a formidable father. Hurry up and find one." The old man was speechless. Shuetong continued, "Even though I don't have a life matrix at the 9th level, he does. So, if I follow him, it'll be equivalent to me having a life matrix at the 9th level as well." When she spoke up to this point, she licked the candied fruit and said, "If I can't beat him, then I'll join him. Look, under normal circumstances, I might not be able to attain the divine spirit realm, but I've attained it in less than a month by following him. Sometimes, it's useless to bury your head in hard work." The old man couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Little girl, this old man has learned something new." Shuetong gazed at Xianxia, who was cultivating in the hall. "As long as I have a powerful backer, the world is mine." The old man was speechless. At this moment, Xianxia, who was in the hall, suddenly stood up. As soon as he stood up, a powerful aura swept out from his body. Phase 17, Xianxia took a deep breath. He'd attained phase 17 now. At this moment, the divine sex ancestor appeared in front of Xianxia. He sized up Xianxia, and then he said, "How do you feel?" Xianxia opened his right hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he directly entered the 7th layer of spacetime. Gradually, he completely merged with the 7th layer of spacetime. At the same time, a powerful pressure appeared in the surroundings. Spacetime pressure. A moment later, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. He left the 7th layer of spacetime and looked at the divine sex ancestor. "Senior, I want to fight an expert of the seamless Tao." The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult." Xianxia smiled, "I'll give it a try." As he spoke, he looked at Shuetong, and Shuetong said indifferently, "I'm already at the divine spirit realm." Xianxia was stunned, and then he said, "So fast?" Shuetong nodded, "Yes." Xianxia's expression was slightly strange. "Isn't this little girl a bit too terrifying? She reached the divine spirit realm in less than a day." Meanwhile, the old man smiled, "This little girl's foundation is too solid. She was already at the peak of the seamless Tao, and she was only a step away from the divine spirit realm. But after she saw the godly radiating scripture, she understood how to step into the divine spirit realm. Of course, if she didn't have the godly radiating scripture, it would probably take some time for her to reach the divine spirit realm." Xianxia nodded lightly, and then he looked at Shuetong. "Congratulations." Shuetong nodded, "Thank you." Xianxia smiled, and then he called over a seamless path powerhouse from the divine sect. This powerhouse was called Muyan, and he was a powerhouse at the peak of the seamless path. In space, Xianxia stood with his sword in hand, and Muyan stood in front of him. Shuetong and the divine sex ancestor watched from the side. Xianxia smiled, "Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly vanished. A flying sword, this sword directly folded space and time. In the distance, Muyan's expression instantly changed. He hadn't expected that Xianxia's sword would be so swift, and he immediately clenched his right hand tightly. In an instant, the space and time he resided in had transformed into a spatial wall. Bang! Xianxia's flying sword had been blocked. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yan, and then an expanse of sword light enveloped the space and time Mu Yan resided in. Rumble, the spatial wall exploded into pieces, and Mu Yan was blasted over 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, a flying sword had already arrived at the center of his forehead. He lost. The divine sect's ancestor's face sank when he witnessed this scene. I underestimated his sword technique. In the distance, Yi Xian sheathed his sword and smiled. If he held the green profound sword right now, then he would even be able to kill a divine spirit realm expert. The boost from the green profound sword was too terrifying. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian gazed at Xue Tong. Miss Xue Tong, can I fully activate the energy of my bloodline? Xue Tong thought for a moment and said, yes. But it's slightly dangerous. Because your bloodline is extremely abnormal, and you might not be able to control it. Yi Xian fell silent. Just as Xue Tong had said, he knew his own bloodline very well. Once it was activated, then his mind would be corroded by killing intent. He was quite worried. Actually, he slightly understood his father's actions. If his father didn't suppress his bloodline, then once he activated it, then it would be equivalent to playing with fire and getting burned. His bloodline was too unstable. Meanwhile, Xue Tong spoke abruptly, it's fine. You can lend your blood to me in the future, and I'll activate it. I'll be very happy to serve you. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. Xue Tong could really borrow the power of his bloodline. In the end, he gave up on the power of his bloodline. That was because he didn't dare to activate the power of his bloodline, especially now that there were no restrictions on it. If he activated it himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the erosion of the power of his bloodline. However, he was also very curious about what it would be like if the power of his bloodline was completely activated. At that moment, the divine sect master said, I still have 2 days. What do you want me to do for you? 2 days, Yi Xian was silent. He had to make good use of the divine sect ancestor's soul, or it would be a waste. Xue Tong suddenly said, you can go to the 10 ultimate shrine and self-destruct. Yi Xian was speechless. The old man glanced at Xue Tong and shook his head with a smile. It's useless. This strand of my soul is about to completely dissipate. Even if I self-destruct, it won't produce much power and won't hurt the 10 ultimate shrines foundation. Moreover, the Divine King Valley is a greater threat. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. What a mess. The old man looked at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Young man, please protect my divine sect. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, there's no need for that. I've received benefits from divine sect, so I should help divine sect. I'll do my best. The old man smiled faintly. I'm relieved to hear this little friend's words. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Young man, is the person behind you from the mountain? Yi Xian frowned slightly. From the mountain? The old man was confused. Isn't he? Yi Xian asked, What's from the mountain? The old man said after a moment of silence, Dao Mountain. Yi Xian was confused. Dao Mountain? Where is it? The old man said in a deep voice, a very sacred place. Only those who have reached the 9th stage of life matrix realm can set foot on this mountain. Once they set foot on this mountain, they are known as the people from the mountain. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and said, I thought that the person behind you was someone from the mountain, but now it seems like that's not the case. Yi Xian was about to speak when Li Muqi suddenly appeared here, and he spoke solemnly, Ancestor, Sect Master, I just received news that something big has happened in God King Valley and the 10 Ultimate Divine Hall. A huge commotion. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, Are they going to launch a large-scale attack? Li Muqi nodded. It should be. Yi Xian said, With our current strength, we definitely can't stop them, right? Li Muqi nodded. We can't. Not to mention all of them together, just the God King Valley alone is enough to destroy us. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then turned to look at Xue Tong. Do you have any good ideas? Xue Tong glanced at Yi Xian. Tell me your thoughts first. Yi Xian smiled and said, My idea is to scare them. Xue Tong licked his candied fruit. All right. Li Muqi was quite puzzled. Scare them? They aren't easily frightened. Yi Xian said, Let's give it a try. As he spoke, he gazed at Xue Tong. Cooperate with me. Xue Tong nodded. All right. Yi Xian said, then let's head to God King Valley right now. Li Muqi was stunned. Go to the God King Valley? Yi Xian nodded. Of our own accord. Li Muqi hesitated for a moment and said, Sect Master, you. Yi Xian smiled, they'll still return if I don't go. Since that's the case, then why don't I go on my own accord? As he spoke, he gazed at the Divine Sect's ancestor. Senior, you guard this place. The Divine Sect's ancestor spoke in a low voice, little fellow, are you confident? Yi Xian smiled, I'm not. However, I can give it a try. The Divine Sect's ancestor hesitated for a moment before he said, be careful. Yi Xian nodded. I will. Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestor, Yi Xian lacks talent and virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall succeed him. It was an old man in black robes who spoke. A young man stood not too far away from the old man, and he had a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. It was Yi Lang. The Yi clan's elders stood at his sides. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a young girl standing at the entrance. She was around 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the corners of her dress. Her face was sickly pale, and she seemed slightly weak. Moreover, there was a trace of timidity in her eyes. The young girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan intended to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The young girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you remove his title for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a clan matter, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look directly at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave, and mustered her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't even know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his title. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether or not he is removed, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and said with a smile, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're very good. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain, seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Mu Qiu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Was that something a human would say? Shui Tong lowered his head slightly as the corners of his mouth curled up. He had so many backers, nice. At this moment, Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. I also want to live a normal life, but I can't. He glanced at Mu Qiu. I'm in pain. Do you understand? Mu Qiu stared at Yi Xian. His gaze was like a sword, as if he wanted to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. Yi Xian spread his hands. Come, kill me. I won't fight back. Mu Qiu clenched his fists as his entire body trembled. Yi Xian said angrily, what are you looking at? Come and kill me. Come here. Mu Qiu's expression became ferocious. Yi Xian said angrily, I beg you to kill me. Shui Tong was speechless. Mu Qiu's expression suddenly calmed down. He glanced at the Divine King Valley below before looking at Yi Xian. I won't kill you. I'll piss you off. After saying that, he left with the 10 ultimate shrine powerhouses. Yi Xian looked at Shui Tong and sighed. It's really painful to be a second-generation heir. It's really. Shui Tong suddenly punched Yi Xian's face. Bang! Yi Xian flew thousands of feet away. Shui Tong licked her sugar-coated haws and glanced at Yi Xian in the distance. You'll be struck by lightning sooner or later. Yi Xian was speechless. On the other side, Mu Qiu's expression was extremely ugly. A 10 ultimate shrine elder beside Mu Qiu said in a deep voice, Temple Master, Yi Xian is too arrogant. Mu Qiu said coldly, he has the right to be arrogant. The Divine King Valley must be afraid of him if they don't touch him. If the 10 ultimate shrine touches him, I'm afraid we won't be able to die straight away. The elder asked in a deep voice, what should we do now? After a moment of silence, Mu Qiu said, let's wait and see. If God King Valley doesn't make a move, then we won't. With that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian and Shui Tong returned to Divine Sect. Yi Xian continued to cultivate, and now, he is trying to enter the 8th spacetime, seamless spacetime. As soon as he entered the 8th spacetime continuum, he felt an extremely terrifying spacetime pressure. Not only that, there was a person who looked exactly like him standing in front of him. At this moment, Divine Sect's ancestor appeared beside Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian, do you know what seamless is? Yi Xian shook his head. God's sect ancestor said solemnly, the so-called infinity is the infinity of time and space. In this space, time and space are limitless. Not only is it limitless, but it is also a mirror image. The person you see in front of you is actually you. As he spoke, he opened his palm and swept it lightly. In an instant, countless figures of him appeared here. Xian was a little surprised. This is? God's sect ancestor said, each space-time continuum is a different world. The core of the 8th space-time continuum is the mirror image duplication. You can use space-time to duplicate a mirror image. Of course, it is very difficult to do this. Even some divine spirit realm experts can't do it. Xian was a little confused. Why is it difficult? God's sect ancestor said, because first, you have to merge with the 8th space-time continuum and then use the special characteristics of the 8th space-time to duplicate a mirror image. Generally, those who can do this are at least in the life matrix realm. Divine spirit realm experts can at most use space-time pressure and space-time folding functions. At this point, he paused and said, with your current strength, it is still very difficult to merge with the 8th space-time continuum. Xian sighed softly. At this moment, he felt that it was really difficult. If the enemies were of the same level, he really wouldn't be afraid, but the problem was that the enemies were several levels higher than him. One must know that those people on the mountain had their eyes on him, and those people on the mountain were at least in the 9th level of the life matrix realm. The 9th level of the life matrix realm. How to play? He felt a little helpless now. At this moment, Li Muki appeared and said in a low voice, Divine King Valley and 10 Ultimate Shrine are not moving. Xian said softly, they are waiting for the people on the mountain to come down. God's sect ancestor said in a low voice, little guy, you were born with a 9th level life matrix. This is too attractive to those people on the mountain. 10 Ultimate Shrine and Divine King Valley don't dare to touch you, but the people on the mountain won't care. Xian looked at God's sect ancestor, Senior, do you know much about this Dao mountain? God's sect ancestor shook his head, not much. Because I didn't go up the mountain in the past. Xian was a little confused, why? God's sect ancestor was a little helpless, because you don't have the qualifications. Xian was speechless. A moment later, God's sect ancestor and Li Muki left. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought. He could already guess what would happen next. The people on the mountain would come down to find him, and he couldn't beat them. At the crucial moment of life and death, either his dad, Qing or his big brother would come out. In any case, this was the plan from before. It was as if he, Xian, had been arranged by fate. Rely on himself. He really wanted to rely on himself, but for now, even if the Azure Profound Sword was unsealed, he definitely couldn't beat a 9th level life matrix. They weren't on the same level at all, unless his bloodline was completely unsealed. However, other than his dad and Qing no one could completely unseal his bloodline power. Moreover, even if it was unsealed, he couldn't control such a terrifying demonic bloodline with his strength. Xian thought for a long time, Dad, I also want to rely on myself to solve everything, but the enemy is too strong. I really can't do it. I know you don't want me to be someone who relies on my dad. Don't worry, I won't rely on my dad. After saying that, he stood up and left. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, are you really not going to rely on your dad anymore? Xian nodded. I can't rely on my dad anymore. Otherwise, he'll look down on me. Xiao Ta said in a low voice, what will you do if the people on the mountain come looking for you? Xian frowned. Don't I still have my sister? Xiao Ta was speechless. Xian came to the peak of a mountain and sat cross-legged on the ground. He slowly closed his eyes to sense the Azure Profound Sword. Soon, he felt the Azure Profound Sword in his sea of consciousness. At that moment, the Azure Profound Sword was locked by a ray of sword light, and it was his dad's sword light. Xian said in a low voice, Qing you forged this sword. I know you can hear me. I want you to help me unseal the Azure Profound Sword. Before he could finish, the Azure Profound Sword shook violently. Boom, the ray of sword light that locked the Azure Profound Sword shattered. Then, the Azure Profound Sword appeared in front of him. Xian was stunned and then said, My sister. At that moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said excitedly, Young master, the seal that master left in my body has been unsealed. Xian said in a low voice, Little soul, can you contact Qing? After a moment of silence, Little Soul said, "Young master, I can't contact her." Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "If you can't contact her, then forget it." Then, he looked at the azure profound sword in his hand and entered Xiao Ta's body. In Xiao Ta's body, Yi Xian entered the 8th spacetime. As soon as he entered the 8th spacetime, he used the azure profound sword to fuse himself with the 8th spacetime. At the same time, countless mirror images appeared. With the azure profound sword, the 8th spacetime was like his sun. He could do whatever he wanted. It felt so good. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, aren't you afraid that you'll rely on external forces?" Yi Xian smiled. "Xiao Ta, do you think relying on external forces or living is more important?" Xiao Ta replied, "Living." Yi Xian spoke softly, "I have to live first. Obviously, my father only wants to train me, but he hasn't thought about how I should live." He paused for a moment and said, "Xiao Ta, what do you think my father was thinking by sending me to such a dangerous place?" Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and said, "Master might be thinking that he'll give birth to another one if you die." Yi Xian's face froze. A short while later, Yi Xian used the azure profound sword to arrive at the 9th spacetime. As soon as he entered the 9th spacetime, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was in an unknown starry sky. It was deathly silent all around him, and he could see countless stars. However, they were far beyond his reach. Right at this moment, an old man in a gray robe appeared before Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. "There's someone else here?" The old man looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "You are?" The old man suddenly looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand, and he frowned when he saw it. "You." Yi Xian hurriedly passed the azure profound sword to the old man. "Take a good look. You must take a good look." "Damn it, I'm afraid I'll be killed by you." The old man picked up the azure profound sword. A short while later, his expression became extremely solemn, and he looked at Yi Xian. "Who forged this sword?" Yi Xian said, "My younger sister." The old man frowned slightly. "Your younger sister?" Yi Xian nodded. The old man fell silent for a long time. "You. What are you doing here?" Yi Xian said, "Sightseeing." The old man shook his head. "It's dangerous. You should go back." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Senior, you can use this sword to find the person who forged it. You can give it a try." Xiao Ta was speechless. "Damn it, this young master is too evil. He's starting to dig a hole for me." The gray-robed old man fell silent for a moment before he said, "The old man would like to see the person who forged the sword as well." As he spoke, he held the green profound sword in a reverse grip. In the next moment, the green profound sword started to tremble violently, and the surrounding space actually started to become illusory. A moment later, he suddenly clenched his right hand tightly and shouted, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly split open. In the next moment, a ray of light suddenly stabbed into the center of his forehead. At the same time, the 9th layer of space in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was directly obliterated. The gray-robed elder's eyes widened in disbelief. "I was King insta-killed." Just as the gray-robed old man was about to disappear completely, Yi Xian hastily shouted, "Qing show mercy. This senior is with me, he's one of us." Just as he finished speaking, the sword light between the gray-robed old man's eyebrows suddenly disappeared. The gray-robed old man's expression froze. His intuition told him that he had been tricked. At this moment, the gray-robed elder's heart could be said to be extremely shocked. He had almost been wiped out just now. He did not even have the strength to fight back. He was at the 10th stage of the life chart realm. He was a genuine 10th stage life chart realm cultivator. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Sir, are you all right?" The gray-robed old man came back to his senses. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm not worthy of being called senior. I'm Yao Jun, the keeper of the 9th spacetime order." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Senior Jun," Qing'er did not hold back. This, Yao Jun shook his head. No, it's my fault. I offended that senior. It's my fault." As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young brother, who is that senior?" Yi Xian smiled. "What do you think?" Yao Jun was silent. He had not found the plain-dressed woman just now, but she had already sensed his presence. She had swung her sword from an unknown number of universes away and he had almost been killed instantly. The strength of this strength had completely exceeded his understanding. This was also what he feared the most. He was at the 10th stage of the life realm, a true powerhouse. Although he was not invincible, he was still a rare opponent. However, he had almost been killed in an instant. It was too terrifying. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior Jun, you said that you're the keeper of the Ninth Spacetime Order? Yao Jun nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked, you're in charge of this spacetime? Yao Jun hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm just a keeper of this spacetime order. The real keeper of this spacetime is the Temporal Temple. Yi Xian frowned. The Temporal Temple? Yao Jun nodded. The 9th layer of spacetime is very complicated, because this spacetime is currently limitless, endlessly large, and its density is also endlessly large. Not only can it not be folded, it can't be twisted. It's as if this spacetime is fixed. As for the Temporal Temple, they specialize in researching the 9th layer of spacetime. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, that means there's no 10th spacetime? Yao Jun nodded. We haven't found it yet. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before looking at the azure profound sword in his hand. Little soul, can you feel the 10th spacetime? Little soul trembled slightly. After a moment, Little soul said, I can feel it. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Yao Jun's face was filled with disbelief. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yi Xian smiled. Why not? Yao Jun said in a deep voice. The Temporal Temple has been to study the 9th spacetime for countless years, but we have yet to find the 10th spacetime order. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, is it very difficult to distort the 9th space and time? Yao Jun nodded. It's not just difficult. In our opinion, it's simply impossible because the spacetime density is simply too thick. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly held the Xianxia sword in his hand and gently guided it. In an instant, the space in front of him directly distorted. Senior Jun, it doesn't seem difficult. Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian smiled. Mr. Jun, it doesn't seem that difficult. Yao Jun was speechless. At this moment, Yao Jun's expression was incomparably solemn, and his heart was in turmoil. This human could distort the 9th spacetime order, it was too terrifying. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior Jun, do you know Dao Mountain? Yao Jun nodded. I know about Dao Yi. What's wrong? Yi Xian smiled. Nothing. I just have some conflicts with them. They want to take my fate. Yao Jun was stunned, then said in shock, how dare they? Yi Xian sighed. They are weak. Who else can they bully? Yao Jun glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, my young friend, if that senior had acted just now, then wouldn't this mountain of the way have been obliterated with a flick of her finger? Yi Xian said. How can I rely on others? I have to rely on myself. Yao Jun Yi Xian asked again. Senior Jun, I'm leaving. Yao Jun hesitated. Take care, little friend. Yi Xian nodded. Then he turned around and disappeared. After Yi Xian left, Yao Jun immediately turned around and left. Not long after, he arrived at the Time and Space Palace. There were close to 100 time and space teleportation arrays in the palace, and a middle-aged man was sitting at the top of the palace. He was the temple master, Xiqian. Yao Jun walked to Xiqian and bowed. Then, he told him what had happened. Xiqian put down an ancient book and looked at Yao Jun. You were almost killed from countless universes? Yao Jun nodded. Yes. Most importantly, that young man could distort the 9th spacetime order. He did it with ease. Xiqian narrowed his eyes. Really? Yao Jun said in a low voice, absolutely. However, he probably did it with the sword in his hand. Xiqian stood up. Where is he now? Yao Jun said, he left. Xiqian was stunned. Then, he flew into a rage. Left? How could you let him leave? Yao Jun smiled bitterly. He said he wanted to leave. I didn't dare to stop him. I was afraid he would ask someone to kill me. Xiqian. Yao Jun hesitated. Temple Master Xian, what kind of divine being is that young man? Xian shook his head. How would I know? He looked at Yao Jun. Find that young man immediately. If you find him, invite him to the temporal temple. Yao Jun said in a low voice, there's one more thing. Dao Shan has his eyes on him. They want to take away his fate. Xian frowned. Is Dao Shan crazy? Yao Jun said, Dao Shan probably doesn't know the strength of the person behind him. Temple Master, if Dao Shan really attacks him, what should we do? Should we wait and see, or? Xian fell silent for a long time. If that young man can deal with it himself, we won't care. If he can't, we'll take action. Yao Jun frowned. Offend Dao Shan? Xian said softly, it's worth it. Yao Jun nodded. Understood. Then, he turned and left. After Xian left the 9th layer of space, he entered Xiaota and started cultivating. Xiaota had been unsealed. 10 years inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. Now, he could use Xiaota to close the gap in strength between him and his enemies. With the Qingxian sword, Xian directly merged with the 8th layer of time and space. Not only that, but he was also immune to the 8th layer of time and space's power of time and space. Most importantly, after using the Qingxian sword, he could directly fold time and space 4 times. In other words, although he was only at the 17th layer, he could easily kill someone at the Divine Spirit realm. He could even fight someone at the Fate Chart realm. But the problem was that everyone on the mountain was at least at the 9th layer. Thinking of this gave him a headache, but now, he couldn't think about anything else. His top priority was to improve his strength. With the green profound sword and Xiaota, it was very easy to improve his strength. Not long after, Xuetong also entered Xiaota to cultivate. After discovering Xiaota's heaven-defying ability, Xuetong didn't leave. He stayed in the tower to cultivate every day. A few days later. A few days outside was 10 years inside Xiaota. Xian had reached the 19th layer. Not only that, he also used the green profound sword to perfectly merge with the 9th layer of space. He could now fold the 9th layer of space. To enter the 9th layer of space, only those at the Fate Chart realm could do it. To merge with the 9th layer of space was an impossible task, but he did it with the green profound sword. Right now, he didn't even know what level his battle prowess had reached. 10 days later, Xian reached the Seamless Realm. He was getting more and more adept at using the spacetime Dao. He could now overlap 1 to 8 layers of space. On this day, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky above Divine Sect. The experts of Divine Sect all looked up. In the sky, the middle-aged man swept his gaze over Divine Sect. Where is Xian? The moment he finished speaking, a sword beam appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The person who had come was Xian. The middle-aged man sized up Xian and narrowed his eyes. You really do have a special bloodline, and you're born with a 9th layer fate. Xian glanced at the middle-aged man. Someone from the mountain? The middle-aged man nodded. Someone from the mountain. Xian's expression darkened. This guy had a 9th layer fate. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly said, God King Valley's Valley Master Twilight Valley told me that you come from a low-level civilization. This is truly interesting. A low-level civilization actually produced a person with a special bloodline, and one with an innate 9th stage fate providence. It's not just interesting. Xian smiled. Did you come here to strip me of my bloodline and fate? The middle-aged man nodded. Yes. Xian thought for a moment, then said, Sir, I won't hide it from you. There's someone behind me. The middle-aged man smiled. I know there's someone behind you, but so what? Xian smiled. Sir, do you not want to see the person behind me? The middle-aged man's lips curled up. Are you threatening me? Xian shook his head. No, I just feel that you should take a look first before deciding whether or not to kill me. The middle-aged man stared at Xian for a few moments before smiling. Then I'll take a look. Xian hurriedly presented the azure sword to the middle-aged man. Sir, the person behind me is the person who forged this sword. With your strength, you can definitely use this sword to find the person behind me. Please begin. The middle-aged man glanced at the azure sword in Xian's hand, and his eyes quickly narrowed. Your sword is rather extraordinary. Yixian smiled and said nothing. The middle-aged man glanced at Yixian and then said, "Then let me see just who the person behind you is." As he spoke, he suddenly held the green profound sword in his right hand. In an instant, the space in the surroundings started to tremble. After a short moment, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, and as soon as he raised his head, a sword pierced directly into the center of his forehead before piercing all the way down. Boom, the middle-aged man's eyes went wide, and his mind went blank. How the fuck did I get instantly killed? Dead, even in death, the middle-aged man did not understand how he had died. On the side, Yixian put away the azure profound sword and then returned to the Xiaota to continue cultivating. Down below, the divine sect experts glanced at each other, dumbfounded. God King Valley. Within the tree hall, Twilight Valley reclined on a rattan chair, his right foot crossed over his left. His eyes were half closed, and his right hand was lightly tapping the chair beside him. At this moment, Maoshi entered the tree hall, her expression gloomy. "Master, that person on the mountain has died." Twilight Valley's tapping finger stopped, and after a few moments, she softly asked, "How did he die?" Maoshi hesitated, then said, "It said that he touched the sword in Yixian's hand, and then he was silently erased." Twilight Valley's brow creased. "Touched the sword?" Maoshi nodded. "Yes." After a long silence, Twilight Valley softly said, "Although this person is not from the mountain, he is still no ordinary person." Maoshi sternly said, "Master, I carefully investigated this person. He came from a level 2 civilization." Twilight Valley suddenly shook his head. "This means that this person is not simple." Maoshi nodded. "Truly. This person has many mysteries, especially the sword in his hand. It's said that when he wields the sword, he is immune to the pressure of spacetime and the spacetime abyss." Twilight Valley narrowed his eyes. "Is that true?" Maoshi nodded. "It should be true." After a long silence, Twilight Valley said, "The person on the mountain will not give up. Continue watching." Maoshi nodded and then withdrew. 10 Extreme Divine Palace. At this time, Mucho had learned that the person on the mountain had died. Upon learning this news, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was very glad that he had not let his head get to work and attacked Yixian. Otherwise, he might have been dead. A second generation. That bastard really was a second generation. Within the Xiaota on this day, Yixian suddenly stopped cultivating. A moment later, he vanished, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Xue Tong. When he saw Xue Tong, Yixian was dumbfounded. Crimson Eye had already reached the life matrix realm. Xue Tong slowly withdrew a candied hawthorn when she saw Yixian, and then she licked it and said, "You seem very surprised." "You've reached the fate realm so quickly?" asked Yixian. Crimson Eye blinked. "Is it that fast?" Yixian was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. He suddenly recalled that although only 7 or 8 days had passed in the outside world, 70 or 80 years had passed in Xiaota's body. However, even so, it was still very fast. This Crimson Eye was not simple. Blood Eye suddenly asked, "You reached stage 20? Yixian nodded. He had already reached level 20. Ever since Xiaota was unsealed, his cultivation speed was simply incredible. Suddenly, Xue Tong opened her palm, and the God-radiating scripture appeared in her hand. She looked at Yixian. "This is not bad, do you want it?" Yixian looked at the God-radiating scripture. "I think this was originally mine, right?" Xue Tong blinked, and then she passed it to Yixian. "What I mean is, if you don't want it, then you can give it to me." Yixian put away the God-radiating scripture. "This little girl is very naughty." At this time, Xue Tong asked again, "Can you lend me your sword to play with?" Yixian opened his palm, and the azure sword appeared in his hand. He looked at Xue Tong and smiled. "You want to play with this sword?" Xue Tong nodded. "Just to have a look." Yixian smiled, and then he passed the azure sword to Xue Tong. Xue Tong held the azure sword, and after a while, she frowned. "No reaction?" Yixian smiled. "This sword can only be used by me." Xue Tong glanced at Yixian, and then she returned the sword to Yixian. "Your sister made it for you?" Yixian nodded. Xue Tong licked the candied fruit, and then she said, "Ask her to make one for me as well." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he asked, why? Shui Tong said seriously, didn't I tell you before? If your father is my father, then isn't your sister my sister? Yi Xian was speechless. Shui Tong asked again, is there a problem? Yi Xian chuckled. What do you think? Shui Tong thought for a moment, and then she said, I'm strong, and I can fight for you. So, helping me is equivalent to helping yourself. Yi Xian patted Shui Tong on the shoulder. I made my fortune by conning people. He turned and left as soon as he finished speaking. Shui Tong continued to lick the candied fruit in silence. In the following time, Yi Xian started to try to break through to the seamless state. In fact, after the Azure Sword was unsealed, cultivation wasn't that important to him anymore. For example, even a 10th stage life matrix expert couldn't shake the 9th stage of time and space, but he could, however, he still had to go through this process. As for the problem of relying on external objects, he didn't want to think about it anymore. All he wanted now was to survive. If he really followed his father's method, he would be killed by the cruel reality sooner or later. But Yi Xian didn't know that the people of the temporal temple were frantically looking for him. One could enter the 9th stage of time and space from any world, so when Yi Xian left the 9th stage of time and space, Yao Jun was a little annoyed. This was because he realized that he had no idea which universe Yi Xian was in. After knowing that Yi Xian could distort the 9th stage of time and space, all the experts of the temporal temple were excited. They had researched for their entire lives just to understand the 9th stage of time and space, but there was almost no progress. The 9th stage of time and space was a barrier for all life matrix experts. As long as they understood the 9th stage of time and space, they would have the opportunity to break through the life matrix realm and reach a whole new level. However, after countless years of research, they still couldn't understand the 9th stage of time and space. They couldn't even distort the 9th stage of time and space, let alone fuse with it, but now, someone could distort the 9th stage of time and space. All the experts of the temporal temple were excited. In an unknown world, Yao Jun smiled bitterly. If he couldn't find Yi Xian, those old fellows of the temporal temple would really kill him. He was helpless. When Yi Xian said he wanted to leave, it wasn't that he didn't want to stay. The problem was that he didn't dare to. After all, he was so close to being wiped out, it was too difficult. After a while, Yao Jun turned around and left. He continued to search. 10 days later, a woman appeared in the clouds above the divine sect. She wore a white robe and tied her hair into a ponytail. She had sharp eyebrows and phoenix eyes, looking very heroic. There was a young man standing beside the woman. The man wore a brocade robe and stood straight. His eyes were as sharp as blades. The woman suddenly smiled and said, I didn't think that there would be someone born with a 9th stage fate in such a low-level civilization. Saying this, she looked at the man beside her and said, Brother Xiaoyun, what do you think? The man called Xiaoyun smiled and said, it's indeed a little abnormal. I think the person behind him must be extraordinary. The corner of the woman's mouth raised slightly, 2nd generation? Xiaoyun smiled and said, special bloodline, born with a 9th stage fate. If this person isn't a 2nd generation, then what is? Looks like we have to be careful. The woman smiled lightly, Brother Xiaoyun, in terms of strength and background, who can compare to you? You were born with the world's strongest bloodline, the Flame God bloodline. Moreover, you were born with a 6th stage fate. Most importantly, you have the world's 2nd strongest spacetime physique. Saying this, she shook her head and smiled. The scariest thing is that you also awakened the nether demon soul. Xiaoyun shook his head and smiled. Miss Lin Yao, since you're praising me like that, let me guess. You definitely want me to go meet this sect Master Yi first. It's best if I fight with this sect Master Yi until both of us are heavily injured, and then you can come and reap the benefits, right? Lin Yao was about to speak when Xiaoyun suddenly smiled and said, Miss Lin Yao, I'm just joking. How could Miss Lin Yao be so bad? I'm just joking. Lin Yao smiled and said, Brother Xiaoyun said you want to fight with sect leader Yi until both of you are injured. I don't think that sect leader Yi can threaten Brother Xiaoyun. According to what I know, sect leader Yi was only at the 17th stage, not even the divine spirit realm. But Brother Xiaoyun is now a 6th stage fate. As for the person behind sect leader Yi, in terms of background, who is stronger than you, Brother Xiaoyun? Xiaoyun laughed and said, Miss Lin Yao, you're making me a little arrogant. Lin Yao glanced at Xiaoyun and didn't speak. Xiaoyun suddenly smiled and said, he was born with a 9th stage fate chart, and he even possesses a special bloodline. Miss Lin Yao, if you obtain his fate chart and devour his bloodline, tsk. When he spoke up to here, he didn't continue. Lin Yao smiled lightly and said, young Master Xiaoyun, aren't you tempted? Although your Yan clan's bloodline is number 1, I heard that sect leader Ye's bloodline is extremely special. If you devour his bloodline, then perhaps your bloodline will be able to suppress the entire Xiao clan. Moreover, sect leader Yi was born with a 9th stage fate chart. If you can obtain it, tsk. When they spoke up to here, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, each with their own thoughts. At this moment, the space in the distance suddenly trembled, and in the next moment, a man walked out. The man had long hair that draped over his shoulders, and he wore an evil smile on his face. Lin Yao smiled lightly when she saw the man, so it's brother Yang Feng. The man called Yang Feng smiled and said, I thought I was late. I never expected that both of you wouldn't make a move. What? Were you waiting for me? Xiaoyun smiled and said, brother Yang Feng, the two of us are slightly fearful, so we don't dare to make a move. Yang Feng roared with laughter, what? You want me to go first? Xiaoyun smiled, as you wish. Yang Feng glanced at them, and then he shook his head with disdain, both of you are really tired of living. It's such a simple matter, yet you keep thinking about it. How boring. If both of you aren't going to make a move, then I will. As he spoke, he turned around and looked down, and then he stomped his right foot against the ground and roared with laughter, Yi Xian, I know you're spying on us from the shadows. Quickly come out here and let me beat you to death. His voice rumbled like thunder and shook the sky. As Yang Feng roared with laughter, Yi Xian walked out slowly, and he smiled as he walked over to Yang Feng, all right. As he spoke, his figure instantly became ethereal. In the next moment, he'd entered the 9th level of space. After that, everyone watched as he swung his sword lightly, and the 9th level of space warped. The expressions of Lin Feng and the others changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. The 9th level of space was warped. Yi Xian glanced at Yang Feng, Xiaoyun, and Lin Yao, and he smiled, the three of you can come at me together. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Feng and grinned, I'll believe you if you attack me twice. Needless to say, Xiaoyun and Lin Yao were extremely shocked. Warping the 9th level of space, not to mention them, even their fathers couldn't do it. However, this human before them could actually warp the 9th level of space. That was too unusual. Even the arrogant Yang Feng fell silent at this moment. If he hadn't witnessed the warping of the 9th level of space, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. At this moment, he knew that this human wasn't as simple as he'd thought. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly smiled, someone came just now. He seems to be at the 9th stage of the fate chart realm. I don't know his name, but I know that he's too weak. He can't even withstand a single attack from me. How boring. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Feng and the others, we're going to waste time. The three of you can come at me together. Xiaoyun and Lin Yao's expressions turned slightly unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Feng suddenly spoke fiercely, Yi Xian, you're really arrogant, aren't you? Yi Xian suddenly looked at Yang Feng and smiled, arrogant? Is that what you call arrogant? He shook his head and smiled, let me show you what arrogance is. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure merged with the 9th level of space, directly merged. Yang Feng and the others were dumbfounded by this scene, merged with the 9th level of space, all of them were dazed. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly laughed with disdain, a low-level civilization that hasn't even comprehended the 9th level of space dares to covet my fate and bloodline? How laughable. Yang Feng and the others had slightly unsightly expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Lin Yao spoke abruptly, young Master Yi, I didn't come here to become enemies with young Master Yi. I just want to get to know young Master Yi. Yi Xian looked at Lin Yao, you know me? Lin Yao grinned, yes. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Lin Yao, Yi Xian, like to make friends. Let's talk somewhere else? Lin Yao was stunned, and then she smiled, all right. As soon as they spoke, they vanished on the spot. Xiaoyun and Yang Feng's expressions were unsightly to the extreme. After a short moment, Xiaoyun said softly, this Miss Lin Yao is really flexible. Yang Feng's face was gloomy, but he remained silent. He had never suffered such humiliation before, he had wanted to make a move just now. But reason won over impulse. That guy could distort the 9th layer of spacetime. Not only that, but it could also fuse with the 9th layer of time and space, Xiaoyan suddenly said. Looks like we've underestimated this young Master Yi. With that, he turned around and left. After a moment of silence, Yang Feng also left. On the other side, Yi Xian and Lin Yao were walking slowly in the clouds. Lin Yao smiled and said, to be honest, we underestimated young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Lin Yao, can you tell me about the powers of Daoist Mountain? Lin Yao was a bit surprised. Young Master Yi doesn't know about Dao Mountain? Yi Xian asked, do you think I should know? Lin Yao blinked, Young Master Yi, are you from a higher civilization? Yi Xian smiled and said, what do you think? Lin Yao smiled and said nothing. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Lin Yao, I'll take you to a place. With that, he brought Lin Yao into Xiaota. After entering Xiaota, Lin Yao was stunned. Soon, her expression changed drastically. This, Yi Xian brought Lin Yao away from Xiaota. Lin Yao clenched her fists, her eyes were filled with shock. Yi Xian walked to Lin Yao and smiled, Miss Lin Yao, we'll meet again. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the distance. Lin Yao was silent for a long time, then turned around and left. Yi Xian returned to Xiaota and began to cultivate crazily. He had tricked Lin Yao and the others into leaving, but he knew that they would come back soon. His top priority now was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Shuetong stopped cultivating. She had reached the life matrix realm, so it would be impossible for her to improve in a short time. On this day, Shuetong came to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and looked at Shuetong. What's the matter? Shuetong took out a stick of candied hawthorn and licked it, then said, tell me what might happen next. There are two possibilities. The first is that Dao Mountain couldn't resist the temptation and will kill you at all costs, taking away your bloodline and life matrix. The second is that they are afraid of you and start to investigate you. With that, she looked at Yi Xian. Can they find out who's behind us? Yi Xian frowned. Us? Shuetong licked the candied hawthorn. Your backer is my backer. Of course, my backer is also your backer. Yi Xian looked at Shuetong. Do you have a backer? Shuetong nodded. My backer is your backer. Yi Xian, Shuetong said, Lin Yao was scared by you just now. The force behind her might become your helper, but I don't think it's very likely. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Shuetong said, helping you is equivalent to becoming enemies with other forces. Moreover, they might want the sword in your hand, your life matrix, and your bloodline. With that, she looked at Yi Xian. All living beings are greedy, there are no exceptions. Yi Xian smiled. Then what do you think I should do now? Shuetong thought for a moment, then said, do you think Dao Mountain will give you a lot of time? Yi Xian shook his head. Shuetong asked again, can you reach the life matrix realm in another 10 days? 10 days was equivalent to 100 years, Yi Xian shook his head once more. Moreover, even if he could, he wouldn't dare to rush into it. It would not be a good thing to advance his cultivation realm too quickly. His current goal was the seamless realm. Shuetong continued, since that's impossible, we have to think of a way to deal with Dao Mountain. Yi Xian looked at Shuetong. How? Shuetong smiled. One word, pretend. Yi Xian's lips perked up. Great minds think alike. 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Shuetong headed for God King Valley. The moment they arrived, Twilight Valley appeared before them. Yi Xian smiled. Valley Master Twilight Valley, I will be going to Dao Mountain. Twilight Valley was taken aback, and then he smiled. Take care, Sect Master Yi. Yi Xian walked up to Twilight Valley and smiled. Valley Master Twilight Valley, after I leave, you won't have any thoughts about the divine sect, right? Twilight Valley hurriedly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian smiled. I have received benefits from the divine sect and promised Sect Master Shueishing to protect the divine sect, so I do not wish for God King Valley to make trouble for the divine sect. Is that all right? Twilight Valley smiled. Young Master Yi, your journey to Dao Mountain is long. You must be careful. The meaning behind his words was that whether or not he would move against the divine sect would depend on whether or not Yi Xian could survive. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly unsheathed his sword and slashed. Unsheathing the sword determined life and death, and this strike was layered with 4,800 slashes. Twilight Valley paled at this strike, and she hurriedly raised the sphere of light in her hand to block. Boom, the sphere of light shattered and countless rays of blue light shot out. The surrounding spacetime was annihilated, and Twilight Valley herself was pushed back tens of thousands of feet, but before she could stop, a sword was pressed against her forehead, the ninth spacetime folding. This strike was so fast that not even Twilight Valley, who had reached the Life Matrix realm, could react in time. Twilight Valley was dumbfounded, she didn't even have the ability to fight back against this scoundrel. In truth, Yi Xian was also dumbfounded. He had never imagined that after he folded up the ninth layer of spacetime, the flying sword would reach this level of speed. In that moment, the Azure Profound Sword had been so fast that not even he could react. Too terrifying. At this moment, Twilight Valley sternly said, "Young Master Yi, my God King Valley will no longer touch the divine sect." Yi Xian looked at Twilight Valley. A moment later, the Azure Profound Sword sank into Twilight Valley's forehead. Boom, Twilight Valley was absorbed. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Naive. Promise, that thing was just like one's character. Oftentimes, it was worthless. The Azure Profound Sword flew out of Yi Xian's hand. A moment later, all the Divine Spirit Realm experts in God King Valley were slain by him. An hour later, Yi Xian turned and left. It wasn't long before he returned to the 10 Ultimate Divine Hall. The moment he arrived, Mu Qiu appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was about to speak when Mu Qiu hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, my 10 Ultimate Divine Hall was wrong." Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Mu Qiu continued, Mu Qiu, had eyes but failed to recognize young Master Yi and offended him. I ask that young Master Yi be magnanimous and let my 10 Ultimate Divine Hall off. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out a spatial ring and placed it in front of Yi Xian. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, young Master Yi. Yi Xian looked at Mu Qiu. You know about God King Valley? Mu Qiu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yi Xian suddenly slashed out with his sword. Swish, Mu Qiu's head flew into the air, and his soul was instantly absorbed by the Azure Profound Sword. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the Azure Profound Sword flew into the 10 Ultimate Divine Hall. It wasn't long before all the Divine Spirit Realm experts within the 10 Ultimate Divine Hall were killed by him. Never believe the nonsense of your enemies, and never show mercy to your enemies unless you don't have the strength to do so. Who would lie when they had the strength? 2 hours later, Yi Xian headed towards Dao Mountain. On the way, Xue Tong suddenly said, "You seem to be very strong." Yi Xian nodded. I noticed it as well. Xue Tong suddenly asked, "Do you know how to get to Dao Mountain?" Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. He really didn't know. Xue Tong licked his candied fruit and said, "Are you joking?" Yi Xian glared at Xue Tong, and then he brought Xue Tong into the 9th layer of space. Even though he didn't know how to get to Dao Mountain, the guardian of the 9th layer, Yao Jun, definitely knew. As soon as he entered the 9th layer of space, the space in front of him started trembling, and then Yao Jun walked out. When he saw Yi Xian, Yao Jun was stunned at first, and then he pounced in front of Yi Xian and said excitedly, "Young Master Yi, I finally found you." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Elder Jun, why are you looking for me?" Yao Jun hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, the Hall Master wants to see you." Yi Xian blinked. Your temporal temple? Yao Jun nodded. Yi Xian immediately shook his head. I'm not going. Yao Jun was slightly puzzled. Why, Yi Xian said seriously, I'm afraid I'll implicate all of you. Yao Jun was even more puzzled. What do you mean, young Master Yi? Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Dao Mountain wants to kill me. If I go to the temporal temple, won't I implicate all of you? Yao Jun immediately said, my temporal temple isn't afraid of Dao Mountain. Yi Xian said, I'm afraid. Yao Jun blurted out, as long as my temporal temple is here, no one can touch young Master Yi. Yi Xian was about to say something, but at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Is that so? My Yang clan would like to see if your temporal temple can protect him. As the voice fell, a powerful aura suddenly appeared on the scene. Yi Xian looked at Yao Jun and said seriously, Elder Jun, you will protect me, right? Yao Jun. P.S. Please vote. It's the new year. Please vote for the new year. Dao Mountain's Yang clan. Yao Jun's expression turned ugly. There were 3 great clans in Dao Mountain: Shao clan, Yang clan, and Lin clan. Although these 3 clans would usually compete with each other secretly, they would be extremely united in the face of external enemies. This was because the ancestors of these 3 clans were once good friends. Before they died, they had left behind their ancestral teachings that if there was an external enemy, the 3 clans must stand together and fight together. Temporal Temple might not be afraid of Dao Mountain, but Dao Mountain wasn't afraid of them either. If they really fought, the odds were 50-50. Xian looked to the side and saw an old man walking over slowly. The old man wore a black robe, and his hands were hidden in his wide sleeves. His eyes were like knives, and his body emitted a domineering aura. Seeing the old man, Yao Jun's expression darkened. Life Body Realm. Life Chart Realm was divided into 10 levels, and after that was Life Body and Life Soul. What was Life Body? It referred to the strengthening of one's fleshly body. Generally, reaching the Life Body Realm meant that one had already grasped the power of destiny. This was an extremely mysterious power, and once one reached the Life Body Realm, ordinary godly items wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. The old man glanced at Xian and sneered. Then, he looked at Yao Jun with a cold expression. Your temporal temple wants to protect this human? Yao Jun was about to speak, but the old man suddenly shouted angrily, don't talk nonsense. If you want to protect him, my Dao Mountain will declare war on your temporal temple. We will fight to the death. If you can't protect him, then leave immediately to avoid harming the relationship between my Dao Mountain and your temporal temple. Overbearing, Yao Jun's expression turned ugly. Declare war on the Dao Mountain? He definitely didn't have the authority to make such a decision. At this moment, Temporal Temple's temple master Xianxia suddenly appeared. Seeing Xianxia, Yao Jun heaved a sigh of relief. Boss is here. Xianxia looked at the old man. Are you threatening my temporal temple? Yang clan's elder sneered. Threatening? Temple Master Xianxia, my Dao Mountain has no enmity with your temporal temple. Why would I threaten you? As he spoke, he pointed angrily at Xian. This human killed my Dao Mountain's experts. My Dao Mountain is here to seek justice. Xian glanced at the Yang clan old man but did not speak. Xian glanced at Xian before turning to the Yang clan elder. Sir, this young Master Yi is a guest of my temporal temple. If there's anything, can we talk about it another day? The Yang clan elder stared at Xian. Does that mean that your temporal temple is going to protect him? Just as Xian was about to speak, the Yang clan's elder spoke again. Hall Master Xian, this person belongs to my Dao Mountain. If your temporal temple dares to stop us, then that old man can tell you that from this moment on, we will fight to the death until one side is exterminated. Hearing this, Xian's face turned ugly. Fight to the death. He wasn't afraid of the Dao Mountain, but was it worth it to fight the Dao Mountain for a human? One had to know that the Dao Mountain was no ordinary power. If they really fought to the death, even if the temporal temple won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Xian's mind. Hall Master, this human isn't simple. Our temporal temple can let him fight with the Dao Mountain, and we can sit back and reap the benefits. That's a good idea. Hearing this, Xian glanced at the distant Xian. Xian's expression was calm, without a trace of panic. That voice sounded in Xian's mind again. This person has no relationship with my temporal temple. It's not worth it to fight the Dao Mountain for him. The grudge between them is too deep. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestor, Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Xian's position as prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man wearing a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old. Her 2 small hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he is crippled or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed, You should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Great Elder coldly replied, Then do it 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Ling inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap was heard. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Long sized up the guard and asked with a smile, What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Ling nodded, You are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, I will go through fire and water for the prince. I will not hesitate to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Ling nodded slightly, Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not show mercy. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu and walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then do it 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang sized up the guard and asked with a smile, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, I will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not show mercy, understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! He wasn't calling for help. The old man from the Yang clan spoke fiercely when he heard Yi Xian. "Since you're not calling for help, then this old man will beat you to death." He waved his right hand as he spoke. "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the Yang clan charged forward. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. Bang! A ray of light instantly drowned the space in front of him, and it didn't take long for a shrill cry to resound from within the ray of light. An expert at the 10th level of the Fate Realm had perished. Meanwhile, Yi Xian swung his sword once more. Bang! An expert at the 10th level of the Fate Realm was blasted 30 kilometers away, and a flying sword pierced through the center of his forehead as soon as he stopped moving. Bang! The expert's body was instantly crushed, and his soul was instantly absorbed by the green profound sword. The old man's face turned extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene. He realized that the powerhouse at level 10 of the life realm could not do anything to Yi Xian at all. Not only could he not do anything to Yi Xian, but he was also being slaughtered by Yi Xian like a chicken. It was too terrifying. In the distance, Yi Xian was just about to attack again. However, right at this moment, an invisible giant hand suddenly appeared above Yi Xian, and then it slammed down. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly raised his head and stabbed with his sword. Bang! The ray of light was instantly shattered, and Yi Xian was blasted out of the 9th level of space. When he stopped, his entire body split open, and blood sprayed everywhere. Right at this moment, the space he resided in actually started burning, and it seemed like some powerful force was approaching him. Meanwhile, Xue Tong's voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Run!" Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and vanished into the horizon, and as soon as he vanished, the region he resided in was instantly obliterated. It was forcefully obliterated. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Suddenly, the space behind him cracked open, and then a fist smashed down towards him. There was no space-time pressure, nor was there any space-time suppression. It was just pure power. Yi Xian cried out in pain. What he feared the most was this kind of pure power. Unable to dodge, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and blocked with his sword. Sword domain. That fist landed right in front of Yi Xian. Boom! The sword domain instantly shattered. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. He couldn't care less about his shattered organs, and he turned around and rode his sword, disappearing into the horizon of the starry sky. Not long after he left, the experts from the Yang clan appeared. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. "He's heavily injured. All of you follow him. I'll be there in 2 hours." The leading old man bowed respectfully. "Yes, Patriarch." Having said that, he led the Yang clan and the other experts to chase after them. On the other side, Xiqian looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Yao Jun appeared by Xiqian's side, and he spoke in a low voice. "Does the Hall Master intend to attack?" Xiqian nodded. "The reason Yi Xian's combat strength is so formidable is that sword. That sword is the key. We must obtain that sword." When he spoke up to hear, a strand of cold light flashed through his eyes. Yao Jun was about to say something when Xiqian suddenly vanished on the spot. Yao Jun remained silent for a long time before he sighed softly. He knew that his Hall Master had been blinded by greed, and he'd only seen the benefits before him while ignoring the dangers that lurked in the shadows. A long time passed before Yao Jun turned around and left. He wasn't returning to the temporal temple, he was fleeing. His intuition told him that if he continued staying in the temporal temple, then a sword might descend from the sky one day, and he'd perish. Yi Xian was flying through the boundless starry sky. At this moment, his injuries could be said to be extremely severe. The shattering of his sword domain was the greatest injury to him. Not only had his body split apart, even his soul had suffered a heavy injury. He wanted to stop and recuperate, but the problem was that there were people chasing after him. At this moment, Xue Tong suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and asked, How long will it take for you to recuperate? Xian replied, 15 minutes. Tong licked her candied fruit and said, go back to Xiao and recuperate. I'll block them for you. Xian looked at Tong and asked, are you sure? Tong nodded. However, Xian shook his head. Although you're at the life matrix realm, they're all at the 10th stage. You can't beat them. Tong said, lend me some blood. Xian was speechless. Tong suddenly pulled Xian's hand. Stop wasting time. As she spoke, she suddenly exerted force, and Xian's wrist split open. A stream of blood spurted out, and she sent Xian into Xiaota's body. Xian didn't think too much about it and went straight to recuperate. As soon as Xian entered Xiaota's body, the experts of the Yang clan appeared here. The old man who led the group looked at Tong and asked, where is he? Tong licked her candied fruit and said, he abandoned me and ran. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He ran? Tong nodded. Yes. The old man stared at Tong for a long time. Kill. He naturally didn't believe Tong. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered the experts of the Yang clan behind him to charge forward instead of charging forward. Tong closed her eyes slowly, and Xian's blood suddenly started to boil in her right palm. A moment later, she opened her eyes abruptly. Bang! A powerful bloodline pressure instantly swept through the surroundings, and one of the experts of the Yang clan who was charging at the front didn't even have time to react before he was crushed and obliterated. The old man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly retreated. Meanwhile, Tong suddenly took a step forward and smashed her fist forward. Bang! A blood-red fist flashed through the battlefield and smashed directly towards an expert of the Yang clan. That expert's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly raised his arms to block it while space condensed. Bang! As soon as the fist arrived, the space in front of that expert was instantly blasted into pieces. At the same time, he was obliterated by the blood-red fist. Tong was just about to attack again when the old man suddenly pressed his right hand down. Bang! The expanse of space where Tong resided collapsed. At the same time, she fell into the 8th level of the spatial abyss. As soon as she fell into the spatial abyss, the powerful force there started to destroy her. Tong's brows knit together slightly. She wasn't Xian, so she couldn't disregard the spatial abyss. Suddenly, a sword appeared beneath Tong's feet. It was the green profound sword. The green profound sword had taken Tong out of the spatial abyss. The old man's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. What the hell is this sword? It's actually able to take someone out of the spatial abyss. Meanwhile, Tong withdrew a candied fruit in an unhurried manner. She licked it, and then she gazed at the old man. I'm out again. Are you angry? The old man from the Yang clan was speechless. Tong glanced at the green profound sword and spoke softly, it's so nice to have a younger sister. Even though she couldn't use the sword, it could help her. Moreover, she wouldn't feel any pressure at all when she had it by her side. Tong suddenly activated Xian's bloodline again, and then she charged forward. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he retreated explosively while another expert in front of him was instantly blasted into pieces. Tong was just about to attack again. Meanwhile, the old man from the Yang clan suddenly opened his palm and pressed it down. The space above Tong instantly warped, and then a powerful wave of spatial pressure swept down and was about to crush Tong. Tong frowned slightly and was about to retreat when Xian's voice suddenly resounded in her mind, don't move. As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in Tong's hand trembled slightly. Tong's figure instantly became ethereal when the powerful spatial pressure descended upon her, and she was completely unharmed. The old man's expression instantly became unsightly when he witnessed this scene. Tong glanced at the green profound sword and sighed with praise, I like the feeling of being second generation. Xiaota was at a loss for words. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared here, and it was the hall master of the temporal divine palace, Xiqian. Tong gazed at Xiqian while his brows knit together slightly. Xiqian gazed at Tong, tell young Master Yi that I want his sword. Give it to me, and I won't attack at all. You should understand what I'm doing if I attack. Xiqian thought for a moment and handed the sword over. Xiaota suddenly said, you're handing it over just like that? Shui Tong replied, a wise man submits to circumstances. Understand? Xiao Ta was at a loss for words. Xianxia was stunned when he saw Shui Tong hand the sword over. He was already prepared to attack. However, he hadn't expected that this little girl would actually hand the sword over. Shui Tong suddenly said, don't you want it? Xianxia glanced at Shui Tong, and then he opened his palm and the sword fell into his grasp. After he confirmed that it was the real deal, Xianxia turned around with the intention of leaving. However, the old man from the Yang clan suddenly obstructed his path. The old man stared fixedly at Xianxia. This sword belongs to my Yang clan. Xianxia grinned, do you know what realm of cultivation I'm at? The old man's pupils constricted when he heard this, a fate soul. Xianxia laughed savagely, you know that I'm a fate soul, yet you still dare to speak to me like that. Are you an idiot? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his palm down. Bang! The old man from the Yang clan didn't even have the chance to react before his body was blasted into pieces. The expressions of the other experts from the Yang clan changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Xianxia intended to leave after he killed the old man from the Yang clan. Meanwhile, Shui Tong suddenly said, since they're enemies, then why not kill them all? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and fled. The rest of the Yang clan's experts were stunned. Kill them all? In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. Wasn't this F*King referring to them? They wanted to flee, but it was too late. In the distance, Xianxia directly sent out a palm strike, and those Yang clan experts were instantly killed. Xianxia turned to look at where Shui Tong had been standing. At this moment, Shui Tong had already disappeared without a trace. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not choose to chase after them. After all, there was no need to do so. The most important thing now was to bring this sword back to the temporal temple. The experts of the Yang clan had died with everlasting regret. P.S. Asking for votes. On the other side of the starry sky, Shui Tong stopped. Xianxia appeared in front of Shui Tong. In fact, his injuries had already healed. Shui Tong looked at Xianxia. Will you blame me for handing over the sword? Xianxia smiled. Why would I blame you? Shui Tong looked at Xianxia for a long time. You're so sneaky, but I like it. Both of them had the same thought, leaving the Qingxian sword in Xianxia's possession would be a disaster. Not only would the Dao Mountain come after Xianxia, but the temporal temple would also come after him. Giving the green profound sword to Xianxia was tantamount to making the Yang clan and temporal temple enemies. This would buy time for Xianxia. What he needed the most now was time. Xianxia suddenly asked, Temporal Temple's temple lord killed the Yang clan's people? Shui Tong nodded. All of them. Xianxia smiled. How ruthless. Shui Tong looked at Xianxia. What are your plans? Xianxia slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he said in a deep voice, do you remember the mysterious expert who attacked me? Shui Tong said, I think it was the Yang clan's patriarch. Xianxia said softly, with my current strength, I can't fight against such an expert. Shui Tong comforted him. Don't be afraid. We have father. If father can't do it, we still have sister. Xianxia. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, this sister Shui Tong is already infatuated with the second generation. Xianxia said seriously, Shui Tong, we have to rely on ourselves. Shui Tong nodded. I understand. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we can't call for help. We have to train ourselves. I understand all of this. Xianxia. Shui Tong took out a stick of tonghulu and licked it. Then he said, can I ask a question? Xianxia smiled. What question? Blood-Eye looked at Xianxia. Just how powerful is your sister? Xianxia was about to speak when Xiao Ta suddenly said, don't ask. You're invincible if you ask. The invincible sister Tianming. Shui Tong asked again, what about his father? The azure-robed man, Xiao Ta laughs, let me put it this way. Master was once beaten by sister Tianming, do you understand now? Xianxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Damn it, he now felt that it was too dangerous to be with this Xiao Ta. Ever since this fellow had been transformed by Qing'er, he had become so arrogant that he no longer cared about anyone but Qing'er. Shui Tong licked the candied fruit and said, Xiao Ta, this invincible, Xiao Ta immediately said, invincible in all aspects. There's no opponent. There's nothing in the entire universe that Big Sister Tianming can't solve with one sword. Yi Xian was speechless. Xue Tong nodded and said, I understand. Yi Xian shook his head, let's not talk about this. Our top priority is to cultivate. I want. At this point, Yi Xian's face instantly changed. He suddenly turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a white robe standing a few hundred meters in front of him. He and Xue Tong didn't know when the middle-aged man had appeared. Both of their expressions turned solemn. The middle-aged man sized up Yi Xian and said with a smile, I think you must think that my Yang clan should go against the temporal temple, right? Yi Xian said solemnly, you're the Yang clan's patriarch. The middle-aged man said with a smile, yes. The Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Lian. Yi Xian smiled lightly, why did you come to me first? Yang Lian walked slowly towards Yi Xian, because I feel that you're the biggest threat. Yi Xian frowned slightly, I'm the biggest threat? Yang Lian nodded, you're only at the 20th rank, but you were able to take 2 of my attacks head-on. I've never seen such a monstrous genius like you. Yi Xian turned to look at Xue Tong, it's all because you're too outstanding. Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian, we're on the same side. Don't pretend, alright? Yi Xian, meanwhile, Yang Lian said, you gave the sword to the temporal temple on purpose because you wanted my Yang clan to fight the temporal temple to the death so that you could reap the benefits. Am I right? By Yi Xian's side, Xue Tong said in a low voice, this enemy is quite smart. What should we do? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, fists can't solve problems. We have to be reasonable. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Lian and opened his palm. A drop of blood floated slowly in front of Yang Lian, and Yang Lian's eyes instantly narrowed when he saw this drop of blood. Yi Xian said with a smile, sir, to tell you the truth, my father is not an average person. Right at this moment, Yang Lian suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He practically didn't hesitate to grab Xue Tong behind him, and then he took a step forward and activated his sword domain. Bang, a fist smashed down. Yi Xian's sword domain trembled violently before it collapsed, but the fist was still there. Yi Xian suddenly raised his arms in front of him, and the first 8 layers of time and space condensed into a space-time wall. Rumble, Yi Xian's arms were blasted apart, and then his figure was blasted flying. Beside him, Crimson Eye looked at Yi Xian, who was sent flying, with a dull look in his eyes. If Yi Xian hadn't pulled her behind him at that instant, then she would have absolutely been unable to resist that punch. Yi Xian flew for over 30 kilometers before he finally stopped, and a strand of blood sprayed from his mouth as soon as he did. Xue Tong had just appeared in front of him when she opened her palm, and then the blood that sprayed from Yi Xian's mouth fell into her palm. Xue Tong glanced at Yi Xian, and then she stuffed the candied fruit into Yi Xian's mouth. After that, she turned around to gaze at Yang Lian. Yang Lian smiled, young man, you showed me your bloodline because you want to tell me that there's someone formidable standing behind you, right? As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled, if I saw your bloodline at the beginning, then perhaps I would have considered going against you. But now, enmity has formed between us. Since enmity has formed between us, then we're enemies. The best way to deal with an enemy, especially an extraordinarily monstrous genius, is to eliminate that person before that person can grow. Understand? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot, and then a powerful aura swept through the surroundings and obliterated the space here. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Xue Tong's eyes as she stood before Yi Xian, and then she suddenly clenched her right hand. Bang! Yi Xian's bloodline instantly started burning. A moment later, she took a step forward and smashed her fist forward, and a strand of terrifying force swept out from her fist. 2 formidable forces collided head-on in the most forceful manner possible. Rumble. As soon as their forces collided, the space in the surroundings was obliterated and shattered into pieces. Xue Tong was instantly blasted flying, and she flew over 30 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped moving, her body shattered into pieces, and only her soul remained. In the distance, Yang Lian glanced at his fist. His fist had completely cracked open, and his bones were exposed. A wisp of a solemn expression flashed through Yang Lian's eyes when he witnessed this scene. He knew that he'd underestimated this human's bloodline, it's absolutely not an ordinary bloodline. Who exactly is this human? A string of questions flashed through Yang Lian's mind. Yang Lian didn't give it any further thought and just gazed at Yi Xian, and he didn't conceal his killing intent at all. It's better for such a monstrous genius to die young. When he thought up to here, Yang Lian took a step forward, and then he suddenly clenched his right fist. In an instant, the space around him had warped, and even the 1st to 8th levels of space had warped. Shui Tong clenched his fists slowly. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "I'll do it." Shui Tong turned to look at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian grinned, "Enter the pagoda." Shui Tong gazed at Yi Xian, "You'll die." Yi Xian immediately placed Shui Tong into Xiao Ta, and then Shui Tong intended to leave the pagoda but was stopped by Xiao Ta. Shui Tong spoke furiously, "Let me out." Yi Xian paid no attention to Shui Tong, and he gazed at Yang Lian instead. Yang Lian said, "You were born with a 9th level fate chart. Come, let me see how tough your life is." As he spoke, he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed while the blood within him started to seethe. Bang! In an instant, a strand of monstrous killing intent and evil energy swept out from the surroundings. Yang Lian frowned when he witnessed this scene. This killing intent is quite unusual. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like a sea of blood, bloodline activation. At this moment, Yi Xian hadn't activated his bloodline for a very long time, and the powerful killing intent and evil energy it emanated had directly suppressed his mind. Because Shui Tong had unsealed his bloodline in the past. Even though he'd only unsealed it slightly, it wasn't something he could control right now. Suddenly, Yi Xian opened his palm, and then a blood-red sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Hiss! A strand of blood-red light suddenly flashed, and it tore everything in its path apart. A wisp of a cold glow flashed through Yang Lian's eyes. He took a step forward and smashed his fist forward, and a strand of powerful force erupted from his fist like a volcano. It was a head-on collision. Bang! An expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted, and then the starry sky in the surroundings was obliterated and transformed into a pitch-black spatial black hole. On the other hand, Yi Xian was blasted over 10 kilometers away, but Yang Lian was pushed over 3 kilometers back as well. Yang Lian's expression instantly became ferocious after he stopped moving. At the same time, he was quite shocked in his heart. The energy of this bloodline is actually so terrifying. Yi Xian suddenly walked towards Yang Lian with his blood-red sword in hand. Yang Lian stomped his right foot against the ground, and then a fist suddenly arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian swiftly slashed down with his sword. Bang! The sword light shattered, and then Yi Xian retreated explosively once more. This time, he retreated by almost 30 kilometers. However, Yang Lian had retreated by over 10 kilometers as well. Yi Xian's current strength was sufficient to shake him. Yi Xian was about to attack again when Yang Lian suddenly flipped his right hand. In the next moment, the expanse of space where Yi Xian resided collapsed, and then he was blasted into the 8th spatial abyss. But this time, Yi Xian didn't have the green profound sword. However, Yi Xian was still completely fine. Because the formidable energy of his bloodline had directly resisted the formidable energy within the spatial abyss, Yang Lian's expression was slightly unsightly when he witnessed this scene. "What sort of freak are you?" Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. "Looks like brother Yang Lian needs help." As soon as this voice resounded, a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from Yang Lian. It was the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, another voice resounded. "He really does need help." As soon as this voice resounded, an old man appeared on Yang Lian's right. It was the Lin clan's patriarch, Lin Xiao. The 3 great leaders of Dao Mountain were gathered here. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. "Are you bullying the weak? That's not good." The 3 of them turned around and saw a woman walking over slowly from afar. Yang Lian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the woman. "You're the person behind him?" The woman glanced at Yi Xian, who had been thrown into the spatial abyss, and smiled. "I'm his older sister." "Older sister?" Yang Lian sized her up and smiled. "You want to save him?" The woman smiled. "Patriarch of the Yang clan, forgive me for being blunt, but you're quite stupid." Yang Lian's face instantly sank, and he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The woman in the distance was thrown into the spatial abyss. However, the woman within the spatial abyss was completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of Yang Lian and the other three underwent a wonderful change. The woman continued. In half a month at most, the temporal temple will far surpass your Dao mountain. Yang Lian stared fixedly at the woman. What do you mean? The woman smiled. You're underestimating that sword. That sword doesn't just disregard the spatial pressure and the spatial abyss, it can enter the 9th layer of spacetime and fold it. Most importantly, it can fuse with the 9th layer of spacetime. Once Xiqian comprehends its secrets, his strength will instantly surpass the Fate Soul stage. Hearing that, the faces of the three of them sunk. The woman glanced at Yixian, and then she smiled. The most valuable thing in his possession isn't his bloodline or fate, but that divine sword. Why would Xiqian not hesitate to go against all of you to seize that divine sword? Because that divine sword can allow him to fuse with the 9th layer of spacetime and allow him to attain a new height. The expressions of Yang Lian and the others were quite unsightly. The woman continued. So what if the three of you obtain this little fellow's bloodline and fate? It can't allow the three of you to attain a higher level. Yang Lian suddenly said, You want us to fight the temporal temple to the death. The woman smiled, and then she looked at the Shao clan's patriarch, Shao Tian, and the Lin clan's patriarch, Lin Shao. What do the two of you think? The two of them fell silent. Of course, they were thinking about that divine sword. The fact that the temporal temple had seized it by force proved everything. However, Yixian was also a threat. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at each other and decided to kill Yixian first before snatching the divine sword. At this moment, the woman had already entered the 9th layer of spacetime with Yixian. The next moment, the woman and Yixian disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yang Lian's face fell, and he was about to give chase when Shao Tian suddenly said, Stop chasing. Yang Lian looked at Shao Tian and Shao Tian said solemnly, This woman is very mysterious. She was actually able to bring that young man out from the spacetime abyss. Her strength is extraordinary. Even if we catch up to her, we don't have full confidence that we can defeat her. Our top priority now is to go to the temporal temple and take back that divine sword. Yang Lian said in a low voice, We're letting Yixian off just like that? Lin Shao glanced at Yang Lian, then why don't brother Yang Lian continue chasing after this Yixian while the two of us head to the temporal temple? Hearing this, Yang Lian's expression turned cold. What do you mean? Lin Shao said indifferently, Nothing. I just want brother Yang to understand that once Xiqian comprehends the secret of that sword, our Dao mountain will have to bow down to the temporal temple. Yang Lian was silent. The Shao Tendo said, Let's go to the temporal temple. After saying this, he and Lin Shao disappeared from the spot. Yang Lian was silent for a long time before he followed them. On the other side, in the starry sky, a woman stood in front of Yixian. At this moment, Yixian's bloodline power had been suppressed by her, but Yixian had not woken up yet. At this moment, Xue Tong appeared in front of the woman. She looked at her and asked, Who are you? The woman Qingqing, Yi clan, ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Yixian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yixian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The person who spoke was an old man dressed in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides of him were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yixian's biological sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yixian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yixian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. Once again, she bowed to the elders and said, "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. But now, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether or not he's crippled, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position. It's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just clutched her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if it means death." Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Ling inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and said with a smile, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Ling nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The Great Elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Yang Lian and the other two had already rushed in front of Xiqian. Three powerful forces charged towards Xiqian, about to crush him. Xiqian's expression was calm, and his eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, Xiqian suddenly took a step forward and laughed. "Come, have a taste of my sword's sharpness." As he spoke, the profound chi in his body surged into the green profound sword like a tidal wave. In the next moment, he slashed a sword to the end. Xiqian was stunned, because this sword did not have any strength. What was going on? Before Xiqian could think further, Yang Lian and the other two's powerful forces drowned him. Rumble, Xiqian was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Xiqian, who had stopped, had his body completely shattered. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless, and his mind was blank. After obtaining the green profound sword, he had been studying it with some scholars of the temporal temple, and had never used it personally. Therefore, he did not know that he could not use this sword. On the other side, Yang Lian said solemnly, "That sword is strange." Xiaotian nodded. At this moment, Xiqian, who was far away, suddenly swung the green profound sword fiercely. However, there was no strength in the green profound sword. Xiqian stopped, and he understood, he could not use the sword at all. Thinking of this, Xiqian roared angrily, "Yi Xian." On the other side, Yang Lian said solemnly, "He has been tricked." At this moment, Xiqian suddenly threw the green profound sword in his hand towards Yang Lian and the other two. Xiqian stared at Yang Lian and the other two. "The sword is yours." Yang Lian remained silent. Xiqian sneered, "What, you want to destroy my temporal temple? Forgive me for being blunt, but even if you can destroy my temporal temple today, how many experts does your Dao mountain have left? Moreover, that Yi Xian is still secretly happy." Yang Lian glanced at Xiqian, then kept the green profound sword. "Let's go." With that, he turned and left. Dao Mountain and the other experts also left hurriedly. On the battlefield, Xiqian said fiercely, "Find that Yi Xian at all costs. Find him." Not long later, all the experts of the temporal temple began searching frantically for Yi Xian. Yang Lian and the others had stopped in the starry sky. Yang Lian glanced at the green profound sword in his hand and said, "I'm unable to utilize this sword." Lin Xiao asked solemnly, "Can't you use it?" Yang Lian nodded, and then he passed the azure profound sword to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao held the sword in his hand, and a short moment later, he frowned. "Looks like only Yi Xian can use this sword." "Yi Xian," Xiaotian suddenly said, "Find this Yi Xian." Soon, the experts of the Dao Mountain began searching for Yi Xian in a frenzy. Within the Xiao Ta, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a pile of soul crystals, which were currently being burned, and were constantly pouring power into his body. Gradually, a powerful aura emanated from Yi Xian's body. Breakthrough to the seamless realm. After a long time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, he had already absorbed 1,000,000 soul crystals. Xiao Ta suddenly asked, "Have you reached the seamless realm?" Yi Xian nodded. Now that he had reached the seamless realm, he was still unable to contend against Xiaotian and the others. The difference in their realms was still too great. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, tell me, how did Qing achieve 10 years in the pagoda, but 1 day outside?" Xiao Ta said, "I want to know, am I still a pagoda?" Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said, "Young lord, what are you trying to say?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Space-time conversion." Xiao Ta was slightly puzzled. Space-time conversion? Yi Xian nodded. The space-time inside the pagoda is different from the space-time outside. It should be said that the space-time inside the pagoda is higher than the space-time outside. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Ta said, "I don't understand." Yi Xian was speechless. He pondered for a moment, then said, 10 years in the pagoda, 1 day outside. This means that the spacetime inside the pagoda is different from the spacetime outside. Or in other words, the spacetime inside the pagoda is of a higher grade than the spacetime outside. Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "Be more direct." Yi Xian said, "If I merge with you, is it equivalent to merging with this mysterious spacetime created by Qing'er?" Xiao Ta hesitated, then said, "Do you want to try?" Yi Xian nodded, "I think I can try, but I need your cooperation." Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "Will it be dangerous?" Yi Xian said, "Probably not." "Come, Xiao Ta, let's merge again." Xiao Ta turned into a golden light and disappeared into Yi Xian's forehead. Bang! Yi Xian's entire body started to tremble violently, and his body gradually started to become illusory. Moreover, the spacetime around him actually started to vanish bit by bit, and even the ninth layer of spacetime started to vanish bit by bit. However, Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale, because he noticed that his body was slightly unable to endure the spacetime within Xiao Ta. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to release Xiao Ta. He couldn't endure it. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his entire body had split apart. Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice, "Young master, I don't think it's possible." Yi Xian shook his head, "It's possible. However, I can't endure it for too long." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and started to heal himself. 2 hours later, Yi Xian's injuries were more or less healed, and then he merged with Xiao Ta once more. To be more precise, he merged with the spacetime within Xiao Ta. During those few breaths of time, Yi Xian hurriedly sensed the mysterious spacetime. However, it was only for a few breaths of time. After a few breaths of time, he had to start healing himself, and then continue with the merging. Just like that, time passed by bit by bit. Yi Xian tried again and again. After countless attempts, he could finally borrow Xiao Ta's strength to merge with the mysterious spacetime. However, he could only endure for 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths of time, he must separate from it. Otherwise, his body would be directly destroyed. Moreover, he needed to borrow Xiao Ta's strength. After merging with the mysterious spacetime, Yi Xian began to try to use the mysterious spacetime. He tried many times, and finally, he could use the mysterious spacetime's pressure. This made Yi Xian extremely excited, because he realized that the mysterious spacetime's pressure could easily destroy the 9th layer of spacetime. In the following period of time, Yi Xian tried again and again. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter the mysterious spacetime's abyss, nor could he change the mysterious spacetime structure. Not only that, he couldn't even feel the mysterious spacetime's density. He could only use the mysterious spacetime's pressure. However, this was enough for him. Of course, even if he wanted to use the mysterious spacetime's pressure, he still needed to borrow Xiao Ta's strength. Simply put, if he threw out the pagoda now, even the 9th layer of spacetime could be easily destroyed. Yi Xian sighed. This Xiao Ta was finally useful. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian left Xiao Ta. As soon as he left Xiao Ta, the space in front of him shook violently. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "So fast?" At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from the space in front of him. The person who came was the Yang clan leader, Yang Lian. Yang Lian stared at Yi Xian. "I've been looking for you for so long." "You?" Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he tossed Xiao Ta out, and Xiao Ta transformed into a golden ray of light. In the distance, Yang Lian frowned slightly. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he suddenly put his palms together and pressed them forward. Bang! In an instant, the first layer to the 8th layer of spacetime around him condensed into a spacetime wall. Xiao Ta arrived with a bang, bang, the spacetime wall in front of Yang Lian shattered, and at the same time, Yang Lian transformed into nothingness. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw this. Is it that terrifying? Before this, he didn't know how strong the mysterious spacetime's pressure was. He only knew that it wasn't weak, but he hadn't expected it to be so strong, instantly killing a Life Soul Realm expert. Yi Xian was extremely excited. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian put Xiao Ta away, turned around, and ran. He could only use it once, and he had to heal for 2 hours after using it. Because the exhaustion was truly too great, not long after Yi Xian vanished with Xiao Ta, Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao appeared here, and they remained silent as they gazed at the nearby spacetime hole. Yang Lian was gone. Lin Xiao spoke solemnly. "It couldn't have been Yi Xian, right?" Xiao Tian shook his head. "He doesn't have that strength. It might have been the woman who saved him earlier." Lin Xiao's expression was quite solemn. Since he was able to kill Yang Lian without anyone noticing, then his strength. Xiao Tian's expression was quite unsightly. Lin Xiao spoke solemnly. "Why don't we return the sword to him?" Xiao Tian spoke fiercely. "Will he let us go if we return it?" "He won't. We have a reconcilable enmity with him now, so he won't let us go even if we beg for mercy. Moreover, my Xiao clan can't bow and scrape to him." Lin Xiao spoke solemnly. "My Lin clan can't do that either." Xiao Tian gazed into the distance with an icy cold expression. "I'm going to the Divine Dao Nation. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, the divine Daonation? Xiao Tian gazed at the green profound sword in his hand and said, I'm going to give this sword to the divine Daonation. Doesn't Yi Xian have the ability to do so? He should go ask for it from the divine Daonation. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, Are you really going to give it to them? Xiao Tian nodded, this sword is useless in our hands. Why don't we give it to the divine Daonation and let that fellow, Yi Xian, become enemies with the divine Daonation? As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, Let's go right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, I'll go with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly chased after Xiao Tian. Yang Lian's death had terrified both of them. After all, Yang Lian was in existence on the same level as them, yet he died soundlessly. In other words, the person standing behind Yi Xian could kill them soundlessly as well. At this moment, they'd finally come back to their senses. On the other hand, the temporal temple was still searching madly for Yi Xian. 2 hours later, Yi Xian left Xiao Ta amidst the starry sky. He gazed at Xiao Ta in his hand and roared with laughter, I'm finally invincible. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, Young master, my intuition tells me that you won't last for more than 3 days before your enemies might advance again. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian's face darkened when he heard Xiao Ta's words. Damn it, that's really possible. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from behind Yi Xian, Young Master Yi. Yi Xian turned around and saw that space was torn apart a few hundred meters away, and then a middle-aged man walked out. It was the temporal temple's Yao Jun. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback when he saw Yao Jun, Elder Jun. Yao Jun glanced at the surroundings and said in a deep voice, Young Master Yi, all the experts of the temporal temple are looking for you. It's best that you leave quickly. Yi Xian looked at Yao Jun and smiled, Why are you helping me? Yao Jun smiled bitterly, Young Master Yi, don't ask so many questions. The temporal temple will find you in at most 10 minutes. At that time, Yao Jun's face changed drastically, They're here. They're here. Young Master Yi, take care. After he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Right after Yao Jun left, the space a few hundred meters to the right of Yi Xian was torn apart, and a middle-aged man walked out. It was the temporal temple's temple master, Si Qian. A wisp of killing intent flashed in Si Qian's eyes when he saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian. It's been so hard to find you. Yi Xian smiled, Temple Master Si Qian, is my sword useful? Si Qian's face instantly became ferocious, Yi Xian. How dare you trick me? Die, old man. As he spoke, he was about to attack when Yi Xian suddenly smashed his pagoda forward. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Si Qian's face changed drastically when he saw Yi Xian's pagoda smashing towards him. He didn't defend himself, but instead took a step forward and punched out. He used all his strength because he didn't dare underestimate Yi Xian. Moreover, he felt danger. This punch caused the entire starry sky to boil and then be annihilated. As Yi Xian's pagoda came crashing down, rumble, the space where Si Qian resided was directly shattered, and he instantly retreated explosively. As soon as he stopped moving, only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul was vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Si Qian was stunned. In the distance, Yi Xian's face was also a little pale. The consumption of using Xiao Ta was too great. He could only use Xiao Ta once in a short period of time. Meanwhile, Si Qian suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. Why? Yi Xian looked at Si Qian. What do you mean why? Si Qian asked crazily, why? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, because I have backing. Si Qian's expression froze. His soul disappeared and he died. Meanwhile, countless experts of the temporal temple had appeared here, and their expressions instantly became extremely unsightly when they saw Si Qian perish. The hall master has been killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the experts of the temporal temple. Are all of you going to attack me together? All the experts of the temporal temple glanced at Yi Xian, and then they turned around and fled. Even the hall master had been instantly annihilated. How could they dare to continue fighting Yi Xian? Yi Xian didn't chase after those experts of the temporal temple. He was in an extremely bad state right now, and the important matter at hand was to recuperate. Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta, and he'd basically recovered an hour later. After he left Xiao Ta, Yi Xian sensed the green profound sword, and it didn't take long for him to frown. Because the sword was quite far away from him. Where does that fellow from the Shao clan intend to take it? Yixian frowned, and he chased after it a short moment later. 3 days later, Yixian, who was riding his sword in space, suddenly stopped. Tens of thousands of meters in front of him stood a majestic city in space. Yixian walked in, and he saw 3 big words above the city gate, Millennium City. After entering the city, Yixian was shocked. The city was very prosperous, and the streets were dozens of meters wide. Tall buildings stood on both sides of the street, and it was densely packed, giving off a slightly oppressive feeling. There were all kinds of living beings walking on the streets. Their auras were powerful, and most of them were life matrix cultivators. Yixian was somewhat speechless. Damn it, these life matrices were all over the place. At that moment, a carriage suddenly drove over from the end of the street. It wasn't 1 horse, but 3. The horses were abnormally tall, and they were several times taller than ordinary horses. They were covered in black scales, and their hooves emitted blood-red flames. Everywhere they passed, they left a trail of fire. As the saying went, there were sparks and lightning along the way, and it was extremely dazzling. A woman sat in the carriage. She wore silver battle armor, and her long silver hair was tied into a ponytail. She held a blood-red whip in her hand, and when she waved it, thunder flashed. At that moment, someone on the street exclaimed, "It's Princess Dao Ling." Following this exclamation, all the experts on both sides of the street stopped and bowed. Yixian looked at the experts around him, and he was somewhat shocked. What kind of princess was this woman? Could she be a princess of the divine Dao nation? Just as Yixian was thinking, Princess Dao Ling's carriage suddenly stopped near Yixian, and she looked down at Yixian. "Why don't you bow?" Yixian was slightly stunned, and then he said, "I'm new here, and I don't know the rules of this city. Please don't take offense." Dao Ling looked at Yixian, and after a moment, she suddenly said, "Disrespecting the royal family and blaspheming the dignity of the royal family, execute him on the spot." With that, 2 mysterious experts suddenly appeared behind Yixian, and 2 cold lights slashed at the back of Yixian's neck. Yixian narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He opened his palm, and a sword light suddenly flew out. Chi-chi, the heads of the 2 mysterious experts flew into the air. All the experts present were shocked. This fellow dared to attack the royal family? Dao Ling sized up Yixian. "You're a swordsman." Yixian suddenly charged forward and slashed down with his sword. Dao Ling narrowed her eyes, and the blood whip in her hand suddenly swung down. Boom, a wave of sword light and blood light suddenly exploded, and Dao Ling was directly blasted thousands of meters away. Seeing this, the experts on both sides of the street changed their expressions, and they all turned and ran. Who was this Dao Ling? She was the favorite princess of the current divine Dao nation's king. Moreover, Dao Ling was the saintess of Spiritual Mountain. How noble was her identity, and now, someone was actually her opponent. In the distance, Dao Ling glanced at Yixian. "Do you know what you're doing?" Yixian was about to speak when a group of cavalrymen suddenly charged out from the distant street. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them wore thick pitch-black armor and emitted a powerful murderous aura. The leader of the cavalrymen hurriedly came before Dao Ling and knelt on one knee. "This subordinate deserves to die for protecting your majesty late. Please forgive me, princess." Dao Ling said plainly, "Commander Chen, the one who deserves to die is not you, but someone else." Commander Chen stood up and looked at Yixian. With a wave of his right hand, the cavalryman charged at Yixian. At this moment, Yixian opened his palm, and a sword light suddenly flew out. Chi! 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 In an instant, the heads of all the cavalrymen flew out, and 100 streams of blood shot into the sky like a fountain. It was extremely bloody. Commander Chen's expression changed drastically at the sight of this, and he hurriedly said, "Princess, you leave first." There was a hint of seriousness in Dao Ling's eyes. She stared at Yixian and asked, "Do you know what you're doing?" Yixian smiled. "Are you trying to say that you have a backer?" Dao Ling looked at Yixian. "You're provoking the Dao God Nation and Spirit Mountain. And you'll pay the most painful price for this." Yixian was slightly puzzled. "You provoked me first, didn't you?" Dao Ling was expressionless. "You don't respect the imperial family, so you deserve to die." Yixian sneered. "What a joke." I was born with an unyielding character. Why would I bow down to a woman like you? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward and slashed with his sword. Drawing a sword to decide life and death, the moment the sword slashed down, a powerful force of sword Dao instantly shattered the spacetime in front of him. Dao Ling's expression changed drastically. She waved her right hand, and the blood whip in her hand swept across with a powerful bolt of blood lightning. Head-on, boom, the blood light suddenly shattered, and the blood whip in Dao Ling's hand shattered. At the same time, she was instantly sent flying out of the city. As soon as she stopped, a flying sword suddenly slashed at her. Dao Ling's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, she smelled the scent of death. But at this critical moment, a shadow suddenly appeared above her head. The next moment, Xian's flying sword stopped. Seeing this scene, the cavalry commander nearby was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. If Dao Ling died here, then they would be in big trouble. In the distance, Xian looked at the shadow above Dao Ling's head. The shadow was very blurry, and its true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, it was not the real body, but a wisp of shadow. At this moment, Dao Ling bowed slightly. Master. A powerhouse of Spirit Mountain, the shadow looked at Xian. You have such a high level of sword Dao cultivation at such a young age. Who are you? Xian shook his head. An outsider who has just arrived. The shadow frowned slightly. Just arrived? Xian pointed at Dao Ling not far away. I just arrived and don't know the rules here. Your disciple saw that I did not bow to her and wanted to kill me. Do you think this? The shadow suddenly said, you did not bow to her, and she wanted to kill you. What's wrong with that? Xian was struck dumb. Then he smiled and said, why should I bow to her? The shadow looked straight at Xian. Don't you know that she is the princess of the divine Dao nation and the holy lady of Spirit Mountain? Xian frowned slightly. Just because of that, I should bow to her? The shadow looked at Xian for a moment and said, why don't you bow to her? A sinister look flashed in Xian's eyes. The princess of the divine Dao nation? The holy lady of Spirit Mountain? My father is invincible, my brother is invincible, and my sister is invincible. Am I proud? Ah? F***CKU. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly threw him. Boom, the shadow was directly smashed into nothingness by Xiao Ta. At the same time, Dao Ling's physical body was directly shattered by the powerful shockwave, leaving only her soul. P.S. I was too busy returning to my hometown. I'm afraid of losing my roots. Don't mind if I lose my roots. Forgive me. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many experts in the dark changed. Who is this guy? How dare he not give face to the divine Dao nation and spiritual mountain? Does he want to die? Dao Ling was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. This guy actually erased his master's virtual image. Most importantly, this guy didn't give face to the divine Dao nation and spiritual mountain. This was the first time she encountered someone who didn't give her face. Dao Ling stared at Xian with a gaze that was like a sword, as if it wanted to pierce through Xian. Do you know what you're doing? Xian didn't waste any words. He suddenly appeared in front of Dao Ling and slashed with his sword. Chi, a sword light flashed, and Dao Ling's soul was directly erased, completely erased. She didn't even have a chance to reincarnate. The experts in the dark gasped when they saw this scene. He really killed her. And he did it so ruthlessly, directly erasing her without even giving her a chance to reincarnate. This was equivalent to slapping the divine Dao nation and spiritual mountain in the face. Who is this young man? On the other side, Commander Chen's face was extremely pale, and his entire body was trembling. Princess Dao Ling was killed just like that. After killing Dao Ling, Xian turned and left. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, why can't you endure it? Now that you've killed her, endless trouble will come again. Xian said plainly, I'm not a tortoise. Why should I endure it? Xiao Ta sighed softly, then you'll have two super enemies, the divine Dao nation and spiritual mountain. Xian smiled. What can I do? You saw it too. Xian, didn't bully anyone. She bullied me first. Xiao Ta was silent. Xian continued, yes, if I had bowed and saluted, there might not have been all this trouble. But Xiao Ta, why should we bow to her? Just because she's the divine Dao Nation's princess? The saintess of Mount Lingshan? I don't care so much. I only know that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll definitely offend them. Xiao Ta said, I know what you mean, and I also know that you have a backbone. How do you plan to deal with the spiritual mountain and the divine Dao Nation next? Yi Xian shrugged. If we can win, we fight. If we can't, we run. What else can we do? Xiao Ta said, then why didn't you run? Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. Someone's here? Xiao Ta asked, can't you feel it? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Feel my ass. As he spoke, he wrote his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared on the scene. The beautiful woman glanced downwards with a gloomy expression. She was Dao Ling's master, the Grand Elder of Spirited Mountain, Lan Ling. After a short moment, Lan Ling turned around and left. Pass down my order. Find this person at all costs. The Divine Dao Nation. The Divine Dao Nation was located in the Divine Dao Star region. In the past, the Divine Dao Star region was extremely chaotic, and there were hundreds of thousands of forces of various sizes. But in the end, a Divine Emperor appeared in the Divine Dao Star region, and he unified the entire Divine Dao Star region in a short 100 years. He established an unprecedented super force, the Divine Dao Nation. A woman walked slowly in a hall in the Divine Dao Nation's imperial palace. She held a thick ancient book in her hand. The woman read very seriously, and the corners of her mouth curled up from time to time into a charming smile. The woman wore a wide white dress, and there was a soaring purple phoenix at the end of the dress. The phoenix's eyes were sharp as it looked down upon the world. The woman was the current king of the Divine Dao Nation, Shen Dao Ling. She was known as the most powerful woman in the universe. Right at this moment, an old man walked to the entrance of the hall. When he saw Shen Dao Ling reading, the old man's right foot that was about to step into the hall stopped in midair. He hesitated for a moment before walking in the end. At this moment, Shen Dao Ling put down the book in her hand and turned to look at the old man. She smiled. What happened? The old man bowed slightly. Your Majesty, Princess Ling is dead. Shen Dao Ling walked slowly to the entrance of the hall with a calm expression. Who killed her? The old man said, a youth of unknown origin. Shen Dao Ling smiled, unknown origin? The old man nodded, unknown origin. We only know that the other party is a swordsman. Moreover, the other party is only at the Seamless Realm. Shen Dao Ling blinked, and Seamless Realm cultivator killed Ling who has already reached the life-body realm. The old man nodded. Shen Dao Ling smiled, interesting. The old man bowed slightly, Your Majesty, I have already sent the Imperial Spirit Divine Guards to capture this person. Do you want him dead or alive? Shinto Ling chuckled and said, Lord Musa, a young man at the Seamless Realm was able to kill someone at the Life Physique Realm. Moreover, the other party was someone who knew Linger's identity, yet he still dared to kill her. Do you think he's an ordinary person? Musa's expression was calm. No matter where he came from, since he dared to kill Princess Ling, he is looking down on our Divine Dao Nation. He should have his entire family executed. Shen Dao Ling smiled. Spiritual Mountain is already searching for this person? Musa nodded. Shen Dao Ling said, then wait for now and watch Spiritual Mountain's performance first. Musa glanced at Shen Dao Ling and nodded, I understand. After saying that, he paused and said, Your Majesty, Dao Mountain's Shao clan leader requests an audience, saying that he has a divine item to offer to Your Majesty. Shen Dao Ling frowned slightly. Dao Mountain? Musa nodded, a very remote starfield. Because there is no value there, it is not within our Divine Dao Nation's territory. Shen Dao Ling asked, he said he has a divine item to give me? Musa nodded, also, he wants to give it to Your Majesty in person. Shen Dao Ling smiled, interesting, let him see me. Musa nodded, and then he left. It didn't take long for Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao to arrive before the hall. They were just about to raise their heads to look at the Divine Dao plume when an invisible pressure enveloped them, causing their expressions to change drastically, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. At the same time, they were astounded to the extreme. They were Life Soul Realm cultivators, yet, this woman could suppress them with just an aura. how terrifying was that? Shen Daoling sat down at the side and smiled. You want to give me a divine item? Xiao Tian hurriedly said, yes. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword floated over to Shen Daoling. The smile on Shen Daoling's face instantly vanished when she laid eyes on the sword. It was replaced by a solemn expression. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian hurriedly said, Your Majesty, we obtained this by chance. The knowledge of time and space contained within this sword far exceeds our understanding. So, we've specially offered this sword to Your Majesty. Shen Daoling held the sword and looked at it for a short while before she gazed at Xiao Tian. Where did you obtain this sword? Xiao Tian hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when Shen Daoling said, I'll only give you one chance to speak. Think it through. Xiao Tian was shocked and did not dare to play any more tricks. He immediately said, The two of us obtained it from a young man. Shen Daoling frowned slightly. A young man? Xiao Tian hurriedly nodded, yes. Shen Daoling said, Tell me about that young man. Xiao Tian didn't understand, but he didn't dare refuse, so he immediately told her about Yi Xian. At the side, Musa furrowed his brows. Shen Daoling gazed at Musa, and the latter nodded. It should be that young man. Shen Daoling chuckled, interesting. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao. I really like this sword. What reward do the two of you want? Both of them were overjoyed when they heard this, and Xiao Tian hurriedly said, It's good that you like it, Your Majesty. As for the reward, Your Majesty, feel free to do as you please. Shen Daoling gazed at Musa. Take them away and entertain them well. Musa glanced at Shen Daoling and nodded slightly, understood. As he spoke, he gazed at Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao. Come with me. Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao hurriedly bowed respectfully to Shen Daoling, and then they turned around and left with Musa. Within the hall, Shen Daoling gazed at the green profound sword in her hand and clearly fell silent. The green profound sword. In next to no time, Musa appeared within the hall, and she spoke in a low voice, Your Majesty, this sword? Shen Daoling handed the green profound sword to Musa. Take a look at it. Musa glanced at the green profound sword before him, and his expression became solemn. This sword. Shen Daoling said, Summon the palace master of the Shingong Palace, Mu Qiao. Musa immediately turned around and left. A few moments later, Musa brought a white-haired old man into the hall. This person was the palace master of the Shingong Palace, Mu Qiao, and he was responsible for the forging of the weapons of the entire Divine Dao Nation. Mu Qiao bowed respectfully to Shen Daoling, Your Majesty. Shen Daoling pointed with a finger, and the green profound sword landed before Mu Qiao. Take a look at this sword. Mu Qiao picked up the green profound sword and sized it up. Moments later, his expression became solemn. This sword, may I ask Your Majesty, where did you get this sword from? Shen Daoling asked, Can you forge the sword? Mu Qiao glanced at the green profound sword and hesitated for a moment before he said, This. Compared to the person who forged this sword, I might still be a little lacking. A little? Shen Daoling said calmly, Then you can't. Mu Qiao hurriedly said, If Your Majesty is willing to let me study this sword for half a year, I'll definitely be able to forge a divine item that surpasses this sword. Shen Daoling shook her head, You can't. Mu Qiao was quite confused, why not? Shen Daoling looked at the green profound sword in his hand and said softly, The Tao of space and time contained within this sword is unfamiliar to even me. Mu Qiao hurriedly said, Your Majesty, let me study this sword for a month. In a month, I'll definitely be able to forge a sword that surpasses this sword. Shen Daoling suddenly said, If you can't, you can resign and go home to retire, is that all right? Mu Qiao's expression froze, and he bowed slightly moments later. Your Majesty, the old man still has matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. After saying that, he turned around and left. Shen Daoling shook her head and looked at Musa. Investigate this person's background. Musa nodded before turning around and leaving. Within the palace, Shen Daoling looked at the green profound sword in his hand, and after a short while, she grinned, I know you have a spirit, so I won't ask anything else. I just want to ask a question, what grade of sword do you belong to? Soul fell silent for a moment before saying, There's no grade. I'm invincible below 3 swords. Under 3 strikes? The divine Daoling smiled, which 3 strikes? Soul replied, Big brother young master's father, and young master's younger sister. The divine Dao Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Young master? Soul replied, yes. The divine Dao Ling suddenly turned around. Guards. Meanwhile, a man in black armor who carried a huge saber on his back walked in. The divine Dao Ling said, send my decree. Tell the spirit mountain not to make things difficult for that young man. The armored man bowed slightly, turned around, and left. The divine Dao Ling's expression gradually turned solemn as he gazed at the green profound sword in his grasp. Yixian walked slowly through an unknown mountain range. His destination was the divine Dao nation's capital because he sensed that the green profound sword was there. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. Yixian's expression was calm. The reason he hadn't flown on his sword was because he wanted to avoid some trouble. He hadn't expected that they would be able to find him just by walking. Since it was like that, then it was over. At this moment, a woman suddenly walked out from the crack in space. It was the Spirit Mountain's Grand Elder, Lan Ling. Lan Ling gazed at Yixian. Since you dared to disregard my Spirit Mountain and the Divine Dao Nation, then I presume your background isn't simple. However, I'm very curious about the power behind you. Yixian smiled. There's no enmity between me and the Spirit Mountain, and I have no intention of offending it. It was your holy maiden who wanted to kill me first. You. Lan Ling shook her head. I didn't come here to listen to you. When she spoke up to this point, she walked slowly towards Yixian. The strong have no need to listen to the weak. Understand? Yixian suddenly tossed. Bang, a ray of golden light suddenly flashed across the battlefield. Lan Ling's expression instantly changed drastically. She opened her right hand, and a golden shield suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang, the golden round shield shattered, and Lan Ling's physical body was crushed along with it. Lan Ling, who only had her soul left, was stunned. At this moment, a sword suddenly pressed against Lan Ling's forehead. Lan Ling's expression changed drastically. If you dare touch me, the spiritual mountain will slaughter your entire sect. Yixian blinked. If you want to slaughter me, I'm a little afraid, but if you want to slaughter my entire family, at this point, he said seriously, don't stand on ceremony. Quickly go slaughter them, especially my father. You're welcome to go find him. Don't hold back, use all your strength to beat him up. Lan Ling glared at Yixian. I underestimated you. Now, we can talk. Yixian was so angry that he laughed. I want to reason with you, but you want to talk to me with your fists. I want to talk to you with my fists, but you want to reason with me. I'm not your father. Why should I spoil you? As he spoke, he suddenly punched out. Boom, Lan Ling was blasted into nothingness by the punch. Completely erased, right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept down from the distant horizon. In next to no time, the horizon split open, and a middle-aged man walked out from within. Mount Master of the Spiritual Mountain, Mo Lian. Along with Mo Lian's appearance, dozens of spiritual mountain powerhouses appeared. Among them, there were a total of 12 life soul realm powerhouses. They were surrounded. Yixian's expression was calm. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young lord, it was a moment of pleasure to kill. How are you going to clean up now? Yixian said calmly, what can I do? If it were you, Xiao Ta, would you take it lying down? Xiao Ta said, Young lord, I've never seen you so unyielding towards master. Yixian said, that's my father. Isn't it only right and proper for me to give in to him? If he wasn't my father, I would've. Xiao Ta said calmly, what do you mean by that? Young lord, you sound like you can beat master. Yixian shook his head. Xiao Ta, how did father tolerate you until now? Xiao Ta, at this moment, Mo Lian suddenly said, you killed our holy maiden and grand elder of Spiritual Mountain. How dare you? Yixian was about to speak, but Mo Lian suddenly said, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm. In an instant, the space around Yixian suddenly transformed into a cage, and the experts from the Spiritual Mountain were about to attack. However, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared here. The middle-aged man wore black armor and carried a large saber on his back. Seeing him, Mo Lian frowned. Lord Enzhua? Enzhua said, His Majesty has decreed that all powerhouses of Spiritual Mountain return immediately. Return immediately. Hearing this, Mo Lian frowned. Return immediately? Lord Enzhua, what does His Majesty mean? Ensua looked at Mo Lian. Return. Mo Lian pointed at Yi Xian angrily. Lord Ensua, this person killed Princess Ling, you, Ensua said, return immediately. Mo Lian's expression was somewhat ugly. Ensua suddenly pulled out the large saber on his back and slashed forward. Mo Lian's expression changed drastically and he blocked with his arm. Boom, Mo Lian instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet, and spacetime was destroyed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This guy is a bit fierce. That saber just now actually shook the 9th layer of spacetime. In the distance, Mo Lian's expression was extremely ugly. Of course, it was mostly fear. Ensua looked coldly at Mo Lian. Return to the mountain. This is the last warning. Mo Lian glanced at Yi Xian beside him, then turned around and left. He was not afraid of Ensua, but behind Ensua was the woman who represented divine Nation. After Mo Lian and the powerhouses of Spiritual Mountain left, Ensua turned to look at Yi Xian. His Majesty requests an audience. Yi Xian asked, the ruler of divine Nation? Ensua nodded. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, can I not go? Ensua suddenly pulled out the large saber on his back. Yi Xian hurriedly said, go. Let's go now. Ensua nodded. Please. Yi Xian felt somewhat helpless. On the way, Yi Xian looked at Ensua. Why is His Majesty looking for me? Ensua shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian asked again, is His Majesty angry that I killed your Princess Ling? Ensua shook her head again. I don't know. Yi Xian thought about it and asked again, Your Majesty. Ensua looked at Yi Xian. Young master, I don't know anything. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Can you be quiet? Yi Xian. After Yi Xian and Ensua left, Mo Lian watched Yi Xian and Ensua disappear into the distance and said, this person probably has a backer in divine Nation. Someone is protecting him. A Spiritual Mountain powerhouse said, then what should we do? Are First Elder and Saintess going to die in vain? After a moment of silence, Mo Lian said, didn't the Divine Marquis's grandson, Wenrenyu, like the Saintess? Now that the Saintess has been killed, he can't sit back and do nothing. Inform Wenrenyu immediately. Also, use all the connections of Spiritual Mountain in divine Nation to kill this person. The Spiritual Mountain elder nodded. Understood. Mo Lian looked at the horizon in the distance and then turned to leave. 1 hour later, Yi Xian and Ensua arrived at the divine Nation's imperial capital. When they arrived at the gates of the divine Nation's imperial capital, Yi Xian was somewhat surprised. This divine Nation's imperial capital was not big. Or rather, it was a little small. At this moment, Ensua said, young master, remember, no fighting is allowed in the city. Yi Xian asked, what if someone provokes me? Ensua glanced at Yi Xian. In any case, no fighting. Yi Xian continued to ask, what if someone hits me first? Ensua looked at Yi Xian. Young master Yi, who would hit you for no reason? Yi Xian asked, what if? Ensua said, young master Yi, no one would take the initiative to hit you. You. At this moment, a young man suddenly walked over from the street in the distance. This young man was wearing an embroidered robe and had a sword at his waist. He held a folding fan in his hand. With one look, one could tell that he was a distinguished young master. Seeing this young man, Ensua hesitated for a moment and then bowed slightly. Greetings, young Marquis. Young Marquis Wenrenyu. Wenrenyu ignored Ensua and looked at Yi Xian. Why didn't you kneel and greet this Marquis? Yi Xian pulled on Ensua's sleeve. Didn't you say that no one would come looking for trouble with me? Ensua. At this moment, Wenrenyu smiled and said, not greeting this Marquis is looking down on etiquette, the divine Marquis residence, and the divine Nation. With that, he looked at Ensua. Lord Ensua, and Lu, how should we deal with this person? Ensua said in a low voice, young Marquis, His Majesty has summoned him. Wenrenyu smiled. Did I stop him from seeing His Majesty? What I'm saying is that this person didn't greet me. He has violated the laws of the divine Nation. Ensua frowned when he heard this. How could he not discern that Wenrenyu had come to cause trouble on purpose? Ensua hesitated for a moment and then looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you, Yi Xian blinked. You wouldn't want me to greet him, right? Enzhua said, just greet him. Wenren looked at Yi Xian and lightly tapped the folding fan in his hand. He smiled but didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled. He said that the people of the Divine Dao Nation must greet him, but I don't seem to be from the Divine Dao Nation. Wenren suddenly smiled, but you're standing on the territory of my Divine Dao Nation. Since you're standing on the territory of my Divine Dao Nation, then you should obey the laws of my Divine Dao Nation. Yi Xian gazed at Wenren and smiled, young master, there's no enmity between us, right? Wenren walked over to Yi Xian and grinned, don't we have one now? Yi Xian smiled, the last person who asked me to greet her seemed to be called a Divine Dao Spirit. Right, she's completely vanished from this world now. Wenren's expression instantly turned cold. He took 2 more steps forward and smiled, come. Hit me. Provocation, Yi Xian suddenly withdrew Xiao Ta and smashed it down. Bang, Wenren wasn't even able to react before he was smashed into pieces by Xiao Ta. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene, even Enzhua hadn't expected that Yi Xian would suddenly attack, and he hadn't even been able to stop Yi Xian in time. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta returned to his grasp. He glanced at the spatial black hole that Xiao Ta had created. Hit you? I'll fucking kill you. As he spoke, he gazed at Enzhua and spoke furiously, I hate second-generation disciples that rely on their fathers and ancestors the most. How embarrassing. If everyone was like me, Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, that's enough. I'm very embarrassed. You're the strongest second-generation disciple in the world, so what's there to say? Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. It's the new year tomorrow, so I don't have time to write. What should I do? I haven't stopped writing for an entire year, so I can apply for leave. Brothers. Following Wenrenyu's death, the entire street became quiet. Wenrenyu, that was the Divine Marquis Young Duke. What kind of existence was the Divine Marquis Manor? The Divine Marquis Manor's ancestor was one of the founding fathers who followed the Divine Emperor to conquer the world. In order to reward the Divine Marquis Manor's ancestor, Wenren Tian, the Divine Emperor personally decreed that as long as the descendants of the Wenren clan did not rebel, they would be exempted from death. But now, someone actually killed the Wenren clan's young duke. Moreover, this young duke was the Wenren clan's only son. Things were getting out of hand. Next to Yi Xian, Zhua's expression was also extremely ugly. Damn it, why did this guy dare to kill anyone? Was he crazy? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Lord Enzhua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring me to your emperor. Enzhua said solemnly, young master Yi, things are getting out of hand. Yi Xian said, that's why we have to hurry up and see your emperor. Right now, only your emperor can protect me, right? Enzhua was speechless. You still know who can protect you. Without further thought, Enzhua brought Yi Xian to the palace. He also knew that only his emperor could solve this problem. He was a little afraid of Yi Xian now. This guy was also a tiger. He dared to kill without a word, regardless of who the other party was. Tiger. The two of them had only taken a few steps when a hunchbacked old man suddenly appeared in front of them. Behind this hunchbacked old man stood 10 experts in dark armor. The Wenren clan, seeing this hunchbacked old man, Enzhua hesitated, then bowed slightly, Lord Yu Xian. Yu Xian, the Wenren clan's housekeeper. However, this was not an ordinary housekeeper. He was once a commander of the imperial army. After leaving the palace, he became a housekeeper at the Divine Marquis Manor. Yu Xian glanced at Enzhua, then at Yi Xian. Without any nonsense, he charged forward and threw a punch at Yi Xian. This punch seemed to contain the stampede of a magnificent army, and a monstrous momentum instantly enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed. Boom, a sword light shattered, and Yi Xian instantly retreated several thousand feet away. Yu Xian suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and he was like a ferocious tiger that had left its cage as he punched straight at Yi Xian. This punch caused the surrounding space to distort and transform into a space-time vortex. In the distance, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. In an instant, a wave of sword light engulfed him and Yu Xian. Boom, the ground shook violently, and the sword light shattered. Yi Xian retreated another 100 feet. After Yu Xian stopped, he was about to attack again. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to activate Xiao Ta again, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Seeing this person, Enzhua heaved a sigh of relief. Musa, this person was the current divine minister, Musa. In the Shinto nation, he had great prestige and power. Seeing Musa, Yu Xian did not attack again. Instead, he bowed slightly. Lord Divine Minister. Musa turned to look at Yi Xian, then at Yu Xian. His Majesty has summoned him. Anything can wait until His Majesty has met him. Yu Xian said solemnly, Lord Divine Minister, young Master Yu is dead. Musa frowned. I told you. His Majesty has summoned him. Yu Xian's face turned ugly. Right at this moment, a cough suddenly sounded from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a beautiful woman walking over slowly from afar. Musa's face darkened when he saw this beautiful woman. Yu Xian and the rest quickly went over and knelt down. Greetings, Mistress. Situ Jing of the Divine Marquis Mansion was the current ruler of the Divine Marquis Mansion. Situ Jing walked slowly to Musa. Musa hesitated for a while, then bowed slightly. Old man. Situ Jing chuckled. I know that the Divine Marquis Mansion is not the same as before. In terms of power, we are indeed no match for you, Lord Divine Minister. However, the Divine Marquis Mansion is not a place that can be easily bullied. Then, she lightly tapped the walking stick in her right hand. Boom, the ground cracked, and in the next moment, hundreds of shadows suddenly rushed out from all directions, Divine Marquis guards. Musa's face darkened. These Divine Marquis guards were the bodyguards of the Divine Marquis Mansion. Even the weakest among them was at the Divine Physique echelon. At this moment, a group of mysterious experts suddenly appeared beside Musa. There were only 16 of them, but they were all at the Divine Soul echelon, and these were Musa's own bodyguards. The atmosphere in the surroundings instantly became tense. Situ Jing looked at Musa. Lord Divine Minister, the Divine Marquis Mansion has no enmity with you, and we have never thought of becoming enemies with you. Today, the Divine Marquis Mansion only wants to seek justice. Musa shook his head. Old man, he is the person that His Majesty wants to see. Situ Jing glanced at Yi Xian. Why does His Majesty want to see him? Musa shook his head. I don't know. Situ Jing stared at Musa. He killed Yu'er. Musa said in a low voice. Old man, let His Majesty meet him first. How about that? Situ Jing was silent. Around them, the experts from the Divine Marquis Mansion stared at Yi Xian. As soon as Situ Jing gave the order, they would swarm him. At this moment, Situ Jing suddenly said, since His Majesty wants to see him, then let His Majesty meet him first. Hearing this, Musa relaxed a little. He nodded and turned to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, please. Then, he turned and left. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and followed him. At this moment, Situ Jing suddenly said, Young man. Yi Xian turned to look at Situ Jing. Situ Jing stared at Yi Xian. No matter how powerful you are, the Divine Marquis Mansion must take your head. Yi Xian walked to Situ Jing. At this moment, Musa frowned. Young Master Yi, don't do anything rash. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Lord Musa, didn't you see that she was the one who threatened me first? Musa's expression was cold. Young Master Yi, if you do anything rash, no one can protect you. Yi Xian laughed. Rash? What a joke. The moment I entered this city, the Divine Marquis Mansion came to bully me. Why? Only the Divine Marquis Mansion can bully others, but others can't? Or is it that the law of God country only bullies the weak and fears the strong? Musa stared at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, be careful with your words. Yi Xian smiled. All right. I will be careful. Lord Musa, let's go. Let's go and meet your Majesty. After saying that, he walked into the distance. Musa glanced at Yi Xian and followed. After Yi Xian and Musa disappeared, Situ Jing suddenly said, Pass down my order. Spread the news that this person killed Princess Ling and Yu'er. Yu Xian nodded. Understood. As he spoke, his expression became slightly solemn. He knew that old madam wanted to control the public opinion first. But why did he want to control the public opinion? Because this person was not simple. At this moment, Situ Jing asked again, why did you suddenly find trouble with this person? An expert from the Divine Marquis Constabulary said in a low voice, Old madam, someone informed young master that Princess Ling was killed by that young man. That's why young master came to find this young man. Situ Jing's expression darkened. Spiritual mountain, right? That expert nodded. Situ Jing slowly closed his eyes. His expression was extremely cold. Spiritual mountain, how dare you use the Divine Marquis Mansion? She knew that the Divine Marquis Mansion was being used by the spiritual mountain. That expert said, Old man, I'm afraid that young man's background is not simple. Situ Jing was expressionless. How can someone who dares to kill the princess of God country be simple? However, no matter who he is, the Divine Marquis Mansion will take his head as an offering to your soul in heaven. Then, she turned and left. Soon, the entire Divine Marquis Mansion began to move. The Divine Marquis Mansion's influence in God country was not to be trifled with. Before long, countless officials of God country had already left for the palace, ready to make a statement. At this moment, Yi Xian and Musa arrived at the entrance of the palace. Musa turned to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, do you know etiquette? Yi Xian smiled. Are you trying to say that I should bow when I see His Majesty? Musa said in a low voice, Young Master Yi, only His Majesty can protect you. Yi Xian suddenly said, My sword is in His Majesty's hands, right? He could already feel the profound green sword. It was in this palace, Musa nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled and walked into the palace. There was only one woman in the palace. It was the Divine Dao Ling. Seeing Yi Xian enter, the Divine Dao Ling put down a memorial in her hand and smiled as she pointed at the memorials in front of her. There are a total of 1280 memorials, and all of them request for your immediate death. As she spoke, she slowly walked in front of Yi Xian and looked straight at Yi Xian. Little fella, I know that you are not simple, but you are too ruthless. First, you killed a princess of God country, then you killed the little Marquis of the Divine Marquis Mansion. Furthermore, you did not leave any leeway. Even if I wanted to protect you, I would not be able to. Yi Xian said with a smile, I have never provoked any of your people. The Divine Dao Ling blinked. Is that important? It is not. You should understand that reason is built on your fist. If you do not have the strength, you will only be humiliating yourself by trying to reason with me. Yi Xian smiled. I understand. The Divine Dao Ling smiled. Then tell me, how will you live? Yi Xian said with a smile, you should know better than me, don't you? The Divine Dao Ling opened her palm and the profound green sword appeared in her hand. She looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Who is the person who forged this sword? Yi Xian answered honestly, my sister. Sister? The Divine Dao Ling's lips curled up. She is the person behind you, and the reason why you are so unyielding, right? Yi Xian looked at the Divine Dao Ling. What do you want? The Divine Dao Ling smiled. Young Master Yi, whether you can live or not depends on how strong the person who forged this sword is. As she spoke, she exerted force in her right hand and a mysterious force suddenly surged into the profound green sword. Boom, the profound green sword trembled. At the same time, the space before her warped. A few moments later, the Divine Dao Ling looked up. A few breaths later, the corners of her mouth curled up. Young Master Yi, I can sense the person who forged this sword. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, her illusory figure passed through countless spaces and arrived at an unknown starry sky. Not far away from her, a woman in a plain dress stood quietly. Not far from her, over 10,000 mysterious experts were kneeling on the ground. Not only were they kneeling, but their bodies were also trembling and their faces were filled with terror. At this moment, the woman turned around and looked at the Divine Dao Ling. What's the matter? The Divine Dao Ling smiled. I am the ruler of the Divine Dao Nation. Your brother's life and death are in my hands. The Divine Dao Nation? The woman raised her brows. She opened her right hand, and the walking sword appeared in her hand. Point me in a direction. P.S. A reader's birthday requested an extra chapter. I couldn't refuse. Where was the nation of Divine Dao? hearing the woman's words, the faces of the mysterious experts behind her instantly changed. All the experts immediately crawled down and their bodies trembled violently. They were terrified to the extreme. Over 100 kilometers behind them was pitch black, and even the 10th layer of space had been obliterated. That place was originally their home. 15 minutes ago, the woman in a plain dress had asked them the same question, and 15 minutes later, their home was gone. The divine Daoling looked at the woman in a plain dress. "Where is my home?" The woman in a plain dress shook her head. "There's no need for you to point." As she spoke, the walk sword in her hand suddenly flew out. The divine Daoling's pupils constricted when she saw the woman in a plain dress attack. Even though it was only an illusion, she didn't underestimate her opponent. When she was about to attack, that seemingly slow sword suddenly stabbed into the space between her brows. Bang! The divine Daoling's body instantly became illusory. The divine Daoling looked at the woman in a plain dress. "I underestimated you." As soon as she finished speaking, her pupils constricted. In the nation of divine Dao, within the imperial palace, a sword stabbed into the space between the divine Daoling's brows without any warning. The divine Daoling's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? That was the first thought in her mind. How could she stab into my body from countless galaxies away? That was utterly impossible. Right at this moment, her body and soul were vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura of death caused the divine Daoling's mind to clear up. The divine Daoling hurriedly looked at Yi Xian. "I know Miss Nian." Yi Xian said, "Qing spare her life." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword between the divine Daoling's brows suddenly vanished, and the divine Daoling's body went limp and fell to the ground. In the unknown starry sky, the woman in a plain dress opened her palm, and a sword light fell into her palm. It was the walk sword. The woman in a plain dress turned to look at the group of mysterious experts before her. "Do you want to live?" All of them nodded in unison. The woman in a plain dress opened her left hand, and a portrait appeared in her hand. She opened the portrait. "My brother." Everyone was stunned. What did that mean? The woman in a simple dress frowned slightly when she saw no one answer her. In an instant, the expressions of all of them turned grim, and the man in the lead hurriedly said, "From this moment onward, Senior's older brother is our older brother. No, he's our master. We'll go and follow master right now." With that, he turned around and left with the mysterious powerhouses behind him. The man in the lead instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the woman in a simple dress didn't attack. "Damn it, we were almost annihilated. Where did this deity come from?" At this moment, an old man said, "Grand Heavenly Venerate, what should we do now?" Grand Empyrean pondered for a moment before saying, "Go find that youth." The old man frowned. "Are we really going to recognize that young man as our master?" Grand Empyrean said angrily, "What? Is it a loss for us to acknowledge him as our master?" The elder hesitated for a moment before saying, "We're a god-tier civilization after all. If we acknowledge someone else as our master, the Grand Empyrean stared at the old man. A level 10 civilization? Look carefully. We can't even take a single strike from him. You can't even take one sword." The old man's expression was quite unsightly. The Grand Empyrean slowly closed his eyes. "Why didn't she kill us? Is it because she was benevolent?" "No. It's because we're willing to submit to her. Understand?" The old man nodded. "I understand. But how are we going to find that young man?" The Grand Empyrean fell silent for a moment before he said, "Didn't the image of a woman arrive just now? We can use the space-time mark she left here to find her. She should know where that young man is." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the experts behind him and vanished into the distance. Divine Dao Kingdom. Within a hall, Yi Xian sat at the side and drank tea slowly. On the other hand, the divine Daoling was sitting cross-legged at the side and healing herself. Even though the woman in a simple dress had withdrawn that sword strike, it had heavily injured her soul, so she was extremely weak at this moment. After a long time, the divine Daoling recovered slightly, and she gazed at Yi Xian who sat nearby. "Who is she?" Yi Xian replied, "My younger sister." The divine Daoling fell silent. Yi Xian looked at the divine Daoling. "What's your name?" The divine Daoling replied, "Divine Daoling." Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Ling, let's talk about reason." I met the princess of your country, the divine Tao spirit. She insisted that I bow to her, but I didn't. Then she attacked me, and I killed her. Miss Ling, whose fault do you think it is? The divine Tao Ling glanced at Yi Xian. The one who attacked first was at fault. Yi Xian smiled. When I came to Divine Tao Kingdom, the young Marquis of the Divine Marquis Mansion provoked me for no reason, so the divine Tao Ling said softly, young Master Yi, I understand what you mean. Yi Xian shook his head. You don't understand. Qing'er attacked. If Qing'er didn't make a move, you wouldn't have listened to me at all. Just like what you said before, the so-called reason is built on the foundation of strength. With that, he stood up and walked to the divine Tao Ling. Miss Ling, I really want to kill you, and even destroy your divine Tao Kingdom. Because I've been really angry since the beginning, but I didn't ask Qing'er to do that. Do you know why? With that, he walked out of the hall. The divine Tao Ling suddenly said, young Master Yi, I want to know why. After all, if you didn't speak just now, I would have been dead. Yi Xian smiled. Because of Sister Nian. I don't have to give face to others, but I have to give face to Sister Nian. With that, he walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, he saw the Divine Marquis Mansion Sidu Jing, and behind him stood a group of Divine Tao Kingdom officials. Sidu Jing gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly pointed a finger at Yi Xian with fury. You're the one who killed Princess Ling and the junior marquis. Yi Xian nodded and smiled. That's me. The old man spoke furiously. How presumptuous. This is the Divine Tao Kingdom. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Capture him. Behind him, several soldiers were about to step forward and capture Yi Xian. However, at this moment, the Divine Tao Plume walked out of the hall. Everyone in the surroundings turned pale when they saw the Divine Tao Plume, and then they hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty. Situ Jing didn't kneel, and he bowed slightly instead. The divine Tao Ling's face remained emotionless. What are you doing? The old man hurriedly said, Your Majesty, he killed Princess Ling and the junior marquis of the Divine Marquis estate. His crimes are monstrous. I hope your Majesty can execute him immediately and execute his entire family. Execute his entire family. The corners of Situ Jing's mouth twitched. At this moment, he thought of that woman in a plain dress. The old man intended to say something, but the divine Tao Ling suddenly said, Shut up. The old man was stunned when he heard this. The other officials of the divine Tao Kingdom were astounded as well, and Situ Jing, who led the group, had a gloomy expression on his face. Meanwhile, the divine Tao Ling opened his palm, and then a dark golden command token slowly floated over to Yi Xian. The expressions of all the officials here changed drastically when they saw this golden command token, the Divine Emperor token. It was a supreme command token because it was left behind by the Divine Emperor all those years ago. Seeing this command token was equivalent to seeing the Divine Emperor, and even the current ruler of the kingdom had to bow before it. Moreover, the command token could mobilize any army within the Divine Tao Kingdom. It could be said that the authority of this command token was merely inferior to the Divine Tao Ling. It was exactly because of the special nature of the Divine Emperor token that it had never left the Divine Tao race since the Divine Tao Kingdom was founded, and it had always been in the possession of the successive rulers of the Divine Tao Kingdom. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the Divine Emperor token could be considered as a token of trust of the Divine Tao Kingdom's ruler. Because the authority of the Divine Emperor token was truly too great, the successive rulers of the Divine Tao Kingdom didn't dare to give it to an outsider. Yet at this moment, the divine Tao Ling actually intends to give it to this young man. All the experts of the Divine Tao Kingdom were stunned. On the other hand, the face of Situ Jing, who led the group, instantly turned pale, and her hand was trembling. The divine Tao Ling gazed at Yi Xian. Keep it. It'll be able to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future. Yi Xian glanced at the Divine Emperor token and shook his head. I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. I don't want it. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. All the officials of the Divine Tao Kingdom almost fainted when they heard Yi Xian. He actually doesn't want it. He actually doesn't want the Divine Emperor token. Some of the officials of the Divine Tao Kingdom couldn't restrain themselves from cursing. He actually refused the Divine Emperor token. Meanwhile, the Divine Tao Ling suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she gazed at Yi Xian. This token can save you a lot of trouble. I presume that you don't want to cause unnecessary trouble just like what happened before, right? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he put the Divine Emperor token away, turned around, and left. He'd only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, and then he turned around to look at the Divine Daoling. Where's the Women's Academy? The Divine Daoling said, Divine Image Musa, take young Master Yi to the Women's Academy. Musa walked over to Yi Xian and bowed slightly, Young Master Yi, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured for Xianxia to follow him. Yi Xian glanced at Musa and said, Please lead the way. Musa hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Yi Xian along and vanished into the horizon. The officials of the Divine Dao Kingdom at the entrance to the Imperial Palace were stunned. Meanwhile, the Divine Dao Ling suddenly said, Besides Old Man Situ and the others, everyone else is dismissed. The officials of the Divine Dao Kingdom hurriedly bowed respectfully and left. They weren't idiots, so they naturally noticed that something was off. After all, that young man possessed the Divine Emperor token. Would His Majesty give it away just like that? Of course not. After they left, Situ Jing gazed at the Divine Dao Ling, Your Majesty, the revenge of my Divine Marquis estate. The Divine Dao Ling stared at Situ Jing, Don't offend him. Situ Jing spoke in a low voice, Your Majesty, Yuer is dead. The Divine Dao Ling spoke softly, If you insist on taking revenge, then Wenren you won't be the only one to die, your entire Divine Marquis estate will die as well. Situ Jing's face froze when she heard this, and then she slowly knelt down and remained silent. The Divine Dao Ling walked over to Situ Jing and said, Even if the Divine Marquis is alive, he has to endure it. Old man, if you continue to cause trouble for him, then I'll destroy the Divine Marquis estate. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Situ Jing remained silent, and his expression was extraordinarily calm. Musa brought Yi Xian to the Women's Academy. The Women's Academy wasn't in the imperial capital but in Yong City. On the way, Musa patiently explained to Yi Xian, Yong City is a small city. It was originally an abandoned ancient city. Because it's located in a remote area and it's surrounded by desert, no one lives in this city. His Majesty wanted Miss Mu Nianyan to establish an academy in the imperial capital but she refused. We don't know why she chose such a remote place. Yi Xian smiled. Sister Nian, he was actually looking forward to meeting Sister Nian because he hadn't seen her for a long time. Musa looked at Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi, do you know what token His Majesty gave you? Yi Xian opened his palm and the Divine Emperor token appeared in his hand. Is it very precious? Musa said, Young Master Yi, this is the Divine Emperor token. It's very precious. You can use it to mobilize any army in Shinto. Yi Xian looked at Musa, Any army? Musa nodded, Any army. Yi Xian said with a smile, So, this Divine Emperor token is very precious. Musa looked at Yi Xian and said, Very, very precious. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Half an hour later, Musa and Yi Xian arrived at Yong City. Musa was slightly shocked when he arrived at Harmony City. Because he noticed that Harmony City was bustling with people and endless streams of horses and carriages. It was extremely bustling and flourishing. Not only that, he also sensed a very powerful aura in Yong City. Musa was shocked because Yong City had changed a lot. After entering the city, they went straight to the Women's Academy. The Women's Academy was located on a mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, a pretty girl suddenly appeared in front of him. The girl looked at Yi Xian and Musa and smiled, You two don't look familiar. Musa said, Miss, this young Master Yi wants to see your dean. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi? Yi Xian nodded. Tell Sister Nian that I'm here. The woman blinked. You know the dean? Yi Xian nodded. The woman smiled and said, The dean is not here. Yi Xian frowned. Not here? The woman nodded. She left with Missen and the others a few days ago. Yi Xian asked, Where did he go? The woman shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian said solemnly, Who is in charge of the academy now? The woman said, Instructor Ding. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Take me to see her. The woman hesitated for a moment before she said, Should I go notify them? Yi Xian nodded. All right. The woman was just about to turn around and leave when a voice resounded from the mountain, "Let him in." The woman was slightly stunned, and then she turned around to look at Yixian. "Let's go." Yixian nodded, and then he turned around to look at Musa. "Musa, let's part ways here." Musa nodded. "Young Master Yi, take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yixian followed the woman to the top of the mountain, and Yixian saw a woman in a small courtyard. He knew her, and it was Miss Ding. Yixian bowed slightly. "Aunt Ding." Miss Ding smiled, "I thought that you would only arrive after some time. I never expected that you would arrive so quickly." Yixian smiled, "Aunt Ding, I never expected that you would be here as well." Miss Ding glanced at Yixian. "The seamless state?" Yixian nodded. Miss Ding stood up. "Follow me." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked to the side, and Yixian hurriedly followed her. On the way, Miss Ding asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Yixian said solemnly, "Improve my strength." Miss Ding smiled, "The best way to improve my strength is to fight." Yixian nodded, "Indeed." Miss Ding said, "Miss Nian said that if you come, she will bring you to a place." Yixian was slightly curious, "Where?" Miss Ding said, "The city of myriad domains." Yixian frowned, "The city of myriad domains?" Miss Ding stopped, and she looked at Yixian, "Give me your Xiao Ta and Azure Sword." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he passed the Xiao Ta and Azure Sword to Miss Ding. Miss Ding said, "I will temporarily keep them for you." As she spoke, she pointed to a teleportation array not far away, "Go in." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, "Aunt Ding, is it dangerous inside?" Miss Ding nodded, "Very dangerous." Yixian, Miss Ding smiled, "Are you afraid?" Yixian said with a smile, "What are you afraid of?" As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Ta in Miss Ding's hand, "Aunt Ding, can this Xiao Ta enter with me?" Miss Ding smiled, "Give me a reason." Yixian said, "I have been through life and death with it for so many years, and I have feelings for it. Moreover, I also want to bring it along for the training this time." Miss Ding looked at Yixian for a moment, and then she smiled, "All right." As she spoke, she passed Xiao Ta to Yixian. After receiving Xiao Ta, Yixian bowed slightly, "Aunt Ding, I will be going now." As he spoke, he entered the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated, and in an instant, Yixian disappeared. After Yixian disappeared, Miss Ding was silent for a moment, and then she turned to leave. Divine Donation, inside the palace. Musa walked to the Shinto Dao Ling and bowed slightly, "Your Majesty, young Master Yi has gone to the city of myriad domains." The Shinto Dao Ling frowned slightly, "City of myriad domains?" Musa nodded. The Shinto Dao Ling was silent. Musa hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, "What is your Majesty worried about?" The Shinto Dao Ling said softly, "The city of myriad domains, this means that he will come into contact with the savage land." Musa said solemnly, "Your Majesty is worried that young Master Yi will join the savage land?" The Shinto Dao Ling nodded. Musa's face was gloomy, "Your Majesty, young Master Yi has the Divine Emperor token. If he really joins the savage land, it will be a devastating disaster for our Divine Dao nation." After a moment of silence, the Shinto Dao Ling said softly, "Let's wait and see for now." Musa suddenly bowed slightly, "Your Majesty, it is better to be safe than sorry. Your Majesty, please take back the Divine Emperor token immediately." The Shinto Dao Ling glanced at Musa, "I just gave it out, and you want to take it back? I am not as thick-skinned as you." Musa said solemnly, "But Your Majesty, if that young Master Yi becomes friends with the savage land, then," the Shinto Dao Ling said softly, "Don't worry. This young Master Yi is too stubborn. If he goes to the city of myriad domains, he will only cause trouble, big trouble at that. So, let's just wait and see." As she said that, she seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly, "Send an order to the city of myriad domains. In our Divine Dao nation, no one is to provoke him, no matter who it is." Musa smiled bitterly, "Forget it. The more we do this, the more likely those little fellows will provoke him." The Shinto Dao Ling nodded, "Then let them be." With that, she turned and left. After an unknown period of time, Yixian opened his eyes. At this moment, he was already in front of an old city. The sky was dark and covered in dark clouds, and it was extremely oppressive. The city before him was very old and slightly shabby, and it emitted a pungent smell of blood. Xian said softly, "This is not a good place." As he spoke, he walked towards the center of the city. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head and saw a man staring at him from the city wall not far away. The man held a dagger in his hand, and the dagger was still stained with blood. Xian ignored the man and continued walking towards the city. At this moment, the man suddenly smiled. "Brother, please wait." Xian looked at the man, and the man grinned. "I am a little short of money recently, and I want to borrow some soul crystals from you." "Don't worry, I will definitely return what I borrow." "Robbery," Xian smiled. "How much do you want?" The man chuckled. "Give me 1 million. Xian opened his palm, and a spatial ring floated before the man. There were exactly 1 million soul crystals in the spatial ring. The man was stunned. "He gave it to me just like that." In the distance, Xian walked towards the city. The man looked at the spatial ring in front of him in a daze. This was the smoothest robbery he had ever had. A moment later, the man put the spatial ring away and caught up to Xian. Xian looked at the man. "What? Not enough?" The man said in a low voice, "Brother, is this your first time coming to the city of Myriad Domains?" Xian nodded. "First time." The man smiled. "Brother, do you know what kind of place the city of Myriad Domains is?" Xian shook his head. "It's my first time here, so I don't know anything." The man smiled. "I'm Xianxia, from the Divine Dao Nation." "Divine Dao Nation," Xian smiled lightly. "Xian." The man spoke in a low voice. "Brother Yi, it's easy for problems to arise if you walk on the streets like this." Xian smiled. "Get robbed?" Xianxia nodded, and then he glanced at the surroundings and said, "Follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he led Xian to the right. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared before them, and the man glanced at Xianxia before looking at Xian with a hostile expression. Xianxia chuckled. "Li Ka, he's my man." Li Ka glanced coldly at Xianxia. "Your man?" Xianxia nodded. "Mine." Li Ka's face was expressionless. "Is your man that insensible?" Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. "What? You're not even going to give me this little bit of face?" A wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of Li Ka's mouth. "Face? Xianxia, why should I give you face? Don't think that I don't know that you've already obtained benefits from him. You've obtained benefits yourself, and you're asking us to give you face? I'm giving it to your ancestors." As he said that, he angrily pointed at Xian. "If you don't give me 1 million soul crystals, don't even think about crossing this road." At this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Before Xianxia could react, Li Ka's throat was directly pierced by Xian's sword. Instant kill. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Li Ka was also dumbfounded. Xian exerted force with his right hand, and the sword directly pierced through Li Ka's throat, causing blood to spurt out. Li Ka stared at Xian, his eyes filled with resentment. You're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Xian opened his palm, and Li Ka's storage ring flew into his hand. Li Ka still wanted to say something, but Xian suddenly swung his sword. Li Ka was directly erased. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. "Damn, this guy is really fierce." Seeing that Xian was about to leave, Xianxia hurriedly followed. "Brother Yi, what are you doing in the city of Myriad Domains?" Xian subconsciously said, "I'm here to act cool." "Oh no, I'm here to gain experience." Xianxia. P.S. New Year, too busy, really too busy. I don't even have time to write every day. Finally, Happy New Year's Eve everyone. Xianxia's expression was a little strange. Is this guy here to act cool? At this time, Xian suddenly said, "Brother Xianxia, can you tell me more about the city of Myriad Domains?" Xianxia hurriedly nodded. "Of course. The city of Myriad Domains is divided into 3 camps. The first is my Divine Dao Nation, the second is the Wildlands, and the third is the Heavenly Abyss Sacred Gate." Xian frowned slightly. "Wildlands? Heavenly Abyss Sacred Gate?" Xianxia nodded. "The Wildlands are my Divine Dao Nation's mortal enemy. Back then, when His Majesty the Divine Emperor conquered the various worlds, the Wildlands divine race refused to submit. Thus, the Divine Emperor banished them to an extremely remote Wildlands continent, which is the Wildlands. Now, the Wildlands celestial race has regained some vitality and has been going against my Divine Dao Nation. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why didn't the Divine Emperor directly exterminate the Wildlands celestial race? Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian nodded slightly. What about the Heavenly Abyss Sacred Gate? Xianxia said, the Heavenly Abyss Sacred Gate was once the #1 sect and is still the current #1 sect. Back then, before the Divine Emperor was born, they were the strongest sect in the myriad worlds. Moreover, the Divine Emperor seemed to have a deep relationship with them. But for some reason, they moved away and never stepped into the Divine Dao Nation again. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Then, he looked around. Do they usually fight? Xianxia said solemnly, not usually. Yi Xian frowned slightly, not usually? Xianxia nodded. Not only do they not fight, they usually trade with each other. As he spoke, he pointed to a street in the distance. That's the Black Market Street. If you have any treasures, you can go there to sell them. Yi Xian looked at the street in the distance. There were quite a number of people setting up stalls on the street. Xianxia said, that is the only absolutely safe place in this city because no one dares to make a move there. That place is protected by the 3 factions' bosses. Of course, if you want to enter and sell something, no matter what you sell, you have to hand over 10% of the transaction to the 3 factions' bosses. Yi Xian was a little curious. 3 leaders? Xianxia nodded. Our Divine Dao Nation's boss is Feng Lin. This person's background is a little mysterious. There are rumors that he is the crown prince of the Divine Dao Nation's #1 clan, the very first clan. There are also rumors that he is a member of the royal family. His true identity is unknown. Yi Xian was curious. How does the very race compare to the Divine Marquis Manor? Xianxia said solemnly, at the beginning, the 2 families were actually equal in strength, because the Divine Marquis and the Supreme Divine Image were the most important figures by the Divine Emperor's side. But as time went on, the Divine Marquis Palace fell behind the very race. This is because the Divine Marquis Manor has never produced any super geniuses, but the very race has produced a few. Yi Xian smiled and asked, what about the Divine Dao Nation's royal family? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before he said, brother, it's not my place to speak about the matters of the imperial family. Yi Xian smiled. What I'm more curious about is that there are so many noble families in the Divine Dao Nation. Don't they pose any threat to the imperial power? You should know that if an aristocratic family is powerful enough, they will definitely threaten the imperial power. Xianxia smiled bitterly. How would I dare? Yi Xian was curious. Why wouldn't I dare? Xianxia said solemnly, there are many reasons why the Divine Dao Nation's royal family has been able to exist until now, but the main reason is that every generation of Divine Master is not a pushover. Moreover, the Divine Emperor has decreed that the throne of the Divine Dao Nation is only passed on to the virtuous, not the eldest. This virtuous also includes women. As long as you have the ability, even a woman can become the queen of the Divine Dao Nation. Yi Xian frowned slightly. If a woman is the queen of the Divine Dao Nation, this chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. Queen, doesn't that mean that the Divine Dao Nation could become someone else's? Xianxia smiled. A woman's child can also inherit the throne, but they must have the direct bloodline of the Divine Dao race. To be more precise, a woman's child's bloodline will be devoured by the Divine Dao bloodline from the moment they are born. Moreover, if a woman is the queen, her child must be born with the Divine Dao surname. Yi Xian said softly, so that's how it is. Xianxia continued, moreover, the Divine Dao race has an extremely terrifying Divine Dao army left behind by the Divine Emperor. Back then, this Divine Dao army followed the Divine Emperor to conquer the myriad heavens and has never been defeated. Even the strongest barbarian cavalry of the barbarian divine race was defeated by the Divine Dao army. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little curious. Could his Divine Emperor token mobilize the Divine Dao army? He felt a little uncertain. Xianxia continued, the boss of the barbarian lands is called Tianu. This person is not from the barbarian divine race, but his position in the barbarian divine race is extraordinary. Even some of the direct descendants of the barbarian divine race are willing to obey his orders. Yi Xian asked, what about the Heavenly Abyss Holy Gate? Xianxia said, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden, her name is unknown. She is a very mysterious woman who rarely appears. Yi Xian was a little curious, if they don't fight, then what's the point of this place? Xianxia pointed in the distance, Behind this heavenly abyss city, there is a mountain range, and there is a ruin in the mountain range. No one knows from which era, but that ruin is the real reason everyone came here. However, we can no longer enter its depths because it involves the 10th layer of spacetime. Xian smiled. The divine Dao nation didn't want to take it for themselves? Xianxia shook his head. They wanted to take it for themselves, but in the end, they compromised. Because if the divine Dao nation wanted to take it for themselves, the heavenly abyss holy gate and the barbarian lands would join forces. This is not what the divine Dao nation wants to see, because the heavenly abyss holy gate has always been neutral. Xian asked, the divine Dao nation has never thought of roping in the heavenly abyss holy gate to deal with the barbarian lands? Xianxia smiled bitterly. I don't know about that. Xian smiled. Brother Xianxia, let's part ways here. With that, he walked into the distance. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then asked, Brother Yi, where are you going? Xian didn't answer and disappeared into the distance without looking back. Xianxia glanced at Xian, who was at the end of her line of sight, and said softly, what a weirdo. Xian directly left the city of Myriad Domain and came to a mountain range. His goal was also the ruin. He actually didn't have much interest in the treasures in the ruin, because with Xiao Ta and the Azure Profound Sword, he really didn't have much interest in other treasures. In a short while, Xian came to the depths of the mountain range. At a glance, the mountain range in the distance was hazy, completely illusory. Not simple. After a moment of silence, Xian continued forward. When he came to the deepest part of the mountain range, Xian frowned because he discovered that the spacetime here was somewhat different. The spacetime here had changed. The place he was in now was actually the 8th layer of spacetime, but nothing around him had changed. What's going on? Xian frowned. This place isn't simple. After a short while, Xian glanced at the surroundings and continued forward. When he crossed a small river, he stopped because he discovered that he'd entered the 9th layer of spacetime. The 9th layer of spacetime, Xian frowned. This place was so weird. The further he went, this chapter isn't finished, please continue. The spacetime here was stronger. After a moment of silence, Xian continued forward. When he entered the 9th layer of spacetime, Xian secretly became vigilant. Even though there were no changes in the surroundings, he still didn't dare be careless. He continued forward, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at a valley. After entering the valley, his expression gradually became serious because he noticed that the spacetime pressure in the valley was growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, he didn't have the Azure Profound Sword, so he could ignore the spacetime pressure. So, he had to be careful. At this moment, Xian stopped in his tracks. Not far in front of him sat a man. The man's head was lowered, and there was no sign of life. It was obvious that he'd died. Xian walked in front of the man. The man was still holding a storage ring in his hand, and there was a spear on the ground. The spear was pure white, and it was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. Xian glanced at the man, and he was a little curious. How did this guy die? At this moment, footsteps sounded from the side. Xian turned to look. Not far away, a woman was slowly walking over. The woman was wearing a dark purple dress, and her face was covered with a veil. Her true appearance couldn't be seen, but her figure was excellent. The woman looked at Xian. Who are you? Xian cupped his fists. Xian. The woman frowned slightly. Xian? Xian nodded. The woman shook her head. Never heard of it. Xian smiled. Miss, you are? The woman looked at Xian and didn't say anything. Xian shrugged and walked into the distance. At this moment, the woman said, if you continue forward, you will die. Xian looked into the distance. There were 2 mountains in the distance, and between the mountains was a crevice. Below the crevice was a Xiaodao. It was very small, and only enough for one person to pass through. Xian turned to look at the woman, and asked, what's in front? The woman said, the gate of the ruins. Xian asked again, Miss, do you know what ruins are inside? The woman looked at Xian and didn't say anything. Xian blinked. Am I very handsome? The woman was slightly taken aback. What was he talking about? Xian smiled. Miss, if I'm not wrong, you should be the mysterious Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden, right? The woman nodded slightly, yes. Xian smiled. My name is Xian. What about you? The Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden didn't say anything again. Xian shook his head, turned around, and left. The Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden said again, "You will die." Xian didn't even look back. "None of your business." With that, he quickly walked toward the Xiaodao. "Arrogant? I'm more arrogant than you." Hearing Xian's words, the Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden frowned. How rude. In the distance, Xian had already walked in front of the Xiaodao. When he was about to step into the Xiaodao, his expression suddenly changed, because he realized that the spacetime in front of him was no longer the 9th spacetime, the 10th spacetime. The spacetime in front of him was already the 10th spacetime, and the spacetime pressure in it was no longer something he could withstand. If he forced his way in, as the Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden said, he would really die, but if he retreated now, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? And it would be embarrassing in front of a woman. Xian thought about it, then turned around and left. Damn it, he didn't have any face, so how could he lose it? End of this chapter. Seeing Xian retreat, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden's eyes were calm, as if she was not surprised at all. After Xian retreated to the side, he sat cross-legged on the ground and pondered. The 10th spacetime. He had already felt the 10th spacetime just now, and the spacetime pressure contained in the 10th spacetime was not something he could withstand at the moment. At this moment, Xian was a little curious. What kind of relic was this? Would there be an 11th spacetime behind it? At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden walked to Xian's side and glanced at Xian. Seamless realm. Xian ignored her. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden continued, "You were able to reach here with the seamless realm, not simple at all." Xian still did not speak. Seeing this, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden frowned slightly. At this moment, Xian suddenly got up and walked to the front of Xiaodao. Looking at the Xiaodao in front of him, Xian was silent for a moment, and he suddenly stepped out. As his foot landed, the spacetime around the Xiaodao directly distorted and became illusory. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, Xian retreated again, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement. The reason he could step into the 10th spacetime just now was because he had used the mysterious spacetime in Xiao Ta's body. He could already use Xiao Ta to fuse with that mysterious spacetime, and that mysterious spacetime had absolute suppression on the 10th spacetime. Unfortunately, he could not fuse with that mysterious spacetime for too long. However, he was not in a hurry. He could take it slowly. At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden suddenly asked, "How did you do it?" Xian ignored the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden and sat cross-legged to recover his vitality. Every time he used that mysterious spacetime, it consumed a lot of energy. Seeing that Xian did not reply, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden frowned slightly. "I'm asking you a question." Xian turned to look at the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden. "Am I very familiar with you?" Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden. Xian retracted his gaze and continued to devour the soul crystals. Xian, liked to make friends, but he didn't like to make friends with arrogant people. "Arrogant? I'm more arrogant than you." The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden glanced at Xian and did not ask further. She also had a temper. An hour later, Xian suddenly stood up and walked toward Xiaodao. The Heavenly Abyss Saintess hurried to look at Xian curiously. Xian stepped into the Xiaodao. The moment he stepped into the Xiaodao, the 10th spacetime in the Xiaodao area became illusory. It wasn't that it couldn't withstand Xian, it was that it couldn't withstand that mysterious spacetime. After taking 3 steps, Xian suddenly retreated. Seeing this, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden frowned. "Why did you retreat? Continue walking." Xian turned to look at the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden. "What does it have to do with you?" Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to devour soul crystals to recover his energy. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden walked to Xian's side and looked at Xian. "What secret technique did you use to step into the 10th spacetime?" "This secret technique consumes a lot of energy, and you can't use it for a long time, right?" Xian didn't answer and continued to devour soul crystals. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden glanced at Xian and didn't say anything else. A moment later, Xian suddenly stood up and walked toward Xiaodao. Just like that, Xian entered the 10th spacetime again and again. At first, he could only take 3 steps, but now, he could take 10 steps. Not only that, after fusing with that mysterious spacetime, he could last for 12 breaths. He was passing through the 10th spacetime in front of him. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, even now he is fighting for the clan, but the clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince, it is the wish of everyone. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I will go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if I have to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, which was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. But now, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the title of prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. But she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will risk my life for him." Yi Ling nodded. "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. Insult? Xianxia chuckled and said, "Little big brother, she didn't insult you because she can see through your nature. Your nature is lustful, that's why she said that." Yi Xian was speechless. Shen Qin looked at Yi Xian with an unfriendly expression. "Do you know what you've done?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "I'm just passing by." Shen Qin pointed at Xianxia, a little angry. "Do you know who she is?" Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia and shook his head, "I don't know." Shen Qin glared at Yi Xian. "You're in big trouble." Yi Xian was speechless. "I didn't have King do anything, did he cause trouble again?" At this time, the divine quilt looked at Xianxia. "What do you want to do?" Xianxia blinked, "You've trapped me for so long, and now I'm out. You ask me what I want to do? Shen Qin, can you not ask such an idiotic question? You'll make me despise you." Shen Qin looked at Xianxia and didn't say anything. However, the temperature was dropping at a terrifying rate. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked calm with a faint smile on her face. At the side, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Big shots, I'm just passing by. Go ahead." With that, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the divine quilt suddenly said, "You can't leave." Yi Xian looked at the divine quilt. "Why?" However, Shen Qin did not say anything. Xianxia laughed and said, "Little brother, she wants to use the mysterious spacetime in your body to seal me. You're not going to help him, are you?" As she spoke, she smiled faintly. Her smile was a little horrifying. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'm really not interested in interfering in the enmity between seniors. I'm just passing by." At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, when did you become such a coward?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Do you think I'm like you? Big brother, even if you want to be arrogant, you have to look at your partner, okay?" Xiao Ta said calmly, "Under 3 swords, who do we need to be afraid of?" Yi Xian had a headache. He really wanted to give this Xiao Ta a stab. Ever since he was transformed, this Xiao Ta didn't even put his father in his eyes. If this went on, something would happen sooner or later. Meanwhile, Xianxia smiled and said, "Big brother, they won't let you off because you have a mysterious space within you. They'll definitely think of a way to obtain it and use it against me." Yi Xian looked at Xianxia. "What about you? You can kill me now and obtain the mysterious spacetime in my body, can't you?" Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "I'm not that bad." Shen Qin spoke indifferently. "The reason she hasn't attacked is because she doesn't know your origins. But I believe that she definitely won't let you go, because once she obtains the mysterious spacetime in your body, her strength will undergo an earth-shaking change." Xianxia glared at the divine quilt, "Don't try to sow discord between us." Yi Xian was silent. He felt like he'd been swept into a huge vortex. Shen Qin intended to say something, but Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, "Shen Qin, let's stop reminiscing for today. We'll catch up another day." As she spoke, she waved her right hand. Bang! Shen Qin's image was instantly obliterated. Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian and smiled, "Let's go." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Let's go?" Xianxia blinked. "We're on the same side now." Yi Xian was speechless. Xianxia smiled, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Yi Xian asked, Miss Xiongho, are you from the Divine Tao Nation? Xiongho took the candied fruit in Yi Xian's hand, and then she said, no. However, I know a little about the Divine Tao Nation you speak of, Dao Yi. The one who founded the Divine Tao Nation is called Shen Dao Ming, right? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. All I know is that the world calls him the Divine Emperor. Xiongho smiled, then it should be that guy. Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Xiongho knows the Divine Emperor? Xiongho nodded, he comes from the same place as me and that Shen Qin. He's an extraordinary person. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian, do you have enmity with him? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I almost do. If Qing'er really destroyed the Divine Tao Nation with a single sword strike, then it would be a great enmity. Of course, he didn't panic. If he had the guts, then he would go look for Qing'er. Xiongho sized up Yi Xian, and then she said, the mysterious spacetime within your body. Yi Xian smiled, you want it? Xiongho blinked, are you willing to give it to me? Yi Xian looked straight at Xiongho, if I don't give it to you, will you take it from me? Xiongho looked at Yi Xian for a moment, and then she grinned, no. Yi Xian smiled, then I won't give it to you. Xiongho smiled, and then she said, let's go. As she spoke, she walked into the distance. When Yi Xian and Xiongho walked out of the Xiao Dao, Xiongho turned to look, and in an instant, the small hall behind her directly burst into flames. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed, even the 10th and 11th spacetime were burning. Xiongho turned to look at Yi Xian, let's go. As she spoke, she and Yi Xian left the strange spacetime. As soon as they left, the two saw the heavenly abyss holy lady, and beside her stood a man. Xiongho looked at Yi Xian, and said with a smile, your friend? Yi Xian shook his head. Xiongho smiled slightly, and didn't speak. At this moment, the man beside the heavenly abyss holy lady suddenly said, you're from the Divine Tao Nation? Yi Xian looked at the man, you are? The man smiled, Fong Lin. Yi Xian sized up the man, so this was the boss of the Divine Tao Nation in the city of Myriad Domain, Fong Lin. Fong Lin glanced at Xiongho beside Yi Xian, and said with a smile, young Master Yi, this is? Yi Xian was about to speak, but Xiongho suddenly smiled and said, I'm his younger sister. Younger sister, Yi Xian was speechless, another younger sister, Fong Lin smiled, younger sister? Xiongho smiled, do you have a problem? Fong Lin stared at Xiongho, young lady should have come out from inside. Fong Lin nodded, yes. Hearing this, Fong Lin and the heavenly abyss holy lady looked at each other, then Fong Lin looked at Yi Xian, young Master Yi is very capable. We spent more than 10 years to enter the mystic realm, but young Master Yi came today and entered it. Amazing. Yi Xian smiled, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Fong Lin smiled, young Master Yi, since you're a straightforward person, then I'll say it directly. We want a share of the ruins. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, then looked at Xiongho beside him, she came out from the ruins. If you want a share, then look for her. Xiongho, Fong Lin and the heavenly abyss holy lady looked at Xiongho. In fact, their real target was Xiongho, who came out from the ruins. Xiongho looked at the two of them and smiled, you want a share? Fong Lin and the heavenly abyss holy lady had a trace of wariness in their eyes. At this moment, Xiongho suddenly took a step forward, and in an instant, Fong Lin and the heavenly abyss holy lady burst into flames. Their expressions changed drastically, and they resisted frantically, but it was useless. At this moment, the two of them were terrified. Xiongho suddenly looked at Yi Xian and smiled, if you plead on their behalf, I can let them go. Hearing this, Fong Lin and the heavenly abyss holy lady quickly looked at Yi Xian, their eyes full of pleading. Yi Xian smiled, Lady Xiongho, whether you kill them or not is your own business. What does it have to do with me? If you want to kill them, then kill them. If you don't, then don't. Don't drag me into this. Xiongho smiled, then I'll kill them. At this moment, Fong Lin suddenly said, Yi Xian, if I die here today, the very ones will not let you go. F***ck. Yi Xian was in disbelief, big brother, you have to understand that the one who killed you is this little girl. What does it have to do with me? Have you been burned senseless? Fong Lin said crazily, you can save us both. Yi Xian asked, why should I save you? Fong Lin roared, the very ones will not let you go. At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady suddenly said, if young Master Yi is willing to save us, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Sect will reward you handsomely. Yi Xian looked at Xiongho, this woman has a nice mouth. Let her go. Xiongho's lips curled up, I'll give you face. As she said this, she waved her right hand, and the flames on the Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady disappeared. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady collapsed to the ground. On the other hand, Fong Lin was dumbfounded. He wanted to say something, but Yi Xian said, I don't know the man. Fong Lin was speechless. A moment later, Fong Lin was burned into nothingness by the mysterious flames. Yi Xian looked at the Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady. At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady was extremely weak. It was as if her soul could disappear at any moment. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady looked at Yi Xian and said weakly, thank you. Yi Xian smiled, you said you would give me benefits. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady nodded, I will. Yi Xian smiled, I'll be waiting. As he said this, he looked at Xiongho, Miss Xiongho, where are you going? Xiongho licked her sugar-coated haws, then said, I'll go wherever you go. Yi Xian's face darkened. What do you mean? Xiongho smiled and said, it's exactly what it means. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Xiongho, you're free now. If you want revenge, go find that divine quilt. Why are you following me? Xiongho smiled, I've been sealed for too long. I need to heal now. Yi Xian's face darkened. If you need to heal, then why are you following me? I can't heal you. Xiongho licked her sugar-coated haws and smiled, why don't you want me to follow you? I can help you fight. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Xiongho, I've already said it. I don't want to get involved in the matter between you and that divine quilt. Now that you're free, you can go do what you need to do, alright? Xiongho looked at Yi Xian and smiled, I won't. I want to follow you. Yi Xian was silent. He was a little angry. He really wanted to kill this guy with a sword. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, this woman is really arrogant. But it's okay, after we get out, let her use the green profound sword to sense Sister Tianming, then she'll behave. My sister Tianming specializes in all kinds of arrogant people. Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't do anything about this Xiongho's entanglement. Who asked him to be unable to defeat it? At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Saintess recovered a little. She looked at Yi Xian and said, thank you, young Master Yi, for saving my life. Yi Xian said with smile, Saintess, I am looking forward to the benefits you are going to give me. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden hesitated for a moment, then said, young Master Yi, can you follow me to the Heavenly Abyss Divine Sect? Yi Xian frowned. Tianyuan Sacred Sect? The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden nodded. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiongho. Xiongho giggled, whatever you say. Yi Xian thought about it and said, then let's go to the Tianyuan Divine Sect. Xiongho glanced at the Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden and Yi Xian, and an almost undetectable smile appeared on her face. Moments later, Yi Xian and Xiongho followed the Heavenly Abyss Saintess to the Heavenly Abyss Sacred Sect. He had gained a lot from this trip to the mystic realm. Now, after fusing with the mysterious space-time, he could persist for an hour. Not only that, but he could also throw the tower 3 times in a short period of time. The only pity was that he still couldn't use the space-time pressure of the mysterious space-time. If he could use the space-time pressure of the mysterious space-time, his strength would rise to another level. There was another thing that was a pain in the ass, and that was the Xiongho. He couldn't get rid of this little girl now, and he knew that there would be big trouble soon. Divine Dao Nation. Inside the palace, Musa walked to the front of the Divine Dao plume and bowed slightly. Fong Lin is dead. Divine Dao Ling frowned slightly. It couldn't have been that guy who killed him, right? Fong Lin told us that he was killed by Yi Xian. However, according to the information we received, he was killed by someone else. Musa said in a deep voice. Divine Dao Ling was perplexed. Then why did Fong Lin send a message back saying that young Master Yi killed him? Musa shook his head, I don't know. The Divine Dao Ling's expression darkened. You're still trying to scam me even after you're dead. What's wrong with him? Musa said, Your Majesty, we have received news that the very ones are looking for young Master Yi. the divine Daoling immediately got up and left. Musa was stunned, and then he said, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" The divine Dao plume didn't even turn its head. Musa still wanted to say something, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically because he noticed that there were 12 people following behind the divine Dao feather. These 12 people were all dressed in white armor and had golden sabers at their waists. Divine Dao army. Musa was a little dumbfounded. Why was he mobilizing the divine Dao army? Not long after Yi Xian's group of 3 left the city of infinite domains, the space in front of them suddenly trembled violently. Then, a powerful aura swept out from the trembling space. Yi Xian was speechless. He knew it had to be the very ones. Right at this moment, the trembling space suddenly split open, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw this middle-aged man. Very strong, he had definitely surpassed the life chart realm. Next to Yi Xian, the heavenly abyss holy maiden said in a low voice, "Tai Yan, the leader of the very ones." Tai Yan looked at Yi Xian's group of 3. Finally, his gaze fell on Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia, his eyes became serious. Yi Xian immediately said, "The one who killed your people is this lady. If you want revenge, please do it." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Little brother, you are so heartless." Yi Xian ignored Xianxia. Tai Yan looked at Xianxia for a long time. After a long time, he asked, "What is your name?" Xianxia giggled. "Don't you want revenge? Why aren't you doing it?" Tai Yan's expression was a little ugly. He wanted revenge, but he could not see through this little girl. The very ones were not weak in the divine Dao nation, but they were not invincible. Even the very ones did not dare to say they were invincible. Moreover, this little girl had walked out of the relic. Xianxia suddenly laughed. "If you don't do it, then I will." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a flame suddenly appeared in her hand. Tai Yan's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stomped his right foot. In an instant, the surrounding spacetime seemed to collapse and pour down. Yi Xian's expression darkened. "This guy is fierce," Xianxia smirked, and the flame in her hand suddenly flew out. The next moment, Tai Yan's body began to burn. Boom, in an instant, Tai Yan's physical body collapsed. Tai Yan was shocked. His soul wanted to escape, but the flame still wrapped around him. Just as Tai Yan's soul was about to dissipate, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him. Under the golden light, the flame gradually disappeared. Xianxia turned to look. Not far away, a woman slowly walked over. It was the divine Dao plume. The divine Dao plume waved its right hand, and the powerful flame around Tai Yan disappeared. Tai Yan's expression eased up, and then he bowed slightly to the divine Dao plume. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Xian glanced at the divine Dao plume. Damn it. So this woman is strong as well. Fortunately, she courted death and went to look for Qing'er. Otherwise, I would probably be in trouble. The divine Dao plume gazed at Yi Xian and grinned, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled, "Miss Ling, we meet again." Miss Ling. Tai Yan's expression instantly changed when he heard Yi Xian. This fellow actually dared to address His Majesty by name. To his shock, the divine Dao plume actually wasn't angry. The divine Dao plume sized up Yi Xian, and then she smiled, "Young Master Yi's strength has improved by quite a bit." Yi Xian smiled but didn't say anything. The divine Dao plume turned around to gaze at Xianxia. As she gazed at Xianxia, the smile in her eyes gradually turned solemn. "What's your name?" Xianxia smiled, "You're the descendant of Shen Daoming." The divine Dao plume smiled, "You know my ancestor." Xianxia nodded, "I do. Your ancestor isn't bad. As for you." As she spoke, she sized up the divine Dao plume and smiled, "You're barely passable." The divine Dao plume grinned, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding. Can we just let it go?" Xianxia turned to look at Yi Xian, "I'll give him face." Yi Xian was speechless. This fellow dragged me into this again. The divine Dao plume turned to look at Yi Xian and grinned, "Young Master Yi, please put in a good word for me." Yi Xian glanced at Tai Yan, "He wants to kill me." The divine Dao plume turned to look at Tai Yan, and the latter hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. I came here to meet young Master Yi." Yi Xian blinked, meet me? Tai Yan hurriedly nodded, yes, I've long heard of young Master Yi's outstanding talent. I've admired you for a long time, so I specially came to meet young Master Yi today. Now that I've met you, it's true that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled, you don't have to do this, sir. You just need to know who killed your ultimate tribe people. Tai Yan hurriedly nodded, I already know. This has nothing to do with young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled, then looked at the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden, we won't be going to the Heavenly Abyss Holy Sect. Let's part ways here. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden frowned, somewhat puzzled, why? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, not saying a word. At this moment, Xianxia laughed, he originally wanted to bring me to the Heavenly Abyss Holy Sect and then use you to get rid of me. But now, he realized that neither the Divine Tao Nation nor the Heavenly Abyss Holy Sect can get rid of me. Do you understand? The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden glanced at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia, let's go. With that, he turned and left. Xianxia licked her sugar-coated haws, then followed. Seeing the two leave, Tai Yan immediately heaved a heavy sigh of relief. As if thinking of something, he looked at the Divine Dao Ling, Your Majesty, who exactly is that young Master Yi? The Divine Dao Ling said plainly, didn't you see that even that little girl didn't dare to hurt him? Tai Yan smiled bitterly. The Divine Dao Ling said again, go back and heal your injuries. From now on, don't provoke this young Master Yi. Tai Yan bowed slightly, understood. With that, he turned and left. The Divine Dao Ling watched Yi Xian and Xianxia disappear in the distance, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Yi Xian brought Xianxia back to the Women's Academy, then he brought Xianxia to Miss Ding. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia, talk to Miss Ding. With that, he turned and left. Xianxia looked at Miss Ding and licked her sugar-coated haws, not saying a word. Miss Ding said with a smile, he has that mysterious spacetime on him. You want it but are afraid. What are you afraid of? They were afraid of his background. If I'm not wrong, you want to find out more about him now. Once you find out more about him and he doesn't pose much of a threat to you, you will not hesitate to kill him, right? Xianxia smiled and said, you're right. Miss Ding smiled and did not say anything else. Xianxia blinked. Aren't you worried? Miss Ding said with a smile, what should I be worried about? Xianxia looked at Miss Ding. Aren't you worried that I'll really kill him? Miss Ding patted Xianxia's shoulder lightly. All his enemies are toys that his sister left for him. With that, she turned and left. Xianxia suddenly asked, is his sister very strong? Miss Ding did not turn her head. Not very strong. You can meet her in the future if you have the chance. Xianxia licked her sugar-coated haws and said with a smile, I look forward to it. In the distance, Miss Ding shook her head with a smile and did not say anything else. No one wanted to meet that woman, of course, that was except for Yi Xian. After Yi Xian entered Xiaota, he started to use the Azure Profound Sword to fuse with that mysterious spacetime. After returning, Miss Ding returned the Azure Profound Sword to him. With the Azure Profound Sword, he was confident that he could unleash the power of that mysterious spacetime. While Yi Xian was cultivating, Xianxia did not leave the women's college. Instead, she wandered around the women's college. 1 month later. In the Divine Tao Nation's palace, Musa suddenly entered the palace. He quickly walked to the Divine Dao Ling and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, something big has happened. The Divine Dao Ling put down the ancient book in his hand. What is it? Musa's expression was somewhat grave. I just received news that a group of mysterious experts suddenly entered our Divine Tao Nation and headed straight for the women's college. Divine Dao Ling frowned. Who is it? Musa shook his head. I don't know. The Divine Dao Plume fell silent. Could their target be young Master Yi? Musa asked solemnly. The Divine Dao Plume immediately said, he can't die. At least not in my Divine Dao Nation. Musa was confused. Why? The Divine Dao Ling said softly, if he dies in my Divine Dao Nation will be buried with him. Understand? Musa. P.S. It's too inconvenient to pay New Year's greetings at home. Where could he go? Without a car, he had to wait for a bus for an hour and a half. It was too scary. In a small courtyard in the women's academy, Miss Ding, who was reading, suddenly raised her head, and then she frowned. A woman was flying over from afar, and there were 6 black-robed figures behind her. The woman in the lead was Xianxia. Meanwhile, Xian appeared by Miss Ding's side, and his face fell when he saw Xianxia. She came so quickly. Xianxia appeared here as well, and then she glanced at Xianxia and grinned. "Xianxia, you're a little too fast." Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, and then her gaze descended onto Xian. "Young Master Yi, we meet again." Xian smiled. "Miss Xianxia, we won't interfere in the matters between the two of you." Xianxia shook her head. "It was you who let her go." Xian was slightly helpless. "I didn't do it on purpose." Xianxia gazed at Xian. "We want to ask young Master Yi for a favor." Xian frowned when he heard this. Xianxia asked, "Is young Master Yi unwilling?" Xian spoke in a low voice. "Let me tell you, my Aunt Ding is here, so don't threaten me." As he spoke, he moved behind Miss Ding. His father might not care about him, but he would definitely care about Aunt Ding. Miss Ding shook her head and smiled when she heard Xian. "This fellow is really like a child." Xianxia gazed at Miss Ding. "We want to ask young Master Yi for a favor, is that all right?" Miss Ding shook her head. "No." Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then I won't hold back." As she spoke, she opened her palm and was about to attack. Meanwhile, Miss Ding suddenly said, "Isn't your target Miss Xianxia?" Xianxia laughed. "Actually, her main target isn't me, but young brother Yi. So long as she obtains that mysterious space, then she can easily seal me. Conversely, if young brother Yi helps me, then she can never seal me." Xian hurriedly said, "Then you deal with her." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Xian. "She has 7 people, and I'm alone. I can't beat them. Unless you help me." Xian was speechless. At this moment, the divine quilt in the sky suddenly made a move. She pressed down lightly with her right hand. Boom, the entire space began to boil. Down below, Lady Ding smiled faintly. She opened her palm, and a ray of sword light suddenly soared into the sky. Boom, before everyone could recover from their shock, the divine quilt was blasted a few tens of thousands of meters away, and when it finally stopped, its physical body had completely vanished. Only its soul remained, and its soul was extremely weak. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Xianxia's expression changed as well. She stared at Miss Ding and said nothing. At this moment, Lady Ding opened her palm, and the sword light returned to her hand before disappearing. Xian glanced at Miss Ding. Just as he had guessed, his father did leave something for Aunt Ding to save her life. In the distance, the divine quilt looked at Miss Ding in disbelief. "You," Miss Ding smiled. "Leave the women's academy. I'll only say this once." The divine quilt glanced at Miss Ding before retreating with the 6 people behind her. Xian looked at Xianxia. "She's seriously injured now. Aren't you going to deal with her?" Xianxia rolled her eyes at Xian. "Don't you see that there are 6 people behind her?" Xian said in a low voice, "But she's seriously injured now. This is a good opportunity for you to kill her." Xianxia blinked. "Why don't we join forces?" Xian pursed his lips and turned to leave. Xianxia licked her candied fruit, then looked at Miss Ding. "That sword light wasn't yours. Please continue to the next page." Miss Ding smiled. "It really wasn't mine." Xianxia hurriedly asked, "Whose was it?" Miss Ding smiled. "I'm not telling you." With that, she turned to leave. Xianxia remained silent. Outside the women's academy, the divine quilt stopped with the 6 people. At this moment, all 7 of them had extremely grave expressions, especially the divine quilt in the lead. She was almost insta-killed by that sword light. Whose sword light was that? Right at this moment, an old man behind her frowned and turned to look. Not far away, a woman walked out. It was the divine quilt. The divine quilt looked at the divine quilt. "Who are you?" The divine quilt frowned. "And who are you?" The divine quilt smiled. "You're asking me who I am in my territory?" The divine quilt said, "You're the ruler of the divine Dao nation." The divine quilt smiled. "Yes." The divine quilt was expressionless. "This matter has nothing to do with your divine Dao nation." the divine quilt smiled. Understood. With that, she turned to leave. After the divine quilt left, an old man beside the divine quilt said, "This woman is not simple." There were many mysterious and powerful auras in the surroundings just now. The divine quilt's expression was calm. Her ancestor was a great figure. The old man said, "Divine daughter, what should we do next? It'll be extremely disadvantageous to us if that young man helps Xianxia." The divine quilt shook her head and sighed in silence. A short while later, the divine quilt said, "We can't allow that young man to help Xianxia. However, that young man is hostile towards us now, so it will only backfire if I go." The old man said in a low voice, "Then what should we do next?" The divine quilt fell silent for a moment before she said, "That young man possesses a mysterious space that can suppress numerous special types of space. What do you think the Tendo sect will do if they find out?" The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Divine daughter, you mean that we should get someone else to do the dirty work?" The divine quilt nodded. "Go back and do it." The old man bowed slightly. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The divine quilt closed her eyes slowly. If she was given another chance, she would try using a soft approach. Unfortunately, they were enemies now, so it was useless even if she tried using a soft approach. On the other side, the divine quilt arrived at Miss Ding's courtyard, and she smiled upon seeing her. "Miss Ding, please don't hold back if you need my divine donation's help." Miss Ding smiled, "Thank you." The divine quilt spoke in a low voice, "Those people aren't simple at all." Miss Ding smiled, "It's fine. Miss Ling doesn't have to worry about it. We'll deal with it ourselves." The divine quilt smiled, "Understood." She stood up and left as she spoke. Miss Ding remained silent after the divine quilt left, and then she stood up and left after a short while. Within a room, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground while the space around him gradually warped. A mysterious space. After he relied on Xiao Ta, he was able to fuse with this mysterious space. Now, he was going to utilize the green profound sword to utilize this mysterious space. Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared within it. He waved it lightly, and the space before him instantly became illusory. Xian instantly became excited. It really was possible. He was able to exert a little bit of spatial pressure through the green profound sword just now. Xian gazed at the green profound sword in his hand and sighed with emotion. This green profound sword really is quite terrifying, and it seems like there's no space that it can't control. This chapter isn't over, please continue to the next page. Xian didn't think too much about it, and he continued. After that, Xian cultivated like a madman every single day. In his opinion, this was the best time to cultivate because he had Aunt Ding's protection. Xianxia sat cross-legged in a courtyard, and her entire body was covered in flames. Healing. Around 2 hours later, Xianxia slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her injuries were completely healed. Meanwhile, a figure appeared behind Xianxia, and it slowly knelt down. "Leader. That goddess is heavily injured, so why don't we just kill her?" Xianxia glanced at the figure. "Idiot. Who'll deal with that young brother Yi if we kill her?" The figure hesitated for a moment before it said, "Leader, that young man is as weak as a chicken. Not to mention you, even I can kill him with ease." "Leader, why?" "Shut up." Xianxia glanced coldly at the figure. "You idiot. Can't you see that our young brother Yi has backing?" The figure puckered his lips. "Leader is invincible." Xianxia shook her head and sighed. "Hurry up and go back. Call your immortal over. I'm so scared with your stupid teammate here." The figure was speechless. After the figure left, Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. Actually, she had a headache as well. She'd wanted to do it for a long time. But she'd endured it in the end, because she couldn't see through the mysterious spacetime, and it was precisely because she couldn't see through it that she had some misgivings. As it turned out, her misgivings were right. She wasn't confident in being able to withstand the mysterious sword light in Miss Ding's hand. A moment later, Xianxia stood up and left. A month later, Xian was able to utilize the spacetime pressure of the mysterious spacetime. Now, killing a life soul realm expert was like killing a chicken to him. Moreover, he was able to suppress all spacetime after fusing with the mysterious spacetime, including the 9th, 10th, and even the 11th spacetime. these spacetimes couldn't withstand his mysterious spacetime at all, even he himself didn't know what level of strength he possessed. On this day, Yi Xian found Xiongho. Seeing that Yi Xian had taken the initiative to look for her, Xiongho was a little surprised. "Little brother Yi, why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian smiled, "I want to spar with you." Xiongho blinked, "Spar with me?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Xiongho shook her head and smiled, "Little brother Yi, I know that your mysterious spacetime is very powerful, but as far as I know, you don't seem to be able to control it. Even if you can control it, you won't be my match. Because your level is too low." Yi Xian smiled, "It's okay, I'm just trying." Xiongho nodded, "Then make your move." Yi Xian opened his palm and the azure profound sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, he slashed down with the sword. As the sword slashed down, the spacetime in front of him shattered and annihilated. Xiongho narrowed her eyes and punched out. Boom, Yi Xian was blasted into the 10th layer of spacetime. At the same time, the entire 10th layer of spacetime started burning and turned into a hell of fire. However, Xiongho was also slashed into the abyss of the 10th layer of spacetime by Yi Xian's sword. However, the abyss of spacetime could not do anything to her. At this moment, Xiongho's expression became solemn. However, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Just now, he didn't use the spacetime pressure of the mysterious spacetime. That sword was the same as when he threw Xiao Ta. Now, he had a rough idea of his own combat strength. If he used the spacetime pressure of the mysterious spacetime, he could fight with Xiongho. End of this chapter. Xiongho glanced at Yi Xian, her heart incomparably shocked. This youth actually slashed her into the spacetime abyss. One had to know that Yi Xian was merely at the seamless realm, while she was several realms higher than Yi Xian. Mysterious spacetime. Xiongho glanced at Yi Xian. She knew that it was the mysterious spacetime power. What kind of spacetime was that? Xiongho was getting more and more curious. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Fierce Ho, I'll seek guidance from you another day." With that, he turned around and left. At this time, Xiongho suddenly said, "Can you let me feel that mysterious spacetime?" Yi Xian turned to look at Xiongho and said with a smile, "There's no other way." Xiongho frowned. "Is there no other way?" Yi Xian nodded. "There's no other way." He was not lying. There was only one way to feel the mysterious spacetime, and that was to fuse with Xiao Ta. Of course, he would not allow Xiao Ta to merge with this woman. Xiongho licked the sugar-coated haws without saying anything. Yi Xian smiled, "Miss Xiongho, can you tell me more about this realm?" Xiongho asked, "What realm?" Yi Xian said, "The realm above life spirit." Xiongho said, "Above the life soul is the life god, which is also the life providence, life body, and life soul. Once they are all mastered, they will be the life god." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Is there any difference between a life god and a life soul?" Xiongho smiled and said, "The first step is to condense a fate matrix, then a life body, and finally a life soul. After all three are successfully condensed, if they can be perfectly fused again, they can reach the life god level. Once you become a life god, it will be very difficult for you to die." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "Just like how you threw me into the spacetime abyss, the spacetime abyss can no longer hurt me." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Miss Fierce Ho, are you a fate god?" Xiongho shook her head and smiled, "I'm a void life realm above life god." Yi Xian frowned. "Ethereal life? What does it have to do with my life?" Xiongho laughed. "Up until now, no one has been able to escape the grasp of fate. Aside from eternal life, the ultimate goal of any living being that cultivates is to escape the control of fate." Yi Xian said solemnly, "No one can escape the grasp of fate?" Xiongho nodded. "For now, no." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Who created these realms?" Ferocious Ho was silent. Yi Xian laughed, "You don't know either?" Xiongho said, "The creator of the life god realm is Ji Xian, an exalted immortal. Among countless youths, the highest realm was the life spirit realm, and Ji Xian opened up a new realm based on this foundation, which was the life god realm. The so-called life god realm has a special characteristic. First, it's very hard to injure it with normal power. For example, even the terrifying power in the spacetime abyss can't hurt a life god realm cultivator." Yi Xian asked again, "What about those above life god?" Xianxia said, Essence Soul Realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Essence Soul Realm? Xianxia laughed. Yes. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and there was a small golden person in her palm. This small golden person looked exactly like her. Yi Xian was a little curious. What is this? Xianxia said, This is the Essence Soul Realm. Those who reach the Essence Soul Realm can cultivate the Essence Soul, and this Essence Soul is equivalent to a second life. Yi Xian frowned slightly. A second life? Xianxia nodded and laughed. It's not just a second life. This Essence Soul has many other benefits. You will know when you reach the Essence Soul Realm. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Yes. Yi Xian said solemnly, You are at the Essence Soul Realm? Xianxia laughed. Yes. This Essence Soul Realm was created by a genius who cultivated painstakingly. The Life God Realm had been a bottleneck for nearly 1,000,000 years until the appearance of this painstakingly cultivation. He opened up a new realm based on the Life God Realm, which is the Essence Soul Realm. When she spoke up to this point, she smiled and said, Those who established a realm are also called pioneers, and every single one of them is worthy of our respect. Yi Xian was a little curious. What is the highest realm now? Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian. What are you asking about? Yi Xian said, I'm curious. Xianxia laughed. Above the Essence Soul Realm is life knowledge. This realm has a particularly terrifying feature, and that is they can foresee their own death. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, You can predict your own death? Xianxia nodded. This kind of expert is very terrifying because they can foresee danger. Apart from that, some of their methods can also be described as unfathomable. Yi Xian asked again, What about above the life-knowledge realm? Xianxia smiled and said, For now, the life-knowing realm is the limit. In a faraway place, many life-knowing realm experts are opening up a new realm. Whoever can open up a new realm will have his name spread through the ages. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Xianxia said, I've never seen the mysterious space inside your body. Is the person behind you at the life-knowledge realm? Yi Xian said with a smile, Guess. Xianxia curled her lips. In any case, the highest he can go is no higher than the life-knowledge realm. Yi Xian laughed and said nothing more. He turned and left. Life knowledge, he knew that Qing Er's realm was definitely higher than the life knowledge realm, however, he didn't know what realm Qing Er had reached. From the beginning, no matter how much he improved, he felt that Qing Er was unfathomable. Realm, Qing Er had jumped out of the so-called realm. Behind him, Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian and frowned. Could he really be at the life knowledge realm? Yi Xian returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the floor. He opened his palm, and the Xianxian sword appeared in his hand. With his current strength, he could fight a primordial soul realm powerhouse. However, he was not confident that he could win. Moreover, primordial spirit experts had 2 lives. After a long silence, Yi Xian tried to get in touch with the mysterious spacetime abyss. After reaching the life god realm, one could ignore the spacetime abyss. A normal spacetime abyss was no threat to a powerhouse like Xianxia, but what about this mysterious spacetime abyss? In the following time, Yi Xian began to get in touch with the mysterious spacetime abyss. His goal now was to understand the spacetime abyss thoroughly. On this day, a middle-aged man arrived above the women's college. Behind him were 2 old men. The middle-aged man looked down at the women's college and chuckled. Mysterious spacetime. Interesting. The old man on the left of the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Sect Master, there's something fishy about this. The middle-aged man was the sect master of the Tendo sect, Mu Tianming. Mu Tianming chuckled. Back then, our Tendo sect and the Azure sect worked together to seal this Xianxia. We used more than a dozen special spacetime to completely seal it. But now, our special spacetime was broken by that young man's mysterious spacetime. This is not simple. The old man said, As far as I know, the Divine Lady of the Azure sect has already come into contact with this young man. This chapter is not finished, please continue. Mu Tianming said, She must have failed. That's why she leaked this information to our Tendo sect, hoping that our Tendo sect will be the vanguard. The old man said in a deep voice, Then will sect master be the vanguard? Mu Tianming smiled. Depends. With that, he disappeared and reappeared in the women's college. Miss Ding, who was reading a book, raised her head to look at Mu Tianming, and she felt a slight headache. It's only been a few days, yet another enemy has arrived. Mu Tianming sized Miss Ding up, and then he said, Miss, I'm only here to meet that young man. Miss Ding smiled. You want the mysterious spacetime within him? Mu Tianming smiled. Yes, I want to meet him. Miss Ding thought for a moment and said, he's cultivating right now. Mu Tianming smiled. He sized up the surroundings and said, this place is very ordinary, but the Divine Lady and the Divine Quilt returned without accomplishing anything. As he spoke, he gazed at Miss Ding. I heard that you possess a mysterious sword light. Miss Ding smiled. Don't tell me you want to experience it? Mu Tianming smiled. Miss, do you think that sword light can protect all of you? Miss Ding shook her head. I have a slight headache. Mu Tianming smiled. Miss, you're a smart person. You should know that in his hands, that spacetime will only harm him. Meanwhile, Xian appeared by Miss Ding's side. Miss Ding smiled, I came to look for you. Xian glanced at Mu Tianming, and then he said, Aunt Ding, you know how difficult it is for me right now, right? There's no lack of enemies no matter where I go. Miss Ding blinked. Don't you think that all of your enemies are very retarded? Xian was speechless. The smile on Mu Tianming's face vanished when he heard this. Xian felt quite embarrassed as well. He glanced at Mu Tianming and said, Aunt Ding, he's still here. You have to give him some face. Miss Ding shook her head. I don't care. Just play with them yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Xian hurriedly said, Don't, Aunt Ding. That fellow's cultivation is much higher than mine. You. Miss Ding turned around to look at Xian and interrupted Xian, if you can't even deal with a retard like that, then how can you surpass your father? I believe that you can do it. Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Mu Tianming suddenly smiled and said, I'm retarded? Miss Ding turned around to look at Mu Tianming. Aren't you? Mu Tianming shook his head and smiled. How interesting. How truly interesting. What right does an ant like you have to look down on someone that's 10,000 times stronger than you? Just because you have a mysterious ray of sword light in your hand? Do you think that mysterious ray of sword light can protect you? How many times can you use such a consumable? You. Miss Ding suddenly smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I can use it countless times. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a ray of sword light suddenly flew out. Hiss, Mu Tianming didn't even have time to react before the ray of sword light pierced through his forehead. Bang, Mu Tianming's body instantly became illusory. Mu Tianming was stunned. He'd been instantly killed. Mu Tianming gazed at Miss Ding. You. Whose sword light is that? Miss Ding smiled, it's my man's. P.S. Do you celebrate the new year? End of this chapter. At this moment, Mu Tianming's body was becoming more and more illusory. However, just when he was about to vanish completely, a ray of golden light suddenly flew out and vanished into the horizon. An essence spirit. Xian's expression changed drastically. Aunt Ding, that's his essence spirit. He's trying to escape. Aunt Ding smiled, it's fine. It's fine. Xian was stunned. At this moment, Mu Tianming's essence spirit was suddenly pierced by a ray of sword light. Hiss, Mu Tianming's essence spirit dissipated, he was completely dead. Miss Ding looked at Xian, come with me. With that, she turned around and left. Xian hesitated for a moment before following her. On the other side, Xianghou was silent for a moment before she said, how amazing. With that, she turned around and left. Shenqin withdrew her gaze from the clouds, and her expression was solemn. Mu Tianming had been instantly killed, how could they continue? After a moment of silence, she said, we can't afford to offend that woman. The old man said in a low voice, Divine Daughter, what should we do now? Shenqin's expression was slightly unsightly. Give up, she was naturally unwilling, but if they didn't give up, how could they deal with that woman? Shenqin sighed softly. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, Xian can't stay in the academy forever. Shenqin was slightly stunned, and then she said softly, that's true, as she spoke, she looked at the academy below. That woman had a life-saving sword light, but Yixian didn't. If Yixian left the academy, then it would be their chance. After a moment of silence, Shenqin turned to look at the old man. Mu Tianming is dead, and the Tendo sect won't let the matter rest. Keep an eye on their movements. The old man bowed slightly, understood. With that, he turned around and left. Shenqin looked down at the academy with a slightly unsightly expression. Within the academy, misting brought Yixian to the back of a mountain. She was silent along the way. Yixian felt slightly uneasy. Would Aunt Ding feel that he was too comfortable right now and want to find trouble for him? That was quite possible. At this moment, Misting suddenly said, "What do you plan to do next?" Yixian said with a smile, "I want to cultivate here." Glancing at Yixian, Misting shook her head and smiled. "You are taking this place as a safe haven, aren't you?" Yixian said with a bitter smile, "Aunt Ding, are you going to kick me out?" Misting laughed and said, "I want you to go to a place to do something, are you willing?" Misting, "I want you to do something. Are you willing?" Yixian, Misting, "What?" Yixian hesitated for a moment and then said, "What is it?" Yixian Yi. Yixian, Yi. Shui, Misting said solemnly, "She's in a bit of trouble right now. I hope that you can help her." Ding, Yi to spirit. Ding. Ding, Misting nodded, "Yes." Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, "Doesn't Big Sister Shui have a father?" Misting smiled and said, "Your father has gone to a very, very far place. He can't care about this place for the time being. So, I can only let you go." Yixian thought for a moment and said, "Since it's Big Sister Shui's problem, then I'll naturally lend a hand. However, Aunt Ding, you also know that my strength is weak. I'm afraid that if I go, not only will I not be able to help Sister Shui, but I will also become a burden to her." Misting laughed and said, "You want benefits?" Yixian hurriedly shook his head. "If I still want benefits from helping a family, then wouldn't I be worse than an animal?" Misting smiled and said, "Your biggest weakness now is the problem of your realm." As she spoke, she pondered for a moment and said, "You are now in the seamless realm. It won't be difficult for you to reach the seamless Dao." Yixian quickly said, "Really?" Misting nodded, "I'll help you attain the seamless realm." Yixian hurriedly said, "Thank you, Aunt Ding." Misting said, "Come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yixian hurriedly followed her. It didn't take long for Misting to bring Yixian to an expanse of starry sky. She glanced at the surroundings before she gazed at Yixian. "You can devour sword energy to increase your cultivation, right?" Yixian nodded. Misting opened her palm, and a strand of sword energy appeared there. Yixian's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly said, No. Aunt Ding, I can't devour my father's sword energy." Misting smiled, "Why?" Yixian spoke in a low voice, "I won't be able to endure it if the level of the sword energy is too high." Misting smiled, "It's fine. You can devour it slowly." Yixian intended to say something else when the sword energy in Misting's hand suddenly entered his body. Bang! Yixian's body trembled violently. In an instant, countless strands of sword energy had actually appeared throughout his body. Yixian was horrified, and he hurriedly sat down cross-legged before slowly pressing down with his hands. At this moment, he'd utilized the mysterious space. However, he noticed that the strand of sword energy was actually unable to suppress even the mysterious space. "Damn it, my father is quite ferocious." Meanwhile, Misting suddenly said, "Calm your mind." Yixian hurriedly did as he was told, and he gradually noticed that the strand of sword energy within his body was actually dissipating by itself and allowing him to absorb it. Yixian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed this scene. Under normal circumstances, he would absolutely be unable to endure this strand of sword energy from his father. Fortunately, he had Aunt Ding's help. Just like that, with Miss Ding's help, Yixian started to devour the strand of sword energy bit by bit, and the aura he emanated gradually grew stronger and stronger. On the other side, Xianxia sat cross-legged in her room with her eyes slightly closed. Her entire body was emitting a blood-red flame. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia slowly opened her eyes, and the flames around her suddenly surged. However, as she pressed down with her right hand, the flames around her instantly vanished. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared behind her. The woman bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Xiong." Xiongho said indifferently, "How is it?" Yu Xian said, "Lord Xiong, I found him." After saying that, she placed a black scroll in front of Xiongho. Xiongho opened it, and after a long time, she frowned slightly. "A woman in a plain dress?" Yu Xian nodded. "There are two people behind that young Master Yi. One is that woman in a plain dress, and the sword in his hand seems to have been forged by this woman. Apart from this woman in a plain dress, there's also a man in a green shirt. The man in green shirt seems to be young Master Yi's father." Xiongho said, "Do you have detailed information on these two people?" Yu Xian shook her head. "I can't find them." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You can't find them?" Yu Xian nodded. "These two people are extremely mysterious. Among them, the woman in the plain dress who appears the most in the eyes of the world is also very mysterious. I only know that she only uses one sword to kill people." Xiongho frowned slightly. "One sword?" Yu Xian nodded slightly. "One sword." Xiongho's lips curled up slightly. "Killing people with one sword, interesting." Yu Xian said solemnly, "Lord Xiong, this young man's background is extremely mysterious, especially the sword in his hand. It can actually ignore any spacetime pressure and spacetime abyss. Apart from that, his bloodline is also extremely special. As of now, this subordinate has never seen a bloodline that is more powerful than his." Xiongho was silent. Yu Xian said again, "Lord Xiong, there's one more thing. This women's academy's dean is extremely not simple. We can't underestimate him." Xiongho asked, "What do you mean?" Yu Xian said solemnly, "His background is also very mysterious, and he's extremely powerful. As for how strong he is, I haven't found out yet. However, we can't underestimate him." Xiongho was silent for a long time, then said, "In that case, this little brother Yi has a group of terrifying people behind him. However, logically speaking, with such a powerful background, it shouldn't be unknown." Yu Xian nodded, "Yes." Xiongho laughed, "It's getting more and more interesting." Yu Xian retreated to the side and did not speak anymore. After a while, Xiongho suddenly laughed. "Yu Xian, do you think it's possible that the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man have surpassed the life-knowing realm?" Yu Xian shook her head. "Absolutely impossible. If the two of them had surpassed the life-knowing realm, they would have long been famous. But the fact is, we haven't even heard of them." Speaking up to here, she paused and said, "At most, life-knowing realm." At most, life-knowing realm, that was already a very high estimate. One must know that in this world, life-knowing realm was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. At this moment, the space in front of Yu Xian suddenly trembled. After a while, Yu Xian looked at Xiongho. "Lord Xiong, that young Master Yi has come out of seclusion. And now, he has reached the seamless Tao." Xiongho frowned slightly. "He has reached the seamless Tao?" Yu Xian nodded. "Not only that, but he has also left the women's academy." Xiongho immediately stood up. "He has left the women's academy?" Yu Xian nodded, "Yes." Xiongho said, "Follow him in secret. Don't show yourself." With that, she suddenly vanished. As for Yu Xian, she also quietly disappeared. Somewhere in the clouds, an old man appeared behind Shenqin, and the old man said in a low voice, "Goddess, I just received news that young Master Yi has left the women's academy." Shenqin opened her eyes. "He has left the academy?" The old man nodded, "Yes." Shenqin said, "Did Miss Ding follow him?" The old man shook his head, "No." Shenqin frowned slightly. "He actually didn't follow. Isn't he afraid of death?" The old man said, "Lord Xiong has also left the women's academy." Shenqin said in a low voice, "That damned woman can really endure. She actually hasn't made a move yet." The old man hesitated and said, "I'm afraid she wants us to make the first move." Shenqin nodded, "That woman is extremely vicious. Inform the sect of Tendo that Yi Xian has left the women's academy. In any case, she wouldn't make the first move." The old man nodded, "Understood." With that, he turned and left. Within the women's academy, Miss Ding looked up at the strand of sword light that had vanished in the horizon, and she said softly, "I've finally sent that troublesome fellow away. Little fellow, take care on your journey. Not long after Yixian left the women's college, Xianxia appeared behind him. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yixian. Brother Yi, why didn't you inform me when you were leaving? That's not good enough. Yixian smiled. Miss Xianxia, you really want to rely on me? Xianxia giggled. I like to follow you. Yixian thought for a moment, then said, Miss Xianxia, I have a suggestion. Xianxia glanced at Yixian. What suggestion? Yixian said seriously, your main target is my mysterious spacetime. You don't want to be my enemy. Am I right? Xianxia nodded, yes. But you are not willing to give it to me. Yixian said with a smile, we can cooperate. Xianxia frowned, cooperation? Yixian nodded, cooperation. Xianxia said solemnly, how? Yixian smiled, I will share the mysterious time and space with you, and you will give me benefits. Xianxia looked at Yixian, what benefits? Yixian shrugged, I don't care, it depends on what you give me. Xianxia smiled, you are so cunning. Yixian smiled, Miss Xianxia, what do you think of my suggestion? Xianxia was silent for a moment, what do you want? Yixian asked, what can you give me? Xianxia said, I can give you a lot of women. Yixian said subconsciously, how many? Speaking of this, he seemed to think of something and flew into a rage, Miss Xianxia, please don't insult my character. I, Yixian, am not interested in women. Xianxia curled her lips, I don't believe you. Yixian, Xianxia said, I also have a suggestion, listen to it. Your mysterious spacetime is very precious, and I don't have any divine items of equal value to exchange with you. So, what I mean is, you lend it to me for research, and I will help you fight and help you advance to the life-soul realm, or even the life-god realm. Of course, it is also possible to advance to the primordial soul realm. After all, your talent is extremely good, the best I've ever seen. Yixian shook his head and smiled. You're really good at bluffing. After speaking, he increased his speed and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xianxia hurriedly followed. Xianxia walked to Yixian, then you can tell me your conditions. Yixian smiled and said, Miss Xianxia, do you know about the extreme heaven realm? Xianxia frowned slightly, are you going to the ultimate heaven realm? Yixian nodded. Xianxia's expression became a little strange. Yixian asked, what's wrong? Xianxia said in a low voice, do you know what that place is? Yixian shook his head, I don't know. Xianxia shook her head, I advise you not to go. Yixian was puzzled, why? Xianxia said calmly, it's a very chaotic place. How chaotic is it? Let me put it this way, you will see the darkest side of human nature there. Moreover, there are a lot of powerhouses there because there are divine crystals there, a kind of divine item that can make people reach the knowing realm after swallowing it. Of course, it requires a lot, so some top powerhouses struggle there every day, trying to save enough divine crystals to reach the knowing realm. Yixian was speechless. Why did Sister Shui go there? Xianxia licked her candied fruit and said, with your current strength, going there, saying that, she shook her head. Yixian was speechless. Xianxia continued, moreover, you have a bunch of divine items, whether it is your sword, your tower, or the mysterious spacetime, they all have a fatal attraction to the monsters there. If you go there, you will be like a sheep entering a pack of wolves. Saying that, she seemed to think of something and frowned, why do you dare to go there? Yixian smiled bitterly, my sister seems to be in trouble there. Xianxia glanced at Yixian, I think you are not going to save people, but to die. Yixian said in a deep voice, Miss Xianxia, with your strength, can you beat everyone there? Xianxia blinked, of course. Yixian glanced at Xianxia, a little doubtful, is it true? Xianxia was a little dissatisfied, you think I am not strong? Yixian was silent and did not speak again. Xianxia smiled slightly and did not speak again. She wanted Yixian to ask for her help first, so that she could take the initiative. However, she did not expect that Yixian did not speak. Yixian was a little speechless, really speechless. Before coming out, Aunt Ding told him that the extreme heaven realm was very safe, and there was not much danger. On the other side, Shenqin looked at Yixian and Xianxia in the distance and frowned, is this guy going to the extreme heaven realm? The extreme heaven realm, that was not an ordinary place. Even experts at her level and Xianxia's level could not be said to be absolutely safe there. As for Yixian, why would this guy dare to go there? Without thinking too much, she still followed. 2 hours later, Yixian arrived at the extreme heaven realm. As soon as he entered the extreme heaven realm, Yixian frowned because he smelled a pungent smell of blood. Beside Yixian, Xianxia pointed into the distance. Do you see that city? Yixian looked into the distance and saw a big city standing in the starry sky. However, this city was a little strange, and there was a constant evil aura and blood aura drifting in the city. With one look, one could tell that this was not a good place. Xianxia glanced at Yixian. You can still make it if you leave now. Yixian smiled and said, why should I leave? After saying that, he walked into the distance. After a moment of silence, Xianxia followed. Yixian arrived in front of the city gate. When he arrived at the city gate, his expression gradually became solemn. This city was actually dark red in color. Upon closer inspection, it was blood. This city was actually dyed red with blood. The whole city was incomparably gloomy. Beside Yixian, Xianxia smiled and said, young Master Yi, I still have something to do, so I will take my leave now. After saying that, she turned and disappeared. Seeing this, Yixian's face was full of black lines. Damn it, this woman definitely did it on purpose. Now came the problem, should he go in or not? Yixian glanced at the city, and without thinking much, he walked in. As soon as he entered the city, more than 10 divine senses swept over. Each divine sense was at least at the life god realm. Sensing this scene, Yixian felt a headache. No matter how much his strength increased, his enemies would always be much stronger than him. When could he be like Qing? If he encountered an enemy, he would ask, where is your home? It would be difficult, Yixian sighed in his heart. Now, the most important thing was to find Sister Shui and leave with her. At this moment, a bloody head suddenly fell in front of Yixian. The head was still bleeding, and obviously, it had just fallen off the neck. Yixian was speechless. Was it really that violent? At this moment, a woman suddenly walked from the street in the distance. The woman held a sword in her hand, and there was a trace of blood on the tip of the sword. Obviously, she was the one who chopped off the head. The woman wore a tight black robe, the robe tightly wrapped around her graceful body. It was extremely hot and alluring, and her appearance was also extremely beautiful, but it was extremely cold. Her eyes were like 10,000-year-old ice, without a trace of emotion. Yixian glanced at the sword in the woman's hand and didn't speak. The woman walked over to Yixian and looked at Yixian as she opened her palm. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he took out a candied fruit and gave it to the woman. The woman stared at Yixian and didn't speak. At this moment, the head in front of him suddenly trembled, and then a spatial ring floated out from the head and fell firmly into the woman's hand. Yixian was slightly embarrassed. So, she didn't want something from me, so he hurriedly put the candied fruit away. At this moment, there were still over a dozen divine senses on him. After the woman put the spatial ring away, she glanced at Yixian, and then she walked over to Yixian. Yixian was about to speak, but the woman suddenly drew her sword, and it swept across Yixian's throat. She withdrew her sword, she turned around and left. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. However, she suddenly stopped after taking a few steps, and she turned around to look at Yixian. At this moment, Yixian was completely fine, and there was no mark on his throat at all. The woman frowned slightly when she saw this. Xianxia frowned in the dark. How is this possible? The swordsman woman was a life god, and she was a swordsman. Her combat strength far surpassed ordinary life gods, and she hadn't held back in that attack, but Yixian was completely fine. It was too strange. It wasn't just Xianxia, even some experts in the dark were puzzled. On the street, Yixian rubbed his throat lightly, and then he looked at the swordsman woman and smiled. That's it. The woman gazed at Yixian in silence for a moment, and then she suddenly charged forward. A ray of sword light flashed, and she was already behind Yixian when the ray of light vanished, and a sword was stuck between Yixian's brows. The sword was swift. Right at this moment, the woman suddenly frowned, and she turned around to look at Yixian. At this moment, the sword stuck between Yixian's brows was gradually vanishing, but Yixian was completely fine. The woman stared fixedly at Yixian as if she was trying to see through Yixian. At this moment, the entire street was deathly silent. All the experts in the dark were dumbfounded. Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. he's actually fine, he's fine after being stabbed in the head. Is this guy the reincarnation of the sword god? On the street in the distance, Xian had completely absorbed the sword in the woman's hand. His body trembled, and after a moment, he greedily breathed in. This feels so good. Behind Xian, the swordsman looked at Xian with a trace of fear in her eyes. The first strike was just a casual one, and Xian was fine. She thought that Xian had used some secret technique to evade her sword, and the second strike was her full strength. She did not hold back at all. Most importantly, the guy in front of her did not dodge, nor did he use any secret technique. He took her sword head-on. How did he do it? Thinking of this, the fear in the woman's eyes increased a little. At this moment, Xian suddenly turned to look at the swordsman. He looked at the swordsman and smiled. Since I reached destiny knowledge, no one has attacked me for 1,000,000 years. Little girl, you're the first. Destiny knowledge state. As soon as he said this, the scene instantly became silent, and the divine senses on Xian's body instantly retreated like the tide. The swordsman's expression froze, and her hands began to tremble. In the dark, Xiongho's eyes were wide open, and she did not even lick the candied hawthorn. Destiny realm? The moment Xian said that, the experts in the dark were dumbfounded. What kind of existence was the Destiny realm? It was the strongest expert in the world. Moreover, these Destiny realm experts were extremely rare, even in the Extreme Heaven realm. This was because the Extreme Heaven realm was a group of people who wanted to reach the Destiny realm, but now, there was a Destiny realm expert here. But didn't this guy just reach the seamless path? Was he pretending to be weak? Opposite Xian, the female swordsman's expression was extremely ugly. Did I really meet a Destiny realm expert? At this moment, Xian suddenly opened his palm and a portrait appeared in his hand. It was Sister Shue's portrait. Xian looked at the woman. Do you recognize this person? The woman looked at the portrait and hesitated for a while before saying, Senior, are you here for her? Xian nodded. Yes. The woman said in a deep voice, this woman has escaped to the dark forest. Dark forest? Xian frowned. Where is the dark forest? The woman pointed to a distance. 1,000 miles away from the city. Xian nodded. I understand. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, You're not going to kill me? Xian turned around and looked at the woman. I never kill women. After saying that, he turned around and left. The woman looked at Xian and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. The woman's expression suddenly changed. This guy wouldn't go back on his words, right? Xian looked at the woman. I'm not familiar with this place. Come with me. I'll give you some pointers on sword Dao. The woman looked at Xian. She hesitated for a while before saying, Senior. Xian frowned. Why? You're not willing? The woman quickly said, I'm willing. Xian nodded. Follow me. The woman glanced at Xian and then followed him. Along the way, the woman did not dare to speak. She was already traumatized by those two swords just now. In the dark, some of the experts didn't dare to follow Xian anymore. Regardless of whether this young man was in the life-knowing state or not, he was definitely not someone they could provoke. After walking for a short while, Xian suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him, a man was standing there with a knife in his hand. Next to him was a bloody corpse. The corpse was still bleeding from its throat. Obviously, it had just been killed. At this moment, the man suddenly turned to look at Xian and the woman. When he saw Xian, he frowned. Seamless Dao? As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. Xian smiled and turned to the woman. Kill her. The woman was stunned. You're not going to kill him, but you want me to? Xian looked at the woman. What? Is there a problem? The woman hesitated for a moment before she said, all right. She suddenly vanished on the spot as she spoke, and then a ray of light flashed. The man frowned slightly. Shuang, what's wrong with you? As he spoke, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang, an expanse of light erupted from the sword and blade, and then both of them retreated explosively. The woman called Shuang was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly said, Come, try using the sword I forged. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the azure sword flew over to Xiuwang. Xiuwang glanced at Yixian, and then she held the sword in her hand. She didn't think too much about it before she vanished on the spot. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the man's eyes. "Have you gone mad?" As he spoke, he slashed down with his sword. Bang, an expanse of light suddenly shattered, and the man retreated explosively. This chapter isn't over. Please continue. As he retreated, his body instantly shattered. It wasn't just his body, even his soul had instantly become ethereal, as if it had become transparent. Xiuwang was stunned, as if she'd thought of something. She looked down at the azure sword in her hand, her face filled with disbelief. She'd killed this guy with a single slash. After all, this man's strength was on par with hers. They'd fought each other in the past, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Yet, she'd killed this guy with a single slash just now. It was because of the sword. Xiuwang looked at the sword in her hand, her heart filled with shock. At the same time, she became slightly fearful of Yixian. In the distance, the man was completely stunned as well. He looked at Xiuwang in disbelief. Xiuwang didn't speak. She turned and walked over to Yixian, returning the sword to Yixian. "Senior," Yixian put the azure sword away, and then glanced at the man. "Everything on him belongs to you." As he spoke, he walked off into the distance. Xiuwang hesitated for a moment before following him. At that moment, the man who was about to disappear suddenly asked, "Who is he?" Xiuwang glanced at the man. "This senior is at the life-knowing state." "You idiot." With that, she hurriedly followed Yixian. Life-knowing state, the man was petrified. He'd actually attacked a life-knowing state boss just now. Soon, the man completely disappeared. In the dark, Xionghe was silent. That sword was too terrifying, especially in the hands of a swordsman at Xiuwang's level. The increase in combat strength would be too terrifying. Xionghe was slightly displeased because the plot was a little different from what she'd imagined. Originally, she'd thought that this guy wouldn't even be able to survive for 15 minutes after leaving with her, and then he'd ask her for help. However, she hadn't expected that this guy would actually pretend to be a life-knowing state expert. Moreover, he'd even found a bodyguard. Most importantly, that swordsman actually believed that he was at the life-knowing state. This world was too crazy. After a moment, Xionghe looked into the distance and said, "Let's see how long you can pretend for." In the distance, after Xiuwang caught up to Yixian, she was even more respectful towards Yixian. This was really a boss. If she had that sword from before, then she was even confident in her ability to kill an origin spirit realm expert. Meanwhile, Yixian spoke abruptly, "Miss Xiuwang, why are the people here pursuing the person I'm looking for?" Xiuwang was stunned. "Senior, you don't know?" Yixian shook his head. Xiuwang spoke solemnly, "I thought you were doing it for the Heaven Supreme crystal mine in her possession." Yixian frowned slightly. "A Heaven Supreme crystal mine?" Xiuwang nodded. "A Heaven Supreme crystal mine appeared on Skypillar mountain range, and many people fought for it. Unfortunately, it fell into that young lady's hands in the end. Those people naturally wouldn't let it go, so they joined forces against her. In the end, she had no choice but to flee into Dark Forest." Yixian spoke in a low voice. "Is Dark Forest very dangerous?" Xiuwang glanced at Yixian. "It's naturally not dangerous to you, senior. But it's extraordinarily dangerous to us." As she spoke, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, are you here to help that young lady?" Yixian smiled. "I'll see." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xiuwang glanced at Yixian once more, and then he hurriedly followed after Yixian. All along the way, no one came out to look for trouble with Yixian again. Obviously, the death of the man from before had deterred the experts in the dark. On the other hand, Yixian was growing more and more arrogant as he walked. He had no choice but to act arrogantly right now. He had to act well, otherwise, he would become an idiot. More and more people appeared in the dark. However, none of them dared to get close to Yixian, nor did they dare to sweep Yixian with their divine sense. Obviously, they were afraid of Yixian. Please continue to the next page if this chapter isn't finished. Destiny Realm, who wouldn't panic? Yixian glanced at the surroundings with a faint smile on his face, and he seemed calm and composed. Xiuwang followed slowly behind him with a respectful expression on his face. As they were about to leave the city, Xian stopped in his tracks. In front of the city gate stood an old man. The old man wore a long black robe, and his hands were hidden in his sleeves. His expression was cold and gloomy. Beside Xian, Xuang said in a low voice, "Old man Xuanji is a big shot in the city. Primordial spirit realm." Big shot, Xian smiled and looked at old man Xuanji. "What's the matter?" Old man Xuanji looked at Xian. "Are you a destiny realm expert?" Xian asked in return, "Do you have a problem with that?" His tone was unfriendly. Old man Xuanji said, "I wouldn't dare." Before old man Xuanji could finish speaking, Xian suddenly walked slowly towards old man Xuanji. He walked very slowly and calmly, as if he was taking a stroll. Seeing this, old man Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and his hands that were hidden in his sleeves slowly clenched. He was a little nervous. When Xian was 10 feet away from old man Xuanji suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, Xian fell directly into the abyss of 11 layers of spacetime, and countless mysterious spacetime forces surged madly towards Xian. However, Xian did not panic at all, and he allowed the mysterious forces to surge towards him. Very quickly, old man Xuanji's expression changed. Because he noticed that Xian was actually completely fine even though he was in the abyss of spacetime. Not only that, but the mysterious spacetime forces did not harm Xian in the slightest. The expressions of those experts in the dark changed when they saw this scene. This was a real big shot. Old man Xuanji's expression turned extremely ugly. At this moment, even he was slightly panicking. Xian walked up to old man Xuanji. He did not attack, but instead opened his palm and gently guided it. In an instant, a mysterious spacetime directly enveloped old man Xuanji. Old man Xuanji's pupils constricted when he was enveloped by the mysterious spacetime. This is, a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Xian's mouth. "You actually dare to play with spacetime in front of me? Are you joking?" Old man Xuanji immediately bowed respectfully. "Senior, I have offended you, please forgive me." Xian laughed coldly, and then he walked out of the city. Su Wang hurriedly followed him. When he saw that Xian did not attack, old man Xuanji instantly heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and then he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was almost gone. Xianxia felt a slight headache in the dark. This old man is an primordial soul realm expert at any rate. Why is he so cowardly? Go on and kill him. She knew that the reason Xian was able to disregard spacetime was entirely because of that sword, and not because of his own strength. As for that mysterious spacetime, Xian was utterly unable to fully control it. It could be said that Xian was a paper tiger. As long as this old man punched, this fellow would reveal his true colors. But this old man had been frightened. Xianxia shook her head. She really did not expect this fellow to come to this place and actually rely on a trick to survive. In the distance, outside the city, Su Wang suddenly said, "Senior, why don't you kill him?" Xian smiled faintly. "Would you purposely step on an ant to death?" Su Wang was stunned, and then he shook his head. Xian smiled. "Everything in the world is like an ant. If I want to destroy it, I can destroy the heavens with one sword." As he spoke, he looked at Su Wang and smiled. "For the past 1,000,000 years, I have basically not made a move. Do you know why?" Su Wang shook his head. Xian smiled. "I usually do not make a move, but if I do, it will not just be 1 or 2 deaths. I am afraid that if I make a move, an entire universe will be gone." Su Wang. End of this chapter. Hearing Xian's words, Su Wang's expression became even more respectful. She was now convinced that Xian was at the destiny-knowing stage. Even old man Profound Secrets had bowed to him, so how could it be fake? When the two disappeared into the distance, Xianxia appeared in front of the city gates. Not only her, but goddess Xianxia also appeared beside her. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, smiled, and said nothing. Xianxia was expressionless. "You're just going to let him keep pretending?" Xianxia hurriedly said, "If you can't stand it, then go and deal with him." Xianxia was silent. She wanted to deal with Xian, but she was also wary. This guy was not a kind soul. Xianxia smiled. "It's fine, let him keep pretending. Let's see how long he can keep pretending." Xianxia turned to look behind her, expressionless. "A bunch of fools." With that, she turned and left. Xianxia shook her head. Actually, if she did not know about Yi Xian's background, she might have been fooled too. Yi Xian's azure profound sword and that mysterious spacetime really exceeded the understanding of primordial spirit realm powerhouses. It was also because of this that Yi Xian could fool old man profound secrets, but what puzzled her was why Yi Xian was fine after taking two of Xiwang's swords head-on. How did he do it? Xianxia was puzzled. Under Xiwang's guidance, Yi Xian arrived at the dark forest. Standing in front of the forest, Yi Xian fell silent. He finally knew why this place was called the dark forest. Because it was really dark. The forest stretched as far as the eye could see, and all the trees were pitch black, as if they had been splashed with ink. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiwang. Is there anything special about this dark forest? Xiwang nodded. This place is very dangerous because there are spirits of darkness inside, an extremely special kind of being. This dark forest is their territory, and they do not welcome other beings. Yi Xian looked at the dark forest in silence. He wanted to go in, but he knew that once he did, he would probably be in big trouble. Beside him, Suwang saw that Yi Xian was silent and did not say anything. After a short while, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Hypocrisy, is there a king in this dark forest?" Xiwang nodded. The king of darkness is the ruler of the dark forest. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. As he spoke, he asked again, who are these people who are chasing after the woman I'm looking for? Xiwang spoke in a low voice, the most important ones are King Martial Spirit and Zhao Shenxiao. Both of them are peak soul formation realm experts. Besides the two of them, there are many other mysterious experts. All of them want to obtain the sky split or in that woman's possession. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. With that, he walked towards the dark forest. Seeing this, Xiwang hesitated for a moment before he followed. With this senior around, what was there to be afraid of? King of Darkness, in front of a destiny-knowing expert, he was like a little brother. After they stepped foot into the dark forest, Yi Xian frowned because it was extraordinarily cold and gloomy here. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly passed the green profound sword to Xiwang. Kill anyone that doesn't know what's good for them. Xiwang hurriedly nodded, and then he received the green profound sword. At the moment she held it in her hand, her bearing had changed completely. Even though she was only at the life god realm, she felt like she was invincible right now. This sword had improved her strength by more than 10 times at the very least. Right at this moment, a black tree in the distance suddenly started wriggling, and then a black figure gradually appeared before them. The figure was completely pitch black, and only its eyes emanated a ghastly blue glow. Xiwang spoke in a low voice by Yi Xian's side, the spirit of darkness, should we kill him? Yi Xian turned around to glance at Xiwang, and then he said, we have to convince him with virtue first, and we'll kill him if he's not convinced. Xiwang nodded, I understand. Yi Xian gazed at the spirit of darkness, I want to see your king. The spirit of darkness ridiculed, see our king? Are you even worthy? Yi Xian turned around to look at Xiwang, you can kill him now. Xiwang directly vanished on the spot. Hiss, the spirit of darkness didn't even have the chance to react before it was wiped out. After he stopped, Xiwang looked at the green profound sword in his hand, and he was slightly excited. This feeling was simply too awesome. It could be said that he was invincible amongst those of the same realm with this sword. Yi Xian glanced into the distance, and he laughed, King of Darkness, you sure are arrogant. His voice was like thunder, and the surrounding tree of darkness trembled violently. However, there was no response. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a step forward before he said, King of Darkness, if you don't come out in 10 breaths of time, then I'll flatten your dark forest. Xiwang's blood started to boil slightly when he heard Yi Xian's words. How domineering, following a big shot is so awesome. However, there was still no response. Breath after breath passed. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Damn it. Is this fellow really not going to come out? If he doesn't come out, then would I really have to destroy the dark forest? With my current strength, it's quite difficult to flatten the dark forest. Right when 10 breaths of time were about to end, a powerful pressure suddenly appeared here. It's here. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared not far away from Yi Xian and Xiwang. The middle-aged man was dressed a little strangely. His hair was standing up like a broom. Not only that, but his clothes were also made of leaves. He looked like a tree ant. Xu Wang, who stood by Yi Xian's side, spoke in a low voice, King of Darkness. King of Darkness glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, I heard a life-knower realm expert has arrived in the city. Is that you? Yi Xian smiled, this isn't a suitable place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. King of Darkness frowned slightly, somewhere else? Yi Xian nodded, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared within it. After that, he brought Xu Wang along with him and entered Xiao Ta. King of Darkness hesitated for a moment, and then he entered Xiao Ta as well. When they entered Xiao Ta, King of Darkness and Xu Wang's expressions instantly changed. King of Darkness glanced at the surroundings, and he felt slight disbelief. The space here is actually completely different from the outside world. Moreover, the flow of time. As he spoke up to this point, he started to speak incoherently, because this had exceeded his understanding. King of Darkness looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled, this is a special space that I created. It's usually used by my juniors to cultivate. King of Darkness hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I admire senior's ability. Yi Xian frowned slightly, you don't know? King of Darkness was slightly embarrassed, I'm only at the nascent soul realm, and I haven't come into contact with such a divine ability. Yi Xian nodded slightly, right. But it's fine, we can take it slowly. King of Darkness hurriedly said, Senior, you're right. Yi Xian made an inviting gesture. Please take a seat. King of Darkness was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, and he hurriedly said, Senior, please. Smiling, Yi Xian said, let's sit together. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down. King of Darkness didn't sit, and he stood instead. Yi Xian gazed at King of Darkness, and King of Darkness hurriedly said, I like to stand. Yi Xian smiled, what's your name? King of Darkness replied, Mu Senior. Yi Xian nodded, Mu Senator. I came to Dark Forest this time to look for someone. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Sister Shue's portrait appeared in his hand. You should have seen her, right? Musen was slightly stunned when he saw Sister Shue's portrait. It's her. Yi Xian asked, do you know her? Musen nodded, I have. She came to Dark Forest a month ago, and 2 people were chasing after her. Yi Xian gazed at Musen, you didn't do anything to her, right? Musen hurriedly said, no. After she entered Dark Forest, I didn't make things difficult for her. On the contrary, I made her leave. Yi Xian frowned, she left? Musen nodded, she went to the wasteland. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on, and he turned to look at Xu Wang. Xu Wang spoke in a low voice, I'm not familiar with the wasteland, and I've only heard of it. As she spoke, she gazed at Musen, you should be more familiar with the King of Darkness. Musen spoke in a low voice, the wasteland is slightly special. It's the territory of the wasteland god, and he has an extremely strange temper. He's not easy to get along with. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Do I have to go to the wasteland to act cool again? He might seem fearless now, but he was actually panicking deep down. Meanwhile, Musen spoke abruptly, Senior, I'm willing to take you to the wasteland. Yi Xian gazed at Musen, won't that be troublesome for you? Musen grinned, it's my honor to be able to serve Senior. Yi Xian smiled, then I'll be troubling you. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Musen and Xu Wang away from Xiao Ta. After leaving Xiao Ta, Musen sighed with emotion. The spacetime in Xiao Ta's world was really different from the spacetime in reality. As if he'd thought of something, Musen gazed at Yi Xian, Senior, what's the difference between the spacetime in Xiao Ta's world and the spacetime in the outside world? Yi Xian smiled, 10 years in there is equivalent to a day in the outside world. Musen and Xu Wang were dumbstruck when they heard this, 10 years in there is equivalent to a day in the outside world. At this moment, tempestuous waves were surging through their hearts, even the word heaven-defying wasn't enough to describe such a divine treasure. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly asked, is it very difficult? Musen laughed bitterly, it's far more than difficult. Perhaps it's very simple for Senior, but it's as difficult as ascending the heavens for us. Especially the spacetime in Xiao Ta's world. I've lived for so long and studied spacetime for so long, but I've never seen or heard of such a spacetime. Yi Xian smiled, actually, it's not that difficult. It's just that both of you haven't come into contact with it. When he spoke up to this point, He paused for a moment before he continued, actually, attaining the destiny realm isn't that difficult. As he spoke up to this point, he didn't continue. If he did, then his act of acting tough would be exposed. Mu Sen's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He bowed respectfully to Yixian and said, "Please guide me, senior. If you're able to provide me with some guidance, then I'll never forget your kindness." Yixian fell silent. "How the fuck should I guide you? P.S. Because it's New Year, I've been going around to pay my respects, so I didn't have time to write. So, the explosion on the 15th will be delayed. Everyone, please forgive me. Because I really have to pay my respects everywhere. Everyone who's home understands." Instruction. Shuang also looked at Yixian with excitement. Instruction from a life-knowing realm big shot. This was a rare opportunity that only appeared once in 10,000 years. While Shuang and Mu Sen were waiting expectantly, Yixian smiled. "Then let's talk about the space-time Dao." Mu Sen hurriedly said, "Please instruct us, senior." Yixian looked at Mu Sen and smiled. "I'll just talk about it casually. You two listen as you please. How much you can comprehend will depend on yourselves." As he spoke, he opened his palm and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, a mysterious spacetime enveloped Mu Sen and Shuang. Mu Sen and Shuang's expressions changed when they were enveloped by the mysterious spacetime. This was a spacetime that they had never come into contact with before. Yixian smiled. "Do you know what spacetime this is?" Mu Sen and Shuang shook their heads. Yixian thought to himself, "Actually, I don't know either." Of course, he couldn't say that. He smiled and said, "This is called the Azure Spacetime, a brand new spacetime that I created myself." Mu Sen was shocked. "You created it, senior?" Yixian nodded. "Of course." Mu Sen bowed slightly. Senior's methods are truly mysterious. Shuang was in awe as well, and he admired Yixian even more. Yixian said with a smile, "Since you are so smart, I won't say anything more. Feel it yourselves. I believe you'll gain a lot." Both of them closed their eyes slowly and sensed Yixian's mysterious spacetime. Yixian looked at them and heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn it, I'm going to walk the path of acting cool to the end. Not only must I act cool, I must act well." Xianxia and Shenqin looked into the distance, and their expressions were not good. They realized that Mu Sen was actually very respectful to Yixian. Obviously, Mu Sen had been tricked by Yixian as well. Shenqin said in a low voice, "This guy is too good at tricking." Xianxia was silent. She was also a little speechless. She had never seen someone so good at bluffing. Meanwhile, Shenqin spoke in a low voice, "The King of Darkness is an idiot as well. He actually believed that this guy was in the life-knowing state. That's too stupid." Xianxia glanced at the divine quilt. "I think you are the idiot." Shenqin looked at Xianxia with an unfriendly expression. Xianxia said, "It's not that old man profound and the King of Darkness are stupid, it's that he has that divine sword and that mysterious spacetime. Not to mention them, even you and I might be intimidated by him if we don't know his background." The divine quilt fell silent. Xianxia continued, "Of course, this guy is also good at bluffing, and he's also very bold. To be honest, I do admire him a little." Shenqin glanced at Xianxia and sneered, "Admire him? Are you impressed by his ability to fool people?" Xianxia licked her sugar-coated haws, and then she said, "Shenqin, if you were in the same realm of cultivation as him, then with the level of intelligence you possess, you would probably be completely toyed with by him." Shenhe was expressionless. "You and him are jackals of the same tribe." Xianxia laughed, "You're just a hypocrite." Shenqin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let's fight." Xianxia shrugged, "Bring it on." In next to no time, the two of them started fighting. On the other side, Yixian slowly withdrew his right hand, and the mysterious spacetime vanished. After a long time, Mu Sen's eyes slowly opened, and he said softly, "The Tao of spacetime has no end." As he spoke, he looked at Yixian and bowed slightly, "Thank you, senior, for sharing this spacetime. I've gained a lot." Yixian smiled, "It's no big deal." Mu Sen shook his head, "It's a small matter to senior, but it's a huge matter to me. No matter what, I, Mu Sen, will never forget Junior's guidance today." Yi Xian smiled, then I might have to trouble you to take me to that woman I'm looking for. Musen hurriedly said, of course. Yi Xian said, let's go. Musen hurriedly led the way. It didn't take long for the three of them to leave the dark forest. All along the way, Musen and Xuwang were extremely respectful to Yi Xian. Now, they firmly believed that Yi Xian was at the destiny-knowing state. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive at the wasteland. Yi Xian looked up, and he couldn't see the end of the boundless wasteland. Moreover, dark gray sand drifted through the sky. Occasionally, violent winds would whistle by, and the sand would instantly cover the entire sky. Musen spoke in a low voice, Senior, the wasteland is up ahead, the territory of the wasteland god. Yi Xian nodded slightly, ask him to come out. Musen hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior, the wasteland god has a bad temper, so he might. Yi Xian suddenly smiled, if he doesn't cooperate, then just kill him. Musen's expression changed slightly. He'd almost forgotten that this was a big shot at the destiny-knowing state. Musen didn't think too much about it, and he looked up into the sky and said, Wasteland God, come out and meet me. There was no response. Musen frowned when he saw this. Musen added, Wasteland God. His voice rumbled like thunder, and it caused the entire wasteland to tremble violently. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from afar, which bastard dares to bark in my wasteland? Musen's face instantly darkened when he heard this. Yi Xian gazed at Musen, get him. Musen was slightly hesitant. Yi Xian smiled, what are you afraid of when I'm here? Musen smiled, since Senior has said that, then let's get him. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward, bang, in an instant, the sky in the distance dimmed down, and then a powerful force swept through the wasteland like a tide. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from the depths of the wasteland, Musen, have you gone mad? Rumble, the wasteland in the distance suddenly exploded apart, and then a spatial abyss appeared. Musen and the wasteland god stood facing each other within the spatial abyss. The wasteland god stared fixedly at Musen. Musen, we've always minded our own business. What's gotten into you today? Musen spoke coldly, I can't stand the sight of you, alright? As he spoke, he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The space where the wasteland god resided was instantly transformed into a spatial vortex. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through the wasteland god's eyes, and then he charged forward while a powerful force shot out explosively. Rumble! Countless strands of space shattered in the distant sky, and then strands of powerful force surged incessantly towards the surroundings. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Because the aftershock of the powerful force was surging towards him. Run? How embarrassing would it be to run? I can only go head-on against it. Yi Xian took a step forward and activated his sword domain. Invincible sword domain, bang! The space around Yi Xian and Su Wang were instantly obliterated. On the other hand, Yi Xian and Su Wang were completely unscathed. Su Wang gazed at Yi Xian with shock in his heart. As expected of a Destiny Realm expert, he was actually able to remain unmoving under such circumstances. Moreover, that sword domain from before was extremely profound, and it was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary sword domain. He's really a big shot. Yi Xian's face was extremely pale as he stood before Su Wang. Actually, if he were to attack, then the aftershock of the force wouldn't have been sufficient to cause him such internal injuries. However, he couldn't attack. He would definitely be exposed once he attacked. Regardless of whether it was Su Wang or Musen, both of them weren't ordinary figures. So, he could only resist them head-on. Fortunately, he was able to resist them even if he didn't attack. This allowed him to have a rough understanding of his own strength. His true combat strength was still a distance away from these Soul Formation Realm experts, but it wasn't a huge gap. After all, he was able to utilize the spatial pressure of that mysterious space. Right at this moment, Musen and the Wasteland God suddenly stopped moving. The Wasteland God stared fixedly at Musen. Musen, have you gone mad? Musen spoke furiously, I just can't stand the sight of you. The Wasteland God frowned slightly as if he thought of something, and then he turned around to look at Yi Xian and Su Wang. His frown deepened when he saw Yi Xian, the seamless path. As he spoke, he gazed at Musen. Why did you bring an ant here? Musen's expression changed drastically when he heard this. You're the ant. Your entire family is filled with ants. The Wasteland God frowned. What's wrong with you? Musen stared fixedly at the Wasteland God. This is Senior Yi Xian. You actually dare to call him an ant? Wasteland God, have you lived for too long? Senior? The Wasteland God spoke in a low voice. Musen, is there something wrong with your brain? You actually called an ant from the seamless path Senior? Musen glanced coldly at the Wasteland God. You really are an idiot. The Wasteland God spoke in a low voice. Musen, what exactly is wrong with you? Musen was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly turned around to look at Su Wang. Kill him. Su Wang was stunned, and then he drew his sword. Hiss, a strand of sword energy tore through the surroundings. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the Wasteland God's eyes. A mere life God realm cultivator dares to attack me? You're courting death. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. Bang, an expanse of sword energy was blasted apart while the Wasteland God was pushed over 3 kilometers back. When he finally stopped moving, his entire right arm had been split into 2. The Wasteland God was stunned by this scene. My arm was split apart by a single strike from an ant at the Life God realm. It wasn't just the Wasteland God, even Musen was quite shocked. Su Wang's combat strength actually became so terrifying after he obtained this senior sword. Even though Su Wang was pushed back as well, her eyes were filled with excitement. She was confident in her ability to kill a nascent soul realm expert right now. The boost from the sword in his hand was simply too terrifying. Su Wang was about to attack again, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Stand down for now." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Ke did not hesitate at all. He turned around and turned into a beam of sword light that landed behind Yi Xian. The Wilderness God frowned slightly at the sight of this, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Who are you? At this moment, he also realized that Yi Xian was not simple. Yi Xian smiled and looked at Mu Senior. Aren't you going to introduce us? Musen was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, Wasteland God, this is Senior Yi Xian, a fate knower. Fate-knowing state, the Wilderness God was stunned when he heard this. Meanwhile, Yi Xian gazed at the Wilderness God and said, let me ask you a question. I'll obliterate you if you answer me wrongly. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and a mysterious spacetime enveloped the God of Wilderness. The Wasteland God's expression changed drastically. What sort of spacetime is this? The God's eyes were filled with shock. Could this fellow really be a Destiny Realm expert? Yi Xian gazed at the God, and then he opened his palm to reveal a portrait. Do you recognize this person? The God frowned slightly as he glanced at the portrait. It's her. Obviously, they knew each other, Yi Xian said. Where is she now? The God glanced at Yi Xian and fell silent. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you want to die? The God's expression changed slightly, and then he glanced at Musen and Shiwang who stood respectfully behind Yi Xian. He hesitated for a moment before he said, she's currently trapped in a spacetime cage. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. A spacetime cage? The God gazed at Yi Xian. You don't know what a spacetime cage is? Musen looked at Yi Xian with slight surprise as well. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. Should I know about such a low-level thing? The God's mouth twitched. Is it low-level? Yi Xian waved his hand. Cut the crap. Take me there. The God glanced at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. Yi Xian turned around to look at Musen and Shiwang. Chop him up. Shiwang didn't hesitate to transform into a ray of light that slashed down. The God's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He wasn't afraid of Shiwang, but he was very afraid of the sword in Shiwang's hand because that sword could easily tear his body apart. Most importantly, Musen was right there. If the two of them were to join forces, they would be able to kill him with ease. The God hurriedly said, wait. In the distance, Yi Xian said, stop. Shiwang immediately stopped, and then he retreated respectfully behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at the God. Take me there. The Wilderness God took a deep glance at Yi Xian, and then he said, come with me. With that, he turned around and the space in front of him turned pitch black. The God of the Wilderness had entered. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword in Shiwang's hand fell into his hand. He followed them in. Musen and Su Wang hurriedly followed. Soon, the four of them arrived at a mysterious spacetime. This spacetime was like a cage, and it was very, very sturdy. Yi Xian looked into the distance and saw a woman in the distance. It was none other than Sister Shui. At that moment, Sister Shui was locked in a spacetime prison. Not far from her stood two middle-aged men. At this moment, Shiwang, who was beside Yi Xian, said in a deep voice, the one on the left is King Martial Spirit, and the one on the right is Zhao Shenxiao. Yi Xian glanced at them, and then he gazed at Sister Shui. At this moment, even though Sister Shui was imprisoned, she was fine. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue noticed Yi Xian as well. She was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian, and then she smiled. What are you doing here? All of them gazed at Yi Xian when they heard Yang Yanxue. Yi Xian smiled. Let's not talk about that for now. As he spoke, he walked slowly towards Yang Yanxue. King Martial Spirit and Zhao Shenxiao frowned when they witnessed this scene. On the other hand, the wilderness god glanced at Yi Xian and remained silent. At this moment, he was quite fearful of Yi Xian. Actually, he was afraid that this fellow might really be at the Destiny Realm. Right when Yi Xian approached the space-time cage, a wisp of a cold glow flashed in King Martial Spirit's eyes, and he was about to attack. However, Zhao Shenxiao stopped him. Zhao Shenxiao gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Let's wait and see." King Martial Spirit hesitated for a moment, but he didn't choose to attack in the end. After all, it was a spatial cage, and it was one that he and Zhao Shenxiao had jointly set up. It was utterly impossible for an ordinary person to break through. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Open." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the spatial cage. King Martial Spirit and Zhao Shenxiao were stunned when they witnessed this scene. He went in just like that. On the other side, the wilderness god had an extremely solemn expression on his face as well. This fellow can actually disregard the spatial cage. Is he really at the Destiny Realm? Yi Xian walked over to Yang Yanxue, and he smiled. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Yang Yanshue's hand. In an instant, the mysterious spatial energy around Yang Yanxue vanished. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yanshue's eyes when she witnessed this scene. Just like that, Yi Xian pulled Yang Yanxue out of the spatial cage. On the other side, King Martial Spirit and Zhao Shenxiao had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. King Martial Spirit was about to attack when Zhao Shenxiao stopped him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian turned around to gaze at King Martial Spirit and Zhao Shenxiao. He didn't speak, and he just smiled with disdain. It was like he was looking at two ants. King Martial Spirit's expression instantly turned gloomy when he witnessed this scene, and he suddenly clenched his right hand and was about to attack. Meanwhile, Musen suddenly smiled. "King Martial Spirit, what? You intend to attack a Destiny Realm expert?" Destiny Realm? King Martial Spirit was stunned, and then he gazed at Yi Xian with disbelief in his eyes. Destiny? Destiny Realm? Shenxiao's face was covered in disbelief as well. When did a Destiny Realm expert appear in Heaven Horizon? Meanwhile, Yi Xian had left with Yang Yanxue. Mu Sen and Su Wang hurriedly followed them. King Martial Spirit and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Zhao Shenxiao suddenly said, "Is he really a Destiny Realm expert?" As he spoke, he gazed at the Wasteland's god. The Wasteland's god fell silent for a moment before he said, "I don't know." Zhao Shenxiao frowned slightly. "You don't know?" The Wasteland's god spoke in a low voice. "I suspected it as well. However, you've also seen how respectful Mu Sen and that sword cultivator woman are towards him. Not only that, but he can also ignore the spacetime prison. Most importantly, I saw him use an extremely mysterious spacetime. I've never seen that spacetime before." Zhao Shenxiao's expression was quite unsightly when he heard this. King Martial Spirit's expression was extremely gloomy as well. He hadn't expected that a Destiny Realm expert would actually appear here. The cooked duck had flown away. Suddenly, a woman appeared here. It was Shenqin. King Martial Spirit and the others gazed at Shenqin, and she spoke indifferently. "Do all of you really believe that he's at the Destiny Realm?" The Wasteland's god stared at her. "What do you mean?" Shenqin smiled. "What do I mean? Let me tell all of you that fellow isn't at the Destiny Realm at all. He's at the Seamless Realm." The Wasteland's god spoke coldly. "You say that he's only at the Seamless Realm. Then let me ask you, why is he able to disregard the spatial cage? Is that spacetime cage fake?" Shenqin spoke coldly. "The reason he can disregard the spatial cage is because of that sword in his hand. That sword is extremely special, and it can disregard any spatial cage. It's not because of his own strength." The Wasteland's god spoke in a low voice. "That sword can disregard any spatial cage?" Shenqin nodded. "Yes." The Wasteland's god continued. "Why can it disregard space?" Shenqin spoke indifferently. "How would I know? The Wasteland's god smiled, "Miss, if what you said is true and he isn't at the Destiny Realm, then why is that sword in his hand so terrifying? It can actually disregard any spatial cage?" "You've already answered that question, so let me ask another one. Where did this sword come from?" Xianxia remained expressionless. "How would I know?" The Wasteland's god smiled, "You don't know? Then let me ask you again, you're also a peak primordial spirit powerhouse, so can you create a divine item that can disregard any spatial cage?" Xianxia was silent. Because she couldn't, the wilderness god shook his head and smiled. "Furthermore, he used an extremely mysterious spacetime. I've never seen such a mysterious spacetime before. What I can confirm is that this mysterious spacetime surpasses any spacetime that I know of. Miss, can you tell me where this mysterious spacetime came from?" Xianxia looked at the Wasteland's god. "I'm here to tell you that he isn't at the Destiny Realm." "Why are you talking so much?" The Wasteland's god smiled. "Even if he really isn't at the Destiny Realm, he's definitely not an ordinary person. He might even have a Destiny Realm powerhouse backing him. Otherwise, he would never be in possession of these divine items." He shook his head and smiled. "That Musin isn't a fool either, so why is he so respectful to that young man? No matter what the reason is, one thing is for sure, that young man is not simple." Xianxia looked at the Wasteland's god, not saying a word. The Wasteland's god continued, "Miss, you're telling us all of this because you want us to make a move against him. In other words, you're enemies with that young man, but you don't dare to make a move against him. Since he's only at the seamless path, then why don't you make a move against him?" "Make a move against him?" Xianxia's expression was quite unsightly. The Wasteland's god glanced at Xianxia with disdain. "Do I look like a retard to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xianxia fell silent for a moment, and she intended to leave as well. Meanwhile, King Martial Spirit spoke abruptly, "Miss, is that young man really not at the Destiny Realm?" Xianxia glanced at King Martial Spirit. "Believe it or not?" King Martial Spirit chuckled, "Of course I believe it. Because if that young man really is at the Destiny Realm, then he'll absolutely not let us go. Moreover, he hasn't made a move against us." Zhao Xianxiao spoke solemnly, "Just as the Wasteland's god said, that young man isn't an ordinary person." King Martial Spirit spoke ferociously, "We've been chasing that woman for an entire month, and we're just about to obtain the mine. Why should we give it up the moment he arrives?" As he spoke, his expression grew even more ferocious. "So long as he isn't at the Destiny Realm, then why should we be afraid of him?" Zhao Xianxiao was slightly hesitant. King Martial Spirit gazed at Xianxia. "Miss, do you want to join forces?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, "All right." King Martial Spirit said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with Xianxia. Zhao Xianxiao hesitated for a moment, but he didn't choose to join forces because he trusted the Wasteland's god's words more. Xian's group had just returned to Skypole City when King Martial Spirit and Xianxia appeared before them. Xian frowned when he saw this. King Martial Spirit gazed at Monsignor Musin. "He isn't a Destiny Realm expert at all. The reason he's able to disregard space is entirely because of that sword in his hand. Without that sword, he's nothing." Musin frowned when he heard this, and then he gazed at Xian. Xian smiled. "It was this young lady who told you that, right?" Xianxia gazed at Xian. "Are you still going to continue acting?" Xian smiled, and then he opened his palm, causing the green profound sword to fly over to King Martial Spirit. "Didn't she say that this sword is formidable? Come, use it." King Martial Spirit's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia remained silent because she felt that something was off. Meanwhile, King Martial Spirit suddenly grasped the sword and slashed down. Hiss, a ray of light slashed down, and space was torn apart. However, this was King Martial Spirit's own strength. King Martial Spirit was stunned. He was unwilling to give up, and he studied the green profound sword once more. However, he didn't notice anything special about it. It was a completely useless sword. At this moment, Xian, who was far away, suddenly walked towards King Martial Spirit slowly. He said with a smile, "The sword is extraordinary because of the person. In the hands of some people, this sword is a very ordinary sword. But in my hands, it is the most invincible sword in the world." As he spoke, he gazed at King Martial Spirit and smiled. The sword isn't important. What's important is the person who uses it. A sword is extraordinary because of the person, understand? Everyone was speechless. Fear arose in King Wu Ling's eyes as he gazed at Yi Xian, who was walking over. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly laughed coldly. Yi Xian, you're still putting on an act. If you're really at the Fate Knower realm, then kill us. Yi Xian gazed at Xianxia and smiled. Kill you? Are you even worthy? Xianxia's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. What are you putting on an act for? Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly vanished on the spot. Xianxia's expression instantly changed drastically, and she swiftly raised her arm to block it. Bang! Along with a deafening explosion, Xianxia was blasted 30 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped moving, the expanse of space behind her was obliterated. Yi Xian was shocked at the sight of that. That Sister Shui was awesome. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, who'd been blasted away, and smiled. Do you know who he is? As she spoke, she turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. He's my master. He attained the Fate Knower realm 1,000,000 years ago. Master, everyone here was stunned when they heard Xianxia. Yi Xian was the same, but he quickly returned to normal. Obviously, Big Sister Shui was playing along with his act. Big Sister Shui knows what to do. Xianxia stared fixedly at Xianxia. It's impossible for you to be his disciple. He's just a cultivator of the seamless Tao. Xianxia shook her head. You really are an idiot. As she spoke, she turned around to gaze at King Wu Ling. King Wu Ling's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Sorry for the disturbance. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly let go of the green profound sword, and it floated slowly over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian held the green profound sword in his hand and swung it lightly. In an instant, the space in the surroundings started to warp. King Wu Ling's eyelids twitched slightly when he witnessed this scene. Yi Xian glanced at King Wu Ling and smiled. I'm taking the Sky Palace crystal mine. If you're disgruntled, then feel free to call for revenge. No matter how many. I'm invincible, so do as you please. Everyone was speechless. King Wu Ling glanced at Yi Xian and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. This junior will take his leave. With that, he turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia in the distance and smiled. Lady Xianxia, on account of our past relationship, I won't kill you today. You may leave. However, don't pester me anymore. I'm wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, and I don't want to be tied down by relationships. Mu Sen and Su Wang's expressions became strange when they heard this. No wonder, so there was something going on between the two of them. Xianxia's expression became extremely unsightly. Yi Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever had any feelings for you? Yi Xian smiled and said, Let's go. With that, he turned around and left. The divine quilt said angrily, Speak clearly. She was about to chase after Yi Xian when Xianxia suddenly blocked her way. Xianxia looked at the divine quilt and said with a smile, Let's go back. With that, she turned around and left. Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, Xianghou appeared by her side. She glanced at her and smiled. I told you not to expose him because it was useless. But you refused to believe me. Now you've suffered a loss, right? Xianxia remained expressionless. All of you are a bunch of idiots. Xianghou shook her head. If you aren't an idiot, then why didn't you do anything to him? Xianxia glanced at Xianghou. What are you trying to say? Xianghou smiled. I'm trying to say that you're an idiot. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Xianxia spoke coldly. Xianghou, let me see how you'll obtain that mysterious space from him. Xianghou licked her candied haws and didn't even look back. You don't have to worry about that. Xianxia's expression grew more and more unsightly. As soon as he found out that Yi Xian had returned to the city, the old man Profundity had immediately come out to greet Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't leave just like that. He asked the old man Profundity to arrange a place for him to stay. Within a pavilion. Only Yi Xian and Xianxia were within a room. Yi Xian smiled. Long time no see, big sister Shui. Xianxia sized Yi Xian up and smiled. I never expected that you would come to save me. As she spoke, she sized up Yi Xian again. Are you really just a cultivator of the seamless path? Yi Xian nodded. Yang Nianshui gave him a thumbs up, amazing. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, big sister Shui, what do you plan to do after this? Yang Nianshui glanced at the surroundings and said, I want to take you somewhere. Yi Xian asked, where? Yang Nianshui smiled, an ancient ruin. I obtained this heaven pole crystal ore from that ancient ruin. However, I didn't go deep into it, and I was just at the outer area. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, big sister Shui, why didn't father bring you along with him? Yang Nianshui immediately shook her head, following father is truly too boring. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, it's really dangerous outside. Yang Nianshui smiled, it's good to be dangerous. Danger can temper oneself. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, that's true. Yang Nianshui glanced outside and said, let's set out in a while. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, should we bring Mu San and the others with us? Yang Nianshui smiled, why? Yi Xian said, I think that we can be of use. Moreover, it's a chaotic place, so it's good to have 2 more helpers. Yang Nianshui spoke in a low voice, aren't you afraid that they'll see through you? Yi Xian smiled, what's there to be afraid of? Don't I still have you, big sister Shui? Yang Nianshui asked, are you afraid that woman and the martial spirit king will spoil our plans again? Yi Xian nodded, I haven't done anything, so they'll get suspicious in the end. Moreover, you have a mine in your possession, so they won't give up on it. Yang Nianshui nodded, then I'll take it with me. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them left the pavilion. On the other hand, Mu Sen, Old Man Profound, and Shi Wang were waiting outside. Old Man Profound hurriedly said when he saw Yi Xian, Senior, are you uncomfortable? Yi Xian smiled, it's very comfortable. As he spoke, he glanced at the 3 of them and said, my disciple said that she discovered an ancient ruin, and her mine was discovered there. Are the 3 of you interested in going with her? The 3 of them were overjoyed when they heard this. Old Man Profound hurriedly said, of course I'm interested. But, is it convenient for us to go with her? Yi Xian said with a smile, why not? Old Man Profound immediately bowed slightly, thank you, Senior. Mu Sen bowed deeply as well, thank you. Yi Xian gazed at Shi Wang, you come with us as well. I'll guide you in the meantime so that you can attain the nascent soul realm. Shi Wang was excited when he heard this, and he immediately bowed respectfully, thank you, Senior. Yi Xian smiled. Shi Wang's combat strength was extremely formidable, so if he attained the nascent soul realm and possessed the green profound sword, then he would absolutely be invincible in the nascent soul realm. A short moment later, they set out. Old Man Profound spoke solemnly on the way, Senior, 2 women have been constantly following us from the shadows. Should we? Yi Xian turned around to glance at them. He naturally knew who Old Man Profound was talking about. It was naturally Xianghou and Shenqin. They were very patient and had followed them all the way here. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, I know them. Let them follow us. When she spoke up to hear, she sighed softly, I can only blame myself for being too playful all those years ago. Hearing this, Old Man Profound Ji was taken aback, and then he laughed awkwardly. Shenqin gazed at Yi Xian and the others in the distance, where are they going? Xianghou spoke indifferently, who knows? Shenqin glanced at Xianghou and said, the members of the Tendo sect have arrived. Xianghou shook her head, what's the point? Not to mention them, even if the sect master of the Tendo sect were to be reborn, what's the point? Didn't you see? That fellow has 4 extraordinary bodyguards by his side right now. 4 extraordinary bodyguards. Shenqin's expression was slightly unsightly when she heard this. Xianghou shook her head and sighed, damn it. Let me see how long this fellow can keep up his act. Shenqin looked towards the distance with an expressionless face, if he encounters a true fate knower. At this point, she didn't continue speaking. A true fate knower expert, even she hadn't seen one, such an expert was truly too rare. In the distance, under Yang Nianshui's lead, everyone headed straight for the ancient ruins. On the way, Yi Xian gazed at Shi Wang, enter Xiao Ta's body and cultivate. Shi Wang was stunned, and then his voice trembled, can I? Yi Xian nodded, of course. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Nianshui, heaven limit crystals. Yang Nianshui smiled, and then she tapped with her finger, causing a spatial ring to descend before Shi Wang. Shi Wang glanced at the spatial ring, and there were an entire 50,000 heaven limit crystals within it. Xu Wang's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. After all, she relied on robbing others to obtain heaven limit crystals every single time, and she'd obtained 1,000 heaven limit crystals at most every year. Moreover, she'd exchanged her life for them, yet now, Xu Wang had given her 50,000 heaven limit crystals. Xianxia smiled. 50,000 heaven limit crystals should be sufficient for you to attain the soul origin realm. If it's not enough, then I'll give you more. Xu Wang bowed deeply. Thank you. As she spoke, she gazed at Yixian. Yixian smiled. Miss Xu Wang, we can be considered to be fated. How about this? If you're willing, then take me as your master. Not only will I help you attain the soul origin realm, I'll even teach you a peerless and extraordinary sword technique. Mu Sen and Old Man Profundity were visibly moved when they heard this. Both of them glanced at Xu Wang with a trace of envy in their eyes. Take her as his master, that's equivalent to finding an extraordinary backer. Xu Wang didn't hesitate at all, and he immediately bowed deeply. Greetings, master. Yixian roared with laughter. There's no need for such formalities. Enter the tower and cultivate. If there's anything you don't understand, then feel free to ask me. Xu Wang nodded. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she entered Xiao Ta's body. Inside Xiao Ta, Xu Wang gazed at the spatial ring in her hand, and she took a deep breath. As long as she had enough heaven limit crystals, she was confident that she could attain the soul origin realm. This was how the world was. No matter how hard you worked or how talented you were, if you didn't have money, then it was all nonsense. Most of the time, if someone helped you up, then your life would be completely different. After a while, Xu Wang slowly closed her eyes and began to cultivate. 2 hours later, Yixian's group arrived at the depths of a mountain range. Mu Sen glanced at the surroundings and said, Miss Shui, this is the ancient ruin? Xianxia nodded. Mu Sen spoke in a low voice, but there's nothing here. Xianxia smiled, there's a secret here. As she spoke, she walked over to a nearby tree, and then she pressed down lightly with her right hand. A strand of mysterious energy seeped into the tree, and then the mountain that was over 1 kilometer away actually started to become illusory. Not long after, under everyone's watchful eyes, the mountain slowly split open, and an ancient black palace appeared within the mountain. Mu Sen and the others were visibly moved when they witnessed this scene. A ruin. Both of them were about to head over when they seemed to have thought of something, and they stopped and turned around to look at Yixian. Meanwhile, Xianxia smiled and said, this place isn't simple at all. For example, there's a spatial formation not too far away from us. Outsiders will instantly lose their sense of direction upon entering it, and then they'll fall into a boundless spatial abyss. Even a soul core realm expert can't disregard the spatial abyss there. Mu Sen spoke in a low voice, thank you for the warning, Miss Shui. Yixian smiled, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. Mu Sen and the old man hurriedly followed him. When Yixian's group stepped foot into that expanse of space had instantly crisscrossed. The expressions of Mu Sen and the others changed slightly when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, a mysterious spacetime suddenly appeared around Yixian, and as soon as this mysterious spacetime appeared, the spacetime formations in the surroundings started to disperse bit by bit. They weren't able to endure Yixian's mysterious space at all. Mu Sen and Old Man Profundity exchanged glances when they witnessed this scene, and there was a wisp of shock in their eyes. He really is a big shot. Actually, Xianxia was quite shocked as well. In the beginning, she'd thought that Yixian was putting on a show, but she'd recently noticed that Yixian was actually quite formidable. Yixian turned around to gaze at them and smiled, let's go. All of them continued forward. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, there was a middle-aged man standing on the stone steps. The middle-aged man was wearing a very simple gray robe and a bamboo hat. His eyes were slightly closed, and he did not seem to be alive. Yixian glanced at the middle-aged man, and at this moment, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. Mu Sen and the old man's expressions changed slightly when they saw this scene, and they secretly raised their guard in their hearts. Because the two of them couldn't see through this middle-aged man, the middle-aged man's gaze landed on Yixian without saying a word. Yixian was silent. For a time, the surroundings fell silent. At this time, Yixian suddenly took a step forward. The middle-aged man still didn't say anything. He just looked at Yixian. At this moment, Xian suddenly released a mysterious spacetime that enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. This? Xian smiled and said, "How should I address you?" The middle-aged man looked at Xian. "You're not simple at all." Xian grinned. "Can we go up?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "No." Xian smiled. "Why?" The middle-aged man said, "All of you aren't fated people." Fated people? The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "What are fated people?" The middle-aged man gazed at Xian. "If I'm fated, then Master will give me information." "But Master didn't give me any information." Xian raised his head to look at the palace above the stone steps, and then he opened his palm. The green sword floated slowly towards the black palace. The middle-aged man frowned when he saw this, but he didn't stop Xianxia. A short moment later, a hoarse voice suddenly resounded from within the palace. "Fellow Daoist, please come up here." Mu Sen and the old man exchanged glances when they heard the voice from within the palace, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Obviously, the master of the palace was a Destiny Realm expert, and he'd acknowledged Xian. This was normal. After all, they were both at the Destiny Realm. Xian gazed at the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man bowed slightly. "Please." Xian turned around to look at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "Go ahead." Xian nodded, and then he walked towards the palace. It didn't take long for Xian to arrive within the palace. The palace was completely empty, and there was only a single statue there. Moreover, the green sword hovered silently in front of the statue. Xian gazed at the statue, and then it suddenly became illusory. After that, a white-haired old man appeared in front of Xian. The white-haired old man wore a white robe, and his hair and beard were completely white. He seemed extremely sage-like. The white-haired old man gazed at Xian and said with a smile, "You've surprised me slightly." Xian smiled. "What surprise?" The white-haired old man glanced at the green sword, and then he smiled. "This isn't an ordinary sword. However, it's absolutely not yours. Moreover, you aren't a Destiny Realm expert, you've attained the Seamless Tao." Xian fell silent. At this moment, he was sure that the white-haired old man really was at the Destiny Realm. Moreover, he was utterly unable to deceive an expert of such a level. Fortunately, he'd sealed off Xiao Ta, so Su Wang couldn't hear the conversation between him and the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man spoke abruptly. "You revealed a mysterious form of space when you entered just now. Can you let me take a look at it again?" Xian glanced at the white-haired old man. He fell silent for a moment before he took a step forward, and then the mysterious space appeared here. The white-haired old man glanced at the surroundings, and then a wisp of excitement flickered in his eyes. "What a formidable space. I've actually never seen it before. Not only have I never seen it, I've never even heard of it." Xian didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man gazed at the green sword. "Moreover, this sword of yours is truly extraordinary. The profundities of space and time contained within it are truly profound." Xian smiled. "Senior, don't tell me you have other intentions?" The white-haired old man blinked. "I left this strand of my soul here with the intention of finding an inheritor. However, I never expected that I wouldn't be able to find an inheritor and would encounter you instead." Xian smiled. "I can be Senior's inheritor." The white-haired old man smiled. "Just as well. However, what gift do you intend to give me?" Xian smiled. "Senior, don't tell me you want my sword and that mysterious space?" The white-haired old man gazed at Xian. "What if I say yes?" Xian smiled. "Senior, you're only a strand of your soul." The white-haired old man roared with laughter. "I knew you'd say that. Look outside." Xian turned around and looked outside the hall. A mysterious force suddenly swept down from the clouds above the hall, and then the entire space and time in the surroundings started to seethe along with the assault of this force. At the foot of the mountain, Mu Sen and Old Man Profundity were horrified. The powerful aura pressed down upon them to the point they found it difficult to breathe. The Life-Knower realm, a white-robed old man slowly walked down from above the clouds. At the sight of that, Xian's face fell in the hall. "Damn it, for the sake of obtaining the green sword and the mysterious space within my body, this fellow actually came in person. Isn't he thinking too highly of me?" The white-robed old man glanced at Mu Sen's group of three. In the next moment, a mysterious force directly locked down Mu Sen's group of three. Bang! Bang, bang! Their bodies shook violently, and they weren't able to move at all. Xianxia's brows knit together slightly, and then a strand of light silently condensed into form at the center of her palm. However, she didn't attack. The white-robed old man walked slowly into the hall, and then he gazed at Yixian and smiled. "The mysterious space within your body and the sword in your hand are mine." Yixian thought for a moment and said, "Then you have to ask the person behind me if he agrees." The white-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "The person behind you?" Yixian smiled. "Senior, if the person behind me agrees, then I'll give these two divine artifacts to you right away." The white-robed old man smiled. "Are you threatening me?" Yixian shook his head. "I wouldn't dare." Could it be that Senior doesn't want to see the person behind me first before deciding if he wants these two divine artifacts? The white-robed old man roared with laughter. "All right, then let me see who the great figure behind you is." Yixian nodded, and then he passed the green profound sword to the white-robed old man. "Senior, you can use this sword to find the person behind me." The white-robed old man glanced at Yixian, and then he took the green profound sword and said, "The old man has traversed countless universes, and there have been people that the old man fears. However, there are no more than two of them." As he spoke, he gazed at the green profound sword in his hand, and then he smiled. "Let me see who the person behind you is." Yixian smiled but didn't say anything. The white-robed old man suddenly tightened his grip on the green profound sword, and it trembled violently. The space before him gradually warped, and at the same time, it gradually became illusory. Yixian gazed at the white-robed old man. He didn't speak. Right at this moment, the white-robed old man suddenly smiled. "I hope the person behind you doesn't disappoint the old man." Yixian grinned. "Senior, I have a question." The white-robed old man roared with laughter. "You can ask it later." Yixian shook his head. "It's better to ask it now." "I'm afraid I won't be able to ask it later." The white-robed old man frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Yixian didn't answer him, and he asked instead, "Senior, have you seen an expert above the predestined realm?" The white-robed old man was stunned, and then he smiled. "Are you trying to say that the person behind you is an expert above the predestined realm?" Yixian smiled and didn't speak. The white-robed old man shook his head and smiled. "How laughable. There's no such thing as a realm above the predestined realm in this world because no one has created it until now. You're actually trying to deceive me? How foolish." Yixian grinned and didn't speak. Right at this moment, the white-robed old man suddenly raised his head and looked into the sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "I sense it." Hiss, a strand of sword light suddenly entered between the white-robed old man's brows. Bang, the white-robed old man's figure shook violently, and the vitality within his body was directly eliminated. The white-robed old man's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Killed in a second, I was killed in a second." At this moment, his mind was in a complete mess. He was an expert at the peak of the predestined realm, but he was killed in a second. And he didn't even know who killed him in a second. The white-robed old man looked at Yixian, and just as he was about to speak, Yixian suddenly wielded his sword, and the white-robed old man's head was directly cut off. At the same time, the white-robed old man's storage ring was taken by Yixian. Yixian didn't look at the storage ring. Instead, he carried the white-robed old man's head and walked out. When Mu Sen and the other two saw the white-robed old man's head, they directly froze on the spot. The middle-aged man was also dumbfounded. His master was dead. Yixian smiled lightly. "We didn't have a good talk, so I killed him. Unfortunately, he was too weak, and couldn't even take a sword from me." As he spoke, he sighed softly. "Are all the predestined realm experts in this era so weak? I only used 30% of my strength in that sword just now." Everyone. P.S. Asking for votes. At this moment, all of them were stunned. A Life-Knower realm expert had been killed. Moreover, he'd been killed with such ease. What did this mean? It meant that the gap in their strengths was too huge. Yixian walked over to the others with the old man's head in his hand, and then he gazed at the middle-aged man who stood on guard below the stairs. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with terror. He knew how terrifying his master was, and it was even his master's true body this time. However, he hadn't expected that his true body would be instantly killed as well. How terrifying is this fellow's strength? He killed a Life-Knower realm expert in an instant. Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled. What's your name? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before his voice trembled. Mu Jianghe. Yi Xian smiled. Follow me from now on. The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he hurriedly bowed respectfully. From now on, I, Mu Jianghe, pledge my loyalty to Senior, and I'm willing to serve you faithfully. Yi Xian smiled, and then he passed the head to Mu Jianghe. Bury him. We were once master and servant after all. Mu Jianghe was slightly hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry, I'm not testing you. There's no need for me to do this, right? Mu Jianghe was relieved when he heard this. He took the head, and his hands trembled as he gazed at it. On the other hand, Mu Sen and Old Man Profundity couldn't help but bow. Since he was able to instantly kill a Life-Knower Realm expert, it meant that this Senior wasn't an ordinary Life-Knower Realm expert. He's too strong. I must hug him properly. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he smiled. This is a small abode. At this moment, Mu Jianghe, who had returned, hurriedly said, this place used to be the territory of the mysterious East sect. Later, my master, the former master, took a fancy to it, so he destroyed the mysterious East sect and took it for himself. Yi Xian smiled. There are heaven rank crystals here? Mu Jianghe nodded. Moreover, there are 3 top-grade heaven rank crystals here. 3. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Yanxue. The corners of Yang Yanshua's mouth lifted. I'll do it. As she said that, she pressed her right hand down lightly. In an instant, the entire ground trembled violently. Gradually, the ground split open and 3 supreme-grade heaven supreme crystals appeared before everyone's eyes. Every single crystal mine contained close to 100,000 top-grade heaven supreme crystals. The eyes of Mu Sen and Old Man Profound Secrets turned red when they saw this scene. That was over 100,000 supreme-grade heaven supreme crystals. Moreover, it was of the highest quality. One had to know that 1 supreme-grade heaven-grade crystal was equivalent to 5 ordinary heaven-grade crystals. Although their eyes were red, Mu Sen and Old Man Profound Secrets were still very calm. Meanwhile, Mu Jianghe hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior, if you take them away, then they'll be useless. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Mu Jianghe smiled bitterly. Because these 3 crystal mines can only survive here. If they leave this place, their spiritual qi will leak out. Without the nourishment of the power of the earth vein, they won't be able to condense the supreme heaven crystal anymore. That's why their previous master didn't take them with him all those years ago. Yi Xian glanced down. Sure enough, it was just as Mu Jianghe said, there was extremely pure energy of the earth vein beneath the ground. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian grinned. I have a better place than this. As he spoke, he immediately placed the 3 supreme-grade heaven supreme crystals into Xiao Ta's storage ring. After he placed the 3 supreme-grade heaven supreme crystals into Xiao Ta, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something, and it was that the flow of time within the pagoda was different from the outside world. For example, it took 10 years to condense a single supreme-grade heaven supreme crystal in the outside world. But if the heaven supreme crystal mine was within Xiao Ta's storage ring, then it meant that he would be able to obtain one in a single day. What a huge profit. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian looked at Mu Sen and Old Man Profound Ji and smiled. My disciple and I will each take a heaven supreme crystal mine. I won't give you the remaining one, but I can give you the 120,000 supreme-grade heaven supreme crystals in it. What do you think? Hearing this, the 2 of them instantly became excited. Mu Sen's voice trembled. Senior, the 2 of us didn't do anything. This? Yi Xian smiled. Since you're following me, then you should at least get some soup when I have meat to eat. Otherwise, what's the point of you following me? As he spoke, he pointed with his finger, and 2 spatial rings floated in front of the 2 of them. Mu Sen and Old Man Profound Ji hesitated. Yi Xian smiled. I'll give it to you. Just take it. Old Man Profound Ji smiled bitterly. Senior, the 2 of us didn't do anything to help you. This is too much for us to accept. Yi Xian smiled. That's enough. Just take it. Hearing this, the 2 of them no longer hesitated, and immediately accepted the 2 spatial rings. After Old Man Profound Ji accepted the spatial rings, he bowed deeply to Yi Xian. I, Profound Ji, will never forget Senior's kindness. In the future, if Senior needs anything, just let me know. I, Profound Ji, will definitely not refuse. Musen also bowed deeply. Senior, my life is yours from now on. Yixian smiled. Let's cut the formalities. I still need to stay in the heavenly limit realm for some time. During this time, I might need you to help me with something. Musen hurriedly said, I'm willing to serve senior. Old Man Profound Ji also hurriedly said, I'm willing to serve senior. Yixian smiled. Let's go. After saying this, he led the group out of the ancient ruins. After returning to the heavenly limit city, Yixian and Yang Nianxue returned to the room that Old Man Profound Ji had arranged for them. Yixian smiled. Sister, we've struck it big this time. As he spoke, he took out the spatial ring of the life-knowing state expert. There were over 1 million top-grade sky crystals in the spatial ring. Moreover, there were some divine objects in the spatial ring, and it was obvious that they were priceless. Yang Nianxue rummaged through the spatial ring, and in the end, she took out a blood-red flag. This thing isn't simple. Yixian looked at the flag, and there were 3 large blood-red words written on it, Soul Summoning Banner. Yixian smiled. Sister Shui, you can choose whatever you want. Yang Nianxue smiled. Let me study this. As she spoke, she put the Soul Summoning Banner away, and then she took out a black ring. She sized up the ring and smiled. So it's a guardian ring. Yixian was slightly curious. Guardian ring? Yang Nianxue nodded. This spatial ring is quite interesting. It contains 9 mysterious guardian spacetime, and once activated, the 9 guardian spacetime can combine into one, and it's more than enough to block a life-knowing state expert's all-out attack. Saying this, she looked at Yixian. That old man didn't use this ring until he died. Was she the one who made the move? Yixian nodded. Yang Nianxue shook her head with a complicated expression. No wonder that old man didn't even have a chance to fight back. Destiny. If that woman made a move, even 10 life-knowing state experts would be instantly killed. Yang Nianxue handed the spatial ring to Yixian. You keep it. However, Yixian shook his head. You keep it. Yang Nianxue smiled. I don't need this thing, but you can. Just as Yixian was about to say something, Yang Nianxue glared at Yixian. I said it's for you, so it's for you. Cut the crap. Saying this, she put the spatial ring away. The guardian ring is for you, and everything else in the spatial ring is for me. Hearing this, Yixian was dumbfounded, and the gratitude he felt just now vanished without a trace. This big sister must be a bandit. There are 1 million supreme-grade heavenly G crystals in there. Seeing Yixian's dumbfounded expression, Yang Nianxue blinked. You can't bear to part with it? Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Of course I can bear to give it to you, big sister. But, suddenly, Yang Nianxue slapped Yixian's shoulder. Good little brother. Yixian, Yang Nianxue continued, I want to break through to life-knowing state. Yixian was surprised. Break through to life-knowing state? Yang Nianxue nodded. I need a lot of heavenly G crystals. Even 1 million might not be enough. Yixian said in a low voice, Is it that terrifying? Yang Nianxue rolled her eyes at Yixian. What else can I do? You should know that there are pitifully few life-knowing state cultivators in this universe. Why are there so few? Because breaking through to life-knowing state from primordial spirit state requires a lot of supreme-grade heavenly G crystals. This consumption is not something ordinary people can afford. Many people can't reach life-knowing state, not because they are not talented enough, not because they don't work hard enough, but because they don't have money, understand? No money, Yixian smiled bitterly. Indeed, cultivation requires a lot of money, Yang Nianxue said again. I don't know if this 1 million supreme-grade heavenly G crystals is enough, but I feel that it might not be enough, so, she looked at Yixian, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Brother, you have to think of a way to get more for me. She looked at Yixian, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Big brother, you have to think of a way to get more for me. Yang Nianxue pointed at the storage ring on her hand. This life-knowing state cultivator's storage ring has many divine items, and we can auction them. We should be able to get some, but it might not be enough. In any case, you do as you see fit. I'm going to cultivate. When I reach life-knowing state, I'll protect you. With that, she entered Xiaota. In the room, Yixian felt a headache coming on. This big sister is too unreliable. Find her some heavenly G crystals. Yixian sighed in a low voice and then left the room. He looked around. Xuanji. Old Man Profound Secrets appeared in front of Yixian, and he bowed deeply. What can I do for you, senior? Yi Xian said with a smile, is there any auction here? Old Man Profound Secrets smiled, of course there is. What do you want to buy, senior? Yi Xian shook his head, I want to sell some miscellaneous items that I don't need. Old Man Profound Secrets hurriedly said, I'll arrange it. Yi Xian smiled, then I'll trouble you. Old Man Profound Secrets hurriedly shook his head, it's no trouble. Senior, please wait a moment, I'll inform you after I arrange it. Yi Xian nodded, all right. Old Man Profound Secrets turned and left. At this time, Yi Xian turned to the side, Miss Xiongho, come out. Not far away, Xiongho slowly walked out from the corner of the street. Yi Xian looked at Xiongho, and smiled, you've been with me for a long time. Xiongho said solemnly, let's cooperate. Yi Xian blinked, cooperate? Xiongho nodded. Yi Xian's lips curled up, Miss Xiongho, I gave you a chance once, but you didn't care. Now you want to cooperate? Sorry, I don't want to. With that, he turned and left. At this time, Xiongho suddenly smiled, I have a secret, you'll definitely be interested. Yi Xian didn't stop. Xiongho said, someone is planning to kill you. Kill me? Yi Xian smiled disdainfully, under 3 swords, I'm invincible. Above 3 swords, I'll trade 1 for 1. Arrogant, hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiongho knew that this fellow was completely arrogant now, however, he had the capital to be arrogant now. This fellow had several peak essence soul realm experts by his side, even she did not dare to approach him. Xiongho was silent for a moment before sighing softly. She had lost her best opportunity. Originally, she could have worked with Yi Xian, and working with Yi Xian would have been extremely beneficial to her. However, she had been too greedy at that time, that greed had caused her to lose her best opportunity. Moments later, Xiongho turned and left. After Yi Xian returned to his room, he slowly closed his eyes. Xiongho had said that someone wanted to kill him. Who could it be? The first person he thought of was Shenqin. However, with Shenqin's strength, it was impossible for him to come looking for trouble alone. In other words, there was someone else, King Martial Spirit, God of the Wilderness. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Anything was possible. At that moment, Su Wang suddenly appeared before Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, then overjoyed. Essence Soul Realm? Su Wang bowed deeply. Master, I have reached the Essence Soul Realm. Essence Soul Realm, Yi Xian smiled. Not bad at all. With that said, he brought Su Wang into Xiao Ta. Inside Xiao Ta, Yi Xian looked at Su Wang. Now, I will teach you a sword technique that I created. This sword technique is called Life-Death Draw. This sword technique is too powerful, so I will just casually show it to you so that it doesn't destroy this universe. With that said, he drew his sword and slashed. Chi, a beam of sword light slashed down, and the entire spacetime turned illusory. Su Wang was shocked. This is stacking? Yi Xian nodded. I just stacked 6,000 of them. Come, try it. Su Wang hurriedly nodded. All right. Under Yi Xian's guidance, Su Wang began to practice draw the sword to determine life and death. Needless to say, Su Wang's natural talent in the sword Dao was truly terrifying. It didn't take him long to learn the sword draw of life and death. Moreover, he was able to stack a few thousand sword strikes as soon as he learned it. This made Yi Xian blush with shame. After a long time, Su Wang stopped. She looked at Yi Xian and said excitedly, Master, I can now stack 5,000 sword draws to determine life and death. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Don't be satisfied. You should know that if I use my full strength, I can overlay 100,000 Daos with a single thought. 100,000. Su Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. You can stack up to 100,000? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Su Wang's expression gradually turned solemn. How terrifying would it be if 100,000 swords were drawn to determine life and death? Yi Xian smiled and said, Take your time. Su Wang nodded. Understood. Yi Xian passed a spatial ring to Su Wang. Cultivating this sword skill will consume a lot of energy. There are 50,000 supreme-grade heavenly crystals in this spatial ring. It should be enough for you to cultivate for a while. Let me know if you have any questions or needs. He left Xiao Ta as soon as he finished speaking. Su Wang gazed at the spatial ring in his hand and fell silent for a long time. No one had ever been so nice to her. A short while later, Su Wang put the spatial ring away and started to cultivate. Outside Xiaota, Yixian was slightly excited. Su Wang had reached the primordial spirit realm. If she used sword draws to determine life and death with the green profound sword, she would definitely be invincible in the primordial spirit realm. Moreover, she might even be able to fight a life-knowing realm cultivator. After all, that was the green profound sword. It was definitely an existence that could challenge those of a higher realm. Besides that, Sister Xue might be able to attain the life-knowing realm as well. If Sister Xue could attain the life-knowing realm, it would naturally be extremely beneficial to him. However, the consumption of energy for Sister Xue to attain the life-knowing realm was truly too great. Up until now, Sister Xue had already consumed over 100,000 supreme-grade extreme heaven crystals. At this rate, 1,000,000 crystals would probably be far from enough. He had to think of a way to obtain more extreme heaven crystals. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yixian withdrew his thoughts and looked outside the door. "Come in." The door opened and old man Xuanji walked in. He bowed slightly and said, "Senior, the auction is about to begin." Yixian smiled. "So soon?" Old man Xuanji smiled. "I dare not delay Senior's arrangements." Yixian laughed. "Then let's go." He and old man Xuanji disappeared from the room. Heaven's Fate City, Xuanji Pavilion. The Xuanji Pavilion was old man Xuanji's territory. This time, the auction would be held in old man Xuanji's Xuanji Pavilion. Old man Xuanji had stayed in Heaven's Fate City for over 1,000,000 years. His influence was extremely great. Under his arrangements, basically all the influential people in Heaven's Fate City had come. Of course, the main reason was still Yixian. This was because old man Xuanji had advertised that a life-knowing state expert would be auctioning divine items. A life-knowing state expert? How could the items of a life-knowing state expert be ordinary? In a short while, the entire Xuanji Pavilion was filled with over 100 experts. There weren't many people, but the weakest was at the primordial spirit realm. In old man Xuanji's words, those below the primordial spirit realm were all paupers. There was no point in participating in the auction. Old man Xuanji brought Yixian to a small pavilion. This small pavilion just happened to have a view of the entire auction venue below. Old man Xuanji bowed slightly. "May I know what divine items Senior is auctioning?" Yixian handed the storage ring in his hand to old man Xuanji. "It's all inside." Old man Xuanji glanced at it and his expression changed drastically. He looked at Yixian. "Senior, are you selling all these divine items?" Yixian nodded. The divine items left behind by the life-knowing state expert were all very good. However, to him, apart from the guardian ring, the rest were basically useless. Because he had the azure profound sword and Xiaota, he really didn't care about the other divine items. Old man Xuanji smiled bitterly. "Senior, if these divine items are released, they will definitely shock them." Yixian laughed. "As long as they can be sold for a good price." Old man Xuanji smiled. "That's for sure." "Senior, please take a seat. I'll go make the arrangements." He turned and left after saying this. Yixian looked around and then sat down. He closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he was thinking. If his enemies wanted to touch him, how would they do it? The answer was that they would definitely wait until he was alone before making a move. At this point, Yixian's pupils suddenly shrank. He hurriedly looked around. There was nothing around him. Yixian tried hard to calm himself down. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face. "Since you're already here, come on out." No response. Yixian frowned slightly. "Is there really no one here?" A moment later, Yixian leaned back on the chair and said, "Since you're already here, come on out." Still no response. Yixian would say this every quarter of an hour. He had nothing better to do anyway. The auction had begun. The first divine item had caused the experts in the auction hall to be excited. The first divine item was a spear that contained many special space-time abilities. The starting price was 10,000 heavenly crystal. In just a short while, the price had increased to 30,000 heavenly crystal. It might seem like a small amount, but it was actually a lot. Because the heavenly crystal was too precious in this place, in the pavilion, Xian would say this every 15 minutes. Since you're already here, come on out. Just like that, time trickled by. Around 2 hours later, Xian had earned 200,000 heavenly crystal. When one of the divine items was sold, Xian said again, since you're already here, come on out. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Sensing the shadow behind him, Xian's expression changed drastically. Damn it. There's really someone here, the shadow said in a hoarse voice. How did you find me? Xian's expression was calm. Get lost. The shadow hesitated for a moment before it vanished silently. Sensing the shadow's disappearance, Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Damn it. Someone really wants to kill me, who could it be? Xianxia. Thinking of this, Xian's expression turned gloomy. Damn it, this damned woman. Outside the auction house, somewhere in the clouds, a woman looked down at the auction in silence. That woman was the Xianxia. Moreover, there was a middle-aged man by the woman's side, and it was the martial spirit king. The reason the martial spirit king had come to target Xian again was because he'd investigated Xian's origins, and he'd personally investigated Xian. Xian wasn't at the destiny realm at all. This fellow was just putting on an act, Xianxia suddenly said. Will that fellow succeed? The martial spirit king smiled. Don't worry, Brother Dark Addiction's concealment technique is peerless in the world. Besides true destiny realm experts, even I wouldn't be able to notice him. On the other hand, Xian is merely a cultivator of the seamless path. It's utterly impossible for him to notice Brother Dark Addiction. Xianxia spoke in a low voice. Don't underestimate that fellow. Even though his cultivation is low, he has quite a few divine items in his possession. We can't be careless. The martial spirit king was just about to speak when a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The martial spirit king was delighted when he saw the shadow, and he hurriedly asked, Brother Dark Addiction, did you succeed? Dark Addiction's expression was extremely unsightly. Martial spirit king, is there something wrong with you? Huh? Is there something wrong with your head? The martial spirit king was stunned. Brother Dark Addiction, what do you mean? Dark Addiction said angrily, what do I mean? Didn't you tell me that the young man is only a cultivator of the seamless path? Not a destiny realm expert at all? The martial spirit king said, yes. He's only a cultivator of the seamless path, not a destiny realm expert at all. What's wrong? Did something go wrong? Dark Addiction was furious. Something went wrong? I almost didn't make it back. The martial spirit king said in a low voice, Brother Dark Addiction, were you discovered by Musen and Old Man Profundity? Dark Addiction said coldly, they didn't notice me. The martial spirit king was slightly puzzled. Then? Dark Addiction said angrily, then my ass. As soon as I entered the pavilion, that young man noticed me before my feet even touched the ground. You actually said he's not a destiny realm expert? Martial spirit king, there's no enmity between us, so why are you trying to harm me? Fortunately, that senior didn't intend to kill me. Otherwise, I would have fucking died there. The martial spirit king and Xianxia were dumbfounded. P.S. When will you become famous after writing for 5 years? King Martial Spirit spoke in a low voice. Brother Dark Addiction, you said that Xian noticed you? Dark Addiction spoke in a low voice. Do you think I'm lying to you? King Martial Spirit and Xianxia exchanged glances, and there was a wisp of shock in their eyes. Xianxia spoke in a low voice. I told you that fellow isn't simple. King Martial Spirit was about to speak, but Dark Addiction suddenly turned around. Who is it? The three of them turned around and saw a man walking over slowly from not too far away. It was Xian. Their expressions were quite unsightly when they saw Xian. It was especially so for Dark Addiction. Not only was his expression unsightly, there was even a wisp of fear in his eyes. Xian gazed at Dark Addiction and smiled. Is there enmity between you and King Martial Spirit and Miss Xianxia? Dark Addiction fell silent. Meanwhile, King Martial Spirit spoke abruptly. Xian, you're not a Destiny Realm expert at all. Xian roared with laughter. Destiny Realm? King Martial Spirit, what a joke. As he spoke, he suddenly said, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed. Hiss, the space here was instantly torn apart. King Martial Spirit's expression instantly changed drastically, and he charged forward and slammed his fist forward. A powerful force erupted from his fist like a volcano, and it instantly caused the entire city to seethe. The expressions of all the experts within the city changed drastically, and they raised their heads to look up into the clouds. Bang! High above in the clouds, an expanse of sword light suddenly exploded, and then a middle-aged man retreated repeatedly. It was King Martial Spirit. As soon as King Martial Spirit stopped, his body instantly transformed into nothingness, and only his soul remained. It wasn't Xian who attacked, but Su Wang who detained the origin spirit realm. King Martial Spirit gazed at Su Wang with disbelief. You've actually attained the origin spirit realm, and your combat strength is actually so terrifying. Dark Addiction and Xianxia's expressions were extremely unsightly as well. Both of them hadn't expected Su Wang's strength to be so terrifying. He shattered King Martial Spirit's body with a single strike of his sword. Meanwhile, Su Wang glanced coldly at King Martial Spirit who only had his soul left. How dare trash like you scheme against my master? Master? King Martial Spirit narrowed his eyes. Who is your master? In the distance, Xian smiled and said, Who do you think it is? King Martial Spirit's pupils suddenly constricted. You're just a seamless Dao. How can you be her master? Seamless Dao? Xian laughed. Martial Spirit King, you are really too funny. King Martial Spirit said angrily, Xian, stop pretending. If you have the ability, then do it yourself. Come, do it. You think you're worthy? At this moment, a voice came from the side. Everyone heard the voice and looked over. Not far away, Musen and Old Man Profound Secrets were slowly walking over. Old Man Profound Secrets looked coldly at King Martial Numinous. An ant like you is worthy of a senior? King Martial Spirit stared at Old Man Profound Secrets. Old Man Profound Secrets, you have lived for millions of years. Is your intelligence so low? This guy is just using the seamless Dao. Can't you tell? Old Man Profound Secrets said angrily, shut up. King Martial Spirit, you're a veteran essence soul realm powerhouse at any rate. Why is your intelligence so low? King Martial Spirit said angrily, we will know if he's at the destiny knowing realm the moment he makes a move. Get him to make a move. Old Man Profound Secrets said angrily, how can an ant like you be worthy of a senior? Do you know that when we entered the ancient ruins, a senior instantly killed a destiny knowing realm expert with a single sword strike? We saw it with our own eyes, so how can it be fake? King Martial Spirit was stunned, and then he said, absolutely impossible. This Xian is just a human from a low-level civilization. It's impossible for him to be at the destiny-knowing realm. He's just an ant. Old Man Profound Secrets shook his head and looked at King Martial Spirit with a trace of pity in his eyes. This child is too stupid, there's no saving him. At this moment, Xian smiled and said, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Wang suddenly vanished on the spot. King Martial Spirit's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Miss Xianxia, save me. Xianxia didn't stop Xu Wang, and she charged towards Xian instead. She was very clearly aware that so long as everyone found out that Xian was a fake destiny-knowing realm expert, then Xian would be finished. Xian smiled as he gazed at Xianxia, and he had no intention to attack. Meanwhile, Musen obstructed Xian's path while a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. Are you even worthy of attacking a senior? As he spoke, he charged forward. Bang! Xianxia was forced to a stop by a powerful force. Xianxia was about to attack again when she seemed to have noticed something, and she suddenly turned around. A ray of light flashed from afar, and then the green profound sword pierced directly into the center of King Martial Spirit's forehead. After that, it started to madly absorb King Martial Spirit's soul. It was gone. The expressions of all the nascent soul realm experts in the surroundings turned slightly solemn when they witnessed this scene. After all of them were at the nascent soul realm, and their strengths were on par with King Martial Spirit. However, Xu Wang had been able to kill King Martial Spirit with 2 strikes of the sword. What did this mean? It meant that Xu Wang could kill them with 2 strikes of the sword as well. Musen and Old Man Profundity exchanged glances. Since Xu Wang became Xian's follower, his strength has grown at a terrifying rate. On the other side, Dark Addiction glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished without a trace. Flee first, Xian glanced at Dark Addiction, but he didn't stop him. Of course, he couldn't stop him as well. Xian gazed at Xianxia and smiled. Miss Xianxia, we've known each other for a long time, and I didn't intend to kill all of you. However, you've repeatedly challenged my patience, and I can't tolerate it any longer." As he spoke, he gazed at Xu Wang understood his intentions, and he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Hiss, the space here was instantly torn apart. Xianxia's expression instantly changed drastically. She suddenly pressed her palms together, and then she pressed them forward lightly. In an instant, countless strands of space suddenly condensed into a spatial wall. At this moment, the space where Xianxia resided was instantly impregnable. However, as soon as Xu Wang's attack arrived, the impregnable spatial wall was easily torn apart like tofu. Hiss, a strand of light pierced through the center of Xianxia's forehead. At the instant that it vanished, Xu Wang had appeared behind Xianxia. However, the green profound sword was still there. Instant kill, a deathly silence filled the surroundings. Mu Sen and Old Man Profundity's gazes had been constantly fixed on the green profound sword. At this moment, they'd noticed that it wasn't that Xu Wang's combat strength was too abnormal, it was the sword itself that was too abnormal. The sword's boost to Xu Wang's battle prowess was just too high. Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian with slight disbelief. "You." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "If I die, then so be it. Be more straightforward. Don't waste your breath. Have a safe journey." As soon as he finished speaking, he issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword completely absorbed Xianxia's soul. Yi Xian smiled. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Old Man Profundity spoke in a low voice. "Senior, the wilderness god and Zhao Shanxiao are on the other side. Should we?" Yi Xian glanced to the right and smiled. "I'm someone who doesn't offend me, so I won't be annoyed. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the distance. Mu Sen, who stood by Old Man Profundity's side, suddenly smiled. "It's said that experts are capricious and have strange tempers. However, I feel that not only is Senior not capricious, but he's also willing to reason with others. Most importantly, he's approachable and easy to get along with." Old Man Profundity nodded and smiled. "Senior is indeed approachable and has a warm personality. It's our fortune to have met Senior." Mu Sen shook his head and smiled. "Miss Xu Wang is the greatest fortune." Old Man Profundity shook his head and smiled as well. Indeed, Old Man Profundity shook his head and smiled bitterly as well. Actually, the one who benefited the most was Xu Wang. This woman was absolutely invincible amongst those of the same realm of cultivation. Moments later, the two of them left. After the two of them left, Zhao Shanxiao withdrew his gaze from the clouds and sighed softly. "I tried to persuade King Martial Spirit, but he just couldn't accept it. This unwillingness caused his millions of years of bitter cultivation to turn into nothingness." Next to him, Wilderness God smiled. "Greed." Zhao Shanxiao looked into the distance with a complicated expression. "Wilderness God, do you think that young Master Yi is at the destiny-knowing state?" Wilderness God shook his head. "It's no longer important." Zhao Shanxiao smiled. "I think it's quite important." "How should I put it?" "Think about it, if he really isn't at the destiny-knowing state, then why are Mu Sen and the others so loyal to him? Are they all idiots? Obviously not. Also, did you see that Xu Wang woman? She was only at the life god realm at the beginning, but she reached the primordial spirit realm not long after she followed Yi Xian. Most importantly, her combat strength has reached such a level. Do you think that's normal?" Wilderness God fell silent. Zhao Shanxiao said, "There's something else. Didn't you notice? Mu Sen and the others are becoming more and more respectful to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian isn't at the destiny-knowing state, why would they be so respectful to him?" Wilderness God frowned. "You mean that Yi Xian is really at the destiny-knowing state?" Zhao Shanxiao said, "I can't be sure. But what I can be sure of is that even if Yi Xian isn't at the destiny-knowing state, he's definitely not an ordinary person." The Wilderness God glanced at Zhao Shanxiao, a little speechless. "Isn't that obvious? That guy is dressed in divine equipment. Even if he isn't at the destiny-knowing state, there must be a destiny-knowing state big shot behind him." At this point, he didn't say anything else. Zhao Shanxiao smiled. "Destiny-knowing state." Then, he looked into the distance with a complicated expression and said softly, "Do you think they'll get Yi Xian's help to break through the primordial spirit realm and reach the destiny-knowing state?" Wilderness God's expression changed when he heard that. Zhao Xianxia said in a deep voice, it's not impossible. Wilderness God looked into the distance. Should we go and rely on him as well? Zhao Xianxia said nothing. After Yi Xian returned to the auction house, he continued to watch the auction. By then, he had already earned more than 500,000 heaven crystals, and the divine items were not even half sold. The lifetime collection of a destiny-knowing state super expert was naturally not an ordinary amount. Inside the pavilion, Xu Wang stood behind Yi Xian, holding the green profound sword in her hand. She was now Yi Xian's super bodyguard. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the auction house below. The Zhao family wants all the divine items in today's auction. Everyone, please give my Zhao family some face. If it's what I want, don't bid. Young Master Zhao. Within the pavilion, Yi Xian frowned. Where did this young master come from? Meanwhile, Old Man Profound walked in and bowed slightly. Senior, someone from the Zhao clan has arrived. Yi Xian asked. The Zhao clan? Old Man Profound spoke in a low voice, a clan that doesn't belong to the extreme heaven dimension, and a life-knowing realm expert once appeared in their clan. A life-knowing realm expert, Yi Xian smiled, interesting. Old Man Profound's face was slightly gloomy. This young Master Zhao might be up to something. Yi Xian smiled, I'll go meet him. Old Man Profound hesitated for a moment and said, how could I ask Senior to make an appearance for such a small matter? You. Yi Xian shook his head, it's fine for me to get involved in some karma, but it's disadvantageous for all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the door. Old Man Profound was rather moved, and he didn't think too much about it before hurriedly following Xianxia out. Within the auction hall, Yi Xian walked over to young Master Zhao, and there was an old man behind him. The old man's aura was deep, and he was a soul essence realm expert. Yi Xian gazed at young Master Zhao and smiled, Young Master Zhao, are you here to bid for a divine object? Young Master Zhao sized up Yi Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, who are you? Yi Xian smiled, I'm here to bid for a divine object as well. As he spoke, he turned to look at Old Man Profound, let's begin. Old Man Profound glanced at young Master Zhao, and then he turned to look at an old man in the distance, let's begin. The old man nodded, and then he walked up to the auction platform. He withdrew a piece of black armor and said, everyone, this armor is called the Celestial Armor. It's extremely hard, and it can withstand a few dozen attacks from a soul essence realm expert without being damaged. The starting bid is 50,000 celestial crystals, 50,000 celestial crystals. Many people in the hall were slightly tempted when they heard this, but no one dared to make a bid. They just looked at young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao suddenly smiled, 50,000. Yi Xian immediately said, 100,000. Hearing this, young Master Zhao looked at Yi Xian and smiled, you are not giving me any face. Yi Xian blinked, fair auction, fair auction. Young Master Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. Fair auction? Yi Xian smiled and said, is there a problem? Young Master Zhao laughed, no problem. What's wrong with a dead person? As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed old man behind him suddenly grabbed Yi Xian with one hand. A powerful force was about to tear Yi Xian apart. However, someone was faster than him. Xu Wang suddenly disappeared from where he stood. A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield, boom, the black-robed old man was pushed out of the hall, and at the instant he stopped moving, a sword pierced through the center of his forehead, instant kill. Seeing this scene, young Master Zhao was instantly dumbfounded, and he was completely stunned. The green profound sword completely absorbed the black-robed old man's soul. At the same time, Xu Wang suddenly appeared behind young Master Zhao, and a sword was pressed against the back of his neck. Yi Xian looked at young Master Zhao and smiled, now, you can inform your family members to come. Remember, ask them to bring more heaven-grade crystals. Young Master Zhao said angrily, are you trying to rob me? Xu Wang suddenly slashed down with his sword. Young Master Zhao's right arm was chopped off, and blood splattered. Young Master Zhao was shocked, and he hurriedly said, yes, we can talk this out. I'll ask my father. Yi Xian smiled, then you better hurry up. Young Master Zhao hurriedly said, all right. As he spoke, he took out a voice transmission talisman and crushed it. It didn't take long before a powerful aura appeared, and then an old man appeared before everyone. Seeing this person, young Master Zhao hurriedly said, "Father, save me." Old Man Profundity who stood by Yi Xian's side spoke solemnly, "That's the patriarch of the Zhao clan, Zhao Qing." Zhao Qing paid no attention to young Master Zhao, and he gazed at Yi Xian instead. "May I know how my Zhao clan has offended you?" Yi Xian chuckled, "You can ask your son." Zhao Qing turned around to look at young Master Zhao when he heard this. Young Master Zhao hurriedly said, "Father, they bullied me. I didn't do anything." Zhao Qing's face was livid. "Shut up." He knew what sort of person his son was. Zhao Qing gazed at Yi Xian, "It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. Please show mercy." Yi Xian chuckled, and then he said, "Shi Wang, let young Master Zhao go." Shi Wang nodded, and then he sheathed his sword and returned to stand behind Yi Xian. Zhao Qing cupped his fists, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled, "Let's go." Meanwhile, young Master Zhao suddenly ridiculed, "Weren't you very capable just now? What, are you afraid now that my father is here?" Zhao Qing suddenly slapped young Master Zhao across the face. Smack, a crisp sound of a slap rang out. Young Master Zhao was sent flying. Zhao Qing looked at Yi Xian, cupped his fists, and said, "Excuse me." With that, he disappeared with young Master Zhao. Yi Xian looked into the distance, smiled, and then turned to Old Man Profound, "Let's continue." Old Man Profound nodded, "Yes." The auction continued. Yi Xian took Shi Wang with him and left the place. Outside, high in the clouds, Zhao Qing looked down at Heaven's Fate City, silent. Beside him was young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao asked in a low voice, "Father, can you see through that youth?" Zhao Qing shook his head. Young Master Zhao's expression was solemn. "I wanted to provoke him into making a move, but he didn't. There are only two explanations. 1, he's really in the fate-aware state, and he doesn't want to make a move. 2, he's not in the fate-aware state, and he's been faking it all along." Zhao Qing was silent. Young Master Zhao said in a low voice, "Father, he has an ancient relic treasure on him. We've coveted the relic for so long, but it ended up in his hands." Zhao Qing shook his head, "That's why we have to be cautious. The relic is not ordinary, especially that space-time formation, and this person can actually break it." As he spoke, he shook his head again, "This person is not simple." Young Master Zhao said in a low voice, "Father, those treasures are secondary. The most important thing is the supreme-grade crystal mine. According to our estimations, there are at least 3 supreme-grade crystal mines, and those mines contain at least hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade sky-grade crystals. Apart from that, there might be countless ancient manuals and treasures." Supreme-grade crystal mine. Zhao Qing's face was dark. This was what he wanted the most. A supreme-grade crystal mine was enough to change the fate of a family. Young Master Zhao said again, "He only has 3 primordial spirit realm experts by his side." Zhao Qing said, "What if he's really in the fate-aware state?" Young Master Zhao shook his head, "Impossible. If he's really in the fate-aware state, he would have killed me when I provoked him, not let me go. Not only would he not let me go, he would also not let the Zhao family off. But he chose not to do so, which means he's wary of us and wants to minimize the problem." Zhao Qing fell silent. Young Master Zhao said, "I've already investigated. From the moment he entered Heaven's Fate City, he hasn't made a move. Of course, even if he's not in the fate-aware state, he's definitely not an ordinary person." As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Qing, "Father, are you willing to make a bet?" Zhao Qing slowly closed his eyes. Young Master Zhao glanced at Zhao Qing, not saying a word. After a long time, Zhao Qing opened his eyes. "This fat piece of meat is not something the Zhao family can swallow. Come, let's go contact the Wang family." With that, he left with young Master Zhao. Not long after the two left, a shadow appeared on the scene. It was Dark Addiction. After a moment of silence, Dark Addiction turned and left. Not long after, Dark Addiction appeared in the small loft where Yi Xian was. Dark Addiction bowed slightly, "Senior, it's as you expected. The Zhao family really has a plan." As he spoke, he repeated the conversation between the father and son of the Zhao family. Yi Xian smiled, not saying a word. Dark Addiction glanced at Yi Xian, "Senior, are you going to annihilate the Zhao family?" Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Dark Addiction, how many heaven-grade crystals can you earn from a job?" Dark Addiction said in a low voice, it depends on the target. If it's an assassin of the primordial soul realm, it'll be around 10,000. Yixian smiled, then do you know how many supreme-grade heaven-grade crystals are needed to advance from the primordial soul realm to the fate-aware state? Dark Addiction shook his head, I don't know. Yixian looked at Dark Addiction, at least 2 million supreme-grade heaven-grade crystals. 2 million, hearing that, Dark Addiction and Shuang were stunned. After a while, Dark Addiction smiled bitterly, no wonder there are so few fate-aware state cultivators in the world. 2 million heaven-grade crystals. I'm afraid the entire Heaven's Fate City doesn't have that many. Shuang's expression also turned gloomy. 2 million supreme-grade heaven-grade crystals. Not to mention supreme-grade heaven-grade crystals, even ordinary heaven-grade crystals would make her despair. As for supreme-grade heaven-grade crystals, she didn't dare to think about it anymore. Yixian smiled, under normal circumstances, it's impossible for you to reach the fate-aware state. However, there are many abnormal situations in this world. Hearing that, Dark Addiction quickly said, Senior, what do you mean? Yixian smiled, I have a plan. Listen to it. Dark Addiction quickly said, okay. Yixian smiled, the fastest way to earn money isn't to earn money. It's to borrow. Borrow. Dark Addiction and Shuang were confused. Yixian looked at Dark Addiction, if you trust me, follow me from now on. I guarantee you that you will reach the fate-aware state in 100 years. Dark Addiction was stunned. Then, he quickly bowed, from now on, I, Dark Addiction, will follow your orders. Yixian smiled, help me to keep an eye on them. Inform me immediately if they do anything. Remember, don't let them discover you. Then, he paused and said, the game has to be played slowly for it to be interesting. Dark Addiction nodded, I understand. Having said that, he disappeared quietly. After Dark Addiction left, Shuang asked, Master, do I really need that many heaven-grade crystals to reach the fate-aware state? Yixian nodded, maybe even more. Dark Addiction's expression turned gloomy. Yixian smiled, don't worry. Just follow me. I'll find a way to help you reach the fate-aware state. Shuang looked at Yixian, Master, why are you so nice to me? Yixian was stunned. Then, he smiled, you're my disciple. If I don't treat you well, who will? Haha. Shuang looked at Yixian, lowered his head slightly, and said nothing. P.S. Yesterday, I went back from my hometown and spent the whole day on the bus. I slept until now. Update late. Sorry. After the auction ended, Yixian obtained a total of 1,500,000 heavenly supreme crystals. That was only 500,000 supreme-grade heavenly supreme crystals. What troubled him the most was that Sister Shui had already used up more than 1 million supreme-grade heavenly supreme crystals. Judging from the current situation, it might not be enough. Yixian gave all the heavenly supreme crystals he obtained from the auction to Sister Shui. Now, he only had tens of thousands of supreme-grade heavenly supreme crystals with him. Of course, Yixian did not spend all his time acting tough. He was also cultivating. His current goal was to reach the Fate Matrix realm. This was not difficult for him. All he needed was some time. 3 days later. 30 years had passed in Xiaota's body. Now, Yixian had reached the Fate Matrix realm. On the huge rock, Yixian took a deep breath greedily. Although he was only at the Fate Matrix realm, he could definitely fight an Essence Soul realm expert. After all, he had the green profound sword and the mysterious spacetime. A moment later, Yixian arrived at Sister Shui's cultivation place. At this moment, Xianxia showed no signs of breaking through. Yixian's face darkened when he saw this. Because Sister Shui had less than 200,000 heavenly supreme crystals left, it was still not enough. Yixian fell silent for a moment before he turned around and left. He had to find a way to get some heavenly supreme crystals for Sister Shui. Damn it. Once Sister Shui reached the fate-knowing realm, he would be able to rise. Sister Shui was not as heartless as his father. A moment later, Yixian left Xiaota. As soon as he left Xiaota, Dark Addiction appeared in front of him. Dark Addiction said solemnly, Senior, the Zhao family has joined forces with the Wang family to kill you. Yixian frowned slightly. The Wang family? Dark Addiction nodded. The Zhao family and the Wang family are both major families. They once produced life-knowing realm experts. They are very powerful. Yi Xian smiled. How are they going to kill me? Dark Addiction said solemnly, I don't know. All I know is that they have gathered almost 28 Essence Soul Realm experts. 28, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, when did Primordial Soul Realm experts become so worthless? Was there something wrong with him? How could he continue to act tough like this? Dark Addiction continued, it's clear that they don't want to underestimate you, but they probably don't know that you're really at the fate-aware realm. Not to mention 28 Primordial Soul Realm experts, even 280 Primordial Soul Realm experts are ants. Yi Xian was speechless. Dark Addiction said, Senior, they might make a move in the next few days. Yi Xian smiled and said, why are they able to gather so many Primordial Soul Realm experts? Dark Addiction said, Foundation. Such a large family clan usually has a deep heritage. It's normal for them to have more than 10 Essence Soul Realm experts. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Dark Addiction asked in a deep voice, what does Senior plan to do next? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. What else can I do? Destroy them, of course. Dark Addiction nodded. If Senior makes a move, you can destroy these two clans with a flip of your hand. Yi Xian shook his head. I won't make a move. Dark Addiction was shocked. Why? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. These ants are not worthy for me to make a move. Dark Addiction hesitated for a moment and said, that's true. However, if Senior doesn't make a move, and they come for you, Senior, Yi Xian smiled and said, just listen to my orders. Dark Addiction quickly said, yes, Senior. With that, he quietly disappeared and hid himself. After Dark Addiction left, Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Damn it, 28 Primordial Soul Realm experts, they thought too highly of him, Su Wang and the others were definitely no match for them. Moreover, he had to make a move. If he did not make a move, Su Wang and the others would definitely not be able to defeat them. Headache. The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more headache he felt. He actually wanted to sneak back to find Aunt Ding. Aunt Ding had a sword light in her hand. Who was she afraid of? But the problem was that it was too late for him to sneak away now. They would definitely not allow him to return to the women's academy. Yi Xian quickly looked at Xianxia. Her aura was still as calm as still water, and there was no sign of a breakthrough. Yi Xian's headache intensified when he saw that. I can only rely on myself. Suddenly, a woman walked into the room. Su Wang turned to look at her, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The green profound sword in his hand trembled, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, let her come here. It was Xiongho. Xiongho walked over to Yi Xian, glanced at Su Wang, and then looked at Yi Xian with a smile, let's have a chat. Yi Xian nodded. Su Wang, go help old man Xuanji. Su Wang bowed slightly and retreated. Xiongho looked at Yi Xian. The Zhao and Wang families have gathered 32 Essence Soul Realm experts. Not only that, but they've also hired some Essence Soul Realm mercenaries from other places. A conservative estimate is that there are at least 50 Essence Soul Realm experts. 50, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Have they gone mad? 50? Xiongho licked her candied fruit and said, who's to blame? You blame yourself. You put on too much of a show. They don't dare to underestimate you. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiongho continued. For now, I think you're finished. Because they won't allow you to rush back to the women's academy. Even if you rush back, Miss Ding's sword light might not be enough. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian with a spurious smile. After putting on an act for so long, you're finally finished. Yi Xian was expressionless. You seem to be gloating. Xiongho giggled. It feels good, haha. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiongho asked again, what did you get from the ancient relic? Yi Xian smiled. A few supreme-grade mineral veins. Xiongho said in a low voice, no wonder they paid such a high price to target you. A few supreme-grade mineral veins could allow them to cultivate another life-knowing state expert. They'll definitely fight for it. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. What's your next plan? Yi Xian was silent. Plan, he wanted to surrender now, Xiongho continued. You can't run now. If you run, they won't have any scruples. Right now, they're still wary of you. Yixian smiled. Then what do you think I should do? Xionghe looked at Yixian. Call for help. Yixian smiled. Call for who? Xionghe looked straight at Yixian. Call for the people behind you. The people behind him. Yixian shook his head with a smile. He wanted to call for help, but he couldn't sense Qing. He didn't want to call for Qing himself either. If he troubled Qing for everything, wouldn't that make him look like a second-generation heir? Of course, if others went to look for Qing it would have nothing to do with him. As for his father, he'd already forgotten about him. Xionghe said, you have no other choice but to call for help. She rose and left. In the hall, Yixian was silent. After a long time, he shook his head with a smile. What had he not seen before? Wasn't it just 50 or so primordial spirits? Inside the hall, Yixian was silent. Somewhere high in the clouds, Zhao Qing found Zhao Xianxia and the god of wilderness. Zhao Qing smiled. Are you two interested in joining us? Zhao Xianxia smiled. Lord Zhao, that's a life-knowing state expert. Zhao Qing shook his head. Don't you two have any idea whether he's a life-knowing state expert or not? Zhao Xianxia smiled, but said nothing. Zhao Qing wanted to say something else, but the god of wilderness suddenly laughed. You two chat. With that, he turned and left. Zhao Qing glanced at the god of wilderness, then at Zhao Xianxia. Zhao Xianxia smiled. Lord Zhao, I won't be participating in this. Farewell. With that, he too turned and disappeared into the horizon. Zhao Qing was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Gutless. With that, he turned and left. On the other side, the god of wilderness murmured, they're going to make a move on Yixian. Zhao Xianxia said in a low voice. Clearly, they think Yixian isn't a life-knowing state expert. The god of wilderness smiled. What do you think? Zhao Xianxia shook his head. Again, whether he's a life-knowing state expert or not, he's no ordinary person. This Zhao Qing is only looking for the two of us to be cannon fodder. The god of wilderness smiled. Who do you think will win? After a moment of silence, Zhao Xianxia said, if Yixian isn't a life-knowing state expert, then he's finished. The god of wilderness said, he's not a life-knowing state expert. Zhao Xianxia smiled. Why do you say so? The god of wilderness said softly, if he really was a life-knowing state expert, he would have wiped out the Zhao and Wang families with a single slap. Zhao Xianxia smiled. Indeed. The god of wilderness smiled. Let's wait and see. Inside the loft, Yixian got up and left. As soon as he stepped out of the pavilion, Old Man Profound Ji appeared beside Yixian. Old Man Profound Ji said in a deep voice, Senior, there are many unknown and mysterious auras around Heaven's Terminus City. I just went to investigate, and they are all primordial spirit realm experts. Some of them are from the Zhao clan, the Zhao family. Yixian looked back. Not far away, Dark Addiction showed up quietly. Dark Addiction said, Senior, there are at least 40 primordial spirit experts gathered outside. Not only that, but there are also some assassins lurking in the shadows. They've been spying on us all this time. Musen also appeared. Musen looked at the distant horizon and frowned. Have they gone mad? How dare they covet Senior's wealth? Old Man Profound sneered. They dare do this because they think Senior isn't a life-knowing state expert. A bunch of ignorant fools. Musen looked at Yixian. Senior, do you have other plans for them? Yixian smiled but said nothing. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men appeared in the sky. One of them was Zhao Qing, and the other was the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Xiao. Zhao Qing looked at Yixian and smiled. Young Master Yi, we've investigated your background. Yixian said with a smile, my background? Zhao Qing stared at Yixian. You're not a life-knowing state expert. As he spoke, he flicked his finger and several scrolls landed in front of Musen, Old Man Profound, Mu Jianghe, and Shi Wang. Zhao Qing smiled. Everyone, this is young Master Ye's information. Take a look and you'll know if I'm telling the truth. Musen and the others looked at each other but didn't make a move. At this moment, Shi Wang suddenly grabbed the scroll in front of him and exerted force. The scroll turned to ashes. Mu Sen and Old Man Profundity exchanged glances, and then they destroyed the scrolls in front of them. Mu Jiang had destroyed the scrolls as well. Zhao Qing shook his head and smiled when he witnessed this scene. Young Master Yi, you're really amazing. You actually made these nascent soul realm experts be so loyal to you. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Both of you can leave. Old Man Profundity and Mu Sen smiled bitterly when they heard Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at them, and then he smiled. Both of you should be aware of my true strength, right? Mu Sen nodded. To be honest, we've investigated young Master Yi. Moreover, there are many things about young Master Yi that can't stand up to scrutiny. For example, young Master Yi never takes the initiative to attack, and he's always scaring others. Yi Xian roared with laughter. Both of you can leave. Both of them glanced at each other and were slightly hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. Staying here would just be like dying for nothing. Go. After all, both of you don't owe me anything. Mu Sen remained silent for a moment, and then he bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The reason he'd stayed earlier was mainly because he wanted to see if Yi Xian had any trump cards. But now it seemed like Yi Xian didn't have any, the gap in their strengths was too huge, and he didn't want to take the gamble. After Mu Sen left, Old Man Profundity cupped his fists. Young Master Yi, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished as well. Yi Xian gazed at Mu Jianghe. Mu Jianghe hesitated for a long time, and then he glanced at the 50-plus nascent soul realm experts in the sky. In the end, he sighed softly. Take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Actually, he slightly wanted to stay because Yi Xian had really killed his previous master. However, he knew that Yi Xian wasn't at the life-knower realm, staying was equivalent to taking a huge gamble, and he didn't want to gamble with his life. After Mu Jianghe left, Yi Xian looked at Xu Wang in front of him and said, You should leave too. Xu Wang shook his head. I'll accompany you. Yi Xian laughed and said, You will die. Xu Wang shook his head again. I'll go with you. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not a fate knower. Xu Wang looked straight at Yi Xian. I know. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Why did you still stay here? Xu Wang looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, Let's go. This is my own problem, I will face it myself. However, Xu Wang still did not say anything. He refused to leave. Yi Xian had a headache. There's no point in you staying here. Do you understand? Xu Wang just stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian still wanted to say something. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing laughed and said, Since she refuses to leave, then she can accompany young Master Yi in death. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure suddenly swept down from the sky. Meanwhile, Xu Wang suddenly shot into the sky with the green profound sword in hand. The howl of a sword shook the sky. The moment Xu Wang made his move, 6 afterimages suddenly appeared around him in a strange manner. Bang, the sword light shattered, and Xu Wang was blasted back over 3 kilometers. As soon as she stopped, a few afterimages arrived silently. A ferocious look flashed through Xu Wang's eyes, and she slashed down with her sword. Bang, one of the afterimages was blasted away. She was just about to attack again to deal a fatal blow when another afterimage arrived. Xu Wang roared in rage and swept her sword horizontally. Bang, a wave of sword light shook the surroundings, and the afterimages were blasted back. Zhao Qing's face fell when he saw this. Wang Xiao, who stood by his side, said solemnly, The sword in that woman's hand. As he spoke, a wisp of greed flashed through his eyes. How could they not realize that one of the main reasons why Xu Wang's combat strength was so terrifying was because of that sword? It was a super divine weapon. Although Xu Wang was holding the green profound sword, she was only one person while there were 6 of them. Moreover, they had no intention of killing her, and they were only trying to keep her busy. Of course, they couldn't kill her as well. Xu Wang's combat strength was too terrifying when she held the green profound sword. Although it was 1 against 6, Xu Wang was still able to suppress them. However, she was being kept busy as well. Yi Xian glanced at Xu Wang and shook his head with a sigh, Silly girl. He really hadn't expected that Xuang would risk her life for him after finding out that he wasn't at the destiny-knowing state. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing suddenly smiled. Young Master Yi, if you hand over the Heaven Supreme crystals, I can let you die with dignity. Yi Xian smiled. The Heaven Supreme crystals are in my body. You can take them yourself. Zhao Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Young Master Yi, are you still trying to frighten me at a time like this? Yi Xian shook his head and chuckled. You really talk a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Zhao Qing's eyes, and then he took a step forward and smashed his fist down. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly swung his sword. It wasn't the green profound sword, but he'd utilized the spatial pressure of that mysterious expanse of space. Bang! Everyone watched as Zhao Qing was actually blasted 3 kilometers away by Yi Xian's attack. Moreover, the expanse of space where Yi Xian's attack descended had actually been obliterated. Even the 11th layer of space had been obliterated. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian wasn't at the destiny-knowing state, but this fellow was even more terrifying than a destiny-knowing state cultivator. He'd repulsed a nascent soul realm cultivator at the destiny-knowing state. Mu Sen and the old man Profound Secrets exchanged glances in the shadows, and there was a wisp of shock in both their eyes. They hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would actually be such a monstrous genius. A destiny realm cultivator actually possessed such terrifying strength. It was too terrifying. On the other side, Xiongho, who was licking her Tonghulu, had stopped as well, and her eyes were filled with disbelief as she gazed at Yi Xian. She hadn't imagined that Yi Xian's strength would have actually arrived at such a level. Isn't the growth of this fellow's strength a little too abnormal? Zhao Qing, who stood before Yi Xian, was slightly stunned as well. He hadn't expected that Yi Xian's attack would heavily injure him. Yes, it was a heavy injury. That attack from Yi Xian had heavily injured him and even almost destroyed his body. Even though he'd been careless, Yi Xian was only at the destiny realm, a monstrous genius. Zhao Qing stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You're truly a monstrous genius. Yi Xian shook his head and chuckled. It was a pity that his previous attack lacked a bit of power. Otherwise, it would have been enough to instantly kill Zhao Qing. This also made him understand that with his current strength, he no longer had to fear a primordial spirit expert. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid of one, but he would be at his wits' end if there were dozens of them. Beside Zhao Qing, Wang Xiao said in a low voice, Brother Zhao Qing, this fellow's background isn't ordinary. Viciousness flashed in Zhao Qing's eyes. So what if he's not ordinary? We have no way out now, so we must kill him. Wang Xiao nodded. He looked at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Patriarch Zhao, let's have a duel. A duel? Zhao Qing looked at Yi Xian with an incomparably savage expression. Yi Xian, why should I have a duel with you? Yi Xian smiled. I'm only in the Fate Matrix realm, but you're already in the primordial spirit realm. What, are you afraid? Zhao Qing stared at Yi Xian without a word. Yi Xian continued, Patriarch Zhao, what is the greatest taboo for a cultivator? Fear is the greatest taboo. If you don't even dare to accept my challenge as a Fate Matrix realm cultivator, what's the point of cultivating? As for the Fate Matrix realm, there's no need for you to cultivate. Anyone who has reached the life-knowing realm has always been fearless, but people like you. He shook his head with a smile and didn't say anything else. Zhao Qing glared venomously at Yi Xian. You're trying to ruin my Dao heart. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Ruin your Dao heart? Patriarch Zhao, if your Dao heart is strong, why do you need me to ruin it? Your Dao heart is ruined because it's not strong enough. Why is your Dao heart not strong enough? That's because you're afraid. Zhao Qing snarled, Yi Xian. He was about to attack when Wang Xiao stopped him. He looked at Zhao Qing and said, Brother Zhao Qing, if you really attack, you'll be falling into this guy's trap. Zhao Qing fell silent and his expression gradually returned to normal. Wang Xiao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, your strength is nothing but your eloquence is impressive. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. If you don't dare to fight me one-on-one, then forget it. As he spoke, he sensed Xianxia in his body. She was still cultivating and showed no signs of a breakthrough. Moreover, she only had about 100,000 extreme heaven crystals left. Yi Xian sighed in his heart, Sister Shui is unreliable. Suddenly, Yang Nianxua's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Dad, we don't have enough extreme heaven crystals. Hurry up and get some for me. Yi Xian's expression froze. Sister, I'm being surrounded by dozens of primordial spirit realm cultivators. Can you come out and help me fight? Xianxia did not respond. Yi Xian asked again, did Dad give you anything that can save your life? Lend it to me first. I'll return it to you when I'm done. Xianxia still did not respond. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, Sister, say something. I'm at my wit's end. Still no response, Yi Xian's expression froze. Suddenly, Wang Xiao looked at Zhao Qing and asked, are there any experts approaching? Zhao Qing closed his eyes slowly. After a while, he shook his head. My men said there are no experts nearby. Wang Xiao nodded. In fact, they were afraid that Yi Xian would have reinforcements. Therefore, they had left some experts to keep an eye on the surroundings because they were afraid that Yi Xian would have reinforcements. Zhao Qing looked at Yi Xian in the distance, his expression cold. Kill. The experts behind him were about to swarm Zhao Qing. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw this. He hurriedly said, Zhao Qing, fight me one-on-one if you can. Zhao Qing grinned. One-on-one? I have the advantage in numbers. Why should I fight you one-on-one? He waved his hand. Attack. Almost 40 strong primordial spirit realm cultivators behind him dashed toward Yi Xian as soon as he finished speaking. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, they're ganging up on me, how immoral. Just as Yi Xian was about to activate his bloodline power and fight to the death, a powerful aura suddenly swept over from the starry sky. The sudden turn of events caused everyone's expression to change. They looked up and saw the starry sky suddenly split open. Almost 10,000 people charged out, and the people leading them were life knowers. There were 6 life knowers. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why were there so many life knowers? Behind these 6, the 10,000 people were all peak primordial spirit realm experts. In the starry sky, the middle-aged man who led the group was shocked when he saw Yi Xian. In the next moment, he and the 10,000 experts behind him appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man said in a trembling voice, Yi. Greetings, young Master Yi. As he said that, he bowed deeply. Behind him, everyone knelt down on one knee in unison. Everyone was petrified. P.S. I had my wisdom tooth pulled yesterday. I'm about to break down. Do you have any friends who have had their teeth pulled? Some readers told me that after a tooth is pulled, you can drip a drop of balm on it to make it more comfortable. Is that true? Needless to say, everyone in the surroundings was stunned at this moment. 6 destiny knowers, 10,000 primordial spirits. Where did all these experts come from? Yi Xian was also a little confused. Who were these strong people in front of him? Why were they so respectful to him? Did he have a special identity that no one knew about? For a moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The middle-aged man in front of Yi Xian quickly said, It's normal that you don't know us. This is our first time meeting you. He approached Yi Xian and whispered, We know young Master Yi's sister. Sister, Yi Xian's eyes widened. The one in the plain dress? The middle-aged man nodded. Qing Yi Xian's mind went blank. Where did Qing find so many terrifyingly strong experts for him? Zhao Qing suddenly asked, You are? The middle-aged man in front of Yi Xian turned to look at Zhao Qing, then at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, is this your friend? Yi Xian shook his head. They want to gang up on me. The middle-aged man was furious. How dare you? After saying that, he turned to look at Zhao Qing, and an invisible pressure shrouded Zhao Qing. How dare you disrespect young Master Yi? How dare you? Zhao Qing and the others were dumbfounded by his words. Young Master Yi? Where did this young Master Yi come from? Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. How should I address you, sir? The middle-aged man replied, Grand Heavenly Venerate. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly added, Young Master Yi can just call me Mu Yunqi. Yi Xian smiled. I'll call you Senior. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He quickly said, No. You can't. I wouldn't dare be young Master Yi's Senior. Young Master Yi can call me Mu Yunqi. If you're not used to it, you can call me Grand Heavenly Venerate. Yi Xian nodded. Then I'll call you Grand Heavenly Venerate. The Grand Heavenly Venerate nodded. All right. Zhao Qing and the others were flabbergasted by this scene. How could a destiny-knowing expert be so respectful to Yixian? That was the fate-knowing state. Where did this second generation come from? Why have I never heard of it? Zhao Qing and the rest began to panic. God Huangyuan and Zhao Xianxia's expressions were extremely solemn, and they rejoiced in their luck. It was fortunate that he didn't join the Zhao and Wang clans, otherwise, he would be dead. On the other side, Mu Sen and Old Man Profound Secrets had bitter expressions on their faces. They knew that Yixian was definitely not a simple character, but they didn't expect Yixian to be this extraordinary. They knew that they had lost a great opportunity, one that could have allowed them to reach the destiny-knowing state. It was too late for regrets. Xiongho's face was also filled with confusion. She knew that there was someone behind Yixian, but she didn't expect the person behind Yixian to be so terrifying. 6 destiny knowers and tens of thousands of primordial spirits. What kind of divine force was this? Fierce Ho fell into a deep silence. In the distance, Zhao Qing quickly said, Your Excellency, this is a misunderstanding. The Grand Heavenly Sovereign ignored Zhao Qing and turned to look at Yixian. Yixian faintly smiled. Zhao family head, what kind of misunderstanding is this? Zhao Qing bowed slightly and said with a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, it is our fault. We were blind and offended Young Master Yi. I ask Young Master Yi, Yixian suddenly smiled. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Hearing this, Zhao Qing was stunned. The next moment, his expression became ferocious. Yixian, do you have to be so ruthless? My ancestor was also at the destiny-knowing state. Don't you know that it is better to leave a way out for others in the future? Yixian shook his head. There is no future. Because the Zhao family will be wiped out. Zhao Qing wanted to say something, but the Grand Heavenly Sovereign waved his right hand. In an instant, all the experts behind him attacked. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, Leave their souls alive. The Grand Heavenly Sovereign nodded and disappeared. A bloody scene appeared. The bodies of the experts from the Zhao clan and Wang clan exploded one after another like fireworks. It was an extremely bloody sight. In less than a breath of time, a few dozen nascent soul realm experts had perished. Zhao Qing and the others were stunned. They didn't even have the ability to fight back. They hadn't imagined that they wouldn't be able to fight back at all when facing a destiny-knowing state expert. Is the gap between us that huge? Wang Xiao gazed at Yixian and spoke with a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, we. Meanwhile, Yixian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword suddenly flew out and entered the center of Wang Zhao's forehead. After that, it swiftly started absorbing Wang Zhao's soul. Zhao Qing and the others were horrified when they witnessed this scene, and they intended to resist. However, a mysterious force suppressed them, causing them to be unable to move at all. They could only watch as the green profound sword absorbed their souls one by one. Despair. Zhao Qing knew that he was finished. The Zhao clan was finished as well. He defended someone he shouldn't have. Zhao Qing gazed resentfully at Yixian. Yixian, I curse you. I curse your entire family to be annihilated. His entire family to be annihilated? Yixian blinked. I'm not panicking at all. Zhao Qing intended to say something else, but the green profound sword suddenly entered the center of his forehead, and then his soul was instantly absorbed completely. In less than 10 minutes, the souls of all the nascent soul realm experts present here had been completely absorbed. After it absorbed the souls of all the nascent soul realm experts, the green profound sword's aura rose explosively. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly when he witnessed this scene. The green profound sword might be on the verge of breaking through again. After all, there were almost 50 nascent soul realm experts here. Yixian put the green profound sword away, and then he placed it within Xiao Ta so that little soul could slowly break through. After that, Yixian turned around to gaze at Xiwang who stood nearby. At this moment, Xiwang's countenance was pale, and he was covered in injuries. The green profound sword had exhausted a huge amount of energy, and she'd fought 6 enemies by herself just now. So, she'd suffered injuries. Yixian smiled. Go into Xiao Ta and recuperate first. Xiwang nodded, and then he entered Xiao Ta. Yixian looked at the Grand Heavenly Venerate, who hurriedly bowed slightly. What can I do for you, Young Master Yi? Yixian asked softly, Where did you meet Qing? The Grand Heavenly Venerate replied solemnly, The faraway burial zone. Yixian frowned slightly. Burial zone? The Grand Heavenly Venerate nodded. Most of the destiny-knowing state experts are there now. Everyone is researching the realms above the destiny-knowing state. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. With that, he opened his palm, and countless spatial rings flew into his hand. These spatial rings belonged to Zhao Qing and the others. He glanced at them, and all of them added up to more than 1,000,000 extreme heaven crystals. They weren't supreme grade. Yi Xian glanced at Big Sister Shui, who was in Xiao Ta. At this moment, there were only a few tens of thousands of extreme heaven crystals around Big Sister Shui. Yi Xian sighed softly, and then he placed all the extreme heaven crystals before Yang Yanxue. Meanwhile, Yang Yanshua's voice suddenly resounded, "Brother, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me." Yi Xian felt a headache coming on when he heard this. The Grand Heavenly Venerate glanced at the surroundings and said, "Young Master Yi, are you coming to the burial zone with us?" Yi Xian gazed at the Grand Heavenly Venerate. The burial zone? The Grand Heavenly Venerate nodded. It's much more suitable to develop there. There are too few extreme heaven crystals here. Simply speaking, the resources here aren't enough to nurture many destiny-knowing state experts. No, it should be said that it's impossible to nurture any destiny-knowing state experts here. The resources required to nurture a destiny-knowing state expert are too huge. This place is too small, and there are too few resources here. It's not suitable for development. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. I'll think about it. The Grand Heavenly Venerate nodded slightly. All right. As he spoke, he glanced up into the sky and said, "We'll be waiting for young Master Yi. If young Master Yi needs anything, just let me know." Yi Xian nodded. All right. The Grand Heavenly Venerate bowed slightly once more, and then he led the others away. As for Yi Xian, he headed directly to the Zhao clan and Wang clan. The resources and reserves of these two great clans were extraordinarily deep, and they definitely had countless divine treasures and extreme heaven crystals. It would be a waste not to take them. After Yi Xian left, Musan and Old Man Profundity shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They knew that Xu Wang had profited greatly. Xu Wang hadn't left Yi Xian even when he faced a life-and-death situation. So, based on Yi Xian's character, would he mistreat her? He definitely wouldn't. Yi Xian would definitely do everything in his power to help her attain the destiny-knowing state. Musan shook his head and sighed. Hard work and natural talent are important in life, but fortune is even more important. If we lose this fortune today, then we'll probably never be able to break through again in our lifetimes. Old Man Profundity's expression was dim. Musan smiled bitterly. It's fate. Fate. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Old Man Profundity remained silent for a long time before he turned around and left as well. On the other side, Mu Jianghe had extremely complicated emotions in his heart. At the beginning, he'd wanted to stay behind like Xu Wang and face the Zhao and Wang clans with Yi Xian. But in the end, he didn't want to gamble with his life. After all, he only had one life. Now, he'd managed to keep his life. But he'd lost a chance to change his fate. Fate, Mu Jianghe sighed softly, and then he turned around and left. Xiongho silently licked her candied haws in the clouds. After a long time, she sighed softly as well, turned around, and left. She'd given up in the end. The current Yi Xian wasn't someone she could scheme against, not to mention the Grand Heavenly Venerates and the others. She might not even be able to defeat Yi Xian herself. After all, this fellow was covered in divine treasures. In the starry sky, an old man beside the Grand Heavenly Venerate asked, "Grand Heavenly Venerate, are you really going to bring young Master Yi to the burial zone?" Grand Empyrean whispered, "What? You're not willing?" The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Senior didn't ask us to take young Master Yi with us." Idiot. Grand Empyrean was a bit angry. Think about it. If we leave with young Master Yi, what would that mean? This means that we have a relationship with that senior. The old man was stunned. Grand Heavenly Venerate continued, "We follow young Master Yi, and young Master Yi's backer is our backer. Do you understand?" The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "I understand." Grand Empyrean was brilliant. This subordinate admires you. Grand Heavenly Venerate looked into the distance and whispered, "A great god who has surpassed the life-knowing realm but is unknown. We must cling to him." Yi Xian got more than 1,000,000 supreme heavenly crystals and 300,000 supreme heavenly crystals in total after visiting the Zhaos and the Wangs. Both clans' resources had fallen into Yixian's hands. Of course, they hadn't fallen into his hands either because he'd given them to Xianxia. Sister Shui's cultivation was simply a bottomless pit. Now, he'd already used up almost 2 million heaven crystals. However, he still hadn't broken through his limit. Even he was on the verge of collapsing. She was his biological sister. He couldn't just ignore her. Yixian felt a headache coming on. A short while later, Yixian arrived before Xiwang. At this moment, Xiwang's injuries were almost fully healed. Xiwang didn't speak when he saw Yixian. Yixian sized Xiwang up and said, "Did you know that you would die if you stayed behind?" Xiwang nodded but didn't speak. Yixian was slightly puzzled. "Then why did you stay behind? Aren't you afraid of death?" Xiwang glanced at Yixian. "You're my master, and I'm your disciple." Yixian chuckled, "But I'm not at the Fate Enlightened realm." Xiwang looked Yixian in the eye. "You're my master. It has nothing to do with you being at the Fate Enlightened realm." Yixian fell silent for a long time, and then he grinned. "Follow me from now on. I'll take good care of you." Xiwang nodded. "All right." After Yixian left Xiaota, he went up into the stars and looked for the Grand Heavenly Venerate. The Grand Heavenly Venerate hurriedly bowed when he saw Yixian. "Young Master Yi." Yixian chuckled. "There's no need to be so polite in the future. I'm not used to it." The Grand Heavenly Venerate hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "I'll listen to you." Yixian looked up into the stars and said, "How long will it take to get to the burial zone?" The Grand Heavenly Venerate spoke solemnly. "Half a month." "Half a month," Yixian nodded slightly. "Let's go to the burial zone." It was as Grand Emperor had said, this place couldn't cultivate many Fate Realm cultivators. If he and Su Wang wanted to reach the Fate Realm, they would have to go to the burial zone to find more resources. Yixian never thought that he would have to worry about money one day. A moment later, they set off for the burial zone. Right at this moment, the Azure Profound Sword suddenly appeared in Yixian's hand. Yixian held the Azure Profound Sword and said with a smile, "Little Hun, you've broken through?" Little Soul said excitedly, "He broke through." Yixian laughed. "It's good that you've broken through." As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes and carefully felt the Qingshan sword. Sure enough, the Green Profound Sword had become different. If he were to wield the Green Profound Sword now, he could easily kill an Essence Soul Realm expert. At this time, Grand Emperor suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, this sword, can I have a look?" Yixian said with a smile, "Of course." As he spoke, he handed the Green Profound Sword to Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor took the Green Profound Sword and looked at it. His expression instantly became serious. "This sword is extraordinary." Yixian glanced at Grand Emperor and said with a smile, "I made it." After saying this, he immediately regretted it. "Damn it, I've been showing off for too long, I can't stop." Hearing Yixian's words, Grand Emperor was stunned. Then he glanced at Yixian and didn't dare to say anything. Yixian smiled awkwardly. "This sword was made by Qing as a gift for me to play with." A woman in a plain dress, Grand Emperor said solemnly, "No wonder. If this sword falls into the hands of a Fate Realm swordsman, it will be too terrifying." Yixian hurriedly asked, "Is there a Fate Realm swordsman in the burial zone?" Grand Emperor nodded. "There is. But there are very few. I know that Daoi is also a peerless swordsman." Yixian slightly nodded. After going to the burial zone, he must cultivate Su Wang to the Fate Realm as soon as possible. As for himself, he wasn't in a rush because he had just reached the Fate Realm. At this time, Grand Emperor returned the sword to Yixian. Yixian put away the Green Profound Sword and said, "Emperor, you can tell me about the burial zone." Grand Emperor nodded. Almost all the top powerhouses in the universe are gathered in the burial zone because there are many top-quality crystal mines and resources there. After reaching the Fate Realm, if you want to open a new realm, you will need a huge amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, that place is very cruel and there is often competition for resources, which are top-quality crystal mines. Yixian asked, "In other words, Fate Realm is the highest known realm?" Grand Emperor smiled bitterly. "Before I met that senior, it was like that. But that senior," with that, he glanced at Yixian. "Young Master Yi, if I may ask, what is that senior's realm?" Yixian shook his head with a smile. "I don't know what level Qing'er has reached." Grand Emperor frowned. Young Master Yi doesn't know either? Yi Xian nodded. Grand Emperor was silent. He didn't expect that even Yi Xian didn't know what level the woman in the plain dress had reached. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. He sensed the 3 premium crystal mines in his body. By then, the 3 premium Supreme Heaven crystal mines had produced more than 10,000 premium Supreme Heaven crystals. This made Yi Xian a little excited, but he soon calmed down. Tens of thousands of top-quality crystal had been produced in a short period of time. It was a lot, but it was too little to break through to Fate Realm. Xianxia had consumed more than 2 million Supreme Heavenly crystals, and most of them were Supreme Heavenly crystals. However, she did not show any signs of having a breakthrough yet. It would be very difficult to cultivate Xiwan to the life-knowing realm with just these 3 Sky Supreme Crystal Mines. Even if he could, it would take at least 1,000,000 years. At this moment, Grand Emperor suddenly said, Young Master Yi, we have arrived at Calming Soul City. Yi Xian looked into the distance and saw an ancient city in the distance. The entire city was gloomy and emitted a powerful soul aura. Grand Emperor introduced, Calming Soul City is the territory of a Fate Realm expert. His name is Yuhun, and he has a lot of influence in the burial zone. If we want to go to the burial zone, we have to use the Star Zone transfer array in Calming Soul City. It will save us a lot of time. Yi Xian looked at Grand Emperor. Will there be any trouble? Grand Emperor chuckled. What trouble? Could it be that they would dare to stop us? If they dare, we can just destroy Calming Soul City. Yi Xian. Grand Emperor smiled. Actually, I usually win people over with virtue. Yi Xian smiled. I can see that. Grand Emperor was a little embarrassed. Yi Xian smiled. Let's go. After they entered Calming Soul City, Yi Xian found that there was no one in the city. It was very, very deserted. Grand Emperor said, Yuhun is a soul cultivator. This place is actually a place for him to cultivate souls. He has raised a lot of souls for himself to devour. Yi Xian said softly, no wonder there are no living people here. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Grand Emperor clasped his hands. Brother Calming Soul, we are returning to the burial zone. We would like to borrow your Star Zone transfer array. Yuhun glanced at Yi Xian, and then he smiled, it's not a big deal. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and over a dozen enormous Star Zone transfer arrays suddenly appeared on his right. Grand Emperor gazed at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded and was about to leave. However, Yuhun suddenly said, young friend, wait a moment. Yi Xian turned around to look at Yuhun. Yuhun smiled, young friend, you have a Heaven Supreme Crystal Mine. And it's a top-grade one at that. Yi Xian frowned when he heard that. How could he know? Meanwhile, Grand Emperor's face fell, and he gazed at Yi Xian, let's go. Yi Xian nodded, and then he walked towards the Star Zone transfer array. Grand Emperor glanced coldly at Yuhun, and then he walked over as well. After Yi Xian and the others entered the Star Zone, a strange glow flashed through Yuhun's eyes, at least 3 top-grade Heaven Supreme Crystal Mines. Within the Star Zone, Yi Xian gazed at Grand Emperor. How did he know that I have 3 top-grade Heaven Supreme Crystal Mines? Grand Emperor smiled bitterly, he has a divine treasure that can detect the mines. I was careless. He hesitated for a moment and said, young Master Yi, you have to hide those 3 top-grade Heaven Supreme Crystal Mines. Otherwise, it might cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. That was because top-grade Heaven Supreme Crystal ores were extremely precious even in the burial zone. It can be said that if 3 ownerless top-grade Heaven Supreme Crystal Mines suddenly appear in the burial zone, then countless life-knowing realm experts would go mad. Yi Xian nodded slightly, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he asked Xiao Ta to seal the 3 top-grade Heaven Supreme Crystal Mines. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian asked, will Yuhun cause trouble once he finds out that I have 3 top-grade Heaven Supreme Crystal Mines? Grand Emperor spoke coldly, if he dares to cause trouble, then he'll be annihilated. Yi Xian smiled, Grand Emperor, are you one of the mysterious powers in the burial zone? Grand Emperor spoke proudly, the first. Yi Xian blinked, the first? Grand Emperor was about to nod, but he seemed to have thought of something. He hesitated for a moment and said, we were the first before, but we aren't anymore. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Grand Emperor smiled embarrassedly. We encountered Senior Suchuan and offended her. Then. At this point, he didn't continue because he was filled with endless lingering fear. At that time, that woman had destroyed their headquarters, Heaven's Soul Shrine, with a single swing of her sword, just one swing of her sword. Not only had that swing of her sword destroyed Heaven's Soul Shrine, but it had also killed 3 life-knowing realm experts. They weren't in the shrine at that time. If they were, they would be dead as well. It was too terrifying. Even now, Grand Emperor felt a lingering fear in his heart. He hadn't felt so terrified since he'd attained the life-knowing realm. Hearing Grand Emperor's words, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He understood, these Grand Emperors had been taught a lesson by Xianxia. Indeed, those who had been taught a lesson by Xianxia would usually become humble and low-key. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Stand up. In the eyes of Xianxia, destiny knowers were like ants. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Damn it, do I really have to be the second generation for the rest of my life? This is not the life I want. Yi Xian felt that he was in a bit of pain. As a second generation, he was really in a bit of pain that others could not understand. P.S. I remember the explosion. I won't just bluff it away like this. Burial Zone. When Yi Xian followed the Grand Heavenly Venerate and the others to the Burial Zone, Yi Xian found that the spiritual energy in the Burial Zone was much purer than in other places. Along the way, the Grand Heavenly Venerate said, in this place, apart from the holy veins, the Supreme Grade Heaven Supreme Crystals are the rarest resources. And the conflicts and fights here basically all stem from fighting over these cultivation resources. Yi Xian said, I have 3 Supreme Grade Heaven Supreme Crystals on me. What level do they belong to here? The Grand Heavenly Venerate glanced at Yi Xian. Tycoon. Yi Xian, the Grand Heavenly Venerate said, Young Master Yi, after we go to the Sky Soul Temple, don't go out unless you have something important to do. Because Yuan Hun knows that you have the Heaven Supreme Crystals on you. I'm afraid he'll cause trouble. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. As if thinking of something, he looked at the Grand Heavenly Venerate. Grand Heavenly Venerate, as far as I know, once you reach the life-knowing state, you can sense danger and avoid it. When you met Xianxia, the Grand Heavenly Venerate and the others looked embarrassed. Yi Xian asked with a smile, what's wrong? The Grand Heavenly Venerate smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi, you're right. The life-knowing state can sense danger and avoid it. However, there were 2 special circumstances. The first was that we would meet someone much, much stronger than us. Your sister belongs to this category. The second is when we encounter danger, but it's too late to avoid it. Your sister belongs to this category. The moment she made her move, we were already doomed. Avoid it? It's too late. Yi Xian, the Grand Heavenly Venerate's smile became even more bitter. Yi Xian asked again, when the life-knowing state expert targeted me, didn't they sense danger? The Grand Heavenly Venerate glanced at Yi Xian, hesitated, and asked, Young Master Yi, your current strength. Yi Xian smiled and said, what I mean is, don't I have a younger sister behind me? Great Heavenly Venerate thought for a while before coming up with a more tactful wording. Young Master Yi, you are you. Your sister is your sister. In other words, your sister's strength has nothing to do with you. Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Master, you really don't know what you're doing. Yi Xian was speechless. Soon, everyone arrived at the Heaven Soul Temple. The previous Heaven Soul Temple had been destroyed by the plain-dressed woman. This Heaven Soul Temple had been temporarily built by Grand Emperor and the others. Revenge? Grand Emperor and the others never had this thought. Damn it, he killed several life-knowing realm cultivators with a single slash, and he still wants revenge? How could he report it? At a time like this, anyone with a little bit of intelligence would know that they had to suck up to him and not take revenge. Grand Emperor arranged a luxurious hall for Yi Xian. Not only that, but he also sent 2 life-knowing realm cultivators to guard him. In one of the halls, the Grand Emperor and the other supreme experts of Heaven Soul Temple were gathered here. The Grand Emperor spoke solemnly, Everyone, I have an idea. Everyone looked at the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor spoke softly, the Temple Master was eliminated, so we don't have a Temple Master now. So, I want to nominate a Temple Master. An old man smiled, Grand Emperor, you're the strongest, so you should naturally be the Temple Master. All of us will accept you as the temple master. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement. However, the Grand Emperor shook his head. I want young Master Yi to be the temple master. All the spectators were stunned when they heard this. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Grand Emperor, what do you mean? The Grand Emperor spoke softly, if we want to suck up to that senior, then we must go through young Master Yi. All of them exchanged glances and remained silent. The Grand Emperor continued, everyone, we wouldn't even have the chance to come into contact with an expert like that plain-dressed woman, let alone receive guidance from her. However, we have a chance now. It's young Master Yi. Why didn't she kill us and instead showed us young Master Yi's portrait? It's very simple. It's because she wants us to follow young Master Yi. If I'm not wrong, then she wants to temper young Master Yi. If we follow young Master Yi and encounter her in the future, then just a little bit of guidance from her would be an opportunity to change our fates. All of them fell silent. The Grand Emperor continued, if we don't have such a fortuitous encounter, then we might not be able to take a step forward even if we struggle for another 1,000,000 years. What do all of you think? After a long moment of silence, the old man said, we'll listen to the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor nodded, then we'll respect young Master Yi as the temple master. However, I need all of you to remember something. As he spoke, he glanced at everyone here and continued, we respect young Master Yi as the temple master, not to find a puppet. Since we respect him as the temple master, then we must really accept him as the temple master. After coming into contact with young Master Yi, we know that young Master Yi isn't a hypocrite. If we treat him sincerely, then he will treat us sincerely as well. I hope all of you remember that. All of them hurriedly nodded. The Grand Emperor said, since no one has any objections, then we'll go see young Master Yi right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he led all of them away. All of you want me to be the temple master? Yi Xian was stunned when he found out why the Grand Emperor had come here. Be the temple master? Yi Xian immediately shook his head. Grand Emperor, I'm not strong enough to be the temple master. The Grand Emperor smiled, you can. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Grand Emperor, I know what you mean. Your main objective is Qing'er. If I meet Qing'er, then I can ask her to give all of you some guidance. As for the position of temple master, The Grand Emperor smiled, young Master Yi, our heavenly soul shrine has 7 life-knowing realm experts and 12,000 origin soul realm experts. Besides that, we have 2 top-grade Heaven Supreme crystal mines and 2 million top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian, if you're willing to be the temple master, all of these are yours. You can assign them to you. Yi Xian. The Grand Emperor continued, in order to survive in the burial zone, it's always good to have more people. Yi Xian fell silent. He naturally knew that the Grand Emperor wanted to bind himself to him. Would it be bad for him? No. At the thought of this, Yi Xian smiled, Grand Emperor, if I become your temple master, are you really willing to follow my orders? The Grand Emperor quickly said, of course. Yi Xian nodded slightly, good, I'll be the temple master. The Grand Emperor was overjoyed. He quickly bowed respectfully, greetings, temple master. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Grand Emperor, how many top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals do I need to advance from the primordial spirit realm to the destiny-knowing realm? The Grand Emperor thought for a while and said, it depends on the person. Some might need 3 million top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals, while others might need more. Of course, it might also be less. 3 million top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals, Yi Xian's face sank. Sister Shui had already devoured more than 2 million top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals. Obviously, it was still not enough. In other words, a conservative estimate would be that more than 1 million top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals were needed. Besides that, he still had to help Su Wang reach the destiny-knowing realm. He was having a headache. Fortunately, the 3 Heavenly Supreme crystal mines in his small tower could produce quite a lot of Heavenly Supreme crystals every month. Based on the time inside the small tower, a Heavenly Supreme crystal mine could produce thousands of supreme-grade Heavenly Supreme crystals every year. Of course, it didn't mean that the tens of thousands of supreme-grade Heavenly Supreme crystals could be used right away. It would take dozens of years before they could be condensed into useful supreme-grade Heavenly Supreme crystals. In other words, he would get thousands of top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals every few days. It was not a small amount, however. If he wanted to cultivate a cultivator to the destiny-knowing realm, the rate of production was too low. As if he had thought of something, Xian looked at the Grand Empyrean and said, "If you believe me, you can put the 2 top-grade Heaven Supreme crystal mines in your hands with me. I have Xiaota. The spacetime inside Xiaota is different from the outside." The Grand Empyrean said with a smile, "Of course I believe you, Temple Master." "Please wait a moment, Temple Master. I'll go get it." With that, he turned around and left. In the palace, Xian contacted Sister Shui, who was still cultivating. "Sister Shui, how long do you need to reach the destiny-knowing realm?" There was no response. Xian was speechless. Soon, the Grand Empyrean came to Xian. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Xian. "Temple Master, you must put this Heaven Supreme crystal mine in a place with spiritual qi as soon as possible. Otherwise, without the supply of spiritual qi, it won't be able to produce top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals." Xian nodded and put away the storage ring. At this time, the Grand Empyrean said, "Temple Master, there are millions of top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals in the storage ring." Xian looked at the Grand Empyrean and said with a smile, "Are you going to give me all the assets of the Heaven Soul Shrine just like that?" The Grand Empyrean said with a smile, "Since we've appointed you as the Temple Master, we naturally have to respect you." He paused for a moment before he continued, "Hall Master, I know that you might have other ideas, but you can rest assured that we didn't make you the Hall Master because we wanted to make you a puppet. We truly respect you. Of course, our purpose is also very simple. We hope you can lead us to a new height." Xian said with a smile, "For example, to reach the destiny-knowing realm?" The Grand Empyrean nodded quickly. After a moment of silence, Xian said, "I understand." As he spoke, he looked at the storage ring in his hand and smiled, "I, Xian, won't take advantage of you for nothing." The Grand Empyrean smiled and didn't say anything else. After a while, the Grand Empyrean left, and Xian took out another 1 million top-grade Heaven Supreme crystals and placed them next to Sister Shui. Besides that, he'd also asked Su Wan to start breaking through to the destiny-knowing realm. As for himself, he knew that based on his current condition, it was impossible for him to attain the destiny-knowing realm in a short period of time. However, Su Wan could. All he needed was money. Once Su Wan attained the destiny-knowing realm, he would be invincible amongst all destiny-knowing realm cultivators with the help of the Green Profound Sword. This world is too dangerous, so it's better to train a few more bodyguards. Of course, he needed to improve himself as well, and he wanted to attain the life physique realm first, cultivate the life physique. In the next period of time, Xian started to cultivate like crazy, and no one disturbed him in the Heaven Soul Shrine. Xian had been cultivating for almost 100 years inside the Xiaota, but only 10 days had passed in the outside world. Now, he had reached the life-flesh stage. His physical body had been greatly strengthened. In addition, he had become more and more adept at controlling the mysterious spacetime. Now, not only could he use the spacetime pressure of the mysterious spacetime, but he could also use the spacetime abyss of the mysterious spacetime. He also realized that the spacetime abyss of the mysterious spacetime was different from the spacetime abyss in the outside world. His intuition told him that even a life-knowing state powerhouse would not be able to escape from it easily. Of course, there was a problem. How could he send a life-knowing state powerhouse into the spacetime abyss of the mysterious spacetime? That was a problem. It was worth mentioning that Yang Nianshui's aura had finally changed. The aura that Yang Nianshui exuded had far exceeded the primordial spirit stage. Xian knew that she was about to reach the life-knowing state. If she had not reached the life-knowing state, he would have collapsed. This was because Yang Nianshui had spent more than 3,500,000 supreme-grade supreme sky crystals since the beginning. If this went on, he would not be able to afford it. After a while, Xian got up and left the small tower. He walked outside. The Heaven Soul Hall was located on a mountain peak. Below the mountain peak was an endless mountain range. At first glance, he could see all the mountains. Xian looked down at the endless mountain range and smiled. Peace, this kind of peace was rare for him. Because along the way, he was either fighting or on his way to fight. It was rare for him to have this kind of peace. Now, he had no enemies, no one would come to mess with him anymore. Xian seemed to have thought of something. The green mysterious sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He looked at the green mysterious sword in his hand and smiled brightly. With his current strength and the green mysterious sword, it was not impossible for him to fight a life-knowing state powerhouse, especially with the mysterious spacetime. At this time, the Grand Heavenly Venerate appeared next to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Grand Heavenly Venerate, you came at the right time. I have just broken through, so I would like to exchange a few moves with you. The Grand Heavenly Venerate was stunned, then smiled. Okay. Let's go somewhere else. As he spoke, he and Yi Xian vanished on the spot, and when they appeared again, they'd arrived in a deathly silent starry sky. Grand Empyrean smiled and said, Temple Master, make your move. Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Grand Empyrean's eyes narrowed. What a fast sword. This was what Grand Empyrean was thinking. He didn't think too much and a powerful spacetime pressure appeared before him. He believed this spacetime pressure was enough to suppress Yi Xian's sword. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment because Yi Xian's sword had directly disregarded his space. Grand Empyrean was shocked. He didn't have time to think and raised his arm to block. Boom! A ray of sword energy shattered and the Grand Empyrean was thrown into the mysterious abyss of time and space. The moment he entered the mysterious spacetime abyss, Grand Empyrean's expression changed greatly. His hands pressed down and a powerful force swept out from his body. In an instant, the entire spacetime abyss began to boil. However, his power wasn't enough to break the spacetime abyss. Inside the spacetime abyss, Grand Empyrean fell like crazy. His body began to dissipate bit by bit under the destruction of the spacetime abyss. Grand Empyrean wasn't willing to give up and quickly used many different types of spacetime power. However, all of his spacetime power was useless inside the spacetime abyss. At this moment, Grand Empyrean began to panic. He couldn't care about anything else and quickly looked at Yi Xian outside. If he didn't go out now, his body would completely disappear. Not only would his body disappear, but even his soul would disappear. He would be erased. Yi Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword flew into the spacetime abyss and brought Grand Empyrean out. After coming out, Grand Empyrean let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Yi Xian with a face filled with disbelief. Temple Master, Yi Xian was actually a bit shocked, because he didn't think that the moment the green profound sword touched Grand Empyrean, it would send him into the mysterious spacetime abyss. It was sent, not sent. His guess wasn't wrong. Even a life-knowing realm cultivator would find it difficult to escape. However, he also knew that Grand Empyrean had underestimated his enemy. If Grand Empyrean hadn't underestimated his enemy and hadn't let the green profound sword touch him, he wouldn't have been sent into the mysterious spacetime abyss. Green profound sword. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand. After pondering a bit, he walked up to Grand Empyrean and handed the sword to him. Grand Empyrean, take it. Grand Empyrean looked at Yi Xian. He didn't think much and grabbed the green profound sword. With a thought from Yi Xian, Grand Empyrean was sent into the mysterious spacetime abyss. Grand Empyrean was terrified. At this moment, the green profound sword brought him out. Grand Empyrean looked at Yi Xian with a face filled with disbelief. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up. He found that as long as Grand Empyrean touched the green profound sword, he could send him into the mysterious spacetime abyss. What did this mean? It meant he could play dirty. Thinking about this, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Seeing how sinister Yi Xian's smile was, Grand Empyrean's expression became strange. This temple lord wasn't a good person. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian's smile suddenly disappeared. Enemy, damn, I need enemies. Thinking about this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He had gotten a bit carried away. At this moment, Grand Empyrean said, Temple Lord, that spacetime you just used. He was both fearful and curious about the mysterious spacetime Yi Xian had displayed. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and smiled. That was something Qing'er did for me. The woman in the plain dress. Grand Empyrean shook his head with a wry smile. No wonder. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, an old man appeared in front of Grand Empyrean. The old man was about to say something to Grand Empyrean when Grand Empyrean's expression turned cold. The old man was taken aback, then hurriedly looked at Yi Xian and bowed. Temple Lord, Martial Spirit City has sent an invitation. Yi Xian frowned. Martial Spirit City? Grand Empyrean quickly explained. Another super faction. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. What invitation? The old man hurriedly handed over the invitation. Yixian opened it and frowned. Grand Emperor looked at Yixian. Yixian handed the invitation to Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor took the invitation and frowned. Yixian smiled. They invited me to Martial Spirit City. They said they found a ruin left behind by a hardship cultivator. Hardship cultivator, he had heard from Xiongho that the Yuan spirit realm was created by this person. He was a peerless genius. Grand Emperor said solemnly, hardship cultivator. Yixian looked at Grand Emperor and smiled. Tell me about this hardship cultivator. Grand Emperor smiled bitterly. He really is a super genius. Since ancient times, his talent is second only to King Shuaishan. Yixian frowned. King Shuaishan? Grand Emperor nodded. The one who created the life-knowing state. Yixian said softly, to create the life-knowing state, that's amazing. Grand Emperor nodded. Very amazing. This hardship cultivator is also a genius among geniuses. A month after King Shuaishan reached life-knowing state, he also reached life-knowing state. In fact, he was on the verge of breaking through, but King Shuaishan was one step faster. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing, if it really is a relic left behind by the ascetic cultivator, then it must be extremely precious, because according to what I know, the ascetic cultivator controlled 12 saint veins and 68 premium crystal mines. Yixian blinked. That many supreme-grade crystal mines? Grand Emperor smiled. The supreme-grade crystal mines are all right. The most precious are the saint veins. It can be said that one saint vein is equivalent to 10 supreme-grade crystal mines. Yixian's countenance changed upon hearing that. Grand Emperor was about to speak when Yixian suddenly asked, Grand Emperor, outsiders don't know that I'm the Sky Soul Temple's temple master, right? Grand Emperor shook his head. Outsiders don't know yet. Yixian thought about it and said, let's go to Martial Spirit City. But you're the temple master, and I'm your disciple. Understand? Grand Emperor hesitated and said, Temple Master, you mean that I'm in the light, and you're in the dark? Yixian nodded. Yes. Grand Emperor thought about it and said, all right. Yixian smiled. Then I'll address you as Master from now on. Grand Emperor roared with laughter. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Yixian set off for Martial Spirit City. On the way, Grand Emperor introduced Martial Spirit City to Yixian. Martial Spirit City was established by a peerless expert, Wu Lingmu. There were 12 people who attained the Destiny Knowledge Realm, and they were ranked according to the order in which they entered the Destiny Knowledge Realm. The first was King Shuaishan, the second was Ku Xiu, and Wu Lingmu was ranked 9th. Although he wasn't as good as King Shuaishan and Ku Xiu, he was still a peerless expert. Yixian said solemnly, are King Shuaishan and Ku Xiu still alive or dead? Grand Emperor shook his head. I don't know. They vanished after they attained the Destiny Knowledge Realm. As for where they went, no one knows. Yixian frowned slightly. Martial Spirit City said that they found a ruin left behind by Ku Xiu. Could it be a conspiracy? Grand Emperor shook his head again. I don't know. Let's wait and see. We'll know when we reach Martial Spirit City. Yixian nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. The two sped up. Less than 2 hours later, the two of them arrived at Martial Spiritual City. Not far from the city gate stood a statue. Grand Emperor looked at the statue and said, this is Wu Lingmu, a powerhouse of the past. Yixian glanced at Wu Lingmu's statue and didn't say anything. At this moment, an old man appeared before the two and bowed slightly to Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor smiled. I'm now the Sky Soul Temple Master. The old man smiled. Grand Emperor, you must be joking. As he spoke, he looked at Yixian. This young master Yixian, is the current Sky Soul Temple Master. Hearing this, Grand Emperor's expression darkened. Martial Spirit City's target this time was Yixian? P.S. Scold me if you want, I also feel like I haven't been alone lately. End of chapter 1941. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.